The mist transformed into the 18th princess of the fallen tyrant of the parallel world of the Great Yan Dynasty, who was still in the midst of her nursing days. During her feedings, she did not forget to make her quips and indulge in gossip through her search system. Ha! The tyrant father actually has a mama's boy. Goodness, the eldest princess is already so malicious at such a young age. TSK, Physician Lin is under the thumb of his wife. What? Consort An, in a bid for favor, is putting a green hat on the emperor. Jiang Sifu is notorious for spreading rumors behind backs. The flower of the examination loves the smell of smelly feet. The court and the harem are rife with gossip, too plentiful to consume. You ancient folks really know how to have fun. Yet, how is it that the historical narrative diverges more and more? Not only has the Great Yan not perished, but everyone seems to have gone mad. And why are the surviving heroes and villains surrounding me with gifts? They must surely conspire against me. The ministers lament, "Oh dear, little ancestor, please cease your sarcasm. Our faces are about to be thoroughly embarrassed." The ministers, their families, and the 18th princess's relatives can hear each other's thoughts. Chapter 1. Transformed into a little princess is that not my father? Who? As Emperor Yunwu stepped into the hall of concubine Lin, he was greeted by a tender voice. Father. Emperor Yunwu, quick-witted as ever, followed the voice to the only crib in the hall. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Concubine Lin, not pausing to ponder the origin of the voice, hurriedly bowed upon seeing the emperor. What could the emperor be doing here? Isn't the eldest princess unwell on the side of Consort Chun? The emperor didn't visit her, but came to my palace instead. She felt uneasy and anxious. She had only given birth to one daughter, and amidst the dozen or so children in the harem, her daughter was hardly noticeable. What could the emperor's intentions be?
Rise. Yes.
Concubine Lin stood, concealing her confusion, and cordially invited Emperor Yunwu to take a seat. She busied herself with pouring tea and massaging his shoulders. My mother is truly virtuous, but alas, my father cares only for the state and not for familial ties. Emperor Yunwu paused with his teacup in hand, pondering. This little one seems to understand me quite well. Concubine Lin? After all, he is a tyrant of the ages. Tyrant? What tyranny? What ruler? Slander. It is undoubtedly slander. Emperor Yunwu was infuriated and suddenly stood up. Concubine Lin, startled, knelt down. Your Majesty? She stammered. Emperor Yunwu frowned at her. Why is she so afraid of me? I am not a foolish monarch. Have I ever acted on a whim? Everything I do is for the sake of the country. Is she not slapping her own face by being this terrified? Emperor Yunwu was vexed. The majesty of my father is indeed formidable. He deserves the title of a tyrant through the ages. In my view, it is clearly a defamation by later generations, for history is written by the victors. When my father's tomb was first discovered a few years ago, many archaeologists claimed that the so-called crimes attributed to him during his lifetime were all fabrications.
Exactly.
I knew it. How could I possibly be a tyrant? The little princess speaks so well. However, this statement of hers is somewhat nonsensical. How could I have a tomb when I have not yet passed? Emperor Yunwu approached the wooden cradle, gazing down at the infant within. Concubine Lin, in a daze, followed his gaze. Wow, my father is such a handsome man. Handsome? What is that? Emperor Yunwu realized there was a generational gap between him and the little princess. Of course, there is a difference of thousands of years. Alas, it is a pity that such a handsome father will die in a few months. Concubine Lin shuddered in fear. What did you just say? Emperor Yunwu glared fiercely. Yet, the little princess in the cradle not only did not show fear, but burst into laughter. Wow, my father is too handsome. Wearing a dragon robe, he looks as if he has stepped out of a comic book visual feast. Emperor Yunwu. He could not comprehend the little princess's words, only fixating on the news of his impending death. His brows nearly pinched a mosquito to death. Has the 18th princess been named? Emperor Yunwu inquired. Concubine Lin hurriedly approached, nodding. Her nickname is 18. Her formal name has yet to be chosen. Then let it be Yunwu. Yunwu? I've never heard of that name. History does not mention my father having 18 children, does it? There are only 17 in total. It seems I have not only traveled back in time, but also inadvertently caused my father to have another child, making me the youngest. Emperor Yunwu pondered the two characters. Traveling back in time? Could it be that this child truly comes from the future? Concubine Lin. Oh no. What if my daughter is a demon? If the emperor discovers this, he will surely have her executed. Thank you, your majesty. Concubine Lin, both astonished and fearful, moved her lips. Your majesty, this evening I will stay for dinner, Emperor Yunwu declared. Your servant will go call the kitchen to prepare. Concubine Lin, anxious, replied, her attempt to keep the emperor away from her daughter thwarted. I also want to eat. I want to eat pig trotters. Alas, it seems that during this period, wealthy families do not eat pork, as they disdain its strong flavor. But if they castrate the pigs, wouldn't that solve the issue? Pork is so delicious. Pork fat can be used for cooking. Without oil, how can one be strong? Castrated pigs? Emperor Yunwu felt a sudden pain below. He regarded the little princess in the cradle with a complex expression. The little princess is certainly no ordinary child, otherwise how could she know such things? Then let us have some lamb. Yes, I shall arrange that immediately. Concubine Lin left, filled with worry. Oh wow, that smells so good. Why can't I have any? The little Yunwu cried out. I am hungry. I wonder if my mother can stop the wet nurse from feeding me. That wet nurse is wicked. Your majesty, the 18th must be hungry. I shall go feed her now. Concubine Lin trembled as she spoke. Emperor Yunwu frowned and commanded, Linen, summon the imperial physician. Little 18th's cries indicate she must be unwell. Concubine Lin did not take Yunwu with her. Oh wow, my father is so clever, he can tell I am not well. That wicked wet nurse thinks I am too young to notice. She even drugged my milk right in front of me. However, that wet nurse won't live long either. In 3 days, she will be executed along with my mother. Concubine Lin shuddered. She lowered her head, afraid the emperor would notice her unease. She did not know whether to be angry or frightened. How could her daughter curse her own death? Speaking of which, my mother was truly unfortunate. Ancient emperors abhorred witchcraft, and as a result, when small dolls were discovered in her courtyard, she was beheaded by the emperor. Yet, history records that after Concubine Lin's death, within 3 months, witchcraft re-emerged in the emperor's harem, leading to the demise of most of the other princes, leaving only 3. Following this incident, the emperor's temperament grew even more volatile, culminating in his death from a cold while offering sacrifices 6 months later. Emperor Yunwu. Is that how I died? Impossible. That is far too pitiful. Concubine Lin's head hung low, her expression dazed. The emperor is to die, then she might as well resolve the buried dolls. With good fortune, she could accompany the ancient Buddha with a flickering lamp. If the 3rd prince born to Consort An ascends to the throne, what fate awaits her and her daughter Concubine Lin dared not think further. Emperor Yunwu coughed lightly and, seemingly casually, inquired, Linen, why has the imperial physician not yet arrived? Your Majesty, Physician Lin is here. At that moment, the head eunuch, Linen, hurriedly ushered Physician Lin into the hall. Physician Lin, attend to the pulse of the little princess, Emperor Yunwu commanded, then boldly seated himself nearby. Physician Lin, trembling, dared not be careless, maintaining a serious demeanor. After examining Yunwu's pulse, his expression shifted slightly. Physician Lin, your Majesty, what is the matter? Speak. Emperor Yunwu squinted. The little princess suffers from congenital deficiencies. Her health is frail, as if she has ingested some poison, Dr. Lin declared, collapsing to his knees, drenched in sweat. Dr. Lin? Isn't he the emperor's trusted confidant, renowned as the most skilled physician in the Imperial Medical Bureau? Moreover, according to my search, Dr. Lin is actually quite dominated by his wife. Chapter 2. Saving the Empress. Dr. Lin was taken aback. The Cloud Emperor cleared his throat, suppressing a chuckle. Yet, poor Dr. Lin only wishes to delve into the art of medicine, only to encounter a colleague with a venomous heart and a penchant for trouble. Dr. Lin was astonished. The Cloud Emperor squinted, intrigued. This Dr. Wu. Found it. Goodness. This Dr. Wu is impressive. He has muddled the royal bloodline and fathered a son with Consort An. Dr. Lin was drenched in sweat. Was this information even permissible for him to hear? Old Wu is truly despicable. To act recklessly without dragging oneself into it. What to do now that he knows the secret? Should he inform the emperor? Flickers of fury flashed in the Cloud Emperor's eyes. Consort Lin remained in a daze. Fortunately, Knowing of the good relationship between Consort An and Consort Lin, she chose to keep her distance. To dare to do such a thing, wouldn't the other party find it easy to extinguish her? No, wait, someone has already plotted against her. Consort Yun felt utterly exhausted by the palace struggles. The most astonishing thing is that Dr. Wu is also skilled in persuasion. If I recall correctly, the emperor took him along for the ancestral sacrifice 6 months later, while those left in the palace, like Dr. Lin, ended up in prison. Indeed, being a physician is fraught with peril. The pay is meager, and one risks their life frequently. How difficult it is to train traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in modern times. Seasoned practitioners are treasures of the nation, and the loss of one is a painful blow. I wish to send these physicians to the present. That way, our Chinese medicine would not be overshadowed by Western medicine's myriad incurable diseases. Dr. Lin, sobbing inwardly, touched, the Cloud Emperor cast a significant glance at Dr. Lin. What charm does this old man possess that has captivated the little princess? A nation aspires to prosperity and strength. It requires talent. Why squabble among ourselves when we could seize from abroad a vast expanse of golden land in the west? The Cloud Emperor felt a stir of interest. Could it be that foreign nations are indeed so affluent? Though curious, he remained unhurried. After all, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. At present, in the Great Yan, his own position is precarious, and the court is fraught with hidden dangers. Dr. Lin, can the toxins within the little princess be purged? The Cloud Emperor inquired. Then you must exert every effort to heal her. Consort Lin. The Cloud Emperor turned his gaze toward her. His attention fell upon Consort Lin, who was usually gentle and unremarkable. Previously, he had not paid much attention to her. Yet, he recognized that she was not particularly bold. Most importantly, Consort Lin had no son. Thus, the arts of sorcery must involve an even more malicious individual lurking behind the scenes. Upon realizing this, the Cloud Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. He had devoted himself entirely to the court and the nation in the previous reign. Yet, unbeknownst to him, someone schemed against him from behind. He could not swallow this indignation without unearthing the culprit. And Consort An, truly despicable, Your Majesty, Consort Lin hurriedly bowed in greeting. From now on, you shall cooperate with Dr. Lin to restore the little princess's health. I humbly accept the decree. Consort Lin sighed in relief, her heart heavy with fear. To think that the wet nurse had intended to harm the little princess from the start. She could not fathom the reason behind it. The Cloud Emperor exhibited great patience. He raised his hand slightly, instructing eunuch Linen to fetch the wet nurse for questioning. He remained in Consort Lin's chamber, partaking in an evening meal. Little Yunwu, still young, after the commotion and having taken her medicine and milk, fell asleep. Consort Lin meticulously attended to the Cloud Emperor. She watched the Emperor's carriage fade into the distance, trembling as she turned. Coldly, she instructed the head maid, Rui, no one is to leave without my permission. Yes, Rui turned to carry out her orders. Within Consort Lin's palace, silence descended like a shroud, as Consort Lin sat in the main hall, the cradle beside her holding the fragrant, sleeping Yunwu. Consort Lin pondered, who was plotting against her. As night wore on, Consort Lin found no respite. Maidens attempting to find excuses to leave were swiftly apprehended by Rui, as Consort Lin ordered. The methods of interrogation in the inner palace were many. If someone emerged, they must be spies from another palace. In the dead of night, she stealthily unearthed a voodoo doll beneath the pear tree in the courtyard. On it were inscribed the names and birthdates of the emperor and the late empress. Consort Lin was struck with fear, her spirit waning. She hastily dealt with the matter, sitting beside the cradle, feeling utterly drained. In the Hall of Diligence, a shadowy guard appeared at the Cloud Emperor's side. Your Majesty, there was a disturbance at Consort Lin's quarters. A voodoo doll was discovered in the courtyard. The Cloud Emperor's expression turned grave. He did not expect it to be true. Initially, he had regarded the little princess's words as mere tales. What piqued his interest more were the little princess's predictions for the future, her origins, and the so-called history. If what the little princess said was indeed true, his emotions would be quite complex. What has Consort Lin done? The Cloud Emperor asked, his face composed. The shadowy guard replied, Consort Yun burned the voodoo doll. We only found half of the unburned fabric in the brazier. The guard presented the remnants. The Cloud Emperor's fingers grazed the fabric, where faint traces of several birthdates remained. Without needing to examine closely, he knew they belonged to him. He understood himself well enough. If such matters were truly uncovered, he would rather execute the wrongdoer than let them go. He abhorred all forms of sorcery. The individual behind this knew how to manipulate his thoughts. The Cloud Emperor's displeasure deepened. He waved to dismiss the guard and called out Linen. The Cloud Emperor rubbed his forehead. Yes. After learning so much that night, he dispatched individuals to investigate, yet there were no results. Thus, he decided to rest. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Linen hurriedly entered the palace. The Cloud Emperor sat by the dragon bed, dark circles beneath his eyes, revealing his troubled state. Your servant greets your majesty. What news? Have you managed to interrogate the wet nurse? The Cloud Emperor asked, lifting his eyelids to look at him.
What did you say?
The Cloud Emperor's expression soured. How could the eldest princess have drugged the little princess? Eunuch Linen knelt, his lips moving, but his thoughts remained unspoken. Your Majesty, speak when prompted. The Cloud Emperor was displeased. Eunuch Linen proceeded cautiously. This is merely my humble opinion. Please do not take offense, Your Majesty. Speak freely. Stop with the hesitation. Do you have another master in this palace? The Cloud Emperor snapped, narrowing his eyes. Eunuch Linen knelt, begging for mercy, inwardly bitterly amused. What other master could he possibly have? Your Majesty, all of this is because of you. Because of me? The Cloud Emperor replied irritably. I have not raised a daughter to harm her sisters. However, Your Majesty, you inadvertently mentioned in front of the eldest princess that you were pleased to have another daughter, hoping this little princess would also be a little cotton-padded jacket. Eunuch Linen spoke softly. Chapter 3. Protecting the Little Princess. The Cloud Emperor was not foolish and promptly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the eldest princess, out of jealousy, would harm the little princess? According to the interrogation, that indeed seems to be the case. Impossible. The eldest princess has been doted upon by me since childhood. She could not harbor such strong jealousy. Eunuch Linen touched his nose, falling silent. There was no one more jealous than the eldest princess. First, deal with that wet nurse, and then send some calming gifts to the little princess. The Cloud Emperor narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Linen, you personally select from my private treasury and deliver it. Understood. Linen comprehended that the Emperor intended to gauge the reaction of the harem. Once Linen withdrew, the Cloud Martial Emperor summoned a dragon guard. Long Yun, from now on, you shall be responsible for the protection of the little princess. Ensure that no harm befalls her. As for everything the little princess has mentioned, record it all and report to me in due course. The Cloud Martial Emperor had confirmed from Lin Fei's reaction that she could indeed hear the little princess's thoughts. He discovered that the little princess only spoke when she saw the person involved, rendering her concealment futile. He was keen to see how many harbored ulterior motives. Yes, Long Yun departed and appeared in Lin Fei's palace, becoming the little princess's personal maid. Long Yun addressed Lin Fei. The Emperor has commanded me to serve and care for the little princess. Rest assured, my lady. Lin Fei, troubled, thought to herself, it was precisely because her daughter was unusual that she dared not let her be with the Emperor. After all, accompanying the Emperor was akin to courting danger. What if the Emperor, in a fit of rage, harmed her daughter? My lady, simply treat the little princess as a normal child. You shall continue to be her mother. Lin Fei, feeling cornered, could do nothing but acquiesce. With a tender gaze, she looked at the peacefully sleeping Yunwu, sighing internally. She could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Lady Lin, congratulations. The Emperor has sent rewards for the little princess. As he said, she must have been exhausted playing with him. Linen swaggered in, carrying 7 or 8 gifts, emerald carvings, blue and white porcelain plates, enamel-inlaid gold boxes, ivory filigree small round mirrors, jade carved screens depicting lakes and mountains. Lin Fei felt a wave of dread wash over her. Had the Emperor lost his senses? Could he be so indulgent towards her daughter? Wouldn't this incite jealousy from the eldest princess? Master, so many rewards. Lin Fei wrung her handkerchief, hesitating to speak. Linen, smiling, reassured her, my lady, since these are the Emperor's gifts, accept them with peace of mind. After all, the Emperor does not act without reason. Your cooperation may provide a glimmer of hope, would it not? Lin Fei's eyes brightened. I understand. Please tell the emperor that I am willing to sacrifice everything as long as it benefits me, she said, slipping gold seeds into Linen's hand. Linen accepted them, relieved to see Lin Fei had grasped the situation. He exhaled, having fulfilled the emperor's instructions. Then I shall take my leave. The emperor has instructed that the little princess should focus on her recovery. Farewell, master. Lin Fei, unable to withstand the tension, after confirming with physician Lin that Yunwu's ailment was treatable, hurried to her bed to rest her eyes. After all, she hadn't slept a wink all night. She feared that upon waking, she might still be under the watchful eyes of others in the palace. The thought of those who had already turned against her, her life hanging by a thread, kept her from sleeping. For now, she merely sought to close her eyes and gather her strength. In the Jianfu palace, the eldest princess, Yunsheng, angrily smashed the teacup in her hand. Nurse Fu Hui moved her hands, and a palace maid cautiously entered to clean up the shards. In a gentle voice, she advised, "Your Highness, why concern yourself with a fleeting infant? Is this my fault? Clearly, it is that wretched woman from the 18th. Even as a newborn, she knows how to curry favor. Truly disgraceful. I regret giving her such strong medicine. I should have let her grow up, allowing her to be trampled by many, thus avenging myself." The more the eldest princess spoke, the more sense it made to her. Her eyes began to scheme. "Your Highness, I shall inform the wet nurse that she need not administer any more medicine. The physical condition of the 18th princess should be ruined by now, and she will be weak as she grows." Nurse Fu Hui soothed her. "Very well." The eldest princess felt a surge of satisfaction and said, "Nurse, what do you think if I prepare a nourishing soup for father? The emperor will be very pleased." "Nurse, please have the small kitchen prepare a nourishing soup." "Your Highness, where are you going?" Nurse Fu Hui asked with concern. The eldest princess brushed her eyelid. "I am going to check on those stubborn youths. I have set my sights on them. It is their misfortune to refuse." As she spoke, she stormed towards the secret chamber. Nurse Fu Hui hurriedly instructed the palace maids to keep their distance, ensuring the eldest princess could enjoy herself. Inside the secret chamber, 5 or 6 handsome youths were confined within. The eldest princess wielded a whip, her 16 years accompanied by a heart of cruelty with a single lash. The boy struck cried out in agony. The other youths shrank back in fear. Only one lad bore a gaze filled with seething hatred. At that moment, in Lin Fei's palace, Yunwu awoke to nurse and was force-fed medicine by physician Lin. Her little face scrunched up at the taste. "Heavens, why can't there be sugar in this medicine?" Lin Fei smiled helplessly, thinking, "The 18th princess is not yet a month old. She cannot have sugar. I have eaten roasted pork ribs, roasted lamb chops, roasted chicken fillets. I had ice cream and I drank soda. Pork ribs? Lamb chops? Chicken fillets? Ice cream? Soda, what are all these?" Lin Fei listened curiously. Casually, she remarked, "I wonder if the roasted lamb has a strong gamey taste. It has been ages since I had it." "Delicious. The roasted lamb has nothing to fear from its gamey taste. First, use onions, ginger, and Sichuan pepper to eliminate the odor. Marinate with spices for an hour, then roast slowly. It's mouth-watering. Roasted chicken and pork can be prepared similarly. Who wouldn't want to join me?" Lin Fei noted this down. Forget it. Since I can't eat anything, I might as well sleep, grow up sooner, and eat meat sooner. Just looking at the supplies in my space, seeing them unused, feels like such a waste. Wait, how do I remind mother to survive the upcoming dangers?" Yunwu, in a fluster, raised her little hand, her bones feeling too weak to bear. Lin Fei, maintaining her composure, said, 18th, look, all these wonderful gifts are from your father. You are such a good girl. Understanding how to please your father at such a tender age, even your mother benefits from it. Your father has even specifically sent a nurse to care for you, ensuring that no one harms you. Your father has ordered linen to clean the entire hall of any filth, ensuring you won't be poisoned again. Oh, mother is quite fortunate. Has she narrowly escaped a calamity? Chapter 4. Whipping the corpse. At last, Yunwu could finally rest assured and drift into slumber. Her eyelids, heavy as lead, surrendered to sleep. Lin Fei tenderly caressed her head before turning to the small kitchen, where she enlisted the palace maid Rui to assist her in preparing roasted chicken fillets. As for the lamb chops, they were subject to the distribution dictated by the imperial kitchen. Lin Fei did not possess a strong presence in the harem, and this year's rations had long been exchanged for other delicacies by the imperial kitchen. Yunwu awoke to the enticing aroma of chicken fillets wafting through the room, only to find her mother, the empress, savoring the dish. With a few cries, she was taken by Granny Yun to drink her milk and medicine. Lin Fei, however, did not indulge alone but also had a portion sent to the emperor. The maid delivered the roasted chicken fillet to eunuch Linen at the entrance of the Zhengzheng Hall. Lingering for a moment before handing it over, the delicious scent wafted through the air, piquing the interest of Emperor Yunwu, who had not attended the morning court session and was now enjoying a short respite. "What is that delightful aroma?" he inquired. "Eunuch, it is the roasted chicken fillet sent from Lady Lin Fei," Linen replied as he hurried into the grand hall. "Roasted chicken fillet?" Emperor Yunwu raised an eyebrow. "Let me have a taste." As he spoke, he picked up chopsticks and sampled a piece. The unfamiliar yet rich flavor delighted him. "This is quite good. Linen, you should try some as well." "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty," Linen said, taking a piece. "Your Majesty?" Lady Lin Fei mentioned that this dish was inspired by her thoughts while caring for the little princess. She believes it could be turned into a food business. Lin Fei had no intention of starting a business. Rather, she was leveraging Yunwu's name to procure some private wealth for him. As the emperor, Yunwu faced financial constraints, and the Ministry of Revenue lamented daily over their meager resources. Lin Fei's suggestion sparked a thought in Yunwu's mind. "Linen, what is your perspective?" "Your Majesty." Lady Lin Fei is timid and of humble origins, yet her brother is quite adept in business. If you were to endorse a venture under your name, it could undoubtedly bolster your private coffers. Your reasoning is sound. Let us permit Lin Fei to give it a try. Allow her family to enter the palace and meet the little princess. With this decree, Emperor Yunwu had established a basis for his decision. "Your Majesty, will this not attract considerable attention towards the little princess?" "Fear not. I have my arrangements." Yunwu mused that he welcomed the attention on the little princess, for neglect would be far more concerning. On that very day, news reached Lin Fei's palace. En route to deliver health soup to the emperor, the eldest princess encountered difficulties and furiously threw the soup to the ground as she stormed towards Lin Fei's residence. Unbeknownst to her, this scene was observed by the emperor's dragon guards, and the news swiftly reached Emperor Yunwu's ears. Upon hearing the report, a glimmer of interest flickered in the emperor's eyes, and he rose promptly. "Let us proceed to Yichuan Palace." Eunuch Linen hurriedly inclined his body in acknowledgement. "Princess, what is your intention?" The eldest princess and her companions attempted to force their way into Yichuan Palace, but the maid at the entrance barred their path. In a fit of rage, the eldest princess struck the maid, causing her face to swell, yet the maid remained steadfast in her duty. "Your Highness, I am here at the emperor's command. Without his permission, neither Lady Lin Fei nor the little princess may be disturbed." This declaration only served to infuriate the eldest princess further. She raised her hand, striking the maid repeatedly until her face resembled a dumpling. The maid, however, maintained her composure, standing resolutely at her post. Other eunuchs stood nearby, forming a resolute barrier against the eldest princess. How audacious! The emperor's own people are so formidable. What if my face is ruined? Surely, I must demand compensation.
Who dares?
The eldest princess suddenly heard a childish voice, startling her. Her gaze instinctively darted towards the west, but she saw no familiar figure.
Stand Azida.
Or, do not blame me for resorting to force. The eldest princess hesitated, aware that these individuals were the emperor's. Yet her anger surged, wondering how that little wretch had managed to curry favor with the emperor, who now lavished rewards and sent guards as if fearing harm from the harem. She was determined to ensure that both the little princess and Lin Fei met their demise. "Princess, please forgive me. I must obey the emperor's orders." The maid continued to block the entrance. Losing her patience, the eldest princess narrowed her eyes and commanded, "Bring forth those who dare to disrespect this princess. They shall kneel at the entrance." "Disrespecting me is tantamount to disrespecting the emperor." Upon hearing this, Granny Fuhui waved her hand, summoning several maids to forcibly subdue the guards and maids at the door. The eldest princess beckoned, and Granny Fuhui calmly produced a silver needle from her garments, inserting it into the earth, compelling the maids and eunuchs to kneel upon it. Truly, she is one of the most malevolent princesses in history, capable of trampling upon the emperor's corpse and pledging loyalty to the new dynasty. Yunwu, cradled by Granny Yun, endeavored to memorize the visage of Yun Sheng. Upon closer inspection, she found a mere 16-year-old girl, adorned in lavish attire, her face painted heavily, leaving Yunwu in a state of astonishment. Why this ostentation at such a tender age? Yunwu pondered, perplexed. At that moment, the voice of eunuch Linen echoed from afar. "The emperor has arrived." "Father Emperor?" The eldest princess's eyes brightened, and in the next instant, she signaled Granny Fuhui. Fuhui, quick to respond, concealed the delicate silver needle. As Emperor Yunwu approached, he was greeted by the sight of the maid's swollen face. "Father Emperor, it was my doing," the eldest princess confessed. "Why would you do such a thing?" Emperor Yunwu inquired, intrigued. The eldest princess, with a defiant posture, retorted, "Father Emperor, these maids insisted on preventing me from entering to see my sister. This alone would suffice, but they claimed it was your command. How could you possibly deny me entry? I perceived their lies and merely administered a lesson. As a princess, am I not permitted to defend myself against the insolence of maids?" Emperor Yunwu instinctively glanced at the little princess. Since her arrival, He had begun to question his previous beliefs, sensing that there was more beneath the surface. He chose to remain composed. Surely, Father Emperor does not genuinely believe the malicious words of the eldest princess? At last, I comprehend why this cruel princess has maintained favor despite her wickedness throughout history. She must have studied psychology, recognizing that at this moment, Father Emperor is constrained by the court officials, yearning to elevate imperial authority. Her words resonate deeply with him. No wonder, after the emperor's demise, this vile princess managed to offend so many yet still thrived in the new dynasty. Chapter 5. The master of manipulation. This one is adept at manipulation. Alas, it is regrettable that we are unaware if Father Emperor knows he will be subjected to the cruelty of the eldest princess after his death. I have heard that Father Emperor's remains were pulverized and scattered. His bones are not even interred within the imperial tomb. Emperor Yunwu's smile faded. He had come to observe, only to find himself ensnared in a web of intrigue. His gaze hardened as he regarded the eldest princess, as if staring at a ghost. How amusing. My most cherished eldest princess resorts to such depths to survive, even to the point of desecrating my remains. Foul words. The eldest princess's expression shifted dramatically, betraying a hint of guilt. All palace attendants, leave. Emperor Yunwu commanded fiercely. Eunuch Linen promptly led the palace attendants from Lin Fei as abode away in silence. Granny Fuhui instinctively glanced at the eldest princess. What? You dare defy my command? Emperor Yunwu's laughter was laced with fury. Fuhui Granny finally felt a tinge of fear. The crown princess shrank back slightly. Father, please do not be angry. It must be someone spreading malicious rumors. Observing her continued evasion, she noted the audacity of the maidservants beside her, who seemed indifferent to her commands. Their instinctive reactions revealed enough for Emperor Yunwu to reflect upon. What did you say? I commanded your maidservants to withdraw. The crown princess hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Did father not hear that voice? Was his anger merely a response to her provocation against his imperial authority? She gestured for Fuhui Granny and the others to leave. Little did she know. At the moment of their departure, Eunuch Linen, who had already received directives from Emperor Yunwu, signaled for the removal of all the crown princess's attendants. Fuhui Granny and her cohorts, who had been so arrogant in the harem for years, had finally become mere prey. Within the Ichuan palace, Emperor Yunwu sat at the head. The crown princess stood in the center, and beside her, concubine Lin fidgeted restlessly. Yunsheng, it is time you explained yourself to me. Emperor Yunwu raised his teacup, seemingly quite intrigued. Father, what is there to explain? The crown princess decisively chose to feign ignorance. Father, I merely came to check on my younger sister, the 18th princess. I had no idea that maidservant was one of yours. Please do not be angry. If I recall correctly, the maidservants were instructed by me to inform anyone of my commands. Yet you turned a blind eye. Even Fuhui Granny disregarded my order. With a smile, Emperor Yunwu inquired. Was it your command, Yunsheng, to ignore my words, or did those servants harbor ulterior motives? The crown princess began to feel genuine fear. She had not anticipated her father would truly be angered with her. Father, it is all my fault. I was blinded by jealousy over your kindness towards the 18th princess and foolishly rushed over. She instinctively shifted the blame onto the maidservants. Emperor Yunwu nodded. You are right. In that case, all those maidservants shall be dealt with. I shall have the Ministry of Internal Affairs assign new attendants to you. The crown princess was taken aback. Fuhui Granny knew many of her secrets. If her father sent them for questioning, all her misdeeds would be exposed. The strange voice that threatened her would only seal her fate. Father, it is entirely my fault. The crown princess immediately knelt, covering her tears. I should not have let jealousy overtake me, causing me to act so rashly. However, I truly did nothing wrong. Should her father, out of concern for her, dispose of all the maidservants, would he not be tarnished with the title of a tyrant? She wept, her cries evoking deep sympathy. Oh dear. This malicious crown princess is truly adept at evasion, yet I cannot inform the emperor that she is akin to a venomous serpent. Let me see what further misdeeds this crown princess has committed. I refuse to believe she remains so untainted. I shall have mother remind father. Yunwu felt nauseated by the crown princess's performance. She must take action to avoid being overwhelmed by anger. After all, the look in the crown princess's eyes was excessively vicious, terrifying. They were now enemies. What was there to hesitate about? Oh, how revealing. It seems this malicious crown princess is indeed one of the causes of the nation's downfall. What? The downfall of the nation? Emperor Yunwu clenched his fist within his sleeve. He had thought his own life was precarious. Yet he had not realized he was the ruler of a doomed kingdom. He could not allow the Yun family's dynasty to perish on his watch. I always wondered why General Xia's lineage met such a tragic fate, with 3 generations of men perishing on the battlefield, devoted to their duties, only to be betrayed by this wretched crown princess. How despicable. While the loyal Xia family fought against the enemy, she treated the young master of the Xia family as a plaything, ultimately leading to his demise. No wonder she could commit such heinous acts against her own father. She deserves to be humiliated by the soldiers of Chu when the nation falls. Karma, sweet karma. The thought of this vile creature meeting a tragic end brings me comfort. Though it is a pity for those soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. Emperor Yunwu nearly lost control, feeling the urge to draw his sword and slay. He had truly not anticipated the crown princess possessed such audacity. The entire Xia family had perished? No wonder the Great Yan faced ruin. Without General Xia's clan, the defenses at Ziyu Pass would not withstand the advancing forces of Chu. Moreover, what stature did the Xia family hold? How could the young master of the Xia family be humiliated by Yunsheng? I cannot fathom what father is thinking. Sacrificing a kingdom for the favor of a useless child, it hardly seems worth it. Emperor Yunwu too felt a sense of bewilderment. I cannot help but be curious. I must investigate why father dotes on the crown princess so. A chill ran down Emperor Yunwu's spine. Ah, I finally understand. No wonder the crown princess, at such a tender age, adorns herself with heavy makeup. She bears a striking resemblance to father's late mother. Father harbors a mother complex. Emperor Yunwu found himself the subject of ridicule, wishing for death. The crown princess's eyes flickered. Concubine Lin feigned ignorance. However, does not this behavior insult the late Empress Dowager? The substitute lacks the gentleness of the original, and she takes this opportunity to act recklessly. Is she not increasing the burden of sin upon the Empress Dowager? One must wonder if karma will eventually befall her. The crown princess's eyes blazed with fury. You wish for death. Emperor Yunwu's expression shifted from nostalgia to shock, and finally to a cold indifference tinged with disdain as he regarded the crown princess.
Now,
how might I devise a plan to rescue those unfortunate youths confined in the crown princess's secret chamber? I wonder if the Xia family has connected their young master's disappearance to the crown princess. Chapter 6. Lay down and rest. The crown princess could no longer feign her tears. The secrets she had concealed were laid bare by that strange voice, igniting a wave of fear within her. This matter shall be resolved as I see fit. Emperor Yunwu spoke calmly, casting her a glance. He suddenly rose. Yunsheng,
come with me.
Before departing, Emperor Yunwu reassured concubine Lin to care for Yunwu, and then left. Yunwu yawned, her mind still mulling over ways to save those in peril. Then sighed deeply. This is history. As an infant, I cannot alter much. Perhaps I should simply accept that everyone is destined to die, the difference being merely the timing. If heaven has sent me to save the world, why would it place me in the body of a helpless infant? Perhaps I should just lie down and wait. Who knows? Maybe I will share my mother's good fortune. Concubine Lin was both amused and exasperated. Thinking perhaps it was indeed heaven that sent this child to save the world, her thoughts were audible to us. The crown princess followed Emperor Yunwu, trembling. As they exited Yichuan Palace, Emperor Yunwu remained silent as they made their way to Jianfu Palace, which was not far. Upon entering, Emperor Yunwu waved his hand, dismissing all the attendants from the grand hall, leaving only the two of them. Yunsheng, you must have heard that just now, did you not? Heard what? The crown princess felt a surge of fear, instinctively feigning ignorance. Emperor Yunwu regarded her with a smile that barely concealed his amusement. He had certainly heard the crown princess's innermost thoughts. What? Do not tell me you did not hear. The crown princess, being young, was more malicious than clever. Her expression betrayed her panic, her gaze evasive. You still wish to deceive me? Emperor Yunwu laughed angrily. How blind I must have been to have been deceived by you. Father, the crown princess cried, it is not true. I did none of those things. You cannot punish me for things that never happened. Your words have indeed reminded me. The Emperor of Cloud Marshal clapped his hands, and immediately, several dragon guards appeared within the palace. I shall go see the sordid deeds you have committed, he declared. The crown princess, anxious, instinctively lunged towards him but was intercepted by the dragon guards, who restrained her, covering her mouth and escorting her behind. Meanwhile, the emperor instructed one of the dragon guards to clear the way ahead. Soon, a dark chamber was opened, with oil lamps flickering against the walls. Inside the chamber, several cages had been constructed, housing a number of naked youths. Upon hearing the noise, the boys cowered in fear, retreating to the corners. The emperor entered and was met with a scene that ignited fury within him. Flames of wrath consumed his heart, and he wished for nothing more than the immediate demise of the crown princess. Indeed, the words of the young princess had proven to be true. His gaze swept across the room, yet he did not identify anyone as the young master of the Xia family. It was understandable, for he had never encountered him before. Yunsheng, you shall now explain to me what this is, the emperor inquired, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. The crown princess, with a quick glance, began to weep. Father, these youths are merely ordinary citizens. There is no young master of the Xia family here. How could the Xia family fail to supervise their own young master? Does that not imply their worthlessness? What significance do useless martial generals hold in the court? Even at this juncture, the crown princess attempted to intimidate the young master of the Xia family. The emperor scoffed inwardly. So, your implication is that as long as they are commoners, you are free to toy with them? He retorted. Father, these individuals consented. I purchased them with silver, and their families willingly sold them. I merely engaged in a harmless pastime. Listening to her obstinate and self-justifying words, the emperor's patience snapped. In a swift motion, he drew forth a flash of blood. The crown princess clutched her face, her eyes wide with disbelief at the cut that marred her visage. My face, my face. Now, do you feel it is inconsequential? It is merely a face. The emperor stooped down, gripping her chin with a fierce intensity. Yunsheng, you must understand. I may indulge you, but I will not tolerate your transgressions against the law. You are far more fortunate than the ordinary citizens of this world. Why can you not find contentment? Coldly, the emperor spat out 2 words, his eyes filled with disdain for her insatiable greed. Father, I was wrong. I beg for your mercy.
Guards.
The emperor coldly cast her aside. The accompanying eunuch Linen hurriedly presented a handkerchief. The emperor wiped his hands, bestowing a piece of white silk upon the crown princess. Staring in disbelief, Yunsheng gazed up at him. Father, do you intend to kill me? For such a trivial matter, and an event that has not even transpired? I am your daughter. You are influenced by demons, sparing not even your own kin. What kind of ruler could do such a thing? Are you not fearful that one misstep could lead to your downfall? Yunsheng was skilled in manipulation. Yet she faced a formidable opponent in the emperor, who possessed the truth on his side. Her schemes were too numerous to withstand scrutiny. Silence. The emperor's anger ignited, and the countdown to Yunsheng's demise began. Before the eyes of the restrained youths, the emperor personally wrapped the white silk around Yunsheng's neck. Yunsheng, I shall say this once more. The sovereign and the commoner are equally accountable, and you are no exception. My favor has granted you 16 years of life. Your sins shall be concluded by my own hand. Yunsheng coughed blood, her breaths quickening, her gaze filled with resentment as she looked upon the emperor. He observed her coldly, undeterred. Her reaction only served to validate the young princess's claims. Desiring to whip his corpse? Then first, I must take your life. The emperor, devoid of any hesitation, released the silk. Yunsheng breathed her last. The emperor clapped his hands. Linen, see to the remaining matters. Initially believing their fates sealed, the youths, upon witnessing this outcome, gaped in astonishment. Yet the emperor remained indifferent to their thoughts, turning to depart, the hem of his black dragon robe swirling gracefully in the night. Linen waved his hand, and servants promptly entered to dispose of Yunsheng's body. He smiled at the youths, saying, His Majesty has personally dealt with the crown princess's misdeeds. You are all victims, and shall not be punished. Chapter 7. Cherish the new life. It is imperative to cherish this new life, to live well, and not to be incited by outsiders into actions detrimental to the emperor. Your lives should be in your own hands, not manipulated by others to an innocent demise.
Now.
Who among you will be the first to share your lineage and the events you have endured? Amidst their fear, the youths could not help but feel a sense of fondness for eunuch Linen. Being young and ordinary, they naturally developed a reliance on those who sought to protect them. Eunuch, I will. The friliest boy in the corner stepped forward, revealing a subtle scar on his face that only accentuated his frailty. Eunuch, I am Chiao, the young master of the Xie family. You are Chiao? Linen looked at him in surprise. What has become of you? You look so disheveled. Eunuch, do you wish to hear the truth?
Speak.
Chiao replied calmly. Only in this way can I appear less appealing and evade disaster. Linen regarded him with a complex expression. Young Master Xie, the emperor has decreed that the crown princess has passed due to illness. You should understand my meaning. Even though Chiao suffered greatly, Linen had to align himself with the emperor's stance for the sake of royal reputation. Chiao nodded, acknowledging the order. Linen was satisfied. Self-awareness was indeed a virtue. That night, Linen personally escorted Chiao out, garbed in the attire of a young eunuch. Just before departing the palace, Chiao glanced back at the looming palace gates, grasping Linen's sleeve. Eunuch who saved me. Linen, pondering, replied cryptically, You need only remember the name of the 18th princess. The following morning, as Yunwu awoke, yawning and waiting for her mother to nourish her, she spotted the detestable physician Lin approaching with a black bowl once more. Yunwu's expression darkened. Will this never end? Being an infant is so arduous. Let those who wish to drink the medicine do so. I shall never partake. Yunwu stubbornly kept her lips sealed. Physician Lin, flustered, coaxed her, Little princess, drinking the medicine will hasten your recovery. Even a dog would refuse this. Is there no reason at all? Coughing, Physician Lin nearly broke into laughter. Refusing to drink is simply refusing. 18, dear, listen to your mother. Drink the medicine obediently so that the toxins within you can be expelled quickly. After a few days, when the poison is completely cleared, you need not drink anymore. Lady Lin gently reassured her. Be precise, when can I cease drinking? Lady Lin smiled and inquired of Physician Lin, Physician, when will the toxins be fully expelled? Physician Lin readily responded, at most 3 days. If you do not drink now, all previous doses will be wasted and the desired effect will not be achieved. If the illness recurs, another round of medicine will be necessary. That old man is indeed quite wicked. Physician Lin rubbed his nose, indicating he spoke the truth. Lady Lin coughed lightly. 18, listen. Physician Lin has said so. Just a few more days. Be good. Clouds of resentment enveloped Yunwu as she berated Dr. Lin once more within her heart. At that moment, Rui hastily entered, her face etched with alarm. Your Highness, the eldest princess is gravely ill. It is said that Dr. Wu has already examined her and declared her condition critical. Lin Fei clenched her hand tightly, disbelief flickering in her eyes as she looked up. The eldest princess? Is she truly beyond saving? What of the emperor? Rui nodded gently. confirming that the emperor had already paid a visit, stating that the eldest princess's health was precarious and that Consort An should accompany her in her final days. The doctors, including Wu, were likely to face repercussions. It was rumored they were still kneeling in Jianfu Palace. A peculiar feeling washed over Lin Fei, as though the emperor had orchestrated this situation, deliberately leaving Wu and the others in a state of humiliation. After all, having witnessed Dr. Wu's previous misfortune, she could not help but speculate. But had the eldest princess truly met her end? Do not allow anyone to inquire or stir up trouble there, Lin Fei instructed urgently. Roy nodded in compliance.
Ah?
The malevolent eldest princess is gravely ill? How unfathomable. Let me investigate.
What?
The eldest princess has perished? What is this madness? Am I truly in a parallel world of the Great Yan? Historically, the eldest princess did not die at this time. Well, now that I've savored this gossip, I shall retire for the night. Yunwu slumbered peacefully, unaware of the sense of security she had unwittingly bestowed upon her mother. Meanwhile, Lin Fei found herself in a turmoil of emotions, unable to rest, yet experiencing an unusual sense of safety. Since the arrival of the 18th princess, she felt as though she was being looked after, her fortunes improving, and the palace no longer felt like a precarious place. Unbeknownst to Yunwu, at this very moment in Jianfu Palace, cries of despair echoed. Shing! Oh, you have met a tragic end. Consort An wept sorrowfully. Beside her, Granny Lin occasionally glanced toward the outer hall. Granny, what news? Consort An lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes devoid of tears. Only the remnants of irritation from the ginger sting. Granny Lin spoke softly. Your Highness, the eunuch outside has departed, leaving only his apprentice behind. Liu, you too? Wail louder. Consort An commanded coldly. The two maidservants promptly began to lament, echoing Consort An's words, causing those outside to believe she had fainted from grief. My lady, why would the emperor impose such an outrageous demand, insisting that you weep for an entire day? Consort An and Granny Lin stood in the corner near the door, peering through the crack to observe the outside, without fear of eavesdropping. A flicker of displeasure crossed Consort An's eyes. It was clear the emperor sought to use this opportunity to undermine her. Yet, we remain powerless, forced to comply with his orders, devoid of alternatives, she lamented. However, if my suspicions are correct, this must be connected to Lin Fei's court. The emperor has recently conferred names upon the 18th princess, bestowed gifts, and accepted delicacies from Lin Fei. Each action signifies a shift in his affections toward them. The palace has grown too tranquil. It is time to bring Lin Fei down a notch, Consort An asserted with a calm demeanor. Granny Lin instantly grasped the implication. She nodded subtly before glancing at the eldest princess in a room, asking, what of the eldest princess? Of course, I must kindly inform the eldest princess's mother. How could she remain oblivious to the cause of her daughter's demise? Consort An chuckled lightly, though her eyes held an icy edge devoid of mirth. Granny Lin nodded and departed to carry out the task. 2 days later, a significant event shook the otherwise tranquil inner palace. While Jingpin was visiting Lin Fei to pay her respects, she suddenly felt unwell. When examined by the physician, it was determined that she bore no illness. Yet, at that moment, Jingpin began to convulse, blood spilling from her mouth.
Oh,
isn't this the same woman who accused the consort of harboring ill intentions?
goodness.
What vendetta could she possibly hold against the consort to resort to poisoning herself to frame her? Lin Fei, startled by Jingpin's collapse, was reassured by her daughter's thoughts. With her daughter present, no one would suspect her. Let the show begin, she mused. But if Jingpin knew that the schemers beneath the grand tree had already been uprooted by me, courtesy of the emperor's orders, would she not be incensed to death? Still grasping at life, Jingpin, enraged, spewed another mouthful of blood. Dr. Lin swiftly approached, prying open her clenched jaw and administering an injection for urgent care. Hurry, fetch the bean juice to induce vomiting. Dr. Lin scolded Jingpin's maid. What is the matter? Dr. Lin is astute, instantly recognizing that Jingpin has been poisoned. How embarrassing for them. The grand performance hasn't even begun yet, and it has already been exposed. I suggest using excrement instead of bean juice. That would be far more effective. Jingpin coughed up more blood. Writhing in pain on the floor, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Jingpin, dear, what seems to be the matter? Lin Fei inquired with feigned concern. She still has the sense to halt her performance. At least she has some semblance of dignity and does not consider us all fools. Jingpin, now terrified, dared not listen further. The voice she heard was that of a child, and the only child in the room was the 18th princess. She finally comprehended why the emperor had undergone such a transformation after visiting Lin Fei's palace. Seeking an excuse to leave, Jingpin found herself halted at the doorway, her expression betraying her alarm.
What is the matter with Jingpin?
Yunwu, curious, glanced over. Lin Fei remained seated, also observing the door. Suddenly, Emperor Yunwu, sword in hand, leveled it at Jingpin's face. What has happened to the emperor? He appears furious. Let me investigate.
Well,
there seems to be nothing noteworthy about the emperor lately. Emperor Yunwu, somewhat bewildered, realized that the 18th princess was unaware of her own thoughts. This consciousness relieved him. signifying that as emperor, he would not be easily deciphered, yet he could utilize the 18th sentiments to rectify court affairs. He did not wish to divert his focus from the 18th. Having learned from past experiences with Yunwu, the emperor was determined not to misguide another child. Your Majesty. Jingpin trembled, stumbling backward, losing her footing and falling to the ground. Speak honestly, Jingpin. What was your intention in coming to Lin Fei's palace and poisoning yourself? Jingpin was taken aback by how swiftly the emperor had uncovered the truth. Yet she understood that concealment was futile, especially since Lin Fei would not shield her. Coupled with Dr. Lin's earlier diagnosis, she confessed, Your Majesty. I was momentarily deranged and did not wish to live, leading to this foolish act. When I saw how tenderly Lin Fei interacted with the 18th princess, it reminded me of my own departed princess, filling my heart with sorrow, causing my spirits to plummet, and I acted rashly. Emperor Zun Ujuko, Jingpin. Do you take me for a fool? Do you believe I am blind to the subtle machinations within the harem? Do you wish to know how the eldest princess met her demise? If you do not confess thoroughly, I shall send you to accompany her. The emperor's fury was palpable. Years of deception had left him embittered. He had already endured enough betrayal from the court officials, only to discover that the harem had also ensnared him in a web of lies. The thought left him seething. The emperor's wrath was a force to reckon with. Jingpin could no longer hold on. Your Majesty, spare my life. It was Pin who compelled me to act in this manner. If I refuse, she will retaliate against me. Life in the imperial harem is truly arduous, she pleaded, desperation evident in her tone. I speak nothing but the truth. If I perish, so be it, but Pin's father is an official in the Ministry of Personnel, and he could easily concoct a reason to jeopardize my family's careers. I am left with no choice but to sacrifice my life to frame Lady Lin. I do not fear death, but I implore your Majesty to spare my family. At that moment, as if driven by a sudden impulse, Jingpin made a reckless attempt to dash into a pillar. Stop her. The emperor thundered, his anger palpable. Does she wish to die? Knowing full well my disdain for sorcery, she chooses to provoke me, seeking a swift end? How convenient for her. The eunuch Linen managed to intercept her, but the impact caused him considerable pain, and he collapsed to the ground with a groan. The imperial guards rushed forward, restraining Jingpin. Your Majesty, she has been subdued. Bring Pin here, commanded the emperor coldly, waving his hand. Yes, replied the guard Li Hong, who was about to withdraw. Wait, isn't that Li Hong, the emperor's personal guard? I recall now, he was aligned with the third prince. After the emperor's passing, he became the chief conspirator in the forgery of imperial edicts. Unfortunately, Li Hong's alliance with the third prince was short-lived, as the Great Chu soon breached Ziyu Pass and advanced towards the capital. Calculating the timeline, the third prince only reigned for a mere half-month, without even an official coronation. Li Hong's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his expression. The emperor clenched his fists. So it was that young rascal who plotted against my throne. I underestimated him. To dare forge an edict. Eunuch Linen shot a meaningful glance at Li Hong. Chapter 9. Interwoven entanglements. Li Hong was no fool. He understood that if the time came as the little princess foretold, he too would meet his end, and the one responsible would be Li Hong himself. You, Li Hong, who treats me with such courtesy, and even offered to introduce a suitor for my sister outside the palace, were simply trying to curry favor with me. The emperor regarded Li Hong's retreating figure, choosing not to call him back. He wished to observe how Li Hong would react upon discovering the truth. Why did Li Hong become associated with the third prince? Yunwu, ever curious, began to search for answers. Good heavens. It turns out Li Hong's sister is the third prince's concubine, and she kept it from the third princess, now 3 months pregnant with twins. No wonder Li Hong, despite his humble origins, managed to rise to the position of the emperor's personal guard at such a young age. The third prince was quite astute, leveraging the emperor's desire to promote commoners while publicly supporting the aristocracy, all the while discreetly aligning himself through marriage connections. Impressive indeed. But why not apply such cunning against external foes instead of indulging in internal strife? The emperor's anger morphed into a sardonic amusement. Well played. The third prince possesses more audacity than I imagined. To engage in such clandestine affairs while manipulating those around him. Excellent. This third prince and the 10th West truly are my fine sons. Before long, Li Hong returned with Pin in tow. Your Majesty, Pin has arrived. Li Hong did not dare to raise his head as the emperor's cold gaze fell upon Pin. Pin, Jingpin claims you instructed her to use sorcery against Lady Lin. What do you have to say for yourself? With a thud, Pin knelt. Your Majesty, I swear this is untrue. She cried out, her voice laden with desperation. The emperor regarded her tears with icy indifference. As time passed without a response, Pin's sobs gradually subsided. However, being a seasoned survivor of palace intrigue, she composed herself and wiped her tears. With her serene yet unassuming countenance, one might mistakenly believe her to be innocent. Your Majesty, you are well aware of my temperament. I would never engage in self-sabotage. Since the birth of the 10th West, I have refrained from meddling in palace affairs, wishing only for a quiet life, without ulterior motives. Why would I plot against Lady Lin? The emperor scrutinized her face, lingering in silence. Jingpin, what do you say? His tone was flat. And Pin, how can you lie so brazenly? When you coerced me into this, you did not speak in such a manner. You claimed you had no choice and promised to safeguard my family. My own demise means little to me,
But I cannot endanger my family.
Jing Pin's voice elongated, resonating like a plaintive song, imbued with a hint of melancholy. And Pin's grip on her handkerchief tightened, and she bit her lip before kneeling again. Your Majesty, Jing Pin seeks to slander me with mere words. Her evidence is insufficient. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, observing the two women. Jing Pin, I grant you one final opportunity, he declared, although his gaze remained fixed on Pin. Jing Pin trembled, her frail form quaking as she lay prostrate on the ground. Your Majesty, I possess evidence in the form of Pin's inner garments and a silver lock. The figurine used in the sorcery was crafted from Pin's clothing.
Oh?
The Emperor ground his teeth. Linen, fetch it for examination. In no time, the evidence produced by Jing Pin was presented. The Emperor toyed with the fabric for a moment, recognizing its origin. And Pin, what do you have to say? Your Majesty, please execute me. And Pin's words left the assembly in shock, taken aback by her rapid admission of guilt. Just moments ago, she had been defending herself. The Emperor's expression remained unchanged, while Lin Fei's emotions were more complex. She thought to herself that even if Pin was retreating to advance, the Emperor would not show leniency, especially after she had muddled the royal bloodline.
Ah.
And Pin has confessed so swiftly? I must see whether she truly committed the act. Yunwu mused, intrigued by the unfolding palace drama. Indeed, it seems the earlier players were merely pawns, and Pin must have struck a deal with Xian Fei. The Emperor's ears perked up as he began to pay attention. He was not overly concerned about the accuracy of the rumors, as he had already dispatched individuals to investigate the matter. The specifics would eventually surface. I am curious about the nature of this transaction.
Ah, poor Pin.
The Emperor's expression darkened at the thought. What sort of perspective does 18 possess to deem Pin, who has been wronged, as pitiable? Clearly, someone has led 18 astray. The fault lies with others. So Pin had initially coerced the physician Wu to bear the Emperor's child to preserve her family's life. That Wu physician is quite the scoundrel. How brazen of him to be involved with Xian Fei. It is outrageous that these two would betray their loyalties. Xian Fei even plotted against Pin after Wu took a liking to her. The audacity of this Wu physician. He has even been with the palace maids and ladies of Xiao Palace. This man is a criminal. How could he dare to exploit the influence of Xian Fei to carry out such despicable acts in the harem? I must ensure my father deals with this matter swiftly. And Pin trembled slightly, a fleeting moment of despair crossing her usually composed face. The Emperor's teeth ground together in frustration. Xian Fei. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Jing Pin's eyes. The emotions of those present varied greatly. Within Pin's confession, the time had come for her to be taken away. The Emperor's voice was neither loud nor soft but resonated enough for all to hear. Eunuch Linen immediately rose to escort Pin out. Before leaving, Pin did not seek anyone's gaze or plead for mercy. She departed in silence. Upon exiting the Lin Fei palace, she glanced at the sky, a bitter smile gracing her lips, yet her mind harbored no further thoughts. After all, she was doomed, was she not? As soon as Pin departed, Jing Pin, eager to ingratiate herself, spoke up. Your Majesty, this humble servant acknowledges her wrongdoing, and I should not have meddled in these matters. I humbly request to be confined within the palace and implore your Majesty to spare my life. Yunwu Di regarded Jing Pin with a glimmer of murderous intent, though it quickly dissipated. You are willing to sacrifice your life for your family, yet now you seek mercy? Do you take me for a mere ornament?
Jing Pin filled
Stammering, Your Majesty, this humble servant, even if she once wished for death, was under duress. With the threat lifted, naturally, the desire to die had vanished. Was your Majesty implying that Pin confessed, and thus, I too should fear no death? Having nearly faced death once, Jing Pin was now even more terrified. Those who have never tasted the bitterness of death cannot comprehend the value of life. Trembling in fear, she cried, Your Majesty, spare me. As Jing Pin was dragged away, her cries gradually faded. Inside the hall, Lin Fei felt somewhat uneasy. She had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. The revelations were overwhelming, stirring her emotions to a tempest. Lin Fei, should they trouble you again, simply have someone inform me, Yunwu Di instructed. Lin Fei, trembling in trepidation, replied, This humble servant is grateful for your Majesty's kindness, but it would be too much of a disturbance. Yunwu Di glanced knowingly at Yunwu, saying with profound implication, The 18th princess is here. I feel quite a connection with her. How could that be considered a disturbance? Lin Fei understood the unspoken message, realizing that the Emperor wished to keep their ability to hear the princess's thoughts a secret. This humble servant will take good care of the 18th, she assured. I have already instructed the imperial kitchen. Whatever the 18th desires, she may take freely. Lin Fei hesitated, realizing the Emperor intended for the two of them to attract the attention of the harem. It would allow them to observe who was acting and who had committed untrustworthy deeds. Even Lin Fei had not fathomed that Xian Fei and Dr. Wu shared a genuine childhood bond, a connection that could have remained hidden in the annals of history, had it not been for the princess's sudden revelation. It was no wonder the emperor wished to leverage his daughter's insights to discern the true nature of the harem's inhabitants. Thank you, your majesty, Lin Fei said, complying. Satisfied, Yunwu Di nodded and, before leaving, lifted Yunwu in his arms, gently tapping her forehead. Little one, may you live a long life. Remember to take your medicine and care for your health. When you are a bit older, I shall take you outside the palace to play. Really? She exclaimed, her voice filled with hope. But I have barely a year left to live. If something were to happen to you as your daughter, I surely could not survive. Please, father, take me out to see the world. I have never seen life beyond the palace walls. Yunwu Di's previously pleasant demeanor shifted to urgency upon hearing her words. He tapped her head gently and shot a glance at Granny Yun, signaling her to protect Yunwu diligently. Speaking of which, Father's health is in question. He shouldn't be so easily affected by a mere cold. Could it be that he has been unwell for some time? Alas, but I cannot alert my father, she lamented. Yunwu Di cast a compassionate gaze at her, recognizing that the 18th had already sounded the alarm. After leaving Lin Fei's quarters, Yunwu Di returned to the Qingjing Hall and promptly summoned Gong Lin and Linen, fetch Dr. Lin at once.
Yes, soon.
Dr. Lin hurried into the Qingjing Hall, carrying his medicine box. The emperor reclined on a soft couch. Dr. Lin knelt in greeting. Enough of the formalities, come, examine my health. Linen, impatient with the adherence to decorum, urged him to proceed. Dr. Lin rubbed his nose, weighing the situation carefully. Knowing his life depended on the emperor's well-being. Hadn't the little princess warned him? If the emperor were to fall ill, his own life would be in jeopardy. Furthermore, given the connection between Dr. Wu and Xian Fei, he understood the stakes were high. With utmost seriousness, Dr. Lin took the emperor's pulse. After a lengthy moment, his brow furrowed, and he requested the emperor to switch hands. Yunwu Di felt a surge of anxiety. It is said that one fears a Chinese doctor's frown more than a Western doctor's scalpel. Speak plainly.
Yunwu Di urged.
Growing increasingly agitated by Dr. Lin's hesitance. Your Majesty, aside from some signs of heat in your body, there are no significant issues. Then why the lengthy examination? Yunwu Di rolled his eyes. Given the chaos in his harem, who dared to address the issue of heat? As he thought of the women he had been with, he felt utterly disillusioned. This rogue must perish. Forgive me, I merely wish to be thorough, Dr. Lin stammered, embarrassed. I would rather err on the side of caution than allow your Majesty to come to harm. From now on, I shall have you check my pulse daily. Yunwu Di declared. Dr. Lin gritted his teeth, determined. He was not about to let any vile conspirators slip through the cracks. Your Majesty, I vow to visit daily to ensure your safety. Yunwu Di was displeased. Dr. Lin and Gong Lin knelt beside him, clasping the emperor's legs in desperation. Your Majesty, my grandson is only 3 years old. You must live to see him reach 30. Dr. Lin cried. Yunwu Di felt a headache coming on. Gong Lin echoed. Your Majesty, I only wish to enjoy a good life alongside you. I am unaccustomed to hardship. The emperor's lips twitched. You two are quite shameless. What can we do, Your Majesty? Your well-being is paramount. Without you, our lives would be bleak, they chorused. Could you not choose another ruler? The two men shook their heads vigorously. No. All the other princes are useless. Exactly. They nodded in unison. Only Your Majesty is our savior. Speak more if you wish, Yunwu Di said, feeling quite pleased by the flattery. Dr. Lin, Gong Lin, and you may take your leave. I have tasks for you both. Linen, go to Jingpin and arrange for someone to keep watch. I refuse to believe the people in the harem can resist engaging with her. Yes, Linen replied soberly. Dr. Lin, prepare an abortifacient. Dr. Lin nodded and withdrew. After their departure, Yunwu Di pointed to Xian Fei's name, ultimately deciding to convene an audience at dawn. When Li Hong entered the hall, his mind was clouded. He noticed a bright yellow skirt and could not help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down his brow.
Yunwu Di approached him.
Li Hong fell to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, he rasped, his voice barely above a whisper, his nervousness palpable. Yunwu Di regarded him with an enigmatic smile, asking, have you heard the little princess's thoughts? The cloud martial emperor, with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, uttered a phrase. Li Hong prostrated himself, pleading for mercy from the emperor. Spare me, Your Majesty. You possess quite the audacity, daring to entertain such thoughts while I am still alive. Do you presume that I am destined to die soon? This year. I am still in my prime, yet these detestable ministers and princes yearn for my demise. I shall see who meets their end first. The cloud martial emperor narrowed his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. Your subordinate shall not dare again. I implore Your Majesty for mercy. Li Hong begged. I have recently heard that twins are inauspicious, and I have procured a miscarriage medicine from the Imperial Medical Office. The emperor looked down upon him. I grant you a chance at life. It is for you to choose. Li Hong's complexion changed. He took the pill, and under the knowing gaze of Eunuch Linen, exited the grand hall, only to find his body growing weak and immobile. Eunuch Li Hong's laughter was more mournful than joyful. Li Guardian, you have a promising future ahead, yet you insist on courting your own demise. I find it quite perplexing. Eunuch Linen patted his shoulder, expressing a hope to see him again. A chill coursed through Li Hong. He understood that eunuch Linen was issuing a warning. He was uncertain of when the emperor would strike, when the sword hanging over him would finally fall. Eunuch, I beseech you for guidance, Li Hong spoke stiffly, for he was not lacking in intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have risen to his current position at such a young age. If he were foolish, he would have long been ensnared and cast down. Eunuch Linen smiled. What do you believe would enable the emperor to spare you? Loyalty, sincerity, worth. As the saying goes, one often fails to appreciate the value of life until the final moments when one realizes that existence itself is of utmost importance. Without life, what use is power? Moreover, to ascend to high office, one must engage in self-reflection to ascertain whether one possesses the requisite capability. Within the harem, there are many proud consorts, each believing they are destined for the highest position, yet the reality is stark. The bones of the fallen lie buried in countless graves. Those devoid of self-awareness are invariably the first to perish. I have been rather verbose. Li Guardian, you ought to exit the palace. Eunuch Linen chuckled, waving his hand casually to have a young eunuch escort him out. Li Hong trudged out, his heart still mulling over his thoughts. What do I truly desire? From my humble village to becoming the emperor's personal guard. With wealth and power at my disposal, why do I still chase after this elusive authority? Because of greed. Because I am swept along by the court's machinations, compelled to forge ahead. Why must he continue to dwell in this precarious position? He saw only a path leading to death. What, then, was the path to life? Yes, it was loyalty, the only value he had left to offer the emperor. Resolutely, Li Hong made his decision. After leaving the palace, he visited the residence of the third prince. Upon seeing Li Hong's disheveled appearance, the third prince Yunzhen's heart skipped a beat. Li Guardian, what brings you here? Your Highness, I have failed you. Startled, Yunzhen stood abruptly. What do you mean? Today, I was instructed by the emperor to escort Consort An for questioning, yet she is the very instigator behind the slander against Consort Lin. Afterward, the emperor summoned me to the Hall of Diligence. How could you be so careless? Yunzhen fumed, nearly cursing Li Hong. Li Hong bowed his head in silence. After pacing in agitation, Yunzhen reassured him, do not worry. As long as you are not implicated in the sorcery case, my father will only express his ire. Once he calms down, I shall intercede on your behalf.
Yes.
After departing the third prince's residence that evening, he met his sister in a secluded courtyard. Xiao Qing, would you like to travel far away? Li Hong softly inquired, presenting her with a red date cake he had crafted himself. I wonder how it compares to what her parents made. Xiao Qing giggled. Brother, you found time to make red date cake? I thought you were too busy with your duties in the palace to even eat. Not quite. It's not as hectic as it seems. Li Hong touched his nose, apologetically saying, it's all because of our elder brother's absence in keeping you company. Brother, there is no need to say such things. I know that without you, I would surely be starving. You have fulfilled your promise to our parents to take care of me. Xiao Qing's voice was gentle, in stark contrast to her name, which suggested fragility. She was, in fact, a kind and virtuous young woman. Brother, I am sorry for you. Li Hong gazed at his sister, unable to restrain his tears. Brother, what troubles you? Xiao Qing anxiously offered her handkerchief, concern etched on her face. Li Hong's voice trembled, his eyes reddening. Xiao Qing, if I wished for you to part ways with the third prince, would you be willing? Brother, you must have encountered trouble. Xiao Qing's expression turned grave. Grasping his hand, she implored, Brother, I care not for others. My only concern is you. Please do not undertake any perilous endeavors on my behalf. If anything were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself. Sister, please eat this red date cake. Observing the anguish in her eyes, which concealed a deep pain, Xiao Qing smiled gently. Brother, I will eat it, do not worry, she said, taking a piece and feeding it to herself without hesitation. As Li Hong watched her resolute actions, he abruptly struck the cake from her hand, only to regret it immediately afterward. Xiao Qing perceived the turmoil in her brother's gaze. Without asking questions, she maintained her warm smile, picking up the red date cake once more and continuing to eat. Tears streamed down Li Hong's face as he witnessed her consuming it. Before long, Xiao Qing felt a pain in her abdomen, as if she comprehended the implications. She tenderly caressed her belly, but resolutely made her decision. Chapter 12. Making a choice, she looked at Li Hong and asked with a smile, Brother, does this mean we cannot have children? I am sorry, sister. It is I who has wronged you. I should never have allowed this to happen, Li Hong cried, tears flowing freely. Yet Xiao Qing shook her head gently. Brother, do not blame yourself. I have long regretted having this child, for my existence would only bring them lowly status from birth. Thus, everything I am doing now is of my own volition. You need not feel guilty. As Xiao Qing approached the door, her foot struck the doorframe, causing her to stumble and fall. Sister, Li Hong's eyes widened in horror, realizing she was concealing her own pain. Falling would prevent her from incurring the prince's wrath more than consuming the medicine would. Help! Someone! Madam! Quick, summon the doctor. Xiao Qing lay on the ground, blood seeping from her skirt. In the blink of an eye, her complexion turned pale. Li Hong helplessly watched her weaken. He lifted her onto the bed, but she grasped his clothing tightly. Brother, tell me the reason. Even at this moment, Xiao Qing worried for Li Hong.
Li Hong, Va incontrolable.
Gazed into her unwavering eyes and quietly whispered the truth into her ear. Upon hearing, before the doctor arrived, Xiaoqing held onto his sleeve, her voice weak yet resolute. Brother, you are the last hope of the Li family. You must survive, no matter what. Trust in the emperor, obey him. In her final words, her voice grew faint, and only Li Hong could decipher her lips' movements. Li Hong nodded. I promise you, sister. Do not worry. It is all my fault. I failed to protect you. Master Li, come out quickly. The doctor is here. A maid entered, pulling Li Hong from the room. Xiaoqing endeavored to maintain her composure, ensuring her brother could leave without worry. Once the door closed behind them, Qingjiao could no longer suppress the anguished groans escaping her lips. The night in Xia was exceptionally dark and hollow. In the latter half of the night, Yunjun rushed over, only to receive a single apologetic statement from the doctor. The child is gone? Yunjun asked, somewhat dazed. Li Hong hastily pulled the doctor aside, inquiring about his sister. What about my sister? The doctor replied, Madam has lost too much blood. I cannot guarantee her survival. However, she must be well cared for afterward, or else. The two men discerned the doctor's unfinished words. In a fit of anger, Yunjun struck Li Hong in the face. Li Hong did not resist, allowing the blow to land, his expression filled with sorrow. It was futile to lament what had already transpired. For now, Qingjiao needed to focus on her recovery. I will arrange for someone to bring medicinal herbs, the prince assured. Your Majesty, news has arrived from Li Hong's side, reported the eunuch Lin, and early in the morning. He has harmed that child and declared his unwavering loyalty to you. Should he waver, let him face the consequences. Emperor Yunwu raised an eyebrow at the news, contemplating that if he did not wish to make a significant move, there was no need to keep such a person around. After Lin and conveyed the earlier findings, which aligned closely with Yunwu's previous reports, the emperor paused. His emotions complex. On one hand, he felt joy at the arrival of the auspicious 18th princess, yet on the other, he was frustrated with the self-serving motives of those around him. Emperor Yunwu entered the morning court with a stern expression. The ministers, aware of the recent witchcraft incident in the palace, treaded carefully, avoiding any direct glance at the emperor. Lin announced, if there are matters to discuss, please present them. If not, the court will adjourn. At the front, the Minister of Revenue, Xiao, stepped forward. Your Majesty, we have received news from Baoning Prefecture. Since the beginning of spring, there has been no rain, and after a year of drought, the ground is frozen. Now that it is Xia, we cannot even sow seeds. And I fear a second year of widespread famine is imminent. We must prepare for the possibility of a disaster in Baoning Prefecture. Minister Gua, your words seem overly alarmist. Since recent years, every province has claimed a decline in grain output. The weather has grown colder, and even in the capital, it is merely a bit chilly. Interrupted Wang Jiawen, the Deputy Minister of Personnel, with righteous indignation. Gua Xiaoyu frowned. Baoning Prefecture is different. It has always had less rainfall than the southern regions, and its soil is not fertile. They can only cultivate once a year, unlike the southern regions where rice can be harvested twice. Are you suggesting we use grain from the southern regions to rescue Baoning? Wang Jiawen pressed.
I did not say that.
Gua Xiaoyu retorted. What then? Shouldn't the situation in Baoning be the responsibility of its governor? He should have resolved these issues last year. The fact that they persist into this year is a sign of his negligence, Wang Jiawen asserted. At that moment, the inspector He Sui stood up. Your Majesty, I have something to report. What is it? Emperor Yunwu inquired, turning his gaze toward him. Gua Xiaoyu was taken aback. You're speaking nonsense. Minister Gua, could it be that you have ties with Songqing? The evidence is irrefutable, yet you attempt to defend him. He Sui replied coldly, pressing closer. Impudent. Gua Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger. You slander me. I conduct myself with integrity, and merely because I counter your claim, you throw accusations at me. I suspect you have ulterior motives. Then tell me, is it true that Songqing indulges in revelry? Is it true that he married a wealthy young lady as a concubine? Is it true that he hosted a banquet for wealthy merchants at his wedding? He Sui's relentless questioning forced Gua Xiaoyu to retreat, his expression grim. If it were only one matter, it might be dismissed. But how could three such issues arise simultaneously? Gua Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. Other officials also began to stand, joining in the impeachment of Songqing. Your Majesty, this matter requires further investigation, Gua Xiaoyu interjected, his frown betraying his dissatisfaction with the court's behavior. Your Majesty, I possess evidence. This is no mere fabrication. I act solely for the prosperity of the Great Yan Dynasty. He Sui proclaimed, his face a mask of righteousness. Emperor Yunwu turned to the other officials, his gaze resting on the chief minister, Xiao Guiqing. What say you, Minister Xiao? Xiao Guiqing, slightly bowing his head, revealed the wrinkles on his forehead. As an old minister, I am neither from the Dali Temple nor a member of the Ministry of Justice, nor do I oversee the affairs of the censorate. I am unfamiliar with this case. Xiao Guiqing's statement distanced him from the matter entirely. Seeing that even the old minister was avoiding involvement, Gua Xiaoyu grew anxious. A fleeting smile passed between He Sui and Wang Jiawen. Well played, Emperor Yunwu remarked, half-jokingly. Yet upon closer inspection, no mirth resided in his eyes. His gaze shifted to the second minister, Chao Guesher, who was also the father of the favored consort An. Her audacity in the harem stemmed from her family's power. While Emperor Yunwu had previously been tolerant, Consort Xian's brazen actions, coupled with the pressure Wang Jiawen and He Sui had placed on Guxiaoyu, left him thoroughly displeased. He did not care whether the evidence against Song Qing was legitimate. Even if it were, it warranted an investigation before any sentencing. The purpose of the judicial institution was to ascertain truth. Minister Chiao, what is your opinion? Emperor Yunwu inquired, narrowing his eyes. Chiao Guisher, younger and more rotund, stepped forward confidently. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Guo's concerns hold some merit. Since Song Qing is suspected of wrongdoing, it would be prudent to suspend him from duty for an inquiry. If he is innocent, he may be reinstated. If found guilty, we can eliminate a parasite, which would be a most beneficial outcome. As for Bowning, we can dispatch another official to address the situation there. Minister Chiao has indeed considered this well. Emperor Yunwu responded with a faint smile. Let us defer this matter for now. Your Majesty. Chiao Guisher was taken aback by the sudden change in the emperor's demeanor. I am unwell. Thus, I shall conclude the morning court here, Emperor Yunwu declared, rising to depart. He appeared anything but unwell. The officials were left in stunned silence. Once the emperor exited, they instinctively approached Chiao Guisher and other cabinet ministers to seek clarification. Notably, the formerly well-regarded Liu Jiaxiu, the left deputy minister of personnel and father of Consort An, found himself distanced by most officials. Everyone was acutely aware of Consort An's involvement in the witchcraft incident, for which she had already been condemned. As Liu Jiaxiu was her father, he was bound to face repercussions, prompting others to distance themselves from him in fear of association. In the Qingjin Hall, Emperor Yunwu sat behind his desk, reviewing memorials. Your Majesty, I have brought the little princess, Linen announced, entering with Yunwu in his arms. Yunwu had just awakened, yawning. Look, it's my handsome father. Father, why did you bring me to Qingjin Hall? Is it because I'm young and you don't mind? Or perhaps I am exceptionally beautiful? Yunwu pondered the affection bestowed upon him by the emperor, filled with innocent curiosity. Emperor Yunwu cleared his throat, suppressing a chuckle. This is indeed my beloved little 18, who has been born with such beauty, resembling her mother most in her nose. Very well, it is my turn to bask in the favor bestowed by my royal grandmother, although my time in her grace may be less than 6 months. I am nonetheless grateful to her, whom I have never met. The mood of Emperor Yunwu is complex. Eunuch Linen suppresses a smile, evidently aware that the emperor's Oedipus complex has deeply affected the heart of the little princess. Linen, please fetch milk for little 18 and feed her behind the screen. Also, have the kitchen prepare some suitable food for her.
Yes.
Eunuch Linen departs to make arrangements. Little 18 is pampered comfortably. Ah, the wretched life of the affluent. It is truly delightful to be served and indulge without the burden of work. Even if it lasts only 6 months, it is worth it. Work? Will little 18 have to work in the future? How could she possibly understand the history concerning me so well? Before Emperor Yunwu can ponder further, Eunuch Linen approaches to report that Prime Minister Xiao Guiqing has arrived. Let Minister Xiao in, the emperor gestures. Xiao Guiqing enters the grand hall and bows to Emperor Yunwu. I have seen the emperor. If your majesty seeks to discuss the matter concerning the governor of Bowning, Song Qing, there is no need. I truly have no good counsel to offer on the matter. The emperor's irritation flares upon hearing his words. Minister Xiao, you are the prime minister. This old minister has wished to resign, but your majesty would not allow it. The emperor grinds his teeth, perplexed as to why you feel such discontent that you would wish to resign. I know. Little Yunwu, who had just gleaned information from a search system, exclaims excitedly. Xiao Guiqing, who is that? The emperor is genuinely curious. Isn't Xiao Guiqing the renowned and upright prime minister in the history of Dian? Ultimately, after his death, his family was so impoverished that they could not afford even a simple coffin. A true idealist, devoted to the people. What a pity that all his ambitions came to naught. Xiao Guiqing feels a pang of despair. The emperor glances at him, with sympathy. Indeed, the plight of rulers and subjects is quite similar. This time, the resignation of Prime Minister Xiao is not recorded in history, however. This princess possesses a golden finger, and the search system will reveal your secrets. Prime Minister Xiao is truly a good man, a clean official, who only wished for reform, yet encountered a father who sought to maintain balance, achieving nothing during his decade-long tenure, leaving him disheartened. Recently, however, a significant event has transpired that has deeply affected him. Prime Minister Xiao has a prodigal son who squandered the family fortune and is notorious in the capital for his debauchery. The emperor furrows his brow. Xiao Guiqing's face pales. Wait, is that a child's voice? Is there a ghost? Xiao Guiqing's complexion fluctuates between shades of blue and white. Can the emperor hear this? Xiao Guiqing instinctively looks up at Emperor Yunwu, who remains notably composed. However, the emperor's spirit lifts, thinking that something truly remarkable is about to happen. Xiao Guiqing, unaware of the reason, feels his heart racing. Chapter 14, The Handsome Men of Dian. Young Master Xiao is truly wronged. That girl is almost like his sister. In their exchanges, the second young master of the Chiao family observed them and secretly arranged for someone to follow young Master Xiao. Upon discovering their situation, this second young master of the Chiao family acted ruthlessly, first paying to sell the girl, then staging a scene with a couple to beat young Master Xiao, inadvertently crippling him. When this incident unfolded, the second young master of Chiao was bewildered, reacting in a manner typical of all scoundrels. What reaction? The emperor is intensely curious. That scoundrel fled. He left his mess for his father and ran away. Isn't that akin to hit and run? The search system indicated that had the second young master of Chiao taken young master Xiao to the doctor immediately, he would not have been crippled. What a disaster. He escaped comfortably, ruining another's life in the process. And this fellow actually managed to escape, living comfortably on his estate while panicking for a night. What a reckless son. One wonders which old fool fathered him. Let me see, Yunwu mutters, cursing while feeling a sense of regret. It is Chiao Guisher. Now I understand. What do you understand? The emperor waits for Yunwu to elaborate, but is met with silence. Xiao Guiqing, however, is unperturbed. Linen, where is little 18? The emperor could not restrain himself from asking. Linen's voice comes from behind the screen. Your Majesty, the little princess has fallen asleep. He speaks with a mix of exasperation and amusement, but understanding the young princess's tender age, he raises his hand and says, then please take good care of little 18.
Yes.
As Yunwu drifts into a comfortable slumber, the atmosphere in the Qingjin hall shifts. The emperor, Xiao Guiqing, instinctively opens his mouth. Emperor Yunwu squints. Minister Xiao must have heard that, right? Just now, was it truly the newly born princess speaking? Indeed, the words of that little princess are undeniably real. Xiao Guiqing clenches his fists, suppressing his sorrow as he inquires. It is indeed true, the emperor affirms, his authoritative gaze fixed upon him. Do you know of the sorcery incident in the palace? Indeed, it was revealed by the little princess. I personally investigated and found no errors. Of course, you may choose to believe it or not, as I was previously unaware of your family's affairs. Xiao Guiqing naturally believes it. He had managed the matter himself, keeping it hidden from all in the political realm. He had thought he handled it well, only to discover that Chiao Guisher was aiding in the cover-up. No wonder in recent days, Chiao Guisher had spoken to him in such vague terms. It turned out to be a matter concerning his own son. Xiao Guiqing laments his past decisions. Your Majesty, this old minister acknowledges his mistakes. He kneels on the ground, pleading for the emperor to take matters into his hands.
Oh.
Xiao, you do not know. My heart is also burdened, the emperor replies. Xiao Guiqing is perplexed, feeling he is the one suffering more. With only one son, he faces a future, without heirs. You do not believe, do you? Emperor Yunwu gazes at him sorrowfully. Do you know what fate awaits me according to the little princess's words? This old minister does not dare to speculate. Xiao Guiqing, however, strains his ears to listen. Emperor Yunwu speaks in a haunting tone. The little princess foretold that I would perish 6 months hence. Xiao Guiqing is left in shock. And then, the eldest princess shall desecrate my remains. Xiao Guiqing is filled with rage. Finally, I will become a tyrant of a fallen nation. Xiao Guiqing is utterly bewildered. A fallen nation? Which nation is to fall? Your Majesty. Xiao Guiqing stammers, unable to articulate his disbelief. This is impossible, impossible. His dedication to the people renders this news harder to bear than the truth of his son's injury. Young Master Xiao, I truly thank you. I too wish for the impossible. However, all that the little princess has uttered has come to pass. Your Majesty, we cannot allow the nation to fall. If it does, this old minister would be unworthy of my ancestors and the people of the realm. Xiao Guiqing collapses onto the ground in tears. An elderly man weeping in a pitiful manner. Emperor Yunwu feels a profound sorrow. The title of a fallen monarch is a burden few can bear. The emperor's calm demeanor in this moment reveals his confidence and strength as a sovereign. Thus, he speaks resolutely, Old Xiao, since the situation is so dire, let us, as ruler and minister, make a commotion. Perhaps we can revive Dian, for as long as I live. It will not be easy for the Chu kingdom to breach our gates. Indeed, indeed. Xiao Guiqing seizes this lifeline and rises. Your Majesty, you must not come to harm. Therefore, I require assistance, the emperor laments. You thought your son was unfortunate. Do you believe I am not a victim as well? In the imperial harem, Consort An engaged in an illicit affair with physician Wu, treating the palace as her private garden and indulging in sorcery without restraint. How could I possibly tolerate that scoundrel Chiao Guisher any longer? Xiao Guiqing felt a surge of spirit. Your Majesty, are you truly willing to reform the court? Seeing the hopeful gaze of Xiao Guiqing, Emperor Yunwu felt a twinge of guilt. Old Xiao, it is not that I do not wish to implement your reforms, but the instability of the court makes it a precarious endeavor, and the essence may be lost in the process. However, now we must take a gamble. We cannot simply watch our nation perish. Xiao Guiqing's excitement was palpable. We must proceed cautiously, Your Majesty. I understand. He nodded solemnly. Old Xiao, I entrust you with a task. Help me uncover Chiao Guisher's weaknesses. Understood. Previously despondent, Xiao Guiqing felt invigorated now that he recognized the emperor shared his sentiments, albeit with considerable reservations. As for your son, I will arrange for a physician to assist. It may not be as hopeless as it seems. Xiao Guiqing's smile faded, replaced by sorrow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Regarding the situation in Bounding Prefecture, it is indeed perilous. I believe we must thwart their plans. As for that Song Qing, Xiao Guiqing furrowed his brow, admitting he had only heard the name without much knowledge. Song Qing? That name sounds familiar. Is he not one of the handsome figures in history often mocked for trading his looks to aid the common folk? Both fell silent. Emperor Yunwu straightened his posture. He has arrived. Xiao Guiqing's eyes widened. Is the little princess truly that formidable? Even Song Qing, far away in Baoning Prefecture, is aware of her.
Yet.
It was undeniable that Song Qing was indeed a handsome man. Had he been born in modern times, he would certainly thrive solely on his looks. Chapter 15. The Drauda, what a tragic fate, to think of sacrificing one's beauty for silver. Yet the latter days of the Great Yan are fraught with chaos. And those in the court sought to bring him down. No, it is not merely a matter of bringing him down. They covet the wealth he possesses. Regrettably, Song Qing exchanged much silver only to fall into the hands of corrupt officials, while he perished alongside the people of Baoning Prefecture, and even the Su family was confiscated. I shall uncover who is so brazen as to extinguish so many innocent lives. The mist swirled as one searched for gossip, brimming with indignation.
No.
The handsome must be saved. Emperor Yunwu felt a flush of embarrassment. How could one judge solely based on appearances? He too seemed to have been evaluated by the same criteria. Oh, then there is no issue. Xiao Guiqing anxiously awaited the little princess's next words, refraining from interjecting for fear of startling her. I have located the culprits. The one who attacked Song Qing is named Mo Russian, the leader of bandits in the highly mountain of Baoning Prefecture. Bandits? Are there bandits in Baoning Prefecture? Yet Mo Russian is no ordinary bandit. The brows of both emperor and minister furrowed deeply as they exchanged knowing glances, realizing the scant information they possessed. They listened intently as the mist murmured. Mo Russian was initially an inconspicuous figure, but after becoming a deserter, he took refuge in the mountains and was discovered by the third prince's men, training soldiers in Highly Mountain. Now, there are over 1,000 bandits in Highly Mountain. Most importantly, they have uncovered iron ore in the mountains and are hastily forging weapons. The Su family's confiscated millions in silver became the capital needed for the third prince's ascension. The third prince. Emperor Yunwu gritted his teeth. However, the third prince's rise was not due to Mo Russian's preparations. After all, the incident with the late emperor was too sudden. And the third prince's men were far from Baoning Prefecture, unable to arrive in time. Moreover, at that time, Baoning Prefecture was beset by famine and chaos, and the third prince's men were preoccupied with their own survival. Emperor Yunwu frowned, uncertain of what to say next. Yet, Xiao Guiqing's attention turned to the drought in Baoning Prefecture. The third prince's ascendance relied on the incompetence of his rivals. Chiao Guishi is related to the second prince and naturally supports him, yet the second prince placed his trust in the Buddhist monk Yunrun. This Yunrun is a peculiar figure, solely focused on repairing the Buddha statues, and through his persuasive speech, he managed to extract substantial sums from the second prince for the restoration of golden statues. Is it not faith that the Buddha desires? What use is a golden statue to the Buddha, who does not require gold from the West? Xiao Guiqing's lips twitched. Emperor Yunwu felt a headache coming on. How could a son be so unreliable? It is a wonder he is not overjoyed. Consequently, the second prince's funds were squandered on those statues, and even with Chiao Guishi's assistance, he could not produce silver in time, resorting to writing IOUs to the city guards. Unexpectedly, those guards, feeling guilty, suspected that once the second prince ascended, he would seek to eliminate them for the sake of his royal dignity. Such suspicion led to the third prince's attempts to sway them, only for them to turn against him. During the coup, the second prince was furious, truly enraged to the point of death. Emperor Yunwu chuckled darkly. He deserved it. Lacking both cunning and composure, he would perish. Who else could? If only the third prince knew how to win hearts. At least he offers genuine silver, which encourages loyalty. Regrettably, the third prince is too narrow-minded, focusing solely on internal matters and neglecting external threats. I believe he would excel as a diplomat, charming foreign nations to align with our Great Yan. As for the second prince, he is suited for divination, as he is wholly absorbed in such pursuits. Listening to the mist's critiques, Emperor Yunwu's mood darkened. Xiao Guiqing sighed. Your Majesty, regarding the situation in Baoning Prefecture, I believe further investigation is warranted. Changing the governor now would not be beneficial. We must prioritize resolving the food crisis. The grain situation in Baoning Prefecture appears dire. Now that Song Qing has been impeached by the officials, let us provide him with an opportunity for redemption. Did he not marry a wealthy maiden as a concubine? Let her procure grain to alleviate the drought in Baoning Prefecture. If he succeeds, we shall overlook his previous transgressions. Emperor Yunwu nodded thoughtfully. You speak wisely, Minister Xiao. The drought in Baoning Prefecture? Is it not due to the onset of the Little Ice Age, resulting in harsh weather? In arid regions, one might cultivate potatoes and beets. Both are high-yield coarse grains, and beets can be processed for sugar. Corn? Potatoes? What are those? Emperor Yunwu and Xiao Guiqing's breaths quickened. I recall having purchased quite a bit. Once the potatoes sprout, they can be cut and planted, though I remember they are typically sown in winter and harvested in spring. Emperor Yunwu struggled to contain his excitement, his expression grave. Baoning Prefecture has already suffered for 2 years. Should disaster strike again this year, it may lead to riots. I wonder if there are drought-resistant grains. Each year, countless children and elders perish from starvation in Baoning Prefecture. Last year's population of over 100,000 may dwindle to merely 70 or 80,000 this year.
What?
A prefecture with over 100,000 inhabitants? Our small county boasts several 100,000 residents. This is truly tragic. Indeed, the ancient population was sparse. It seems the Great Yan's historical populace was merely in the millions. Emperor Yunwu inhaled sharply. A county with several 100,000 inhabitants? According to Xiao Guiqing's words, the Great Yan's population of millions is considered scant? It is important to note that several centuries ago, during the era of the founding emperor, the Great Yan had merely a few million inhabitants. The progress made since then is indeed remarkable. Take the northern state of Chu, for instance, which boasts a population of just over 10 million. So how did Chu manage to defeat Great Yan? Emperor Yunwu was once again inclined to chastise the princess of Chiang. Cursed be it, he yearned to unearth the bones of his adversary and grind them to dust. I must devise a way to obtain potato and beet seeds, as historically, these crops will not be introduced from the west for several centuries. Chapter 16. The Green Hat. The crux lies in the fact that potatoes are so delightful. Once Great Yan cultivates them, I shall have the pleasure of consuming them as I grow older. What if I am fortunate enough to survive? I cannot possibly exist on millet and sorghum alone. After all, tomatoes, peppers, sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes are all foreign introductions. What grains is Xiao Shiba referring to? Emperor Yunwu thought angrily. Great Yan is not limited to millet and sorghum. There is also wheat. However, Xiao Guiqing's eyes sparkled with increasing fervor. If these grains were to be obtained, the citizens of Great Yan would no longer have to fear hunger. It seemed from the little princess's words that they were quite palatable as well. Nourishing and delicious, a divine gift indeed. Xiao Guiqing cleared his throat, glancing at Emperor Yunwu, signaling fervently while bowing. He could hardly contain his eagerness to implore the emperor to procure these treasures from the little princess. He even contemplated approaching her to curry favor, but hesitated, fearful of startling her and causing her to withdraw. Emperor Yunwu coughed lightly, stating, I shall arrange for the astronomers to calculate when the blessed star mentioned by the late emperor will appear. The late emperor left behind a message. Calamity precedes the arrival of the blessed star. If we can await the star, it will surely alleviate the suffering of my people. A boon for Great Yan, and a treasure sent by the heavens. When the blessed star arrives, I shall personally offer my gratitude to the heavens. Oh, father still believes in the heavens? This weather is merely a natural phenomenon. Even if one were to kneel in supplication, it would yield no results. Xiao Guiqing coughed in urgency. Your Majesty, even if the blessed star is discovered, you must not leave the palace. It suffices to pay homage in the hall of reverence to the heavens and the late emperor. You must not put yourself in danger. Indeed, indeed. Yunwu added, Father, I wish to enjoy a prosperous life alongside you. I have yet to experience the joys of being a grand princess. From birth, I have been a victor in life. You must not encounter any misfortune. Emperor Yunwu, feeling the dependence of Xiao Shiba, wore a tender smile. Truly, she was a warm and affectionate presence. While Xiao Guiqing was on the verge of despair, nearly bursting with anxiety, Emperor Yunwu finally responded leisurely. I will not leave the palace. There is no need for you to fret, Xiao Guiqing. Xiao Guiqing's expression turned somewhat forlorn. Although he understood that the emperor had fabricated the tale of the blessed star to facilitate the little princess in procuring the grain seeds, the days of holding one's breath were indeed arduous. Who would remember that he was merely an old man? Now I can rest easy. By the way, I wonder if the astronomers will uncover my peculiarities while seeking the blessed star? Will they seize me and burn me? How frightening. Not at all. Both Emperor Yunwu and Xiao Guiqing exclaimed in alarm. If my secret remains undiscovered, how splendid it would be to masquerade as the blessed star. Thus, even if I conjure a bounty of grain in public, it would be accepted, right? But how could I be so fortunate as to transform into a blessed star? That is akin to 1 in a billion, or rather 1 in several billion. Alas, I shall ponder further, after all. If I am to live only a short while longer, helping to stave off hunger for the future populace would be a virtuous deed. I cannot allow fear to deter me from doing good. Emperor Yunwu felt a pang of sympathy, sensing the undercurrent of insecurity in Xiao Shiba's voice. Xiao Guiqing cleared his throat. Your Majesty, this old minister shall await your good news. Very well, you may withdraw. Xiao Guiqing turned to exit the hall of diligent governance. Yunwu stifled a yawn as fatigue washed over him, and amidst the drowsiness, he heard a commotion outside the main hall. Your Majesty, the 10th prince is causing a ruckus outside, demanding to see you, announced eunuch Linen. Emperor Yunwu raised his gaze, permitting him to enter. Father, the 10th prince, a boy of merely 10 years, rushed in and prostrated himself on the ground. Father, please spare my mother. She did not act with malice. Emperor Yunwu scrutinized the boy's face for a prolonged moment, ultimately finding no resemblance to himself. Instead, he bore an uncanny likeness to Physician Wu. Emperor Yunwu fixed his gaze upon him, stating, Your mother has committed an offense against the taboo. I cannot possibly forgive her. I am willing to bear the blame on behalf of my mother, the boy replied. Oh? Yunwu chuckled lightly. If I were to decree your demise and erase your name from the family registry, would you then forgive your mother for residing in the cold palace? Would you accept such a fate? The 10th prince hesitated, his forehead pressed against the ground. I would accept it. Since you have expressed your willingness, I shall honor your request. With a mere phrase, Emperor Yunwu determined the fate of both mother and son. Thank you, father. The 10th prince shed tears of gratitude. I permit you to visit Consort An now. I also allow Consort An to meet with Lord Lu. The 10th prince, unaware of the reasons behind this leniency, felt immense relief upon learning that his mother would not face death. He had never aspired to be emperor. Without the title of prince, he felt liberated. Thank you, father. You made a part. After casting a deep glance at him, Emperor Yunwu dismissed the boy. The 10th prince stumbled as he left. Emperor Yunwu, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at a mural on the wall, lost in thought. Father is surprisingly benevolent. I had expected him to order the execution of Consort An. After all, while she is indeed a victim, the fact remains that father has been cuckolded. Father possesses a commendable moral compass. He is far from a tyrant. A true tyrant would have indiscriminately slaughtered all involved, indifferent to who is the victim and who the instigator. Regarding the witchcraft case, it was not Consort An who orchestrated it. It was actually concubine Xian, who sought to tarnish the reputations of all the princes and princesses in the harem to pave the way for the second prince. Living in the harem, one is not free to act. I am so tired. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Yunwu rubbed his eyes, ultimately succumbing to sleep. That night, Emperor Yunwu personally accompanied Lu Jiaxiu to the cold palace where Consort An resided. Physician Wu, prepare a silent potion for Consort An, commanded the emperor. Physician Wu, a man of 30 with an unblemished appearance and a youthful vigor, momentarily displayed surprise in his eyes. Yes, your majesty. With a fleeting glance of regret at the delicate Consort An, he opened his medical box and began to prepare the potion. Lord Lu Jiaxiu trembled as he knelt, bowing deeply. It is the failure of this old minister in raising my son. I implore your majesty to grant Consort An a swift end. I shall voluntarily retire to my hometown. Emperor Yunwu raised an eyebrow. Does Lord Lu mean to say you would forsake your position for Consort An? Lu Jiaxiu nodded vigorously, trembling. I am willing, but what I need is not a vacant position. I require a compliant official. Chapter 17, Deceiving Me. Lu Jiaxiu was taken aback. He had presumed that it was fortunate enough for his family not to be imprisoned. This old minister does not dare. If you wish to rescue Consort An, I offer you this opportunity. Emperor Yunwu lifted his chin, stating, you shall repay this debt with the remainder of your life. You will do as I command, and your family shall remain unharmed. Should I no longer be present, I will leave behind a decree ensuring your family's demise. Lu Jiaxiu collapsed to the ground, hastily bowing until his forehead turned red and swollen. This old minister shall remain eternally loyal to your majesty. I dare not entertain any treasonous thoughts. Emperor Yunwu nodded in satisfaction. Then I shall take it as Lord Lu's agreement. Now, allow me to share a surprise with you. Lu Jiaxiu trembled with anticipation, and Pinyi, initially devoid of vitality, could not help but cast an additional glance at the Emperor of Yunwu. Physician Wu, too, perked up his ears to listen. I have discovered that the 10th prince bears no resemblance to me, the emperor declared. And Pinyi's heart raced, her eyes filled with astonishment. Physician Wu trembled in response. Lu Jiaxiu appeared bewildered. The emperor observed their reactions and continued, I have dispatched the dragon guards to conduct an investigation. Do you, Lord Lu, know what I have uncovered? What? Lu Jiaxiu stuttered. The emperor fixated his gaze on Physician Wu. Do you know what I have found, Physician Wu? Initially, he believed this matter was unrelated to him. Yet at this moment, an involuntary chill coursed through him, causing beads of sweat to roll down his forehead. Within moments, he was soaked through with perspiration. Ah? You do not know? The emperor's voice rose, intentionally provoking him. Physician Wu's mental defenses crumbled. Just then, the emperor swiftly drew a long sword from Linen's hand, the blade emitting a sharp, cold sound. The string of rationality within Physician Wu snapped. Your Majesty, I have come late. A woman's voice resonated from outside the palace. Xianfei hastily entered, adorned in elegant attire even in the dark of night, exuding an air of opulence. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Why have you summoned me at such a late hour? You have labored throughout the day and ought to rest. She spoke with a blend of assertiveness and briskness. Let me handle matters regarding Pinyi. There is no need for your Majesty to be troubled by the affairs of the former and the latter harem. Xianfei maintained her composure, casting a reassuring glance at Physician Wu, who had narrowly escaped disaster. The emperor raised his hand, commanding, bring a chair for Xianfei. Please sit. He continued. I was just recounting a tale to Lord Lu and the others, and you have arrived at a crucial moment. Since you are here, you may listen in. The emperor's tone was nonchalant, the long sword remaining unsheathed, exuding an intimidating aura that silenced Xianfei. Yes, I shall obey, Xianfei replied. After she took her seat, the emperor leaned on his sword and chuckled. It is quite amusing that I have deduced that the 10th prince is not my child. I am curious, and have decided to let you all witness this. How about a blood test for paternity? Xianfei tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Your Majesty, I shall arrange for the necessary items. She retreated while maintaining her position. The emperor nodded in agreement. Xianfei gestured to an elderly maid to proceed. The emperor observed as the maid entered, carrying a bowl of water. The 10th prince was also summoned, appearing somewhat anxious as he instinctively glanced at Inpinyi. She beckoned him closer. After greeting the emperor and the others, the 10th prince quickly approached Inpinyi. "Mother," he called out anxiously. Inpinyi placed a hand over his mouth. "10th, heed your father's orders. Do not question or speak." "Yes," he replied, retreating uneasily. The elderly maid approached him, stating, "10th prince, a single drop of blood will suffice." The 10th prince glanced at Inpinyi, noting her distress, then involuntarily looked at the emperor, only to find his father's gaze icy, filled with barely concealed fury, devoid of the usual concern. Fear gripped the 10th prince, yet he steeled himself and extended his hand, unwilling to further provoke his father's wrath. With a sharp sting, the maid extracted a drop of blood, then turned to present it to the emperor. "Your Majesty," she stammered, glancing nervously at the long sword in his hand, the chilling aura pressing against her cheek as though it could slice through her throat at any moment. Summoning her courage, she met the emperor's gaze, almost faltering and dropping the bowl. "Yes, yes," she managed to reply. The emperor pricked his own finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the bowl. With a soft clink, the two droplets merged. The maid exhaled sharply, her voice trembling. "Your Majesty, my lady. It has merged." Xianfei breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, it seems someone has been speaking ill of you, unaware of the schemes lurking beneath." Her words faltered in her throat as the emperor casually summoned a eunuch, slicing his fingertip to let his blood fall into the bowl. The emperor scoffed. "Xianfei, your servant possesses quite the audacity to deceive me," he taunted, and the next moment, Xianfei shrieked as the maid's head was severed before her, landing at her feet, eyes wide with shock. Before the bowl could hit the ground, Linen rushed forward to catch it. "Xianfei, do you know how I dealt with my enemies when I personally led the charge? I treated them as one would a goat, slicing them piece by piece, and then serving their flesh to their kin." Xianfei witnessed the gruesome scene as the emperor stood bloodied before her, his cold, shadowy eyes like daggers piercing her heart. Even her formidable composure began to crumble as she watched the emperor butcher the maid right before her. The 10th prince trembled in Inpinyi's embrace, tears streaming down his face, yet he dared not make a sound. Lu Jiaxio's lips turned pale, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Physician Wu was on the verge of losing control, fear gripping him more than anyone else. Upon witnessing the emperor's horrific act of feeding the maid's flesh to her, Xianfei could no longer contain herself and screamed. Chapter 18. Fulfillment of your wishes. Silence. The emperor sneered coldly. Linen's young apprentice stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap. The once delicate Xianfei's cheek instantly swelled, her adornments scattering. Shocked, she stared wide-eyed at the emperor, waving her hands. "I won't eat it. I won't eat it." "Then let Physician Wu have it," the emperor chuckled, shifting his target. Physician Wu, terrified, collapsed to the ground, horrified as the gruesome morsel was thrust before him. "If Physician Wu refuses, then let Xianfei have it," the emperor jested. "Your Majesty, I won't eat it. You give it to him. You give it to him." Xianfei's selfish nature was laid bare as she pointed at Physician Wu without hesitation. Physician Wu, abandoned, momentarily bewildered, felt a flicker of resentment when he met Xianfei's threatening gaze. "Ha ha!" The emperor laughed heartily, his sword pointed at both Xianfei and Physician Wu. "Aren't you two childhood friends? Why the lack of affection now? I am merely facilitating your reunion." The emperor's words sent shockwaves through them, their faces paling. Xianfei's eyes widened in fury while Physician Wu, terrified, pleaded, "Your Majesty, I am being coerced. I beg for your mercy." "You fool," Xianfei seethed inwardly. Maintaining a facade of calm, she adjusted her hair, speaking deliberately. "Your Majesty, you unjustly accuse me. Though I knew Physician Wu in childhood, our acquaintance has since been limited to mere pleasantries. I only sought to protect Inpinyi. Even in the absence of Sister An, there remains the merit of Lord Lu. Does there not? Your Majesty, I have erred and you may punish me, but I implore you not to wrong me with baseless accusations." The Consort An is well aware of the gravity of the situation. The act of forging water would merely result in house arrest at worst. "With my father having served in the previous dynasty, Your Majesty would not dare impose severe consequences upon me. However, her affair with Physician Wu is of a different nature. Over the years, she has taken great care to avoid any scandal. There has never been an illegitimate child, nor any witnesses apart from Physician Wu himself. As long as I can keep him steady, everything shall be manageable." The Consort An narrowed her eyes at Physician Wu, who nodded in trepidation, quietly acquiescing. Unbeknownst to them, their furtive glances were observed by An, and left the 10th prince behind her and promptly knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I possess evidence proving the illicit relationship between Physician Wu and Consort An." The consort's head snapped up in shock, and unfazed, continued calmly. Within the hidden door beneath the left wall of Physician Wu's small chamber in the medical office lie the personal garments of Consort An. Every 6th day of the month, she would bury remnants of medicine beneath the osmanthus tree in her courtyard. That medicine was a contraceptive. Your Majesty may send someone to procure the evidence. The glare from Consort An was laden with murderous intent. Upon witnessing the confrontation, Emperor Yunwu felt quite amused. Summon the evidence. At once, guards were dispatched. Consort An realized her escape was futile and could only place her hopes on her father. She cast a disdainful glance at Physician Wu, reflecting on how this man, with his sweet words, had led her astray for so many years. Soon enough, the evidence was presented. Emperor Yunwu scrutinized each item before addressing them. Consort An, Physician Wu, do you have anything to say? If you have no words, then I shall speak. With an unruffled demeanor, Emperor Yunwu leaned back in his chair, stating that he had summoned their fathers. Consort An remained silent, recognizing the futility of pleading for mercy. Physician Wu, I have also summoned your father. He felt a pang of guilt, utterly ignorant of the Emperor's intentions, and found himself unable to utter a single word. What do you think your fathers would be willing to sacrifice to redeem you? I am rather curious, remarked Emperor Yunwu with a chuckle, though onlookers could only assume the Emperor was mad with rage. At the palace gates, Chiao encountered Wu Han. Upon seeing Chiao, Wu Han hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Despite having been schoolmates and fellow townsmen in their youth, the distance between them widened after Chiao entered the cabinet. Wu Han, despite any desire to bask in his glory, had to consider whether the other would permit him to do so. They swiftly entered the palace. Upon realizing they were brought into the inner court, Chiao expression turned grave. When he saw the brightly lit cold palace, his heart sank. Entering, he beheld Consort An with a swollen face, disheveled and distressed, causing his brow to twitch. Chiao approached and immediately knelt, greeting the emperor. Wu Han followed suit. There is no need for you both to rise. After all, it is a matter of poor upbringing. You may remain kneeling, commanded Emperor Yunwu, his voice booming with authority. The pain in Chiao knees began to intensify. Wu Han's complexion shifted slightly as he cast a silent glare at Physician Wu. However, the latter was too preoccupied with thoughts of preserving his own life to concern himself with his father's potential ire. Your Majesty, may I inquire what transgression the consort has committed? Chiao eventually asked after a moment of silence. Oh, it is not a grave sin. Merely a matter of indiscretion with Physician Wu. By sheer coincidence, I happened upon the evidence. How fortuitous, indeed, remarked Emperor Yunwu. Chiao was taken aback, his gaze darting towards Consort An, as if trying to decipher her thoughts. Your Majesty, I bear guilt. Chiao felt despair. Witnessing his own position in the court dwindle while calamity struck first with the second prince, and now with Consort An. Chiao how could you be at fault? Though your upbringing may be lacking, you have served the court faithfully for many years, the emperor lamented. With tears streaming down his face, Chiao expressed his shame, declaring himself unworthy for failing to shield the emperor from such turmoil, allowing the consort to create such a scandal. While you may feel shame, I observe no semblance of remorse from Consort An, otherwise, she would not have engaged in such acts. What does Chiao intend to do? Initially, he had hoped to beg for mercy, believing the emperor would not dare be excessively cruel. Yet, the emperor cleverly retained the upper hand. Should he suggest punishment, he would find himself in a precarious position. Chiao hesitated. Emperor Yunwu, ever patient, inquired further. What? Have you not yet reached a decision? Chiao glanced at Consort An, closed his eyes, and stated, I am willing to accept any punishment decreed by your majesty. Father, save me. Consort An cried out in fear. Her audacity was bolstered entirely by Chiao influence. Chapter 19. Your Majesty, I can save you. My lady, you have committed acts that disgrace the royal family. I cannot save you. Chiao warned her sternly. Consort An wore an expression of disbelief. Emperor Yunwu chuckled lightly, stating, Very well, I shall not accept the humiliation of being cuckolded. Let there be a compensation of 500,000 taels of silver. Chiao expression froze. Your Majesty, my family does not possess such wealth. Then you are unwilling, responded Emperor Yunwu, tapping his fingers in displeasure. Chiao be prepared for the consequences. Your Majesty, I can only muster up to 100,000 taels. That is all I possess. Physician Wu, and you? Emperor Yunwu nodded with satisfaction. I can provide 20,000 taels. Wu Han, in a daze, instinctively followed Chiao lead, performing mental subtraction. Hearing this, Chiao inwardly cursed the fool. He finally understood why the emperor had summoned Wu Han, a minor official. Physician Wu was undoubtedly doomed, and Wu Han's presence was merely to highlight the gravity of his own misstep. If the Wu family could produce 20,000, then whether he offered 10 or 5,000, he would be in the wrong. The former would imply he had more, while the latter would suggest he was blatantly misrepresenting his wealth. Chiao consoled himself that at least outsiders would remain unaware, and his reputation would remain intact. I thank you both for your generosity, said Emperor Yunwu, his expression impassive. Linen, accompany these two out of the palace, and ensure the silver is collected today. Yes, your majesty. Chiao dismissing Consort An's pleas for help, left the scene, feeling as though he had aged a year, hunched over as he turned to depart. Wu Han followed in a daze, scarcely daring to glance at Physician Wu. Come forth. With a command from Emperor Yunwu, the imperial guard entered. He coldly ordered, drag Physician Wu out and execute him, letting Consort An witness the proceedings. Consort An screamed in horror, attempting to plead for mercy, but her mouth was quickly covered, and she was dragged away. Physician Wu nearly wet himself, crying out, Your Majesty, spare me. I can atone for my sins. I can save your life. His desperate plea fell upon a hushed audience. You can save my life? Emperor Yunwu's gaze fixed upon him as he circled around Physician Wu, who knelt in supplication, hoping for mercy. Why would I need your assistance to save my life? Physician Wu swallowed hard, declaring, Your Majesty, I know that Consort An has poisoned you. Dr. Wu was primarily concerned with his own survival, indifferent to the potential consequences that might befall Consort An or the offense it could cause to the officials of the Chiao state, even risking the safety of his own family. However, being inherently selfish, such matters were of little concern to him. The Emperor Yunwu scoffed, finding amusement in Dr. Wu's desperate desire to cling to life, thus sparing him the effort of interrogation. Have you recently felt a persistent palpitation at night? The Emperor inquired, gazing silently at him. Dr. Wu, drenched in beads of sweat, realized he could no longer delay. Your Majesty, I am guilty. It was Consort An who coerced me into administering poison to you. The toxin is called hanfeng powder, colorless and tasteless. Prolonged use will lead to a sudden collapse of health. A mere chill could claim a life. Yet, during its consumption, the body exhibits signs of health, leaving no one the wiser. A chuckle escaped the Emperor's lips. Suddenly, the young Prince Shirshi, in a flurry of concern, exclaimed, Father, how is your health? You are not my son. Why do you concern yourself with my well-being? The Emperor replied flatly. With reddened eyes and swollen lids, Shirshi stammered. I apologize, Your Majesty, as he rubbed his eyes and lowered his head in dismay. This Dr. Wu is your true father, the Emperor taunted, pointing at him. Prince Shirshi, in a fit of anguish, cried out, I have no father. He is not my father. He is a villain, not my father. Then come here and personally strike him down, and I shall believe in your intentions, the Emperor said with malicious delight. Consort An suddenly pulled Prince Shirshi down to his knees. Your Majesty, I plead for a swift end for both myself and Shirshi. It is all my fault. She could not allow her young son to bear the crime of patricide. If anyone were to die, it should be her. The Emperor's voice turned frosty. I said, Shirshi, come here. With bewildered eyes, the young prince approached, trembling. Father, come here. The Emperor bellowed. Terrified, Shirshi rushed forward, the sword thrust into his trembling hands. Dr. Wu recoiled in fear. Your Majesty, spare me. I truly understand my error. I must live to help you find the antidote. Go, the Emperor commanded Shirshi. Weeping uncontrollably, Shirshi struggled to see through his tears as he advanced toward Dr. Wu, who glared at him malevolently. Startled, Shirshi dropped the sword with a clatter, crying, Your Majesty, I cannot do it. Come, Dr. Wu, you shall act against Shirshi. The Emperor seemed intent on witnessing this father-son tragedy unfold. Dr. Wu, visibly shaken, swallowed hard. Prince Shirshi had collapsed to the ground, lost in confusion. Your Majesty, the Emperor's voice lured. Should you perform well, and I am pleased, I may spare your life. Dr. Wu's heart raced, and in an instant, he resolved to raise the sword and strike at Prince Shirshi.
Wuyun.
You dare! Consort An screeched, lunging toward the prince. Frozen in fear, Shirshi stood still. At that critical moment, the Emperor kicked Dr. Wu away with a forceful boot. Dr. Wu fell to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Shirshi, trembling, hid in Consort An's embrace. A tiger does not consume its cubs, Dr. Wu. You have provided me with quite the spectacle. No wonder you dared to deceive me. Guards, drag him away and subject him to torture. For every day the antidote remains undiscovered, he shall endure a day of suffering. The Emperor's cold decree echoed. As Dr. Wu was taken away, he cried for mercy, but no one paid him heed. Silence enveloped the cold palace courtyard, leaving only Lu Jiaxiu, Consort An, and Prince Shirshi. Minister Lu, I still stand by my previous promise, the Emperor stated, and Lu Jiaxiu understood the dual nature of the Emperor's governance. Gratitude welled within him, for he recognized the true culpability lay with himself. Your Majesty, it is my fault. It is the consort's fault. We have wronged you. Lu Jiaxiu wept, overcome with sorrow. From now on, my life belongs to your Majesty. I shall obey your every command. Chapter 20. Dr. Qi, and the dog, you are a clever man, and I hope you remain so. Shirshi, come here, the Emperor beckoned. The young prince hesitated, shrinking back in fear until nudged forward by Consort An. She had long understood the Emperor's unwavering nature, recognizing that defiance had never led to good outcomes. In the Emperor's eyes, rebellion was a challenge to his authority. Stumbling, Prince Shirshi approached. Do you harbor resentment towards me? The Emperor asked, locking eyes with him. Shirshi, trembling, stole a glance and shook his head timidly. Open your eyes and let me see clearly, the Emperor commanded. Normal individuals can hardly withstand the weight of imperial authority, let alone a mere 10-year-old child. Fear consumed Prince Shirshi's gaze. Shirshi, do you wish to retaliate against me, or will you serve my interests? I would never harm my father. Shirshi cried out in desperation. The Emperor regretted not suspecting Shirshi earlier. The boy was obedient and sensible, unlike the treacherous Dr. Wu. Damn it, he thought, feeling irked that the most sensible child was not his own. The wisest and most dutiful children should rightfully be his progeny. Yet, he recalled the charming 18th princess. In an instant, his jealousy dissipated. The emperor mused that had he not learned from the 18th princess that this boy would later bury a body, he might have unjustly blamed Shirshi for Dr. Wu's transgressions. The emperor felt his temper had mellowed considerably. Perhaps the 18th princess was right. In a world filled with misfortunes, it is pointless to harbor anger. Prince Shirshi knelt, bowing his head in sorrow, tears streaming down his face. He had endured much that day, an experience he would undoubtedly never forget. And the emperor called her name, surprising Consort An. I ask you, if not in the palace, would you ever betray me? She hesitated before shaking her head. Never. Very well, I grant you another chance. I hope you do not disappoint me, the emperor said, his gaze laden with significance. That night, Consort An and Prince Shirshi were granted death within the palace. Meanwhile, Lu Huaxiang and Lu Chongsheng, now in disguise, appeared in a dilapidated ox cart outside the capital. The path ahead is yours to choose, Lu Huaxiang said, cradling him. Do not fear, mother will be with you. At least we are alive. Mother, did father truly let us go? Lu Chongsheng asked innocently, his expression one of confusion. The emperor can be rather impulsive. Had it been anyone else, we would not have been spared, Lu Huaxiang chuckled. Yet his one redeeming quality is that he keeps his promises. Since he has released us, it is genuine. Therefore, Chongsheng, my expectations of you are simple. Live well, witness the future kingdom, and lend a hand when possible. After all, the harem is not solely under the emperor's command. He has wronged us not. Had it not been for the irrefutable evidence and the presence of the 18th princess, the emperor's own life might have been at stake. Lu Huaxiang furrowed her brow, leaving the palace only to realize the emperor's burdens. Her sole duty now was to educate Chongsheng, preparing him to repay the debt of gratitude. Mother, I will remember, Lu Chongsheng vowed. After washing up, the emperor rushed into the Yichuan palace in the dead of night, finding the 18th princess asleep on a small bed beside him. He felt at ease, no longer needing Lin Fei's attendance, as he lay beside her, watching the 18th before finally drifting into a peaceful slumber. Lin Fei pondered. What great ailment could have prompted the emperor's insistence? Had he transitioned from an Oedipal fixation to a daughterly obsession? The following morning, Yunwu awoke to hear his father conversing with his mother. Why has father come to rest in our palace? He wondered.
Yunwu chuckled lightly.
I find joy in seeing the 18th. She must indeed be my lucky star. Is it not due to grandmother's favor towards me? He queried. You call me a lucky star, yet I would retort that your sight is impaired, Lin Fei quipped, stifling a laugh. Yunwu sighed, realizing that his penchant for maternal affection was an indelible trait. Am I truly infatuated with my mother? I merely yearn for the days when I was cherished and protected. He confided in Lin Fei about his ill health, revealing that he had been poisoned by Xian Fei. The harem was currently under the management of Chun Fei and Yu Fei. Please be vigilant regarding your safety and that of the 18th, he cautioned. Despite waking to the emperor's alarming news, Lin Fei trembled upon hearing it. She understood that should anything happen to him, the entire court would unravel. What? Has father already been poisoned? She gasped. Do you know the nature of the poison? Lin Fei placed her hopes upon her daughter, an unfortunate yet unavoidable predicament. What poison have you ingested, your majesty? She inquired. Yunwu disclosed, it is called cold wind dispersal. I have never heard of it. Can Lin Tai not treat it? Lin Fei asked anxiously. The emperor, somewhat disheartened yet mentally prepared, replied, Lin Tai has examined me and stated that further research is required. However, Wu Tai remains imprisoned. Perhaps he could provide insight on the antidote. I will search for Wu Tai. There may be a clue, Lin Fei declared. Both she and Yunwu halting their tasks, awaiting Yunwu's findings. At that moment, she was navigating the search panel, uncovering numerous entries related to Wu Tai. Wu Tai frequents Guixiang Garden in the capital. There, he has an affair with Xiao Taohong, who is infatuated with Dr. Qi of the Qi Medical Hall.
Yet,
Dr. Qi only treats the maidens of Guixiang Garden. In a fit of jealousy, Xiao Taohong poisoned Dr. Qi, intending to force his hand. She continued, only to discover that he preferred to sleep with his dog. Xiao Taohong, disenchanted, ultimately followed Wu Tai, aiding him in inquiring about Dr. Qi's remedies. Chapter 21. A model citizen of Huaxia Wu Tai, who lived off his wife's earnings, was scolded mercilessly, spending an entire month in his study, resolute in teaching a lesson to his merchant wife. This Wu Tai's gossip is indeed abundant, Yunwu remarked. It seems the only pertinent information relates to Dr. Qi, who appears to possess superior medical skills compared to Wu Tai. Lin Fei instinctively glanced at the emperor as he approached, lifting Yunwu from the bed. Has the 18th awakened?
Yunwu inquired tentatively.
Perfect, for I believe this imperial physician cannot cure my ailment. Let us seek an external physician instead. Yunwu eagerly gestured, exclaiming, yes, yes. It seemed the 18th was in agreement, and thus it was settled. Yunwu chuckled. Father and I share a remarkable understanding. How splendid. Yunwu admired her parents' exquisite features, contentedly sipping milk, though not forgetting to swallow the vile medicine along the way. The voice of Chief Eunuch Lin resonated from outside. The emperor raised his hand, having just completed breakfast with Lin Fei. Lin entered, and Lin Fei stood, saying, Your Majesty, I shall prepare some milk cakes for the little princess. Go ahead, the emperor permitted, as Lin Fei sought to avoid suspicion. Linen spoke up, however. I am concerned that Lord Chiao may harbor ill intentions and might tarnish your reputation among the ministers. He elaborated. Lord Chiao deliberately delayed until dawn, ensuring that many official servants witnessed the transfer of silver. Yunwu scoffed. What audacity! He blatantly schemes against me, believing I would remain silent for the sake of reputation. Linen, you must spread the word of Xian Fei's deeds throughout the capital. Lord Chiao has dared to plot against me, thinking I am a sickly cat. If he seeks to make my existence unbearable, I shall reciprocate. Lin was taken aback. Your Majesty, this could tarnish your reputation. What is there to fear? It is merely a matter of controlling public opinion, Yunwu interjected, believing his father had uncovered the truth behind the witchcraft practiced by Xian Fei, and thus was prepared to deal with the perpetrator. Lord Chiao's power derives from his esteemed reputation among scholars, does it not? Then let it be known. Your Majesty need only display benevolence and concern for the populace. The realm is not solely governed by scholars, but by the common folk. History shows that the oppressed populace ultimately rises in revolt. Even those heralded as founders of dynasties achieved success through the strength of the people. For the soldiers who fought on their behalf were but commoners. Therefore, as long as your Majesty is well regarded among the populace, Lord Chiao shall not be able to create chaos. The people, once their needs are met, will recognize your merit and will not be easily swayed. Yunwu chuckled at this wisdom, recognizing the truth in his words. History is indeed penned by the victors. As long as I maintain my position, I need not fear the ramblings of outsiders. Reputation holds little weight. Go forth and spread the word. As for the tens of thousands of taels, convert them entirely into grain and send it to the disaster-stricken areas. Your Majesty, who shall oversee the grain conversion and distribution, I shall consult with Prime Minister Chiao. Understood. I shall take charge of disseminating the news. Merely spreading the word in the capital is insufficient. The common people reside far and wide. Many accounts may distort the truth. How I wish for a newspaper. With a newspaper, information could be disseminated to every corner of the realm, enabling the truth to prevail, despite any attempts at distortion. After all, it would be an official publication, and should anyone cause trouble, your Majesty could address it accordingly, even exposing corrupt officials. Moreover, I assert that your Majesty should not show leniency towards those persistent pests. The downfall of Yan is intricately tied to these parasites. They heed not the needs of the people or the court. There are still numerous talented scholars in the twilight of Yan, yet they remain unselected, an egregious waste of potential. Since so many talents abound, let us employ them and stimulate competition. Surely we can select the most suitable individuals. A newspaper? Yunwu mused. As for the matter of appointing officials, he refrained from hasty decisions but could not dismiss the notion entirely. Lin remained silent, having just completed his rest before attending to official documents. Yunwu, yawning, soon fell asleep once more. However, when she opened her eyes again, she was met with the news of the execution of Pin and Xian Fei. Uninterested in their fates, she was more concerned about her father's health. Yet, instead of updates on his condition, she received word from the Astronomical Bureau. Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that in 3 days, all must proceed to the Feng Tian Hall to pay respects to our ancestors, Rui announced. In 3 days? Very well, I understand, Lin Fei replied. Rui added, Your Highness, the Emperor has stated that the princes and princesses must accompany him. Lin Fei grasped the significance, and Yunwu could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. In recent days, she has been striving to extract seeds of potatoes and beets. However, the quantity is overwhelming. If she were to take only a small portion, it would be of little use. To accumulate enough seeds for widespread planting, she would need at least 2 years of cultivation. Even then, she would require a substantial amount to make an impact. Thus, Yunwu feels fatigued. After awakening, she has made several attempts to tug at Mama's sleeve, hoping to be carried around Ichuan Palace, yet she has failed to find a suitable place or reason. Just as Yunwu feels disheartened, an opportunity arises. I must diligently disguise my intentions. In 3 days, even if I cannot bask in the fortune of the auspicious star, I must find a way to feign divine favor and retrieve the seeds of potatoes and beets. Lin Fei, overhearing her daughter's words, feels a mix of relief and concern, fearing that her daughter might harbor ill intentions that could be overheard. She furrows her brow and resolves, My dear daughter, though you are still young, I hope you grow into a person of integrity. You must never learn the treachery of the palace concubines. Just look at how tragically Xian Fei and Pin met their ends. You must never engage in harmful deeds. Yunwu, puzzled, responds, I am a law-abiding citizen of Huaxia, never engaging in illegal or immoral activities. Mother, you worry too much. Chapter 22. The Hall of Imperial Decrees. Dear daughter, let me share with you the gossip of the harem. Lin Fei continues, recounting tales of palace intrigues. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable, mother. It's only natural, for if you were too naive, you would surely face troubles upon entering the palace, much like me, who would undoubtedly perish within 2 episodes of a palace drama. Alas, modern individuals are too sincere to utter falsehoods. Lin Fei chuckles, realizing her daughter does not disdain such matters. She breaks down the stories, believing that even if her daughter does not understand them now, exposure to such knowledge can be beneficial. It is essential to be wary of ignorance that could lead to being ensnared by others. A mother's love is always rooted in concern for her child's future. Yunwu listens with keen interest. 3 days pass swiftly. Early one morning, the concubines of the harem prepare to head to the hall of imperial decrees. Yunwu is cradled in Lin Fei's arms, doing her best to stay awake. Along the way, she spots her siblings. Of the 18 imperial princes and princesses, only 16 remain. Among the daughters, only the eldest princess is present. This means there are now merely 15 princes and 1 princess, Yunwu, left in the harem. Sleep now. The sacrificial rites will begin shortly. Lin Fei gently urges as she notices Yunwu's fatigue. Upon hearing this, Yunwu relaxes and drifts off to sleep. Lin Fei's influence has grown significantly, and it is no surprise that Xian Fei met her fate. Chun Fei, walking beside Lin Fei, scoffs lightly. Lin Fei furrows her brow, acknowledging Chun Fei's point that Xian Fei's demise was not unwarranted. Chun Fei squints, reflecting on her own schemes, which ultimately led to the deaths of Xian Fei and Pin and the eldest princess. The 10th prince also met his end, and today he will be expunged from the royal genealogy. Being well informed, she is aware of the transgressions committed by Xian Fei and Pin. Although she regarded Pin as a sister, she never wished for her to perish. Yet, her intervention proved futile. Let us see how long you can revel in your triumph, Chun Fei huffs, falling silent. Xian Fei sighs inwardly, choosing not to confront Chun Fei directly, as she wishes to avoid further palace intrigues. At this moment, Emperor Wu of the Yan Dynasty stands outside the Grand Hall. Following a complex ceremony, the doors of the Hall of Imperial Decrees swing open, and Emperor Wu is ceremoniously welcomed inside, followed by the 15 princes and the eldest princess, who is being held by the first prince. Yunwu awakens, stifling a yawn. Oh, is this the ancestral shrine of the royal family? So many tablets. Greetings, ancestors. I am Princess Yunwu, the 18th princess. Emperor Wu, at the forefront, bows while holding incense. Upon hearing his daughter's words, he is not taken aback, but the surrounding princes are left bewildered. Even the youngest, the 17th prince, only 3 years old, glances around curiously, while the 6th prince, who holds him, warns him to remain still. The first prince, Yunjin, 20 years of age and decidedly mature, continues to present incense to their ancestors with composure. Once all the princes have offered their incense, the National Master of the Astronomical Bureau steps forward. He circles a large cauldron, conjuring various spectacles before turning to Emperor Wu. Your Majesty, I am prepared and have arranged the formation. We merely need the princes and princesses to stand in front of the altar. Should any anomalies arise, it would signify the arrival of auspicious fortune. Emperor Wu glances at the first prince, Yunjin. Yunjin, you shall proceed first. The 18th will follow. After Yunjin hands Yunwu over to Emperor Wu, he strides purposefully to the altar. The first brother is indeed a natural talent for leadership. He devotes himself to martial training and steers clear of romantic entanglements. In modern times, he would undoubtedly be a super special forces soldier. Yunjin falters slightly, his complexion paling. He has been secretly training in martial arts, aware that as a prince, he could not join the military. The national master maintains a composed expression, continuing his duties. Yunjin descends with an air of trepidation, scarcely daring to meet Emperor Wu's gaze. Soon it is the turn of the second prince. Ah. Is this not my second brother, who possesses a strong affinity for Buddhism? You are duped by Master Yunrun without realizing it. It seems you might as well fully embrace the Buddhist path. Your nature aligns more closely with it than his. Perhaps you might even cultivate a notable reputation. In any case, you harbor no fondness for your uncle and have a distaste for your mother. Yunchun retains a stoic expression, though his palms nearly sweat profusely. Yunjin looks at him in surprise, not expecting his second brother to be this kind of person. Next is the third prince, Yunjun. Standing before the altar, he glances at Yunwu from the corner of his eye. Third brother, if you wish to look at me, you may do so openly. I am aware of your profound thoughts and intelligence, or else you would not have succeeded in ascending to the throne. The room falls silent. Even the national master struggles to maintain his incantation. The older princes stare daggers at Yunjin, while the younger ones appear confused, awestruck, and fearful. Emperor Wu had anticipated this moment of revelation. With a half-smirk, he fixes his gaze on Yunjin. Yunjin feels the weight of everyone's stares. His scalp prickling. Moments ago, he was relieved that his second brother was in trouble, and now it is his turn. Is this truly not sorcery? Unable to resist, Yunjin glances at Yunwu. This glance proves to be quite revealing. Yunwu resumes her commentary. Alas, third brother, you are merely a romantic fool. You would ruin the nation within half a month of obtaining the throne. Truly, it is hard to find words to commend you. Impossible. Yunjin instinctively protests. What romantic fool? I am not. Ruin the nation?
Impossible.
He is far too clever to be a monarch who would lead to the downfall of his empire. This is even more incredulous than his ascension to the throne. The other princes are equally bewildered. Ruin the nation? How could it be? The Yan Dynasty is so powerful. How could it collapse so swiftly? And at the hands of the third brother, no less? This is utterly disgraceful. All the princes glare at Yunjin with indignation. Their expressions akin to disdain for refuse. Yunzhen. What is with those expressions? You all have a vendetta. Step away from me. Finally, it is the turn of the Western prince, Yunzhen. Oh? The Western brother has no gossip surrounding him. He is merely a bookworm, always engrossed in reading. How rare. I wonder what books he enjoys. Is it physics, chemistry, or history? Yunzhen. What are physics and chemistry? What is history? It is often said that mastering the sciences and mathematics enables one to traverse the world without fear. I possess an abundance of books. If my esteemed brother, the Western emperor, has no desire to reign, he might consider becoming a scientist instead. For instance, he could delve into the research of automobiles, airplanes, and artillery. With a stroke of fortune, he might even venture beyond our planet and into outer space. Should he assist me in creating the internet, I would be most grateful, as I yearn to watch the latest broadcasts and dramas. In chapter 23, I ponder my identity. He is not foolish. The words of the 18th sister surely contain profound insights that surpass his imagination. My brother's gaze is quite fervent. Could it be that he harbors an affinity for younger sisters over younger brothers? When it comes to the fifth prince, Yunwu, curiosity glimmers in his eyes as he observes Yunwu, though he conceals it well. Born into royalty, he is not devoid of intelligence and possesses the ability to discern opportunities. With his elder brothers facing reproach, he anticipates similar treatment, yet he remains undaunted by criticism. Rather, he fears the silence of the 18th sister. His curiosity about her musings piques his interest, although he is reluctant to disclose his ability to hear her thoughts, lest to deter her from speaking freely. Is this not my late but rebellious fifth brother, yearning to explore the vastness of the world? How amusing it is to learn that he once danced in ragged trousers before the Tang beauty. Who would have imagined that the now dashing young man resembled a girl in his youth? There was even a time when he curiously tasted his own snot, claiming it to be salty. Had the Tang beauty not intervened, he would have continued. However, Yunwu's amusement fades, his expression shifting. He had anticipated merely being chastised for his temper and for damaging the Empress's precious peonies. His aspirations of becoming a person seemed to be slipping away. Yunwu Emperor suppresses a chuckle. The fifth brother was even plotting his escape from the palace, attempting to persuade the Tang beauty to seduce the emperor. If it were not for the recent turmoil within the harem, their father would surely have been blessed. It is said that the Tang beauty, for the sake of her son, mastered the art of dance. No wonder she appears so slender. Should she falter in her performance, the consequences would be dire. Her kindness towards the fifth brother is evident, explaining his innocent nature. I recall that historically, the fifth brother met his demise after falling from a horse. One might wonder if he should pay closer attention to his steed's condition while riding. Yunwu's expression shifts subtly. He had not anticipated such a fate. If he is destined for an early end, why does the 18th sister not divulge when calamity may strike? Since it pertains to horseback riding, he resolves to exercise greater caution in the future. At that moment, Yunwu suddenly sneezes, causing everyone to instinctively turn their gaze towards him, their tension mirroring that of Yunwu Emperor. He raises his hand, signaling the royal physician and the national astrologer, who are preoccupied with ancestral rites. Despite their concerns about invoking divine wrath, they can only watch as a throng of princes surrounds them, chattering anxiously about the well-being of the little princess. Upon confirming her safety, a collective sigh of relief escapes the emperor and his sons. As the 18th sister remains unharmed, Yunwu Emperor instructs the physician to remain close and gestures to the other princes, urging them to proceed with their rituals. Noting their demeanor does not suggest they are harbingers of good fortune. The princes, keen to ensure their sister does not bear undue burdens, comply willingly. Following Yunwu's sneeze, the 18th sister appears somewhat fatigued and desires to rest before resuming her masquerade as a fortunate star. Soon, the remaining 10 princes complete their offerings at the altar, and it is Yunwu's turn. Is it my turn? She exclaims, suddenly invigorated. None of my 15 elder brothers have been deemed fortunate? This could work in my favor, allowing me to masquerade as a star of good fortune. I hope my charade truly assists our father. Yet she ponders. What if a genuine star does appear and goes unnoticed? She resolves to be vigilant, ready to yield her position should someone truly fortunate emerge, lest she inadvertently jeopardize the common people and the court. Clearly, she has absorbed the emperor's words about salvation. Yunwu Emperor feels a swell of pride. Recognizing his beloved daughter's selflessness and benevolence, it is rare to encounter someone within the royal family who is not consumed by greed or ambition. Yunzhen, contemplating, realizes that if he cannot accomplish something, he ought not to occupy a position without contributing. Yunzhen bites his lip, finding himself envious of the 18th sister, who has articulated his own thoughts. Her sincerity evokes a longing for the same openness in return. Yunzhen glances at Yunwu Emperor, recognizing that their father is bestowing upon the 18th sister a rightful title that commands respect and affection from the world. He yearns for her well-being, understanding that her presence will undoubtedly stabilize the court. The accolades attributed to the 18th sister as a fortunate star are well-deserved. Meanwhile, Yunwu gazes intently at Yunwu, his curiosity piqued about her intentions. Is she a celestial being? I shall carry the 18th sister, declares Yunwu Emperor as he steps forward, lifting her with care. Fear not, my child. Whatever transpires is a blessing from the heavens, and your father shall protect you. Why does father say this? Yunwu wonders, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she reclines upon the altar. Could something significant be about to occur? Yunwu Emperor, hearing her words, feels a mixture of exasperation and resolve. He signals to the national astrologer, who begins to perform a ritual around Yunwu. Intrigued, she observes closely. The astrologer seems quite adept. I wonder if his mystical abilities are genuine. Your Majesty, the astrologer exclaims, snapping Yunwu Emperor to attention. Yunwu turns to look, her eyes widening in astonishment as the sky transforms before her. A vibrant halo of colors emerges, dispelling the previous gloom as sunlight breaks through the clouds. Goodness, is it truly this remarkable? Yunjin muses. Indeed, the 18th sister is a fortunate star. Does she remain unaware of her own fortune? Yunjin reflects, feeling a pang of remorse for offending her. Alas, my days may become difficult. Thank goodness it is the 18th sister, Yunshun remarks. How extraordinary she is. Yet she remains oblivious, Yunao adds. All the princes stand in awe, their amazement shared by the waiting concubines and palace servants, as well as the citizens and dignitaries of the capital who witness this extraordinary phenomenon. Chiao narrows his eyes in his courtyard, contemplating the news from the palace regarding the emperor's impending offerings to the heavens. Though confined to his residence, he understands that such celestial signs indicate momentous happenings. Yunwu, in a daze, watches the spectacle unfold. Could the national astrologer truly predict the weather? How impressive! The astrologer's eyes gleam with curiosity, eager for the little princess to share more. In chapter 24, everyone stands dumbfounded, but Yunwu remains focused on seizing the opportunity to retrieve grain seeds from her space. I never imagined I truly am a fortunate star. Is this mere coincidence or something more? Yunwu feels a mix of confusion and wonder. At this moment, the astrologer kneels before the emperor, proclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty. I offer my heartfelt felicitations. Fortune has descended upon us, and our great Yan shall surely experience tranquility and prosperity. Congratulations, father." The 15 princes knelt in unison to offer their blessings. Some officials outside also followed suit, exclaiming that the arrival of fortune was a blessing for Great Yan. The concubines held varying thoughts, while many appeared distracted. As the crowd knelt before the altar, a harmonious chorus of congratulatory remarks echoed. The atmosphere was electrifying. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, the national master performed a mysterious act, resulting in 2 resounding cries. A phoenix appeared in the skies above the palace, leaving everyone in awe. The emergence of the phoenix heralded good fortune, a divine blessing bestowed upon the heavenly realm. Startled by this proclamation, Yunwu swiftly retrieved around 100,000 pounds of potato seeds, along with thousands of bags of beet seeds from her spatial storage. With a thunderous sound akin to a small mountain, they materialized behind her at the altar. The sight left everyone in the western Zhou utterly astonished. Even the prepared Emperor Yunwu was taken aback. The distant concubines and ministers, unable to hear the thoughts of others due to their distance, gasped in disbelief at the scene before them. Some, overtaken by emotion, prostrated themselves fervently before the altar, chanting praises for the phoenix and the auspicious turn of events for Great Yan. Yunwu's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, this commotion is overwhelming. I wonder if 100,000 pounds of potato seeds will suffice. It can only cover a little over 300 acres. Fortunately, the yield per acre is between 3,000 to 5,000 pounds. Perhaps it will alleviate some of the hardships faced by the common folk. Hearing this potential yield, Emperor Yunwu's breath quickened, and the national master's eyes sparkled with excitement. A thought crossed his mind as he gazed at Yunwu. Your Majesty, I have confirmed that the phoenix has granted us seeds. Emperor Yunwu was somewhat displeased with the national master for making such a grand proclamation about the reputation of the 18th princess, fearing it would invite scrutiny from outsiders. Master, you have misspoken. It is a divine gift from the heavens. The 18th princess is the phoenix's lucky star, naturally attracting divine favor. The national master, chastened, promptly knelt and explained, Indeed, it was an error on my part. The 18th princess is the lucky star of our Great Yan. With her presence, we shall be shielded by the heavens. He continued his incantations, while Yunwu looked on, astonished and curious. Could the national master truly conjure a protective array akin to those in the realm of cultivation? The people of Huaxia were well versed in the legends of immortals. The national master, invigorated by the young princess's words, wondered if she might truly possess divine qualities. He began to perform rituals around Yunwu, who was intrigued. Before long, a talisman of peace was conjured, which the national master personally hung around her neck. This is a talisman of safety. No evil shall come near, and calamities shall be averted. Wow, that's incredible. I was worried that if the title of Lucky Star fell upon me, I would attract too much attention. If anyone tried to harm me, I would retaliate with a gun. But now, with this powerful talisman, I can finally sleep peacefully, she mused. A gun? What manner of weapon is that? The national master's admiration for Yunwu surged, almost compelling him to take her as his disciple. His efforts to create the talisman were not in vain. After the offerings at the altar, Emperor Yunwu approached Yunwu and embraced her. Today, I commend the national master for his efforts. I shall leave the rest to you. Yes. As Emperor Yunwu departed, He gestured for a group of imperial guards to encircle the seed supplies. Meanwhile, several officials, including Chancellor Chiao, were anxiously awaiting outside. Yet none dared to enter the Hall of Governance. Eunuch Lin, following the emperor's orders, summoned the Minister of Works, along with the steward responsible for the imperial estate as agriculture. Inside the Hall of Governance, Emperor Yunwu unfurled a map of Great Yan and circled a location. Yunwu lay atop the desk, sound asleep, the ambience of the hall perfectly conducive to slumber, far more comfortable than her quarters in Yichuan Palace. Your servant pays respects to your majesty, Minister He Xiaorui exclaimed as he hurriedly entered, kneeling in greeting. Old He, come here.
Yes.
He Xiaorui approached, and the emperor displayed the map to him, pointing at the circled area. Old He, oversee the craftsmen and see if we can establish a waterway here to prevent the water supply in Baoning Prefecture from further depletion. Your majesty. That may prove to be quite a challenge, He Xiaorui replied, a headache forming as he realized the gravity of the task. He was well aware that being summoned by the emperor rarely signaled good news. His peripheral vision caught sight of Yunwu sleeping soundly at the dragon table, prompting him to tentatively suggest, Your Majesty, I have heard that the Phoenix Princess is a harbinger of fortune. Might she have a solution? What do you need the little princess for? Am I to replace you if you do not fulfill your duties? Emperor Yunwu thundered, anger rising. He Xiaorui recoiled at the emperor's wrath. Minister He, just yesterday you were feasting at a banquet and reportedly gifted Lord Fong of the Censorate a jade carving worth 165 taels. Quite the extravagant expenditure. I must say, the emperor continued, his eyes narrowing. He Xiaorui's eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively glanced around until his gaze landed on the awakening Yunwu, her youthful voice unmistakably clear. Your Majesty, He Xiaorui stammered, sweating profusely. Emperor Yunwu smiled. What, Minister He? Do you still wish for the 18th princess's assistance? You receive a salary from the court, yet do nothing? I could easily replace you. He Xiaorui fell to his knees. Your Majesty, I promise to devise a solution within 3 days. Then I shall await your proposal, the emperor replied, dismissively waving his hand for him to leave. He Xiaorui trembled as he stood, pondering the implications of the princess's influence. I wonder if, Minister, he will press the craftsman. If so, I shall investigate his actions later. As he exited, his foot stumbled, nearly causing him to fall. He had not anticipated the extent of the 18th princess's abilities, which seemed to parallel the scrutiny of the officials. His brow furrowed as he departed. Soon, within the Hall of Governance, the steward responsible for the imperial estate arrived, breathless from the journey. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. The estate is located outside the city. It is quite a distance, yet you have arrived swiftly. You must be fatigued, the emperor noted, observing the steward's labored breathing while he maintained a facade of composure before the emperor. How is this year's harvest at the imperial estate? Your majesty, this year's yield is 20% lower than last year. However, it is sufficient to provide for the needs of the palace's masters, the steward replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How many acres does the imperial estate encompass that it can only sustain the palace? Do the maids and eunuchs need to spend their own silver to purchase additional supplies? A flicker of disbelief crossed the steward's eyes as he met the emperor's steady gaze. Have you brought the estate's account books? The steward broke into a cold sweat, stammering. Your servant shall arrange for someone to retrieve them. There's no need. Eunuch Lin can go. Seeing the steward's flustered demeanor, the emperor understood the underlying implications. The steward collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my errors. He bowed and pleaded for mercy. It was not my intention to deceive. I was left with no choice. What choice do you have? To embezzle from the estate's yield, yet you dare claim injustice? Emperor Yunwu scoffed in disbelief. The steward trembled. Your Majesty, while I manage the grain at the estate, the kitchen often complicates matters for me, dismissing what they consider ordinary produce as unworthy of the palace. What I bring is already the finest quality. The emperor's gaze sharpened. Are you implying that the produce from my imperial estate is inferior to that from outside? The courtier Mu gulped, ultimately nodding in reluctant acknowledgement. Your Majesty, it is all the fault of this old servant's incompetence. His words dripped with a certain artistry, were it not for my knowledge of his numerous concubines. I might have been swayed by such deceit. As someone managing the imperial estate, how can he not comprehend the cultivation of grain? Not only was he ignorant of agriculture, but he also exploited the tenant farmers working on the imperial land. These individuals barely subsisted, clad in tattered garments and residing in thatched huts. A far cry from the brick and tile accommodations of Mu. Such oppressive treatment would incite revolt even among cattle, let alone human beings. Since he views people as lesser beings, perhaps Mu should himself experience the toils of a tenant farmer. A pallor spread across Mu's face. Yet the emperor chuckled. If you are so inept, then go and till the fields. I shall arrange for someone to oversee your agricultural endeavors. Your Majesty, spare me. Mu realized, too late, that his words had betrayed him. They implied his awareness of the tenants' suffering while continuing to mistreat them. Indeed, the emperor's ire was palpable, and guards swiftly entered, dragging Mu away. Interrogate him. Do not allow him to perish. Mu was drenched in sweat, instinctively seeking his allies in the west. Fortune smiled upon him as he found a sympathetic acquaintance. Little Go and inform concubine Xian, But the young eunuch, bewildered, stammered, "But concubine Xian has already been executed." "What?" Mu's voice pierced the air. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned a dismal future. He was unceremoniously taken away, while the eunuch Linen, bearing the emperor's decree, arrived at the imperial estate. His first order was to confiscate all possessions. Bring everything. The imperial guard stormed into Mu's residence, hastily filling boxes with valuables. "Be gentle. Do not mishandle the items. We are here to seize property, not to plunder like bandits. Take care not to break anything that can be sold. Whoever damages it shall compensate." Their sole task was to obey the emperor's commands without harboring ulterior motives. "For I would not concern myself with their fates should they fail to comply." Linen's voice was both sharp and ominous, a warning to the guards. The previously boisterous guards became cautious, fully aware of the recent spate of deaths among palace staff. The emperor seemed to act solely on his whims, rendering them wary of any misstep. The guards unearthed over 30 boxes of Mu's possessions, and Linen assigned a numerate apprentice to tally the silver. The remaining guards scoured every nook and cranny, even unearthing hidden coins. "Master, we have found over 20,000 taels of silver and various items worth approximately 10,000 taels. The records are here." Linen sighed at the report. It was already rumored that Mu's hands were unclean, yet we, as palace servants, dared not report this to the emperor for our own survival. Now, it appears that the previous means of survival are no longer viable. Henceforth, the palace must become more scrupulous. "What fate awaits Mu now?" the apprentice inquired curiously. "Why do you ask?" Linen shot him a glance. The young eunuch smiled ingratiatingly. "I fear for my own survival in the palace. With the change at the estate, I wonder who will replace him. If a more disciplined individual takes over, I would like to apply for work there." "That is not for you to ponder." Linen narrowed his eyes, offering a well-meaning caution. "Serving the emperor requires one to harbor no excessive thoughts. If you wish to survive, simply obey." "Master, I worry my simplicity might lead to my downfall." The young eunuch lamented. Linen patted his shoulder. "Heed my advice. Observe more and speak less, and you shall have your life. Now be silent." The apprentice dared not question further. Meanwhile, the commotion within the residence attracted numerous tenant farmers who knelt outside, looking ragged and threadbare, their bodies marred by patches. Linen's expression darkened as he silently surveyed the scene. Without uttering a word, he turned and circumnavigated the entire estate. It must be said, the imperial estate was vast. It took him 2 hours to complete the circuit, his legs weary, yet he persisted, documenting all he witnessed. As dusk fell, the emperor remained engaged in his duties within the Hall of Diligence, awaiting the chancellor, Chiao. "My dear Chiao, what do you think about issuing an official gazette?" Chiao had heard whispers among scholars outside the palace regarding the emperor's alleged frugality and extravagance. Not a single commendation was uttered. Thus, Chiao hurried to the palace, where the emperor broached the subject of the gazette. Chapter 26, a heart for the people. He had yet to grasp the significance of such a publication. However, once the emperor elucidated its purpose, he immediately recognized it as an excellent initiative. Why were the opinions of scholars so crucial? Because of their numbers. They wielded the power to sway public opinion. If an official gazette were established, it could serve as a counterbalance against both the scholars and the emperor himself. "Your Majesty." Whose idea was the gazette? The emperor beamed with pride. It was suggested by little Princess 18. "Ah, that makes sense. Your Majesty, has the little princess elaborated on how the gazette should be structured? To ensure its impartiality, it must possess independence and authority, free from the control of any official." Chiao was right. The gazette must remain fair and authoritative, or it would lose its efficacy and fail to improve the state. The emperor cast a penetrating glance at him. Chiao instinctively lowered his gaze, pleased that the emperor had not dismissed his suggestion, indicating the sovereign's genuine concern for the populace. Therefore, the gazette must be established under a separate office, with positions filled by officials from various departments, each subject to oversight. Any official proven to violate the law would face legal consequences. The court would maintain a zero-tolerance policy towards gazette officials. "Your Majesty, do you mean to establish new laws?" "Indeed," the emperor affirmed, sipping his tea. "Laws should evolve with the times. Yet, might this pose a challenge? The officials in the court may not readily acquiesce. The content of this gazette would effectively monitor them, and many might prefer to keep their scandals hidden from public view. Moreover, numerous individuals manipulated public opinion for their own gain." Chiao realized the immense obstacles that would accompany the establishment of the gazette. "Do you understand the concept of boiling a frog in warm water?" The emperor tapped the table, narrowing his eyes. "Chiao, this is where your cooperation becomes essential." "Your Majesty, do you wish?" Chiao hesitated, sensing the weight of the emperor's intentions. "Go, old Chiao, and compile a list of those hard-headed individuals." Chiao could not help but feel sympathy for those named. "As you command, Your Majesty." He remained, seated in a side chamber, diligently writing down the names of those who would pose significant challenges. Once they were dealt with, the remaining court officials would be less likely to stir up trouble. At that moment, the emperor sat at the head of the table, reviewing memorials. Upon hearing the news, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Come in quickly." "Yes." He presented the booklet. The emperor Yunwu glanced at it with indifference, tossing it aside. "What is the situation at the imperial estate?" The eunuch Linen handed over the recorded documents, stating that the fields remained fertile, yet the yield was low due to the tenants being undernourished and poorly dressed, hindering their ability to cultivate the land properly. The emperor nodded, instructing, assign your disciple to manage the imperial estate and restore the tenants' wages to a reasonable level. I do not wish to hear of any corruption reaching my ears again. Yes. The eunuch Linen was somewhat taken aback and immediately knelt beside a junior eunuch. The young Songzi knelt down, still in a daze. The emperor fixed his gaze upon him, saying, Songzi, I assign you to the imperial estate with a singular task, to cultivate new crops of potatoes. The greater the yield, the more rewards you shall receive. And you may present one request. Your Majesty, I accept the command. Songzi was overjoyed. He had not anticipated not only being sent to the estate to grow crops but also being promised rewards. He felt a deep sense of reverence, eager to fulfill this task well. Your Majesty, I seek a favor for my unworthy son. Xie Guiqing stepped forward, shamelessly requesting. What do you desire? The emperor inquired. His expression blank. Xie Guiqing, having no qualms since learning that the little princess could uncover their backgrounds, candidly continued, I am advanced in years and my son is inept. He can hardly even pass the examinations to become a scholar. The only merit he possesses is a modicum of cleverness, since he cannot succeed in other pursuits. Let him tend to the fields. My only hope is that he acquires a skill, so that even after I and my wife have departed this world, he may stand on his own and not sully my name with recklessness. Though he has not caused any major disturbances, I worry that he may lose his way. If he strays down a wrong path, I would be utterly ashamed. However, the imperial estate is different now. For the time being, no one would dare to interfere, making it a relatively safe and simple environment where no one would exploit any grievances to lead him astray. This is why Xie Guiqing stepped forward. He did not expect his son to achieve anything remarkable. As long as he did not go astray, mediocrity would suffice. The emperor nodded, Xie Guiqing. So, be it as you wish. The little princess mentioned that agriculture is indeed a science. The high yields of the grains bestowed by heaven are the result of scholarly research. The emperor wore a look as if to say they were taking advantage of him. If someone truly discovers the secrets, I shall reward them handsomely. Songzi was exceedingly excited, and Xie Guiqing felt that this agricultural endeavor could indeed be beneficial. Then, Your Majesty, may I request that the little princess instruct the ministers? Xie Guiqing boldly asked. The emperor's expression darkened. Do not covet the little princess. She is not yet even half a year old. We must not tire her. Xie Guiqing touched his nose, pondering that if one attempt failed, perhaps another would succeed. Surely, one day, he could persuade the little princess to assist. At that moment, Yunwu was nestled in his mother's arms, nursing. Congratulations, Your Highness. The toxins in the little princess's body have been alleviated and will not pose a threat to her life for the time being. However, she still requires careful nurturing. Otherwise, she may grow weak and frail, likely to suffer from breathlessness as she matures. Could it be that I still have to take medicine? It's all my fault for being so weak, helplessly watching as I was poisoned, unable to break free. If I had been recognized as a fortunate star earlier and had taken something from the space to frighten her, I wouldn't have had to drink that bottle of milk. It was my concern of being treated as a monster that forced me to endure. They say that lethal poisons are rare in the harem. I was simply taking a gamble. Alas, I never expected to land myself in such a predicament. Thought Lin Tai. The little princess's actions were indeed not without merit. Chapter 27. Struggles and clashes. Initially, the dosage administered by the wet nurse was minimal, allowing for an easy remedy now. It was exceedingly difficult for the little princess to resist the wet nurse. Fortunately, they could now hear her inner thoughts. Lin Fei felt a pang of guilt, lamenting her failure to care for her daughter properly, leading to this ordeal. Lin Tai, do you have a way to ease the little princess's suffering from such bitter medicine? Lin Fei pleaded. Thank you, Lin Tai. Thank you, Mother. Mother, you are truly wonderful. Do not worry, Your Highness. I am already devising a way to prepare some nourishing remedies. Once the little princess reaches 6 months, she can begin to consume medicinal porridge. Wow, that is soon. I am already 3 months old, Yunwu declared with pride. Lin Fei chuckled softly, realizing the little princess indeed resembled a small adult, though she was still but a child. Lin Tai, why does the little princess not praise him? As long as Lin Tai does not give me bitter medicine, I shall like him. Lin Tai broke into a smile. Rui, see Lin Tai out. Lin Tai walked with a spring in his step, eagerly anticipating the completion of the remedy. Ah, I wonder if the poison in my father's body has been resolved. Yunwu felt a touch of worry. Lin Fei smiled, albeit with concern in her heart. The poison afflicting the emperor was of paramount importance. As long as the emperor was well, everything else could be dealt with gradually. Should anything happen to him, she could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. Your Highness, eunuch Linen has come, saying the emperor wishes to dine with the 18th princess in the Zikan Hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei stood up, replying, wait a moment. I shall change the little princess's attire. Your Highness, do not dress the little princess too extravagantly. The emperor said comfort is key. Eunuch Linen remarked with a smile from outside. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. In the past, she would never have dared to trust the emperor's words. But now, there was little reason for suspicion, given the well-known favor the 18th princess enjoyed. Lin Fei dressed Yunwu in a comfortable and exquisite silk garment, then cradled her as they followed eunuch linen to the Zikan Hall. Along the way, Yunwu marveled at the scenery of the Western Zhou, captivated by the intricately carved eaves and palace paths, exuding a luxurious, yet understated historical elegance. I never expected to be a princess. Such a grand palace is indeed my home. Everyone will surely envy me if I tell them. Oh, there's a palanquin approaching. Mother, let me see. Lift me up to have a look. Yunwu squirmed to remind Lin Fei. Though exasperated by her curiosity, Lin Fei lifted her, allowing her to gaze. The palanquin bore none other than Chun Fei. Upon seeing her, Lin Fei instinctively wished to have eunuch linen take her daughter away, but had not yet spoken when Chun Fei's palanquin approached with imposing force. The palace path was wide enough for two parties to pass, yet Chun Fei's entourage blocked the way. Is this Chun Fei, the mother of the third prince? Ah, isn't she the nominal mother of the eldest princess? Chun Fei lifted the curtain of her palanquin, her haughty gaze seeking to overshadow Lin Fei and her entourage. Suddenly, Yunwu's inner voice echoed, causing Chun Fei's expression to shift. Eunuch Linen's demeanor tightened as he regarded Chun Fei with scrutiny. Lin Fei, struck by a thought, appeared somewhat dazed. Is this really the 18th princess? Lin Fei, let me see the 18th princess. It has been so long since we last met. I can hardly recall what she looks like. We only saw each other yesterday. Chun Fei's words are so insincere, just like the makeup on her face. Chun Fei. She had always known there was something peculiar about that little wretch. Otherwise, the emperor would not have paid her such attention. It turned out she could hear her ramblings. The pure consort tightened her handkerchief in anger. She wished she could tear apart Yunwu's mouth. Sister Lin, I believe that with the title of Fortune Star on her back, little 18 is destined to live for the world. She is still young, and you must guide her appropriately. Do not allow her to develop an unruly disposition simply because she feels she is favored. The pure consort's words were pointed. That would certainly be better than the venomous eldest princess you raised. I wonder if the pure consort has suffered any pain in front of the eldest princess. Ha! The emperor is indeed wise. He should punish this mother for deliberately raising a useless child. Ultimately, it is the child who commits wrongs, but the elders also bear responsibility. I heard the pure consort is still looking for someone to buy scar removal ointment outside the palace. At her age, still worrying about scars on her knees is rather absurd. Even if she maintains herself well, there will still be the scent of age, which the emperor surely would not favor. The pure consort's face turned ashen with rage. Gritting her teeth, she said, 18 looks at me with such disrespect. Clearly, it is your fault as her mother. Perhaps my aversion to you is so strong that you sense my scorn. If you can feel it, then good. If not, it would be a waste of my words. Enraged, the pure consort turned her ire towards Lin. Raising her hand, she aimed to slap her. Lin retreated, and the blow missed. Sister, have you gone mad? When have I ever been disrespectful in terms of etiquette? Or are you simply looking for trouble? Master Linen is present. Do you truly wish to make a fool of yourself? Lin stepped back a pace and calmly reminded her. The pure consort slap missed, causing her to nearly stumble. Initially, she intended to steady herself, but suddenly fell to the ground, reaching out to grasp Lin's dress. Lin, taken aback by the pure consort's unexpected behavior, failed to react in time, causing her to fall sideways. Moreover, the Yunwu she was holding was sent flying. The pure consort is certainly doing this on purpose. But I'm not afraid. I have the peace talisman given by the national teacher. The pure consort twisted her ankle and dirted her dress. Upon hearing Yunwu's thoughts, she nearly spat blood in frustration. At that moment, Granny Yun swiftly reached out to catch Yunwu. Instead of being frightened, Yunwu giggled. Hurry, Granny, save Mother. Don't let her fall. Granny Yun helplessly shook her head. Chapter 28, reporting a complaint with one hand holding Yunwu and the other grasping Lin's arm. Lin collided with Rui and the others behind her, quickly regaining her balance. Aside from the initial shock, nothing unfortunate occurred. Your Highness. The palace maids around the pure consort rushed forward, fearful of her anger. The pure consort was pulled up in a flustered state, looking disheveled. The pure consort won't try to turn the tables and blame my mother, will she? If that is the case, then don't blame me for being rude. I don't believe you dare harm me in front of Master Linen. As long as I live, I will produce a complaint letter from thin air and present it to the emperor. I refuse to believe you haven't done anything wrong. Let me search for evidence. The pure consort's heart raced, a sense of foreboding creeping in. She couldn't help but recall the fates of the serene consort, the inconcubine, and the eldest princess Yunsheng. Could it be that this little rascal, 18, was the cause of it all? Let us go. The pure consort stood, lowly admonishing, urging the maids to assist her as she departed. I found it. The pure consort has secretly consumed various beauty pills, even allowing her maids to outshine her. In the next moment, those maids will be found at fault and dealt with. She even instructs the third prince to play the weak for scheming. She even sent the third prince outside the palace to find beautiful women, intending to use them to win over the court officials. The pure consort paused mid-stride, her face filled with murderous intent. She longed to turn around and eliminate 18 immediately. However, she restrained her murderous intent. The people in the pure consort's palace dared not slacken their pace, not even daring to lift their heads, all silent and scurrying away as if pursued by a ghost.
Huh?
Why did the pure consort leave? I wanted to see her feign weakness. Speaking of which, the pure consort is neither simple nor weak. Rather, she deliberately eats only one meal a day to achieve a slender waist, and even places spices in her navel. While the spices may not harm women, they have adverse effects on men, particularly their kidneys. However, I hear it increases fertility. Lin noticed the conversation growing increasingly intimate and quickly cleared her throat. My dear, do not be afraid. Mother will take you to see your father and will report the matter. It's fine if something happens to me, but you must not come to harm. Lin's words were directed towards Master Linen, who had not had an opportunity to speak. His attention had been diverted by the little princess confronting the pure consort and listening to the gossip surrounding her. Consequently, his delayed reaction displeased Lin. Master Linen wiped his face, indicating that this eunuch could take on the role if they wished. He was already prepared to face the emperor's reprimand. As expected, upon reaching the Zicheng Hall, the emperor was dressed in casual attire. The room was filled with the fragrances favored by Yunwu, along with various potted plants, transforming it into a space far removed from the previous emperor's palace. Various toys were placed on the shelves where porcelain once sat. Upon entering, Lin began to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, today, the pure consort collided with my entourage and feigned a fall, nearly causing little 18 to come to harm. It is all my fault for not protecting the little princess well. Lin promptly knelt. Mother, please rise. This is not your fault. Clearly, it was the pure consort's intention. She is simply unhappy to see me favored and seeks any excuse to bully you. She would have struck you, without even looking for an excuse. No, I must report. I must write a complaint. This is infuriating. The emperor's expression darkened instantly as he turned to Master Linen. Master Linen, with a pained expression, knelt and explained, Your Majesty, the situation indeed arose due to the pure consort. He recounted everything that had transpired to the emperor. Master Linen is indeed fair. That is how it happened. Of course. I scolded her, but who told her to initiate the conflict? If she hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have bothered to speak. Upon hearing this, the emperor understood completely. He shot a warning glare at Master Linen. Linen, I ordered you to protect the little princess, and this is how you do it? I shall deduct your salary for a month. Upon hearing this punishment, Master Linen realized the emperor was lenient due to the little princess's presence and accepted it gratefully. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin, you may rise. This matter does not concern you, so do not worry. I will have little 18 join me for dinner, and you may stay as well. The emperor changed his mind. Since Lin had been wronged this time, he felt the need to offer some comfort for the little princess's sake. Seeing Lin's understanding demeanor, he nodded. I have already sent someone to urgently summon your brother back to the capital. It will not be long before you meet. And I hope to see the fruits of your efforts soon. Prepare the recipes for dishes. This will not affect the court and can still earn a considerable amount of silver. Oh, and the recipes for rouge and powder. The ladies from affluent families will surely be more than willing to spend silver on them. If mother can help the emperor earn silver, even if the emperor is busy with affairs of state and cannot nurture feelings with mother or accompany her, then let mother have her own career. With her own career, mother will realize her value and find joy, thus not fixating solely on the emperor and wasting time, which is of no benefit to him. Although there was no romantic love between the empress and the emperor, familial affection was still commendable. The Cloud Martial Emperor felt a twinge of jealousy. His little daughter, the 18th princess, was exceptionally kind to her mother. Lin Fei, the empress, sensed her daughter's concern and felt her heart soften. She wished to convey that her sole purpose after giving birth was to raise her daughter. She understood that even a princess struggled to maintain her health within the palace's confines. Unexpectedly, her daughter had aided her, making palace life increasingly comfortable. She resolved to contribute in return. Your Majesty, I shall strive to do better, Lin Fei said as she withdrew after paying her respects. The Cloud Martial Emperor dined with Yunwu, who dutifully drank her milk. The emperor had initially refrained from enjoying his meal too heartily in front of the 18th princess. Wow, clear lamb soup. It's delicious. Father, do drink it. I'll just watch the food show, she exclaimed. Upon glancing up, the emperor noticed the girl gazing at his spoon with her bright, shining eyes. He chuckled softly, realizing that the 18th princess wished to taste the lamb soup as well. Then I shall drink it for you, and when you grow up, I will have the royal kitchen prepare the finest lamb soup for you. Oh, father, you are truly kind and generous. She responded. If only beef soup were available as well. Beef soup? The emperor nearly spat out the lamb soup in surprise. It was inconceivable to slaughter a plow ox meant for labor. Little one, do not frighten your father, he admonished. It's a pity that in ancient times, plow oxen were used for farming and could not be slaughtered at will. I have never heard mother mention eating beef, but it is undeniably delicious, she mused. I wonder if you enjoy venison. During the autumn hunt, I shall take you to the royal hunting grounds to catch wild deer. Father, deer are protected animals. She piped up. Please eat. What is that meat slice? The emperor took a moment to understand her question. He chuckled as he picked up a slice of meat with his chopsticks. It was rabbit meat. Rabbit meat? I presume it is quite tasty, he remarked, noticing the 18th princess's eager expression. Here, little one, take a whiff. The emperor offered the meat to Yunwu's nose, while the palace steward, Linen, watched in trepidation. Family, is this what they call a sensory food show? Yunwu exclaimed. Oh, it smells wonderful. Father, quickly eat it and let me relish in your delight. The emperor cautiously tasted the rabbit meat and observed the smile that spread across Yunwu's face. He chuckled, pondering whether watching others eat could truly bring joy. Linen, please feed the 18th princess her milk. I, too, indulge in exquisite delicacies. Father, do eat. You gain weight while I remain a beautiful little fairy, haha. She boasted, a proud declaration from a Dieter. The emperor's eyes twinkled with amusement. Indeed. His health had been quite satisfactory lately, and he planned to ride daily at the training grounds. Ah, so that is how your majesty maintains such a splendid physique. Lin remarked, ready to make arrangements. After the dinner, which left Yunwu content and full, they soon received visitors. Your majesty, Lady Xia and young master Xia seek an audience. The emperor, having anticipated the Xia family's reaction, raised an eyebrow and instructed, let them enter. Yunwu peered down curiously as an elegantly dressed elderly lady entered the hall, leaning on a finely crafted zeatonwood cane. Her face bore a mixture of authority and kindness. Beside her stood a young man in a deep blue satin robe, adorned with a delicate jade belt. What astonished Yunwu most was the young man's appearance. He truly embodied the essence of a graceful youth. Your majesty, I have met you before. Long live the emperor, the old lady proclaimed, followed by young master Xia. Rise, please, the cloud martial emperor replied with a gentle smile. Linen, offer the lady a seat. Yes, your majesty. She responded. I cannot accept such honor, your majesty. I have brought young master Xia to offer my apologies. It is my failure in raising him that has led to misunderstandings with the princess. The elderly lady knelt down, bowing her head. Your majesty, I am unsure how to handle this child and leave his fate in your hands. Young master Xia followed suit, not daring to lift his head. I have already addressed this matter. There is no need for your concern, Lady Xia, the emperor replied, feeling rather displeased. The elderly lady trembled slightly. I dare not. What does the emperor's conversation with the old lady imply? Yunwu pondered. I can't comprehend. Indeed, ancient people speak in such convoluted ways. It is truly vexing. Nevertheless, the emperor has acted admirably. He saved young master Xia from the malicious grasp of the crown princess. His actions stem from a desire for the greater good, necessitating a firm hand against kin. If not for the crown princess's treachery, the emperor would not have acted so decisively. He still harbors feelings for her. Alas, she has brought about her own demise. I suspect the emperor is still quite distressed. For the daughter he once cherished has transformed into a villain, impacting the common people, leaving him with no choice but to be ruthless. At least young master Xia was saved from the crown princess's treachery, which is fortunate. I hear he possesses remarkable martial skills, capable of lifting 200 pounds even at such a tender age. However, being so young, he should refrain from lifting heavy objects. It may hinder his growth. With young master Xia unharmed, the other generals of the Xia family should remain safe as well. The Xia family's military should not face any misfortune. If they do, our Great Yan may falter, and we shall all perish if the state of Chu invades. Listening to his daughter's heartfelt words warmed the emperor's heart. Despite being an emperor, he yearned for care and concern. Previously, he found it challenging to discern who among his courtiers was sincere and who was duplicitous. Now, with his little 18th princess by his side, he could finally sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Lady Xia trembled, her head bowed, a look of astonishment spreading across her face. She could hardly believe her ears. At that moment, she realized her grave error. Rise, Lady Xia, the emperor commanded. The old General Xia has dedicated his life to Great Yan. I am well aware of his loyalty. I would never dare to oppress his family while he guards the borders. The emperor's voice remained calm. Hesitating momentarily, Lady Xia complied and stood. Thank you, your majesty. The men of the Xia family on the battlefield are devoid of scandal. Their days are filled with training and strategizing against foreign foes, truly loyal. However, the second master of the Xia family is soon to face peril. The deputy commander Wang, who has long harbored discontent, blames his inability to attain the position of commander on the Xia family as obstruction. He is allied with Deputy Commander Jiang, both seeking to dismantle the current hold the Xia family has on Xiu Pass, while also reaching out to Chiao in the capital. The three factions conspire to eliminate the Xia family. Should they succeed, they would ascend to power, wielding troops to support a prince in his claim to the throne. In the capital, Chiao is tasked with persuading the emperor to harbor doubts against the Xia family. After all, the young members of the Xia family are all stationed at Xiu Pass, gaining high ranks due to their military achievements. One must admit, their schemes are indeed malevolent. They disregard the sacrifices the Xia family has made for the nation, naively believing that with the country stabilized, the Xia family would seek power. They fail to recognize that a general desiring power would prioritize survival above all else. How could they willingly march toward death? Chapter 30, Save Oneself. It was none other than Vice General Wang and Vice General Jiang who lived extravagantly in the army, failing to maintain discipline among their subordinates, even allowing them to harass the common folk and abduct women. Such individuals, devoid of military ethics and national loyalty, appear to be consumed by their own power and wealth. I must urge Father Emperor to take action against these two. After all, I am now a fortunate star. Conjuring up paper is no trouble, is it? Let me give it a try. Cloud Mist utilized the system to print out a paper detailing her grievances, which materialized in her hands. Father Emperor, look. Cloud Wu Emperor widened his eyes, astonished to see a piece of paper appear out of thin air from his daughter's hands. The characters inscribed on it were unmistakably from the Great Yan Dynasty, lined up in neat rows. Cloud Wu Emperor reached for it. Father Emperor is truly unfazed, and does not regard me as a monster. It seems that ever since the National Master predicted that I am a fortunate star, everything I do has become much easier. Cloud Wu Emperor affectionately patted Cloud Mist's head and whispered in her ear, little 18, do not conjure things in front of others in the future. One can never know what ill intentions those wicked individuals may harbor. But as long as I am here, do not be afraid. I shall protect you. Does Father Emperor think I can understand adult conversations at my age? Did I display any unusual behavior? In his heart, the Emperor regarded his little princess as astute, reminding her to remember his words. That startled me. So Father Emperor believes I have been clever since childhood. However, I do not wish to draw too much attention to myself. It is better to remain low-key. Cloud Wu Emperor thought, my daughter, your attempts at modesty appear futile. After all, everyone who encounters you can hear your thoughts. Whatever you do, you will be under scrutiny, and rendering someone devoid of thoughts is nearly impossible. Never mind. Since my daughter wishes to be discreet, I shall help fulfill her desires. It was only much later that Cloud Mist discovered others could indeed hear her thoughts. All thanks to the protective nature of Cloud Wu Emperor. Lady Xia experienced a mix of anxiety and shock. She discreetly glanced over at the small infant lying on the table. So, this is the one who saves herself? No wonder the Grand Eunuch of Linen claimed she was saved by the 18th princess. It turns out that the 18th princess is not only a fortunate star but also a good person. A gentle light flickered in Lady Xia's sharp gaze. Lady Xia. Cloud Wu Emperor suddenly spoke. Lady Xia instinctively stood up, and the Emperor continued. This time, my actions concerning the eldest princess do not involve the Xia family. The matter regarding Xia Qiong is merely one of her mistakes. Therefore, I hope you need not overthink it. I wish for the Xia family's military to continue serving the court. I am well aware of who has done what, and you need not worry that I will hold a grudge against the Xia family due to the eldest princess's affairs. Lady Xia did not hesitate and knelt down, her voice resonant. I shall obey. The two shared a mutual understanding, and Cloud Wu Emperor nodded in satisfaction. I hope to fight alongside the old general in my lifetime. I also have a letter to deliver to the old general and hope you can assist in its delivery. Lady Xia was moved to tears. With Cloud Wu Emperor's connections, there was no need for the Xia family to deliver letters. This was merely a public display of trust in the Xia military. Lady Xia was a remarkable woman herself. Upon hearing this, she sincerely bowed her head 3 times to Cloud Wu Emperor, solidifying their mutual trust. Father Emperor, you should resolve the matter of your poisoning before considering leading the charge, Lady Xia said, her expression suddenly tense. She instinctively wanted to raise her head to show concern for the Emperor, but the words quickly fell back into silence. Such private matters should be kept amongst the fewest possible. Cloud Wu Emperor cleared his throat. He felt that if he did not rid himself of the poison soon, little 18 would undoubtedly remind him daily. Fortunately, news from Physician Lin had arrived. If all else fails, I shall see if I can exchange for a universal antidote through the system. However, the items in the system's marketplace are exorbitantly priced. The cheapest item costs tens of thousands. One bottle of antidote costs a staggering 100,000 taels. This is far too burdensome for me. I am merely a 3-month-old babe. System, you heartless wretch. How cruel you are, showing no compassion for this little one. You could sell me for no more than 10 taels, yet you demand 100,000. A shameless merchant. Why can't a bottle contain 10 doses? Why must it be sold as a whole? 10,000 taels for a single pill. Father Emperor can certainly afford it. Cloud Wu Emperor felt a bit embarrassed. Little 18, I am truly quite impoverished. However, if it comes down to it, I must procure those 100,000 taels. Although I had intended to donate the silver I acquired from the Chiao family's schemes to disaster relief. Lady Xia sighed in relief. As long as the Emperor remained well, it was a blessing for the Xia family. Your Majesty, I shall ensure it is delivered. With that, Lady Xia departed with a noticeably lighter step. Still riding in the sedan chair, a gift from the Emperor. Upon arriving at the general's residence, Xia Qiong rushed to retrieve her long sword and approached Lady Xia, saying, Grandmother, I wish to go to Ziyu Pass to see grandfather. I shall deliver the letter for you. We truly need to visit someone, but you cannot go. Lady Xia shot him a glare. You are the last male heir of our family. You must stay in the capital. This not only reassures the Emperor, but also prevents other officials from scrutinizing our general's residence too closely. If you truly have ambition, then strive to join the Imperial Forest Army. If you succeed, you can protect the Emperor and the 18th princess. Protect the 18th princess? Xia Qiong murmured the words. Was this not expected? She had saved his life too. Good child, the 18th princess is indeed deserving of the title Fortunate Star. She is a good girl. But I sense she has a strong aversion to evil. Do not engage in wrongdoing. Should she learn of your misdeeds, the Emperor will find out as well. Xia Qiong raised his chin. Grandmother, I have not harmed anyone. What is there to fear? Very well, then go train in martial arts. Previously, saving others could have cost you your life. How shameful. It is obvious that the eldest princess is malicious to employ poison. Can an enemy ever be benevolent? It is merely a reflection of your own inadequacies. Humph. I will begin my training at once. Chiao resolved to immerse himself in his studies. In the palace, upon learning of the misconduct of Vice General Wang and Vice General Jiang, Cloud Wu Emperor pondered momentarily before drafting an imperial edict. Linen, summon the second and third princes.
Yes.
Cloud Chun and Cloud Jun encountered each other midway. Both had already established their own residences outside the palace and had married, though they had yet to bear children. Elder brother, what do you think Father Emperor wants with us? Cloud Jun inquired. Cloud Chun glanced at him coolly. Third brother, why do you feel the need to probe me? Our mother has already been cast into the cold palace. She is no longer your opponent. Cloud Jun's expression soured somewhat, as he felt disheartened after being confronted with his ambitions by the 18th princess. Even if he claimed to harbor no desire for the throne, his brothers would not believe him. He felt quite melancholic. Elder brother, you still have your uncle. Third brother, you have your mother. Why dwell on me? Can you truly relinquish that position? You may not want it, but does Lord Chiao behind you agree? Cloud Jun scoffed, provoking Cloud Chun without reservation.
You need not worry about that.
Consider instead what Father Emperor truly thinks of you. After all, it may yet be you, third brother, who occupies that position while losing the kingdom. Cloud Chun said coldly, you should reflect upon yourself. It is truly laughable to covet a position for which you lack the capability. Cloud Chun was infuriated. In truth, ever since he learned from the 18th princess that he was the son of a fallen dynasty, he simply could not accept it. How could he possibly be so wretched? He had always prided himself on his intelligence, believing he could elevate the Great Yan to new heights. Yet, he had not only failed to defend Chengdu, but had also become a ruler of a fallen nation. For someone as self-assured as Yunzhen, accepting this outcome was unfathomable. It was more distressing than the thought of never ascending to the throne. Your Majesty, the two princes have arrived. Oh, is that not my second and third imperial brothers? Second brother, you were duped by Master Yunran again yesterday, losing 10,000 taels for the sake of Empress Xian's perpetual lamp. Fortunately, it was out of filial piety. Otherwise, father would have been furious, considering Empress Xian was the one who first brought shame upon him. The Emperor of Yun was in a rather foul mood. It seemed that the 18th sister was well informed about everything. Yunzhen, feeling utterly dispirited, lazily cast a glance at the 18th sister before kneeling. Son pays his respects to father. Father, I went to the temple yesterday to light the perpetual lamp for mother. It is the only thing I could do. And I am willing to bear all consequences. Yunchen knelt, his lips pressed together as he spoke. Learning of the measures his mother had taken for so many years left his face ashen. Yet, he understood that her intentions were for him to ascend the throne, though he had no desire to be emperor. Father, I volunteer to pray for you and the common people at the temple. Yunchen closed his eyes, uttering the words he had long contemplated. His mother could not be saved. However, he hoped that his maternal family would not continue down a misguided path. The Chiao family was already affluent enough. He firmly believed he would never sit upon the throne. If his maternal family maintained their ambitions, they would likely meet the same fate as his mother. Oh, you wish to renounce the world? The Emperor of Yun's voice held a peculiar tone. Yunzhen was equally astonished at Yun Chen's unexpected retreat. He could hardly believe it. Yun Chen smiled gently and nodded. Father, if I truly wish to become a monk, you may ask 18th sister. She is my lucky star. If she is pleased, it indicates my loyalty. If she weeps, it reveals my discontent. And I am prepared for whatever punishment father deems fit. The Emperor squinted at him, recognizing that Yun Chen's words were meant to uphold 18th sister's dignity while also flattering himself. His mood lightened somewhat. At least this lad knew how to be pragmatic. Without him, the Chiao family could hardly cause any turbulence. Second brother wishes to renounce the world? Yunwu was taken aback. But if second brother becomes a monk, he cannot indulge in meat. Second brother has never truly desired the throne. Historical accounts suggest he deliberately offered silver to Master Yunrun for the golden statue. Regardless, second brother did ask Master Yunrun to reserve a position for him yesterday. He seems serious about shaving his head. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. You wish to renounce the world because of your mother? Even if you do, I will not spare her. Besides, I have already put an end to her life. I will not retract my decision simply because you choose to become a monk. The Emperor's deliberately provocative words were harsh to hear. Yun Chen's face fell momentarily, but soon regained its composure. I owe an apology to mother, yet I do not wish to further disappoint father and the common people. It seems you have made your decision, the Emperor stated sternly. Since you insist, I shall grant your wish. Thank you, father. Yun Chen knelt and prostrated himself. His face was devoid of emotion, save for an overwhelming calmness. I have yet to establish a rapport with second brother. How can he leave so soon? Alas, I shall miss you. Rest assured, second brother, I will ensure father sends someone to protect you. There is little merit in being an emperor. It is exhausting and fraught with schemes. Do not shave your head just yet. You could still enjoy meat, offer prayers, and admire the landscape. The Emperor chuckled. Indeed. Why could he not assign someone to accompany his own son? Even if Yun Chen did not wish to be emperor, Who could say whether the officials of the Chiao family would harbor treasonous intentions, seizing the opportunity to manipulate the crown? It was wiser to keep his people close to the second prince. Enough. You may stand aside. Yun Qin moved to the side, lost in thought as he gazed at a pillar. Third brother, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I have a task for you. Father, please command. Yun Jun responded promptly, standing upright and clasping his hands. The emperor spoke in a calm tone. Inquire about what transgressions your mother has committed against me. Yun Jun nearly faltered. Father, he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that his mother had been up to something behind his back? There were already enough troubles in the inner palace, particularly among those in high ranks. Did his mother still seek to stir chaos? Yun Jun was on the verge of madness. He met the emperor's gaze and nodded submissively. Yes, son will obey. His throat felt parched as he uttered those words. Enough. This is trivial. The most pressing matter is, do you know Vice General Wang? Vice General Wang? Yun Jun asked in return. Is he the vice general stationed at Ziyu Pass? A member of the Xia family army? Precisely. Yun Jun instinctively shook his head, but the emperor regarded him with a wry smile. Third brother, you best think carefully. Are you certain you do not know him? Father, I do know him. He once sent a letter to me filled with silver notes. Yun Jun paused, recalling 18th sister's talents. He gritted his teeth and revealed everything, approximately 20,000 tales. He wishes to align himself with me, assisting in my endeavors. Chapter 32. Sadness flows like a river. Oh? It appears some of these ministers have developed ulterior motives, seeking to incite discord among my sons, the emperor remarked, his eyes narrowing with a hint of anger. Yun Jun fell to his knees. Son acknowledges his fault. I beseech father for forgiveness. Did you acquiesce to him, thus seeking my pardon? No, I did not agree. Yun Jun protested. Father, I truly did not heed Vice General Wang. I am not foolish enough to be unaware of his intentions to leverage my influence within the military. Yun Jun felt wronged. And what of those private soldiers you raised on Black Six Mountain? The emperor dropped another bombshell. Yun Jun nearly fainted from shock, collapsing to the ground. Father, I truly recognize my mistakes. I shall never dare again. Is it fear you claim? I believe it is only because you have been caught this time that you plead for mercy. The emperor kicked him lightly, causing Yun Jun to topple backward. He dared not utter any pleas for mercy, his face a mask of despair as he contemplated his dark future. Third brother even aspires to the throne. He possesses remarkable ambition. With all these schemes, father cannot trust him, Yun Jun muttered, almost bowing to Yunwu. Oh, dear ancestor, please cease your words. If you continue, my head may very well roll. Yet the emperor's mood lightened as he nudged Yun Jun with his foot. Do you still wish to usurp the throne? Father, I desire to be the crown prince, but I never wish to usurp the throne. Yun Jun felt deeply wronged. I intend to inherit your imperial title, but I have no thoughts of harming you. That is true. It is Empress Yan and the officials of the Chiao family who conspire against you. Third brother's mind is preoccupied with first brother, second brother, and the elder competitors. He is quite diligently pursuing his ambitions, Yun Jun huffed with a hint of pride. Even if 18th sister currently spoke well of him, he would not easily forgive her. She had nearly frightened the life out of him. Since the third prince is so fond of pursuing his career, let him do so. This way, Father Emperor can have a bit more ease. The Cloud Emperor suddenly chuckled. Why do you laugh, father? Have you been angered by the third prince? Cloud Jun mused, for it was evident that father was not driven to madness by his antics, but rather delighted to have a devoted confidant. His world, though marred by wounds, had finally found its resolution. The Cloud Emperor lightly scoffed. You claim you have no intention of harming me? Then prove it. Continue to nurture the private troops you have raised in the Black Six Mountains, but I shall appoint a leader to oversee them. Cloud Jun dared not retort and nodded obediently, for his own life was precarious, and the preservation of his private army seemed a trivial concern in comparison. The Black Six Mountains are, in fact, a splendid location for training a battalion of special forces. Should the Great Chu Kingdom invade, both father and my royal brothers would have additional soldiers at their disposal. As long as we have troops, we need not fear an assault. However, I find the current soldiers of Great Yan to be too unruly and lacking in discipline. Soldiers ought to serve their nation and the people, rather than cater to a particular general or emperor. After all, one cannot guarantee that every emperor will be virtuous, nor every general honorable. Everyone harbors self-interest. To ensure the longevity of a nation, it is imperative to establish a robust framework. Thus, even in the absence of exemplary leaders, there would be no cause for concern regarding the succession of the court. The common folk are the bedrock of society. When their lives improve and they are not starkly separated from the affluent, this is the hallmark of a healthy and harmonious society. Upon hearing the term harmonious society, the Cloud Emperor was curious. Could it be that the place where the young 18 once resided was indeed such a society? Cloud Jun's perspective expanded. He had never contemplated societal issues before, only engaging in rivalry with his brothers. Had he truly erred in his focus? Cloud Emperor cleared his throat, moreover. My dear third prince, any mischief that your mother conjures shall fall upon your shoulders. Should she transgress the law, do not blame me for being ruthless. Cloud Jun nodded. Father, I understand. He continued, however, I have gathered a group around me. Might you spare them this time? I assure you, I shall no longer contend with my royal brothers. My heart now lies solely with the court and the nation." Upon hearing this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the Cloud Emperor's eyes. Amongst his many sons, the third prince's cunning was most suited to the imperial role. Though he regretted the narrowness of his prior vision, fixated solely on court affairs and lacking a broader perspective. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to assign Cloud Jin the task of overseeing the large-scale cultivation of beets in Baoning Prefecture. "Do not disappoint me," he cautioned. Overjoyed, Cloud Jin looked up in surprise. He had not expected to be entrusted with responsibility rather than facing execution. This was a clear sign of his father's trust. "Father, I shall strive to fulfill your expectations. Should I discover any of you brothers acting against one another, manipulated by the officials, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." Cloud Jin felt a shiver down his spine. "Father, I would never dare. I know your thoughts of ascending to the throne still linger. Yet you are rather young to ponder such matters. The Grand Master has foretold that my lifespan is not short. Alas, throughout history, those who have held the position of Crown Prince for too long often meet a tragic fate. Many have not survived to see their reigns. What is the point of being a Crown Prince if I am merely to wait idly? Would it not be better to be a prince, living comfortably? Furthermore, with me around, father need not fear for his life." Cloud Jin departed in a daze. Indeed, his father was still young, and with 18 around, he could easily live to 100. Would he have to wait another 50 or 60 years? By then, he would be in his 60s or 70s. The most sorrowful thought was achieving a high position only to find himself aged and weary, while his descendants might hasten his demise to seize the throne. Cloud Jin lamented deeply. The Cloud Emperor glanced at the second prince, tapping his fingers on the table. "Second prince, I have tasks for you as well." "Understood." Cloud Jin replied, showing little reaction. The Cloud Emperor continued, without concern. "You shall contact Chiao and inform him that your retreat is a strategic advance influenced by your mother. Persuade him to continue his covert support and convince him to agree to the establishment of an official press agency." Cloud Jin thought, father's strategy is indeed astute. It is almost a deception aimed at Chiao, who deserves to be deceived given the misdeeds of his family. After all, he conspired with Consort An to poison father. In history, out of 16 royal brothers, only 3 survived, all of whom were victims of Chiao and Consort An's wicked machinations. Such malevolence is truly chilling. Alas, I wonder when father will address this matter. He has blood on his hands from too many lives taken. Moreover, Chiao intentions towards the second prince are far from sincere. He is merely using him. And now he is contemplating sending a daughter from the Chiao family into the palace. "Second prince, your situation is indeed dire. The wet nurse in your household is an agent of Chiao." Unbelievable. Chiao has already initiated his scheme, sending 100 taels of silver to Lin's wet nurse to administer poison to the second prince, feigning illness to appear weak before father. Cloud Jin, upon hearing 18's words about his uncle, was already aware of the situation. However, the fact that he would be so ruthlessly used left his smile faltering. Though he cherished Buddhism, he did not wish for a frail and ineffectual body. How could his uncle be so treacherous as to poison him? Shouldn't he be the one to feign illness instead? Upon hearing this, the Cloud Emperor narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and resolute. "Second prince? Father, your son obeys." Cloud Jin had no choice but to comply. "Go forth. I await your good news." The Cloud Emperor was disinterested in his thoughts on the matter. Given the cruelty of Consort An and Chiao, it was fortunate that his second prince was unharmed. He had no time to ponder his thoughts. "Oh, dear. I had prepared a gift for the second prince." Cloud Jin paused momentarily before hastening his steps. The Cloud Emperor felt a twinge of jealousy. "Little 18. You adore your father, do you not?" Cloud Wu looked puzzled. Why is father speaking to me so suddenly? In your heart, father is undoubtedly the most important figure, is he not? Little 18 must hold father in the highest regard. Father knows you are a treasure sent from heaven, regardless of what transpires. You will forever be my daughter. Rest assured, father, you are my utmost favorite." Cloud Wu reached out to grasp the Cloud Emperor's hand, expressing her sentiments. The Cloud Emperor beamed, his eyes crinkling with joy as he kissed her small hand. Cloud Wu giggled. In the Hanyuan Palace, where Consort Chun resided, Cloud Jin emerged from the Zicheng Hall and made his way towards Hanyuan Palace, accompanied by his young eunuch. Noticing Cloud Jun's unusual demeanor, the eunuch cautiously knocked on the door. Upon learning that Cloud Jin had arrived so late, Consort Chun recalled her informant's reports about the emperor personally dining with the 18th princess, followed by the visit of Grand Lady Xia, who had an audience with the emperor. When Grand Lady Xia left, she was seen off in a luxurious palanquin. The reasons for the Xia family's entrance into the palace were unclear, and it puzzled her why Cloud Jin had been summoned. Upon hearing that Cloud Jin had arrived, Consort Chun hurriedly urged, "Quickly, let the third prince in." Cloud Jin entered the inner chamber and first greeted Consort Chun. "Your son pays his respects to mother." "Enough. Why are we being formal?" Consort Chun replied, her demeanor delicate and fragile. Holding a handkerchief, she gently dabbed at her nose and cast a meaningful glance at the elderly matron beside her. The old matron immediately withdrew, taking the other palace attendants with her. In the secluded chamber, only the mother and son remained. "Jun, please sit down." the pure concubine urged, placing a delicate hand over her chest. Her voice trembling with a mix of fragility and fear. You have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I fear I would not have been able to sleep tonight. Have you encountered the 18th princess? The emperor and the national master say she is a harbinger of fortune. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that she is a malevolent force. The pure concubine's face was etched with horror. You do not understand. Whenever I approach her, I can't hear her speaking. It is simply incomprehensible. How can a mere infant articulate such words so fluently?
Tina.
Have you encountered anything strange in the presence of the 18th princess? She inquired, her expression laced with concern. Yunjun frowned. Mother, the 18th sister is not a malevolent being. She is indeed a harbinger of fortune. If you do not trust Father's words, can you not believe the national master? Furthermore, our Great Yan requires good fortune. This is a joyous occasion. Why do you insist on labeling her as a demon? Such thoughts should not cross your lips. They are unwelcome, and I believe the entire realm would share my sentiment. The pure concubine gazed at him in astonishment. Zhen, I only worry for your safety. You do not comprehend that any unusual occurrences could spell disaster for the nation. Before she could finish her sentence, Yunjun interrupted impatiently. Mother, has the 18th sister wronged you in some way that you harbor such animosity toward her? Yunjun felt no hatred towards Yunwu. Firstly, the sister was oblivious to the fact that her thoughts could be heard by others. Secondly, she had not wronged anyone. She merely spoke the truth. Moreover, his own misdeeds were inherently flawed. Those who erred bore the consequences, while the innocent could have their names cleared. This was a positive outcome. In fact, with the 18th sister's presence, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. It was true that he aspired to become emperor, yet he had no desire to harm his father. Without the 18th sister, his actions would eventually be exposed, and he feared that his father might not trust him then. Moreover, as the 18th sister had foretold, should anything happen to their father in the future, his ascension would lead to the downfall of the nation within a fortnight. Yunjin found it hard to believe, and he silently cursed everyone involved. Yet, as the 18th sister's predictions grew more numerous and accurate, he found it increasingly difficult to dismiss them. The most pressing concern now was to safeguard the Great Yan, rather than engage in familial strife. With the 18th sister present, he felt reassured that neither princes nor court officials would conspire against him, for since the emperor had refrained from executing him this time, it was evident that he had not yet committed a grave error worthy of such punishment.
He could not afford to falter now.
Why disrupt the peaceful existence they had? Zhen, how could you speak to your mother in such a manner? I am your mother, and I am on your side. How dare you place your trust in that little wretch, Yunwu? The pure concubine exclaimed in a fit of rage. Mother, Yunjin's voice grew stern. You are not on my side. You seek to elevate your own position. He gazed at her impassively. The pure concubine tightened her grip on the handkerchief, her displeasure evident. What are you saying? You ungrateful child. Do you truly believe that my intentions are selfish? Had I known you were so ungrateful, I would have preferred not to have given birth to you, she lamented, her expression darkening. Mother, you must understand, your choices are limited now, Yunjin replied. Ever the calm and resolute individual, the pure concubine had never been confronted so directly by her own son. In the past, even when Yunjin was displeased, he would never have spoken in such a manner to provoke her ire. Instinctively, she attributed the blame to Yunwu. It must be the 18th princess causing this turmoil. She cannot possibly be a harbinger of fortune. Before she could utter the words, her voice faltered under the weight of Yunjin's cold, penetrating gaze. Mother, do you know what father summoned me to discuss tonight? The pure concubine's heart raced. What is it? Father instructed me to convey that you have done something to wrong him, Yunjin stated, observing her complexion turn pale. What does that mean? She stammered. Panic and denial etched across her face. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I fear? She spoke as though trying to convince herself, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. What wicked words has that little wretch whispered to the emperor to make him believe a mere infant? Mother, I do not know what actions you have taken behind Father's back, but if you can assure me there is no evidence left behind, I will say nothing more. But do you truly wish to walk this precarious path? Father has already warned you. If you err again, he will not forgive you. Yunjin regarded her with confusion. Since you cannot contend with the emperor, why do you persist in believing that your actions can escape his scrutiny? Or do you wish to join Consort An? The pure concubine seethed with anger. Consort An deserved her fate. How dare you curse me so? If you insist on holding such beliefs, then I cannot assist you, Yunjin said, now adopting a more dismissive tone. Pure concubine, is it your intention to side with the 18th princess? She questioned, her patience waning. Yunjin remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, and from his demeanor, the pure concubine gleaned her answer. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to quell the fury rising within her. What else did your father say? She inquired, regaining her composure as she sought information. Yet Yunjin saw through her intentions. Mother, Father said your mistakes will reflect upon me. As she felt her heart sink, Yunjin rose, his expression indifferent. Should you continue to cling to your delusions? Do not worry. If trouble arises, I shall stand by you. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Yunjun felt no desire to prolong the conversation with the pure concubine. Yunjun, she protested, displeased with his attitude. I am only looking out for your best interests. Oh, then by all means continue your endeavors. If you fail, I shall merely be dragged down with you, he replied without a trace of a smile. Leaving without further ado, not even mentioning his impending visit to the Baoning prefecture. The following morning, during the court assembly, Xiao Guiqing took the initiative to propose matters regarding the Baoning prefecture. Your Majesty, I have heard that on the day of the heavenly sacrifice, the 18th princess manifested a divine sign, and heaven bestowed seeds upon us. The national master has discovered that beets are suitable for cultivation in arid regions. I implore your Majesty to allow the planting of beets in the Baoning prefecture, providing the people there with a lifeline. The Minister of Revenue, Xiao, immediately supported this proposal. Your Majesty, I second Minister Xiao as proposal. The Baoning prefecture lacks abundant vegetation and water sources. The land is barren and, compounded by the drought of recent years, the people are indeed suffering. The Ministry of Revenue cannot provide disaster relief funds. At the very least, we must deliver these seeds. Wang Wenjie, the Deputy Minister of Personnel, who had a strained relationship with Xiao, interjected, Your Majesty, this plan is ill-advised. Minister Wang, what do you find objectionable? Xiao Guiqing responded calmly. Wang Wenjie did not even raise his head, asserting, since these seeds are a divine gift, they should first be tested for cultivation outside the capital. If they prove effective, we may later transport them to the Baoning prefecture. Sending them there now would be tantamount to condemning the seeds to be consumed. The impoverished populace is largely unaccustomed to such generosity from the court, as evidenced by previous attempts to assist the needy, where the lambs sent were consumed instead. Wang Wenjie believed his argument was sound, yet he was taken aback by the unusual silence that followed. He cautiously raised his gaze and met the bemused expressions of Xiao and Minister Xiao. His heart sank in alarm. What is the nature of the close relationship between Prime Minister Xiao and Xiao? Do they not fear the emperor's displeasure over their close interactions? Wang Wenjie, feeling a surge of excitement, believed he had uncovered a significant weakness in their alliance. He became increasingly fervent, urging the emperor to consider the welfare of the people. Your Majesty, one must always prioritize the concerns of the citizens. The emperor, with an indifferent expression, cast a glance at him. Since you, Wang Aiqing, are so concerned for the populace, I shall assign you to investigate the situation in Baoning prefecture. Wang Wenjie was taken aback. Shouldn't the emperor be moved by his words? Why was he being dispatched far from the court? The emperor's genuine commitment to the people's welfare was evident. Wang Wenjie, overwhelmed by despair, knelt down in anguish. The emperor's voice was calm as he turned to Minister Chao Guisher. Chao Aiqing, what is your opinion on Wang Aiqing's suggestion? Chao Guisher, determined to attend court, believed that the emperor would not dare to divulge the matter concerning Consort An, for it would bring shame upon the royal family. Consequently, a fabricated charge against her was necessary. However, the emperor had yet to announce any charges, and many officials were already aware of the substantial sum of silver, 100,000 taels, that had been given to the emperor. Numerous individuals sought him out for information. Chao Guisher, being astute, chose to remain passive as long as the emperor did. After Consort An's incident, he had reached out to palace attendants and uncovered astonishing news. The one assisting the emperor was none other than the 18th princess, recently deemed a lucky star by the national master. Such a young child had, during an audience in the Fengtian Hall, seemingly summoned a miraculous bounty of grains from the heavens. After inquiring through connections, he confirmed that the grains indeed appeared exceptional. This anomaly had sent shockwaves through history, a phenomenon never before witnessed. Chao Guisher instinctively understood that he could not confront this reality. At the very least, he would sacrifice Wang Wenjie first. Your Majesty, although Minister Wang has a good heart, his lack of agricultural knowledge has caused him to misunderstand that beet seeds are merely small and cannot be consumed at the outset. His concern stemmed from previous issues encountered by the court, leading to his misguided suggestions. The emperor regarded him with a detached expression. If one lacks understanding of agriculture, is it not laughable to meddle in such matters? Wang Wenjie's countenance turned ashen. He finally grasped the folly of his actions. It turned out that while beets grow resembling radishes, their seeds are unlike potatoes. He felt dazed, and a chill swept over him. No wonder Xiao did not refute his statements. Your Majesty, I confess my ignorance of agricultural matters and have made a fool of myself. I deserve punishment. Wang Wenjie immediately knelt and knocked his head against the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. Thus, I believe that to resolve the drought in Baoning prefecture, one must first understand agricultural practices. Minister Wang's devotion to the people necessitates his education in this field, so let us arrange for him to be sent. The emperor surveyed the other officials, who exchanged glances, but none dared to speak. It was apparent that Wang Wenjie had incurred the emperor's disdain, and with Chao Guisher offering no support, no one was willing to step forward. Thus, the decision was made. Wang Wenjie instinctively sought rescue from Chao Guisher, only to find the latter entirely indifferent. He closed his eyes, realizing he had been abandoned. One person alone cannot resolve the drought in Baoning prefecture. Might any among you have further suggestions? The emperor's words hung in the air as he scrutinized the officials. They all instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to speak at such a moment. Xiao Guiqing, having received the emperor's subtle cue, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I suggest sending a prince. This would not only soothe the people's hearts, but also ensure the proper planting of the newly gifted grain, effectively addressing the drought issue. Other provinces need not divert resources to assist Bowning. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu quickly joined in. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Zhao's proposal is sound. The Ministry of Revenue is indeed short on funds. Now that we have the heavenly bounty of grains, we must not waste it. A common official might find the people of Bowning uncooperative, but a prince's presence would be akin to your Majesty's own visit. The citizens would realize that the court has not forsaken them, ensuring their compliance and preventing unrest. Xiaoyu was eager to expediently resolve the situation in Bowning. He was genuinely out of funds, for the ministry was impoverished. Upon hearing this, Chiao Guosher's interest was piqued. He glanced at Xiao Guiqing, noticing his familiar lack of energy, and felt a twinge of suspicion. He wondered which prince his colleague favored. As he pondered, the emperor spoke. A prince? As soon as the words left his mouth, the third prince, Yunzhen, stood up. Father, I volunteer to go to Bowning Prefecture. When Yunzhen's declaration echoed through the hall, his maternal grandfather, Zhou Tsungwang, the current Minister of Justice, frowned and glanced at him. The first prince, Yunzhen, contemplated briefly before also standing. Father, I too wish to go to Bowning. The Western Prince, Yunshen, seeing both his brothers take a stand, followed suit. Father, I also wish to go. The fifth prince, Yun Ao, observing the uncertain expressions of the court officials, scoffed internally. He then boldly proclaimed, Father, I have studied the geography of Bowning Prefecture and understand it well. I too wish to go. Chao Guisher, Xiao Guiqing, and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, perplexed. All the princes were stepping forward. Did they genuinely believe the new grain was advantageous? Surely they anticipated gaining merit from this expedition. In an instant, the supporters of each prince rallied to persuade the emperor to select their favored candidate. The emperor watched the unfolding farce with a wry smile. These officials yearned for a chance to bask in glory, eager to elevate their own status. Yet if they merely needed to flatter to ascend, the Great Yan would indeed be on the brink of ruin. It was no wonder the 18th princess spoke of such an outcome. It was all orchestrated by these ambitious officials. The princes, too, were foolish, so easily swayed by flattery. Their ambitions turning towards usurping power. Are we finished? The emperor's tone was flat. The previously loquacious officials fell silent. Since the third prince was the first to express his willingness to alleviate my burdens, let him go. The rationale seemed rather hasty, eliciting subtle twitches at the corners of the ministers' mouths, leaving them perplexed. Only a few astute individuals refrained from participating in the charade. Yes, father. I shall ensure the resolution of the disaster in Bowning Prefecture, Yunzhen replied earnestly. Thus, the matter was settled. After the court session, many officials approached Yunzhen to congratulate him. Maintaining a stoic expression, he revealed nothing. His maternal grandfather, Zhou Tsungwang, approached. Your Highness, Yunzhen greeted. Zhou shook his head. You are too polite. Are you prepared? The task in Bowning will be arduous. As the Minister of Justice, Zhou Tsungwang's demeanor remained stern. Yunzhen nodded lightly. I have already made my preparations. There is no need for concern, grandfather. Wang Wenjie, being a favored individual of the second prince, would undoubtedly not cooperate with you. However, since the emperor has assigned him to this task, there can be no turning back. Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him hinder your work. As for matters within the capital, I will assist in monitoring. At least, it will not descend into chaos. Zhou Tsungwang's eyes gleamed with intensity, and a palpable aura of bloodlust surrounded him. Grandfather, I truly have a matter for which I seek your assistance, Yunzhen thought to himself, silently apologizing. Nevertheless, he proceeded to voice his concerns. What is it? Zhou Tsungwang inquired. Recently, the imperial harem has been unstable, with numerous consorts encountering troubles due to past grievances resurfacing. The 18th princess has become a beacon of fortune. After the national master made such a determination, my father has begun to experience good luck. I advised my mother not to bully the 18th princess, yet she seems unfazed, Yunzhen candidly confessed. My father once mentioned to me that my mother had wronged him. After I relayed this to her, instead of feeling remorseful, she seems intent on cleansing her reputation and views the 18th princess as a formidable adversary. Grandfather, I truly find myself at a loss. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tsungwang's brow furrowed deeply. Your mother has been spoiled by my indulgence. I shall address this matter. Rest assured, Your Highness. This assurance did indeed bring Yunzhen a sense of relief. It was peculiar that he felt reassured, especially since he understood that his mother was most susceptible to the influence of her family. Your Highness is too courteous, Zhou Tsungwang sighed. It is I who have burdened you. Focus solely on serving the emperor. Yes, my father has sent me out with considerable expectations, Yunzhen replied confidently. Zhou Tsungwang regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Your Highness, did the emperor speak to you in private about something? Recalling their act, Yunzhen gritted his teeth and affirmed. Indeed, I am the emperor's chosen one. Zhou Tsungwang's eyes brightened. Really? Yes, indeed. Therefore, grandfather, you need not worry. If I perform well, my father will only hold me in higher regard, Yunzhen asserted, nearly convincing himself with his own words. With a somber expression, he turned and exited the palace. Your Highness, this is a gift sent by the 18th princess, a servant announced as Yunchen busied himself with packing. A palace attendant hurriedly entered, a wooden box in hand, her face alight with joy. Your Highness, the 18th princess is currently favored by the Emperor. This gift, without a doubt, comes from the Emperor under the guise of the princess, she exclaimed. Yunchen, give it to me. You may leave, he instructed.
Yes.
The attendant, perplexed by the second prince's consistently aloof demeanor, obediently retreated. Once alone, Yunchen opened the wooden box, revealing a stack of papers, rather than scriptures. The pages chronicled various religious tales, a collection of materials inspired by the previous life's fascination with cinema and religion. The contents of these documents were far from flawless, containing some rather irrational religious ideologies, marked by cruelty and bloodshed, intertwined with the narratives. Yet, a predominant theme of socialist thought prevailed within, a natural consequence of modern sources. Enraptured by a particular story, Yunchen felt as though he were not merely reading, but rather glimpsing into an alternate realm, one that bore less pressure than his own. He became so absorbed that he read until midnight. Prepare hot water. I wish to wash up, he commanded. Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to it immediately, the servant replied. While he did not outwardly express his fondness for the wooden box, after completing his ablutions, he penned a letter to Yunwu. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Yunchen entrusted the letter to a palace attendant for delivery. After the attendant departed, he boarded an unremarkable carriage, leaving the bustling capital behind for Chongshan Temple. Master Yunrun was admiring the golden statue of the Buddha in the hall when he received news of the second prince's arrival. Shocked, he hurried outside, nearly losing his shoes in the process. Your Highness? You have come. Master Yunrun beamed, his smile reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. Observing his demeanor, Yun Chen's brow furrowed slightly, recalling the 18th princess's warnings about Master Yunrun's tendency to deceive regarding monetary matters. Your Highness, what brings you here today? Master Yunrun inquired cautiously, appreciating the second prince's willingness to heed his counsel and donate. Are you not here to admire the golden statue? He continued, eager to please. You shall be delighted, for it is indeed a splendid piece, crafted by the finest artisans. How much did it cost? Yun Chen asked, his eyes narrowing. Master Yunruin's eyes widened. Your Highness, why do you inquire about such mundane matters? We must approach the statue with reverence, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the Buddha. Yun Chen's temples throbbed in frustration. How had he failed to recognize the absurdity of Master Yunruin's words before? Just as the 18th princess's writings had suggested, it was nothing short of brainwashing. I was so devout, only to find myself relegated to this temple, he muttered silently. Master Yunrun, bewildered, pressed on. Your Highness, what do you mean by being sent to the temple? From now on, we shall be brothers in faith. My father has commanded me to enter the temple and take vows. I shall be entrusted to your care, Yun Chen declared. Master Yunrun was taken aback. Your Highness, what on earth has transpired? What, do you not wish to care for me? Yun Chen questioned, his tone growing irate. Master Yunrun dared not admit his true feelings. He merely sought to benefit from the situation and now feared that the second prince's vows would implicate him. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Chen was merely toying with him, intending to let him experience the discomfort of being exploited. He would decide on Master Yunruin's fate once he deemed it sufficient. That very day in the Grand Hall, Yun Chen took his vows. Upon hearing the news, Minister Chiao nearly dropped his teacup in disbelief. You mean the second prince has gone to Chongshan Temple and taken his vows? He gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Who else knows of this? He demanded, glaring at Steward Chiao. Everyone in the capital is aware, Steward Chiao lamented, unable to contain his anger, as he smashed his teacup. Who deceived the prince? Who leaked this information? It was Master Yunrun. It was him. Steward Chiao exclaimed, as though he had found a lifeline. Is it? He had long been aware of the second prince's association with Master Yunrun, a fervent Buddhist with little utility, merely a persuasive speaker. He had kept Master Yunrun around, believing that he could influence the second prince's thoughts. Over the years, he had noticed the second prince had become increasingly obedient, eschewing the company of women and abstaining from mischief, a stark contrast to his own two wayward sons who could not control their baser instincts and constantly stirred up trouble. The burden of managing their antics had become tiresome. Thus, the second prince's fixation on Buddhism seemed to provide a welcome reprieve. Little did he expect that Master Yunrun would lead the second prince to take vows. Now, he wished he could capture Yunrun and give him a good beating. At that moment, outside the estate, Deputy Minister Wang Jian arrived, bearing gifts and anxiously awaiting an audience with Minister Chiao. After a lengthy wait, he was finally greeted by Steward Chiao. Minister Wang, our lord happens to be at home. Your timing is impeccable. Is that so? How fortunate. Wang Jian, fearful of being abandoned, sighed with relief upon hearing these words, oblivious to the deeper meaning in Steward Chao's gaze. In the study, he encountered Chiao Guoshi, who waved his hand, signaling for the steward to leave before turning his attention to Wang Jian. Eagerly, Wang Jian knelt down, exclaiming, Lord Chiao, I am in desperate need of assistance. I am willing to go to Baoning Prefecture to keep an eye on the third prince. Yet Minister Xiao has arranged for another official to take my place today and has already issued the appointment letter. Chapter 37, not seen. However, the emperor had not explicitly demoted him. He merely stated that Wang Jiawen was to accompany him to Baoning Prefecture, as if he were an imperial envoy. Wang Jiawen felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke, fully aware that the emperor's words implied his demotion. Yet, since it had not been clearly stated, he could feign ignorance, provided someone was willing to protect him. But now, the situation had changed. His position had been usurped, and it had gone through the Ministry of Personnel. As the Deputy Minister of Personnel, he understood that the appointment could only have been secured due to someone's machinations behind the scenes, with Minister Chiao being the most likely suspect. Chao Guosher scrutinized him. You acted foolishly, failing to comprehend the situation before confronting the emperor. Now you find yourself in this predicament. What assistance can I offer? My lord, as long as you are willing to help, I am prepared to do anything. Wang Jiawen replied without hesitation. Chao Guosher narrowed his eyes. You have heard about the second prince's ordination, I presume? I have heard whispers, Wang Jiawen responded timidly, carefully observing him. Chao Guosher patted his shoulder. The second prince is in trouble, and I cannot afford to concern myself with you at this moment, yet you are still under my protection. Wang Jiawen readily agreed. Only those who had served as court officials understood how inconsequential local officials could be, how difficult their lives were, as they rarely even saw the emperor, let alone had their names remembered, doomed to languish in obscurity. You must personally seek an audience with the emperor and express your desire to inquire about the cultivation methods for sugar beets from the 18th princess. This booklet contains records of agricultural practices. Once you have reviewed it, you may present your preparations from the past few days. Though Wang Jiawen found Chao Guosher's task peculiar, he accepted it, deeming it simpler than many other matters. He instinctively nodded, harboring doubts as he left Chao's residence. In the palace at the Hall of Diligent Governance, Emperor Yunwu was informed by eunuch Linen that Wang Jiawen sought an audience. The emperor, impatient, waved his hand dismissively, not seen. Eunuch Linen exited but returned shortly. Your Majesty, Lord Wang claims he wishes to inquire about the 18th princess's methods for cultivating sugar beets. Does he presume he is entitled to such inquiries? The emperor scoffed. I have sent him to suffer, not to indulge in luxuries. Inform the third prince to do as he wishes. The emperor had grown weary of courtiers who evaded their duties yet threatened him. Now that he had seized Wang Jiawen's weakness, he had no intention of letting him off lightly. Eunuch Linen, bemused, quietly reminded, Your Majesty, Lord Wang mentioned the 18th princess. He may be seeking news about her. Why should he be the one to inquire about the 18th princess? The emperor narrowed his eyes. This was clearly Chao Guosher's scheme behind the scenes. Eunuch Linen shared the emperor's sentiments, but now it hinged on how the emperor would choose to proceed. If Wang Jiawen were to learn of the 18th princess's sentiments, it would soon become impossible to conceal her uniqueness. Have the third prince take him away, the emperor decided without hesitation. Now is not the time to reveal the 18th princess's special circumstances to Chao Guosher. The man had already conspired with Consort An to undermine him. The emperor could not afford to be careless, especially considering the power Chao Guosher wielded, which he had yet to fully control. Yes, eunuch Linen departed, smiling as he informed Wang Jiawen, Lord Wang, the emperor is busy and cannot see you. Such trivial matters will be arranged by the third prince. Are you implying that I am dissatisfied with the third prince's arrangements and have come to complain to the emperor? Wang Jiawen retorted, bewildered. How dare you accuse me of lacking intelligence? He exclaimed, feeling deeply aggrieved. Wang Jiawen's chest heaved with frustration. He was scorned by the emperor and had yet to fulfill Chao Guosher's task, making him reluctant to offend eunuch Linen. Eunuch Linen felt a sense of satisfaction, recalling how Wang Jiawen had once deliberately opposed the emperor, showing no concern for the plight of the common people, solely preoccupied with power struggles. He had never considered that he might one day face a similar fate. Enough, Lord Wang. The emperor is too busy to meet with you. If there is anything you do not understand, you may still inquire with the third prince. I shall take my leave now. Wang Jiawen stiffened, turning to see a servant from Yun Zhen's side approaching. Once eunuch Linen departed, he left the palace, feeling defeated as news of his swift disposal by the third prince reached Chao Guosher's ears. Chao Guosher muttered a curse under his breath, calling him a waste. He abruptly stood and turned to see Yunchen. At that moment, Yunwu had just awakened, having enjoyed a comfortable life of eating and sleeping, albeit feeling somewhat bored from the extended slumber. She tapped an invisible screen before her, seeking out some intriguing gossip. Meanwhile, Consort Lin was reviewing her contracts. She had arranged for a tavern to be opened in the capital and had also organized for pig farming outside the city to supply ingredients for the tavern. The contracts belonged to the tavern staff. Your Highness, the chefs at the tavern are nearly ready. We just need to select an auspicious day for the opening. A servant reported. Consult the national master for an auspicious date, Consort Lin instructed, signaling her intent to the emperor. Additionally, Your Highness, Consort Chun wishes to invite people into the palace for a performance and has extended an invitation for you and the 18th princess to attend. Rui cautiously glanced at Yunwu. Upon hearing this, Consort Lin frowned. I shall go, but the 18th princess will not accompany me. Consort Lin thought to herself that Consort Chun certainly harbored ulterior motives. If the 18th princess were taken along, her uniqueness would inevitably be discovered. It would be unwise to eliminate the performers at that point, as public opinion would spiral out of control. Furthermore, the 18th princess was still young, One could not predict what schemes Consort An might concoct. It was impossible for her to succeed in her plans against her. As long as the 18th princess was present, the emperor would never misunderstand. She had to ensure her daughter's safety. Very well, send the 18th princess to the emperor. The 18th princess blinked, not comprehending why her mother had such a close relationship with her father before being escorted away by Nurse Yun. Had it not been for Consort Lin's insistence on her safety, she would have been anxious to leave. Chapter 38. Can you understand? Meanwhile, Yunwu was carried to the Hall of Diligent Governance. Upon seeing her, Emperor Yunwu's face lit up with a smile. Ah, the 18th princess has arrived. Come and play here. I have asked eunuch Linen to prepare a small bed for you. Whatever toys you fancy, your father has found for you. I wonder if these toys will be to your liking. The emperor held a variety of toys: a rattledrum, a luban lock, a kuja ball, the 18th pillar, a 9-linked ring, a bamboo dragonfly, and a cloth tiger. Ah, the 18th pillar is quite intriguing. Cloud Mist indeed found something intriguing. The Cloud Martial Emperor casually handed her the luban lock and the 18 columns. As Cloud Mist reached out to grasp them, a loud thud echoed as the objects, being solid wood, were far too heavy and nearly struck her face. The Cloud Martial Emperor reacted swiftly, catching the toys just in time. The anticipated pain did not occur. As she opened her round, bright eyes, she witnessed the Emperor's deft maneuver. Wow, father, you are amazing. Did you learn martial arts? You caught it in the blink of an eye. The Cloud Martial Emperor beamed with pride, almost wagging his tail at the compliment. This toy is too hard. Let us not give the 18 columns any more of these. Let us play with these plush toys instead. I won't play anymore. My hands lack strength, and I can't hold them steady. I'll wait until I grow up. The emperor immediately instructed eunuch Linen to take the luban lock away. Speaking of martial arts, I've never seen it. Is it true that lightness skill allows one to fly? Compared to the ability to fly, I believe airplanes and cars are more reliable. At least they are scientific. Inner strength, and that energy you speak of sound utterly fictitious. The Cloud Martial Emperor glanced at eunuch Linen, who, receiving the hint, coughed lightly and stepped forward. Your Majesty, you have worked hard today. Allow an old servant to demonstrate a set of punches. Very well, I shall enjoy it with the 18 columns. The Cloud Martial Emperor reclined on the dragon throne while Cloud Mist sat in his embrace, watching intently. Eunuch Linen rolled up his trousers and began his demonstration. Even though Cloud Mist had no understanding of martial arts, she felt a surge of vigor emanating from eunuch Linen. Wow, that's impressive. I wonder how it compares to the fighting style. Fighting style? The Cloud Martial Emperor was intrigued, and eunuch Linen was curious as well. However, even if eunuch Linen possesses inner strength, it cannot surpass firearms. Being shot would lead to the same outcome. Impossible. His internal energy is profound. Even with formidable weapons, it would not easily inflict a fatal blow on me. To be precise, it wouldn't be so easy to hit. The little princess was overly confident, a mark of her youth. I have it, but I cannot bring it out now. It would alter things too drastically. Cloud Mist held reservations about bringing firearms into Dian, considering that improper handling could lead to many casualties. She was uncertain if her father's current strength could maintain control over the court. If such weapons fell into the hands of evildoers, she feared for her life and that of her father and mother. It was better to proceed with caution. Well, eunuch Linen is quite formidable, but I am more concerned whether father has dispelled the poison afflicting him. The Cloud Martial Emperor refrained from inquiring about weapons, automobiles, or fighting styles, and he felt no disappointment, for the 18 columns was by his side. He would eventually have the chance to ask. There was no need to disturb her for such trivial matters. The Cloud Martial Emperor gestured with his fingers, and eunuch Linen immediately retracted his fists, barely out of breath. Your Majesty, I am aging and lack the vigor of youth. Please forgive me, little princess. Enough, rise. Let us not indulge in idle talk. If you grow old, then I shall grow old too. Eunuch Linen chuckled. They were of the same age and had grown up together. Naturally, they would grow old together. Your Majesty, Dr. Lin has sent some antidotes. He sought out a physician outside the palace for the prescription. Would you like to try? Wait. Did father truly summon Dr. Lin to find a physician outside? Dr. Chi should have the antidote. I just don't know if Dr. Chi has developed the antidote yet. I shall give it a try. The Cloud Martial Emperor took the medicine in front of Cloud Mist. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Eunuch Linen asked anxiously, while Cloud Mist stared intently, awaiting the outcome. The Cloud Martial Emperor chuckled softly. After consuming the medicine, he felt slightly better, but did not experience the anticipated relief from the poison. If I take it a few more times, I should be cured. His words were rather cautious. Eunuch Linen's expression dimmed, clearly understanding the implication. A few more doses to dispel the poison? If that is the case, perhaps a stomach wash would suffice, since the poison must have already harmed the body's organs, necessitating repeated doses. Moreover, it was said that father succumbed to a cold. That implies there must be an issue with father's immune system. Otherwise, a mere cold could not lead to such an outcome. Immune system? Both the Cloud Martial Emperor and eunuch Linen appeared bewildered, entirely at a loss for her meaning. But we currently lack the apparatus for a stomach wash. Yet. I do have medicines in my space that treat immune system diseases, such as transfer factor oral liquid, tacrolimus capsules, and human immunoglobulin. However, those are Western medicines. I wonder if Dr. Lin would understand. Regardless, let us give it a try. Besides Western medicine, I believe traditional Chinese herbal medicines like reishi, echinacea, and astragalus can enhance immunity and strengthen the body. Dr. Lin certainly understands traditional medicine better than I do. As Cloud Mist spoke, she rummaged through her space and retrieved 2 boxes of immune disorder medicines. As she brought the medicine out from her space, it slipped from her hands, causing a slight noise that alerted the Cloud Martial Emperor. He hurriedly bent down to collect the various medicine boxes, while eunuch Linen was even more careful, fearing they might be damaged. 18. Did you hear that your father's health is poor, and thus you sought a reward from the heavens? The Cloud Martial Emperor was initially shocked, then inquired with concern. 18. Are these medicines? Will they affect your health? Cloud Mist giggled. Father, they have no effect on me. You may use them with peace of mind.
I have some antidotes as well.
Heavy metal poisoning can be treated with dimercaprol and similar medications. Rodenticide poisoning can be treated with acetaminophen. The Cloud Martial Emperor could not comprehend the names of the antidotes Cloud Mist mentioned, nor could eunuch Linen. He feigned composure and said, Your Majesty, look quickly. The 18th princess has once again sought more antidotes from the heavens. The princess is smiling. Surely it's not harmful to her health. Of course, it's harmless. The things in my space were originally put there by me. I'm merely taking them out. Cloud Mist felt a sense of pride. The Cloud Martial Emperor chuckled. Very well, my little 18 has a kind heart. At this moment, the Cloud Martial Emperor finally had the leisure to examine the medicines in his hands. They were all boxes with inscriptions on them. After studying them for a while, the Emperor's expression turned skeptical. Eunuch Lin, come and take a look. Eunuch Linen, curious, leaned in to understand what the Cloud Martial Emperor was contemplating. Can you decipher it? The Emperor whispered. He felt embarrassed to let Cloud Mist know that he, an emperor, could not read. He assumed his voice was low enough. But Cloud Mist could hear him clearly. Oh no, I forgot that the characters they use now are different from those in the future. Eunuch Linen received a glare from the Cloud Martial Emperor and promptly coughed, declaring, I recognize it, Your Majesty. Look, is this character not mouth? Yes, correct. This one is move. As into move. And this is turn. Yes, indeed. As the Cloud Martial Emperor saw 18 not denying, he knew he was correct. Thus, this medicine is called Transfer Factor Oral Liquid. Eunuch Linen nodded seriously. The Cloud Martial Emperor nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. That is the name. Do you know what it means? The Cloud Martial Emperor raised his head, silently mouthing the question. Eunuch Linen's face wrinkled in confusion. He felt the Emperor had overestimated him. Even when the words were strung together, he recognized only the last character, which he presumed was some sort of medicinal liquid. A cough, Your Majesty. This divine medicine bestowed upon us is surely distinct from that of our Great Yan, hence the characters inscribed upon it must be celestial script. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon the National Master to decipher these characters? I have heard that the National Master possesses a keen interest in unraveling the scripts of ancient civilizations. Being celestial script, the National Master would undoubtedly dedicate himself tirelessly to its study, hastening the discovery of its meanings. As for the medicine, let it be entrusted to Physician Lin for research. He shall surely find a remedy for Your Majesty in due time. The Emperor Yunwu coughed lightly and remarked, Lingen, your words hold merit. I too believe it essential to decipher this celestial script. In truth, it merely pertains to simplified characters. I have observed that my father's documents are inscribed in traditional characters, far too intricate and laborious, consuming excessive ink and elevating the cost of literacy. If the National Master could devise simplified characters, it would indeed be a boon. However, it is imperative that my father disseminates this knowledge throughout the court for it to bear significance. Moreover, transforming traditional characters into simplified ones is secondary. The real challenge lies in the absence of punctuation, rendering the text exceedingly difficult to read. I admire my father's ability to navigate such complex documents. Being an emperor is truly exhausting. Yunwu watched in astonishment as the emperor diligently engaged in his duties. He would not wish to bear the weight of the crown, for it is akin to the plight of a common laborer. In a truly advanced society, the daily toil should not exceed 3 hours. The Emperor Yunwu pondered. 3 hours? If I managed to rest for 3 hours each day, it would be considered slothful. This reflection illuminated the current state of Great Yan, which falls short of the ideal standards of a prosperous nation. Reform is essential. Those vermin must be eradicated. The Emperor Yunwu's fervor ignited. But there is no need to rush. We shall take our time. I believe my father is a good emperor, and as long as he lives, we can afford to implement gradual changes. The Emperor Yunwu nodded in agreement, bolstered by Yunwu's affirmation. Soon, Eunuch Lingen departed with the medicine. The contents of the box were transcribed into 2 copies, one sent to the National Master and another to Physician Lin, while the remainder was securely locked away in the inner treasury. Eunuch, what is this? Physician Lin inquired, examining the various medicines with curiosity. It was provided by the little princess, Eunuch Lingen explained, clearing his throat. Physician Lin's eyes widened. I shall diligently study this. I apologize for not being able to entertain you at the moment, he added with a forced smile. Eunuch Lingen chuckled. You old rascal. Should you fail to uncover the properties of this medicine, beware of the Emperor's wrath. Physician Lin patted his chest confidently. Fear not, it shall not be a problem. With the little princess's support, I would be utterly useless if I remain without any leads. Moreover, Dr. Qi has made some breakthroughs in his research. By the way, eunuch, may I collaborate with Dr. Qi regarding the medicines provided by the little princess? Physician Lin inquired eagerly. However, the emperor has explicitly instructed that the information must not reach Lord Chiao. Eunuch Lingen reminded him. I understand. Physician Lin nodded vigorously. If Lord Chiao were to discover this, it would spell disaster, as the emperor's poison was indeed administered by him. The national master received the transcribed medicinal instructions, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lingen, did the last batch of beet seeds not contain some characters as well? I transcribed them and have already compared them with Great Yan's script. Next time, if you acquire more of these characters, do remember to present them to me. The national master was keen to establish a rapport with eunuch Lingen, hoping to access more celestial scripts in the future. National master, your foresight is commendable. The task assigned by the emperor shall pose no challenge for you. What task? The national master inquired. The emperor requests that you expeditiously study the celestial script and decipher its meaning. Eunuch Lingen replied. Decipher? The national master appeared perplexed until he laid eyes on the phrase transference factor oral solution. Although he recognized the individual characters, their combination eluded him. Observing the national master's confusion, eunuch Lingen patted him reassuringly on the shoulder, saying, National master, I have faith that you shall accomplish this task. The situation is akin to the need for ancient texts to be translated. While it appears daunting now, understanding the meaning of each term will elucidate its significance. The national master declared as he turned to leave, clutching the manuscript tightly, disappearing from sight within the astronomical bureau. Meanwhile, within the palace, after Yunwu had fallen asleep, the emperor penned a decree to be dispatched to Xiu Pass. Alongside the emperor's edict, a letter from the matriarch of the Xie family was also sent forth with utmost urgency to the borderlands. At that moment, within the military camp at the border, chaos was beginning to brew, unbeknownst to the unfolding events. Outside Chongshan Temple, Lord Chiao arrived, gazing up at the serene yet bustling temple. He was met by Master Yunrun, who had hurriedly come upon receiving the news. Lord Chiao, what brings you here? Master Yunrun greeted with a sycophantic smile, devoid of any monk-like detachment, appearing rather worldly. Lord Chao's eyes reflected disdain and dissatisfaction upon seeing him. Yunrun, who permitted you to shave the second prince's head? He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Master Yunruan's expression stiffened, and he quickly shook his head, a pained look on his face. Lord Chiao, you misunderstand. It was the prince's own request for the shaving. Do you dare claim this matter bears no relation to you? Lord Chiao narrowed his eyes at him. Recalling Yunshin's words, Master Yunrun felt a twinge of guilt. Observing his demeanor, Lord Chiao understood all too well. Angrily, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Master Yunruan's cheek reddened visibly, his eyes widening in shock. Lord Chiao, you strike me? How dare you? You have put the prince in such a predicament. I have shown restraint by not taking your life. Lord Chao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 40. The long-son heir of the Duke of State takes a wife. Do you intend to use the second prince to threaten me? Lord Chiao laughed derisively, finding Master Yunrun utterly foolish. No wonder he had allowed the news of the second prince's shaving to circulate. Master Yunrun felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that Lord Chiao truly intended to kill him. In that moment his survival instincts kicked in, and a singular thought dominated his mind. He must seek the second prince for salvation. Only the second prince could rescue him. Ignoring his swollen cheek, Master Yunrun turned and fled toward the back courtyard. Halfway there, he was intercepted by his fellow disciple Huashan, who was inspecting the temple. Master, there is a matter that requires your urgent assistance. I am not available, Master Yunrun replied without a second thought. Huashan insisted, Master, it concerns the matriarch of the Duke of State, who has come to seek a marriage proposal for her grandson. You must attend. I cannot handle this alone. The Duke of State? Master Yunruan's eyes brightened as he immediately considered the family's influence and their willingness to part with silver. If he could cater to them well, it would be effortless to offer a small golden statue to the Buddha. However, as the thought of his own precarious situation resurfaced, he quickly abandoned that notion. I cannot assist. I am presently entangled in matters of my own life and death. Just fabricate something. As long as they desire a marriage, simply find a suitable match. Master Yunrun hastily dismissed the request and hurried away. Upon hearing this, Huashan's worries dissipated entirely, and he maintained an air of serene detachment. Yet, hidden beneath his calm demeanor was a flicker of concern as he inquired, Master, do you have any solutions? His family's grandson was a fine young man, a paragon of virtue, having excelled as a scholar at a young age, preparing to take part in the upcoming imperial examinations. How could such a promising youth be afflicted with misfortune? He had already been betrothed to 3 fiancées, all of whom had encountered calamity. The burden of a notorious reputation weighed heavily upon Changsun, instilling a sense of trepidation within her as she pondered whether to pursue further matrimonial proposals for him. After all, making such proposals could jeopardize the future of the young lady involved. Yet, to refrain from doing so would mean condemning Changsun to an unending lineage. Lady Qin furrowed her brow, wrestling with the dichotomy of personal desire and moral obligation that gnawed at her. Sleep had eluded her for many nights. leaving her visage marked by fatigue. Although your esteemed grandson is resilient, he is not impervious to fate, the esteemed master Huashan asserted with unwavering conviction. By selecting a woman of even greater fortitude, one could potentially harmonize his destiny and avert further calamities. A sigh of relief escaped Lady Qin as she absorbed his words. Master, I beseech you, ensure that no harm befalls the young lady, and should a union come to fruition, I shall gladly contribute to the gilding of your temple statue. Her aged, wise eyes bore into him, seeking assurance. Master Huashan, though a master of performance, felt a surge of anxiety within. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure. Rest assured, my lady, provided the number of candidates is sufficient, we can certainly identify a suitable match. However, the selection must come from you, and it is imperative that the birth charts remain unconfounded. Precision is paramount, he cautioned, his tone both cryptic and earnest, as he emphasized the gravity of the task at hand. Lady Qin, though apprehensive, began to contemplate which young women to consider. Master, do you have any recommendations for auspicious birth charts? She inquired. Master Huashan hesitated, feigning difficulty. What? Is there a complication? Lady Qin, sensing the potential for success, felt her heart quicken. A singular goal, no matter how elusive, was preferable to a void of hope. This particular chart must not be revealed prematurely, as it may disrupt the subsequent fortunes, he advised. You should begin your search, and if you happen upon a suitable candidate, even one whose chart is merely close, I shall share some insights. Although Lady Qin felt a pang of disappointment, she recognized the complexities surrounding Changsuan's matrimonial prospects and understood the necessity for patience. I am grateful for your guidance, Master. With this newfound clarity, her visit to the temple felt accomplished. Master Huashan exhaled in relief, just as a young monk approached, whispering, Master, a guest in room 2 requests your presence. The master's expression hardened with resolve as he departed. Meanwhile, in the small hall where Yunchen resided, the presence of Chao Guesher nearly rendered him breathless as he beheld the monk's bald head. Frowning, he approached Yunchen, who remained utterly unperturbed. After several moments of silence, Chao Guesher cleared his throat forcefully. Yunchen, calmly gathering his scriptures, responded, Ah, has Lord Chao arrived? He feigned attentiveness, yet the stillness persisted. Growing impatient, Yunchen closed his eyes and began to recite a sutra. Gao gu si, et pet ding bifa then. Was taken aback as Yunchen not only refused to bow but also recited the very text he wished to obliterate. Your Highness, he nearly choked in exasperation. You have shorn your hair without a second thought. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Chao Guesher questioned, incredulous. Yunchen met his gaze with icy clarity. Is it not evident why I have chosen this path? Are you blaming me? Chao Guesher queried, suspicion creeping into his demeanor. Indeed, Yunchen affirmed. Gao gu si fan te. Please elucidate. Do you believe the matter concerning my mother is so easily dismissed? I offered a considerable sum, 100,000 taels. The emperor has no grounds to pursue further grievances. Disagreement flickered in Chao Guesher's eyes. Your Highness, you misconceive. Your mother's fate shall not affect you. I have negotiated with the emperor. Is that so? Then why does father shower my younger brother with praise in my presence, assigning him the affairs of Baoning Prefecture? It is common knowledge that with sufficient grain, the situation there cannot falter. Chao Guesher frowned, sensing the weight of Yun Chen's accusations. Had Yunwu been present, he would discern that the second prince is merely deceiving himself. Is it not evident, Lord? Chao Guesher retorted. Your mother's actions were indeed misguided, but how could she have been discovered if she treaded carefully? Surely, the emperor could not have only just discovered this, he pondered aloud. Could it not be attributed to the 18th princess's influence? Their gazes locked, both men recognizing the implications of their musings. Do you suspect the 18th princess harbors any ulterior motives? Are you not aware? Gao gu si vets? Though the emperor's discovery of the concubine's transgression seemed unrelated to the 18th princess, my informants suggest otherwise. Moreover, the 18th princess's selection as a celestial auspice and her procurement of grain are not mere coincidences. Chao Guesher's expression turned grave. These developments signify her importance in the emperor's eyes or perhaps indicate an intention to utilize her influence to sway the court. Despite the validity of his suspicions, he remained oblivious to the unique circumstances surrounding Yunwu. I have not yet uncovered any further evidence, but it is clear that the emperor holds the 18th princess in high regard, Yunchen replied, half-truthfully. Chao Guesher nodded in agreement. Then you must investigate further, as you have the most access to her. Understood, Yunchen acknowledged, recognizing the necessity of approaching the 18th princess. Thus, your visit to the temple to renounce your ties is both a gesture to placate the emperor and a strategic retreat? Chao Guesher inquired, concern etched across his face. Will you bear the marks of your vows? Upon hearing this, Chao Guesher felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, you have indeed administered a potion to the emperor, have you not? What was it, and how long can he endure it? Chao Guesher abruptly turned his gaze towards him. Yun Chen maintained his ethereal expression, his dark eyes seemingly concealing countless secrets. After staring at him for a moment, Chao Guesher suddenly burst into laughter. Your Highness, you have indeed surprised me. However, it is for the best that you have grown. I no longer worry that you cannot contend with the Crown Prince and his associates. Indeed. However, the medicine ceased after your mother-S incident, Chiao Guesher expressed with a hint of regret. Yunchen fixed his gaze on him, stating, perhaps father is already aware. This is precisely the reason I insisted on shaving my head. Chiao Guesher's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. No wonder the emperor's disdain for me has become more pronounced. I thought it was merely due to the affair with Consort An. Thus, he continued, uncle, for now, I can only remain in the temple. You must visit me discreetly. Before that, I have a matter to entrust to you, uncle. Yunchen continued. Hearing that it was a serious matter, Chiao Guesher straightened. What is it? I've learned that father has recently allied with Prime Minister Chiao to establish an official gazette and has already persuaded many. Given the emperor's attitude, it seems he no longer wishes to gather information from the mouths of court officials. This gazette appears to be inevitable. If it were in the past, I would think the emperor would not act so recklessly. But now it is different. If father truly knows he has been poisoned, coupled with the presence of physician Lin, he probably has already confirmed it. Otherwise, he would not use this information to test me. In this situation, father might be even more unhinged than before. Chiao Guesher felt a jolt at Yun Chen's words. Had you not mentioned it, I might not have realized that the emperor could go mad over the issue of poisoning. Yun Chen glanced at him. Uncle, father is surely watching us. Arranging for the third prince to leave affects our judgment. After all, there are still numerous princes remaining in the palace, not to mention Prime Minister Chiao. Upon hearing Zhao's name, Chiao Guesher's face darkened. Xiao Guiqing has become inexplicably radical. He initially intended to resign, but has now become even more aggressive. It's a pity. Yun Chen's heart skipped a beat. He sensed regret in Chiao Guesher's words, which concealed a fact. Chiao Guesher had indeed acted against the emperor in private. Chapter 42, Witch Pilgrim. No wonder father is so wary of Uncle Chiao Guesher. Presumably, as my 18th sister mentioned, there are reasons for the downfall of the nation after the third brother ascends the throne, which involve Chiao Guesher's actions. Enough, your highness. I must take my leave. If I linger too long, the emperor may grow suspicious. Chiao Guesher, having obtained the information he sought, prepared to depart in haste. Yun Chen refrained from further emphasizing the gazette issue, recognizing that the more he spoke, the more Chiao Guesher would become suspicious. It was better for him to investigate on his own. The remaining matters could be handled by the emperor. Letting out a breath, Yun Chen felt a sense of relief once the man left. Just as Chiao Guesher departed, Master Yunran hurriedly arrived, rushing in and kneeling before Yun Chen. Why such a grand gesture? Master? Have you committed a transgression? Yun Chen, slightly irritated, found the interruption unwelcome, particularly since Master Yunran had not acknowledged his fault. Master Yunran stammered, Your Highness, please observe my face. He continued to complain, I have been beaten by Lord Chiao. Why would he strike you? Yun Chen inquired. Wiping his tears, Master Yunran lamented, Your Highness, do you not think Lord Chiao has become too arrogant? His second son has harmed someone yet faced no consequences. Yun Chen furrowed his brow. You refer to my second cousin? When did this happen? Master Yunran, intent on reporting, readily divulged. I overheard a pilgrim at the temple mention that young Master Chiao has been keeping a concubine and living quite extravagantly. Yun Chen fixed his gaze on him. Please, do continue without withholding anything. Of course, Master Yunran hastily replied, fearing to delay and offend the prince. I heard that young Master Chiao caused a fatal incident. However, upon careful calculation, it seems he didn't kill anyone outright. Rather, he ruined their life. Young Master Chiao previously had a poor relationship with young Master Xiao. It is said that during a visit to the flower house, young Master Xiao met with an unfortunate accident, losing his ability to sire heirs. Yun Chen gasped. The Xiao family has only one male heir, correct? Indeed. No wonder father trusts Prime Minister Xiao so implicitly, following this incident. He will undoubtedly serve the emperor with unwavering loyalty. Yun Chen's understanding deepened. So, Your Highness, do you think Lord Chiao has become too arrogant? Are you suggesting that young Master Xiao was harmed by my cousin? Yun Chen pressed further. Master Yunran stroked his beard with a self-assured expression. Precisely. My calculations are seldom wrong. I learned of this from the pilgrims. The guise of a master suits me well, and I am not at all apprehensive in deceiving you. Your Highness, for I have indeed discerned the fate of young Master Xiao and its connection to young Master Chiao. Such information, however, need not be disclosed to the second prince, as it is my livelihood to maintain this knowledge. If Your Highness were to discover that my abilities are not so formidable, you might seek support elsewhere, and I would be unable to fulfill my duties to the Buddha. Yun Chen realized the implications of this news. He did not need to ponder long to conclude that father must be aware of the situation. At the very least, he would certainly know who was responsible for harming young Master Xiao, likely through 18th Sisters channels. Thus, father had sent young Master Xiao to the royal estate to cultivate potatoes, in contrast to third brother's assignment to Baoning Prefecture. It was evident that those growing potatoes at the royal estate were the ones truly contributing. The cultivation of these potatoes would require merely following 18th Sisters' instructions, especially with the agricultural officials father had dispatched. This was a form of compensation for Prime Minister Xiao. Yun Chen felt reassured, for it indicated that Prime Minister Xiao was still assisting father. As for his uncle, Chiao Guesher, Yun Chen had long perceived his ambitious nature, and crucially, he sensed that their connection was tenuous at best. Without much hesitation, he chose to support Emperor Yunwu. Having made this decision, Yunqin felt a sense of relief. Your Highness, do you see? Lord Chiao dares to act so arrogantly because he relies on your influence, does he not? Master Yunran observed his silence, and continued, if not for your Highness, he would never dare to confront Prime Minister Chiao. He rushed here today because he views you as expendable if you lose your claim to the throne. Your Highness, you must not be deceived by Lord Chiao. His true intent is to control you. Master Yunran spoke with righteous indignation. Master, your words will certainly be taken into consideration, Yunqin replied, feigning contemplation. Master Yunran sighed in relief. Your Highness, Lord Chiao even wishes to see me dead. You must protect me. Fear not, with me here. He would not dare to harm you, Yunqin reassured him. Master Yunran awaited this affirmation. Thank you, Your Highness. The humble monk had no means to repay. Master Yunruan's lips twitched as he spoke. Your Highness, you inquire. He fawned in a subservient tone, asking from which patron this news had been gleaned. Since Minister Chiao dared to send away his cousin, it indicated he would keep this matter under wraps. Moreover, regarding the inhumane news about young Master Chiao, at least none of his contacts in the capital had heard of it. Thus, the patron who conveyed this information to Master Yunran became rather intriguing. Master Yunran fell silent, momentarily contemplating dismissal until a single remark from Yunchen dispelled that notion. Master, in truth, I possess quite the talent for fortune-telling. Master Yunran found himself unable to decipher Yunchen's thoughts. His initial intention to deceive was abruptly cast aside. Your Highness, what you say is true. I am your servant. How could I conceal anything from you? Master Yunran replied mysteriously. It was Madame Jiang who mentioned it. Madame Jiang? Yunchen momentarily faltered, trying to recall her identity. She is the wife of General Zheng Shirong, who serves at Ziyu Pass. The general's household included Xia Huayan, the deputy general of the loyal Zhaoyong. Hearing the connection to the Xia family piqued Yunchen's interest further. How could Madame Zheng be privy to such information? Could it be that the Zheng family had already allied with his uncle? Yunchen's voice dropped as he mused on this. Master Yunran, close by, was startled by the implication but dared not inquire further, his eyes flickering with suspicion as he pondered. Ultimately, he resolved to cling tightly to the second prince's favor. Very well, keep an eye on matters, and if this news surfaces, inform me. Yunchen assigned a task to Master Yunran, who naturally dared not refuse. For it was at least a means to preserve his life. Shall Mother assist you in unwrapping your gifts? Or would you prefer to wait until you can crawl and do it yourself? Yunwu had grown accustomed to her mother's inclination to be the first to share matters concerning her. She struggled to extend her hand. I want to see. Do not fret. Mother will help you open it. Lin Fei smiled gently, her lips curling with delight. My little one is indeed clever, able to comprehend her mother's words at such a tender age. Yunmama lifted Yunwu with one arm while engaging in conversation. Indeed, the little princess is astute. Otherwise, how could she be a blessing sent by heaven? She is destined to be different from ordinary children, displaying both wisdom and martial prowess at such a young age. It is no surprise. My reputation is already so formidable. Is the populace of Dian so accepting of such prodigious children? Lin Fei glanced at Yunmama, nodding in agreement. Indeed. 18 is a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Her brilliance is entirely normal. Nonetheless, Lin Fei harbored concerns about 18th's sharp intellect, fearing that many would regard her with undue fascination, necessitating additional guardianship around her. Yunmama, the business at the inn outside the palace has been flourishing recently, yielding significant silver. Could you assist me in recruiting a group of orphans to serve as 18th secret guards? Yunmama looked at Lin Fei in surprise. Though the words seemed directed at her, they were, in fact, meant for the emperor. Observing the affection in Lin Fei's eyes, Yunmama understood that a mother's worry stemmed from the potential dangers 18 might face as her reputation grew. I shall do my utmost, she replied. Lin Fei exhaled in relief. Training secret guards? Or rather, my secret guards. I wish to select them myself. Lin Fei was taken aback. Why was 18 so fascinated by matters of combat? No, I do not wish for mere comfort. I want to forge a special forces unit, my very own. How incredibly cool. It is only because I have a father who is an emperor that I can entertain such a wish. No, I mustn't be overly excited. In the future, I shall create aircraft and take my guard skydiving. Wow. Yunwu was completely immersed in her fantasies, primarily due to the tedium of being a baby, longing to return to her previous life. Alas, it seemed that growing up was indeed more comfortable. Special forces? Hadn't she mentioned such ambitions before the emperor? Could it be that the emperor truly intended to reform the military? In truth, Emperor Yunwu had already taken Yunwu's military training methods to train his private troops. Previously, he lacked funds, but now, with the financial support from Lin Fei, he could begin training a few hundred soldiers. Once these men were trained, they could be expanded within the barracks. Coupled with the private troops under the third prince Yunzhen, financed by him, the soldiers ultimately fell under Emperor Yunwu's command. Look. Lin Fei chuckled lightly, but remained patient as she opened the box. The box sent by Yunchen was crafted from fine yellow pear wood. Upon deftly unlocking the intricate mechanism, she discovered only a letter within. It is but a letter, Lin Fei announced, and Yunwu leaned in to catch a glimpse. Lin Fei's brow furrowed in suspicion. 18's tone suggested she had been in contact with Yunchen. A moment's reflection revealed that this must be a gift from 18. Initially, she had refrained from looking, respecting her daughter's autonomy, yet she was taken aback by 18's boldness in approaching the second prince. After all, Consort An had been quite unyielding. I want to see. Yunwu reached for the envelope. Lin Fei laughed softly. Do not rush, dear 18. Mother will read it to you. At your tender age, can you even recognize the characters? Once you are able to speak, I shall arrange for your enlightenment. With your cleverness, you will surely learn to read swiftly. As Lin Fei spoke, her movements were unhurried. Soon, she opened the envelope and began to read aloud. Dear Sister 18, greetings. I am your second brother Yunchen. I have received the books you sent. They have broadened my horizons, and I am truly grateful for your thoughtful gift. I possess no particular virtues. So please take this small amount of silver and use it as you wish. Ask Lin Fei to procure whatever you desire. I am delighted by your arrival.
Until we meet again.
Upon finishing, Lin Fei's emotions were somewhat complex. She had anticipated the second prince would bestow gifts upon 18, yet he had not. He had even refrained from inviting 18 to the temple, as it was widely acknowledged that remaining within the palace was her safest option. Gazing into the wooden box, it was filled with a stack of silver notes. Such simple expressions of concern for his sister softened Lin Fei's wariness towards Yunchen. At the very least, 18 had not spoken ill of the second prince, indicating he had not plotted against her. Ultimately, Lin Fei held her trust most firmly in Yunwu.
Wow.
My second brother has gifted me so many silver notes. He did not use them to commission Master Yunrun to construct a Buddha statue. If it's for me, then I shall consider how to spend this silver. Well, let me see what my second brother is up to. Lin Fei chose not to intervene. How 18 thought and acted was her own journey. As a mother, imposing too many constraints would detract from 18's life. Moreover, 18 was inherently different from ordinary children. Lin Fei's sole wish was for her daughter to find happiness throughout her life. My second brother, is actually conversing with that Master Yunrun about Buddhism and fortune-telling. Shouldn't he be learning Taoism instead? I shall present my second brother with some knowledge of Taoism, so he can outsmart that charlatan Yunrun. Let him taste defeat. As Yunwu spoke, she scoured the space until she finally located relevant texts, noticing they were written in simplified characters. She deemed it unnecessary to change them, confident that her second brother's intelligence would allow him to comprehend them. She believed in him. Far away in the temple, Yunchen was unaware that another gift awaited her. Yunwu Emperor, after attending to state affairs, returned to Yichuan Palace, where Lin Fei informed him of the situation. With a raised eyebrow, Yunwu Emperor noted that the second prince had amassed quite a sum. Lin Fei felt a sense of resignation, pondering why the emperor focused on such trivialities. Clearing her throat, she inquired about the guards surrounding the 18th princess. Let it be as she wishes, Yunwu Emperor replied, eager to observe the caliber of soldiers she could train. Upon witnessing the training methods employed, he felt a surge of pride, comfort, and admiration.
Now,
if she wishes to personally select her troops, so be it. I will ensure that the personnel will heed her commands. Lin Fei expressed her concerns, but was reassured by the emperor's words. She worried, however, that those not chosen by the princess might overhear her intentions, thereby revealing her uniqueness. Yunwu Emperor laughed lightly. The rest will be under my command. Lin Fei was relieved. With the emperor's support, the 18th princess would have more freedom than she had feared. Rest now, we have an audience in the morning. Afterward, I will send her to the Hall of Governance. Lin Fei attended to the emperor as he settled down to sleep. Later, she recalled the performance she had witnessed that day in the inner palace, where Chun Fei had alluded to the drama, Mu Guiying takes command. Was the 18th princess being deceptive? But her uniqueness was genuine. Chun Fei's performance was in vain. Not far from the royal estate, in a secluded valley, hundreds of young men had gathered in just a few days. Their daily tasks included erecting tents, running with weights, marching in formation, and cooking their own meals. One youth questioned, are we truly here to be soldiers? Shouldn't we be training in martial arts on a practice field instead of running, which seems pointless? Just as he finished speaking, the instructor stepped forward. Number 7. The youth instinctively stood at attention. During training, speaking out of turn will result in a penalty of 50 pounds for 5 laps. The group, consisting of about 50, turned to look at him, some with anger while others calculated how to deal with him. The youth felt a chill run down his spine. Overwhelmed, but knowing he had to comply, the entire group began their weighted run, maintaining their formation. We are the future of Dian, safeguarding our families and strengthening our homeland. We shall not fear sacrifice, but we must not sacrifice recklessly. Our lives must hold value. Defending our nation is our worth. We are heroes, striving for the future of our homeland. These solemn oaths echoed from the lips of the young soldiers, clad in identical uniforms. Even as they gasped for breath, the chief officer, selected from the best performers, recited their vows repeatedly. This camp, unlike any other, prioritized ability over lineage. In that small valley, a new military system was taking root, destined to grow into a formidable force. In the palace, Yunwu stirred lazily, cradled and fed by a wet nurse. She squirmed, prompting the nurse to adjust her hold, bringing comfort to the child. As they approached the Hall of Governance, Yunwu did not cry. Mother is diligent. always reviewing the accounts. It seems the tavern business is thriving. Perhaps it is time to open a chain of establishments after all. The local gentry would not dare to offend my mother. A chain of stores? Lin Fei hesitated, concerned about acting too swiftly, fearing the courtiers might retaliate. Yet, the 18th princess's words reminded her that she was an openly favored consort. Opening a store would not attract trouble. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to accelerate her plans. Gathering wealth swiftly. After all, her taverns would cater to wealthy merchants and gentry who held no allegiance to Dian, caring only for their own families. Such merchants were no different from those in Dachu. Without further ado, Lin Fei issued orders to establish several taverns throughout the capital, as well as in the nearby counties. Relying on the procurement of ingredients from the common folk, launching 6 or 7 taverns at once required substantial capital, but Lin Fei was not short of silver. Although her father held a low official rank, her brother, Lu Dong, excelled in business, and her mother hailed from a merchant background. Having been overlooked in the capital, her father chose to remain a local official. Her entry into the palace was unforeseen, endowing her with considerable wealth, supplemented by her brother's annual contributions. Her stability in the inner palace stemmed from her riches, enabling her to bribe palace attendants for information and respond promptly to developments. Unbeknownst to Yunwu, her mother was preparing for significant expansion. Upon arriving at the Hall of Governance, the atmosphere was tense. A middle-aged man knelt, trembling, his wide form obscured by his official hat. "Your Majesty, the 18th princess has arrived." The nurse approached calmly, kneeling to pay her respects with a firm voice. The kneeling Zhaoda's heart raced. He believed this was impossible. The emperor's anger was palpable, and the arrival of the 18th princess would surely provoke his ire. After all, even the favored eldest princess refrained from approaching Yunwu when he was angry. Zhaoda scoffed inwardly, convinced that Yunwu's affection for the infant princess was lunacy. What can a mere princess do? She will eventually be married off. It is a waste of silver. As if on cue, the chief eunuch, Lin An, rushed forward to take Yunwu into his arms. Before Lin An could even set her down, Yunwu Emperor descended with a beaming smile, cradling Yunwu. "Ah, little 18, you look as lovely as ever, though a bit too thin. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I am closely monitoring the physician's care for the princess's health." Lin An assured. "Good, ensure she receives ample nourishment. If any medicinal supplies are lacking, take from my private stock." Zhaoda could hardly believe his eyes. Is the emperor truly mad? Why waste so much silver on a mere girl instead of increasing the salaries of the officials? Zhaoda's thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Yunwu Emperor's cold gaze. "Salve." The shock rendered him speechless, his forehead slick with sweat as he swallowed nervously. "The emperor, Your Majesty, Zhaoda, I never expected you to achieve such prominence, being stationed at the censorate. Is it too much for you?" Zhaoda felt a surge of panic, his mind clouded with confusion. He could not comprehend the source of the voice that echoed around him, growing increasingly furious. Believing it to be a slanderous accusation, when had he ever been associated with the Great Chu? He feared the possibility of losing face before the court. "Your Majesty, I do not understand what you are saying." Zhaoda's heart raced, and he endeavored to compose himself, dismissing the eerie voice as mere auditory hallucination. Historically, Zhaoda was recorded as someone who appeared adaptable yet was fundamentally spineless, lacking a true sense of loyalty to his nation. According to historical accounts, the Zhao family once thrived, but by the time of his father, they had begun to decline. This led to the famous adage, when the Great Yan fell, the Zhao clan flourished. Ultimately, the Zhao family prospered through the marriage of their daughters, with Zhaoda taking 5 or 6 concubines, most of whom bore daughters. Yet, Zhaoda showed disdain for these daughters, fixating instead on his 3 sons. Later, his defection to the Great Chu was largely attributed to the beauty of his daughters. It was said by later generations that had Zhaoda not possessed such beautiful daughters, he would have certainly perished alongside the Great Yan, with no opportunity for resurgence. Furthermore, records indicate that before his demise, Zhaoda established a family rule stating that women who were cast off could not be included in the family genealogy nor laid to rest in the ancestral tomb. They were permitted only a mat for burial in separate locations. What a despicable individual. How revolting. Selling daughters for glory, elevating the family while demeaning women. Utterly shameless. Even a dog knows to guard and protect its home. What arrogance is this, to look down upon your own offspring? If you cherish sons so dearly, why not bear children with them? If you find value in your bowl while eating, why shatter it once you're done? If you had any ambition, you would use your own face as a plate. Indeed, your countenance resembles a beggar's bowl. To say you are akin to dog excrement is an insult to dogs. You are worse than refuse itself. Zhaoda's forehead pulsed with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Yet the length of his sleeves concealed his agitation. The emperor chuckled. It seems you harbor treasonous thoughts, hoping your son will inherit the throne. Such aspirations are futile. Even if you father 1,000 sons, I shall ensure their demise. You think your offspring should inherit your filth? Zhaoda gasped, overwhelmed by indignation, and fainted, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Is this wretch attempting to feign injury? In linen, the emperor concluded that Zhaoda, feeling guilty, had lied before him and was now so anxious that he had lost consciousness. Linen stepped forward and waved his hand, summoning palace attendants to carry Zhao De away. Your Majesty, should I arrange for a physician to attend to Zhao De? What use is there in saving such scum? His fainting is a clear sign of guilt. I wonder what he has concealed from his father. The emperor raised his hand, and Linen understood, retreating. At this moment, Yunwu was engrossed in investigating Zhao De's affairs, unaware of the subtle exchanges between the two men, nor how the emperor intended to deal with Zhao De. It appears my father sought out Zhao De for matters concerning the newspaper. Yet, why did you choose to persuade Zhao De rather than threaten him with his weaknesses? Weaknesses? The emperor pondered, genuinely curious, as he was unaware of any vulnerabilities Zhao De possessed. After all, his informants were not particularly astute, which explained why he had been deceived for so long. The emperor had many matters to attend to. With the arrival of 18, his life had become considerably easier. Reflecting on this, he began to comprehend the exhaustion that came with his desire to be a diligent and benevolent ruler. Zhao De did not only begin selling his daughters for glory after the fall of the Great Yan, it appears he has been doing so for some time. To whom did he sell them? The emperor's curiosity piqued. Zhao De's household records indicated only 5 daughters, not the multitude suggested. Additionally, he could not have more than 3 concubines, unless there were others kept as secret lovers. A detail that was difficult to document amidst the throngs of maids in his household. Zhao De had indeed maintained several extramarital affairs outside his home, resulting in 8 daughters and 2 sons. The emperor's expression darkened. The financial burden of supporting so many mistresses, children, and concubines was staggering. It was noteworthy that as a censor, Zhao De's annual salary barely exceeded 200 taels of silver, a meager existence in the capital. His most recent transaction involved marrying off his eldest daughter from his mistress, named Xiang Rui, a blossoming 16-year-old, to the aged Duke of Huainan, Zheng, who was already 68. What a disparity, such a flower wed to dung. Most notably, the Duke had offered Zhao De a staggering dowry of 30,000 taels of silver. Indeed, the Duke of Huainan is quite wealthy. The emperor mused over the name of the Duke. Fully aware that he was a noble bestowed with titles during his father's reign for his valor on the battlefield, later elevated to nobility after relinquishing military power. I must ascertain the true nature of this Duke of Huainan, the emperor quietly remarked, intrigued, as this elder had previously sought an audience with him. I see now, Yunwu exclaimed upon finishing her gossip. This Duke of Huainan has a foot fetish. The emperor nearly burst into laughter, stifling the urge with great difficulty, finding himself both amused and exasperated by the Duke's peculiar proclivity. His greatest delight is the delicate feet of young maidens. Thus, he maintains a harem of young concubines, replacing them as they age. Is this the blissful life of the affluent? I too admire lovely young women. The emperor's expression stiffened. Young men are also acceptable, provided they are attractive. He stroked his chin, acknowledging his own handsomeness. The Duke's wealth stems from extensive property holdings. He possesses hundreds of shops. No wonder he is so affluent. Moreover, this nobleman has served in the military, accumulating wealth through his conquests. He has even discovered a gold mine. How fascinating. This man truly possesses a gold mine. How enviable. The emperor ground his teeth in irritation. Duke of Huainan, your time is up. Yunwu, play for a while. I must attend to state affairs. With a wave, Yunwu closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. The emperor chuckled softly, finding her adorable.
Linen.
Summon the Duke of Huainan to attend.
Yes.
When this imperial decree reached the Duke's residence, he was reclining in a chair, being fed by a beautiful maiden. Upon hearing of the emperor's summons, the Duke sprang upright. Quickly, prepare my attire. Which outfit would you prefer, my lord? A servant inquired. The Duke smacked the servant on the head. You fool, of course, I shall wear the most opulent garments. And do not forget the jade pendant, the ring, and the fan, bring them all. The servants, hearing this, were left speechless. It appears that the Marquis is once again courting disaster. His extravagant attire upon entering the palace is likely to incite the emperor's ire. One cannot help but wonder what the Marquis is truly contemplating. The Marquis of Huainan, having prepared himself thoroughly, adorned himself in opulence before boarding his carriage. By the time he traversed from the palace gates to the Hall of Governance, he was nearly exhausted, burdened as he was by the weight of his jewels that felt like stones upon his body. The elderly minister bowed before the emperor. The emperor Yunwu observed the panting figure of the portly man below him and let out a cold snort. Marquis of Huainan, do you comprehend your transgressions? The Marquis immediately knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I am aware of my faults. And what faults might those be? The emperor's lips twitched. The Marquis, with a submissive tone, admitted, I arrived late, Your Majesty. And what else? The emperor raised an eyebrow, surveying him from his elevated position. A performance, perhaps? I am curious to hear your justification. With a woeful expression, the Marquis lamented, The old minister has succumbed to the allure of women. I have heard that you have recently taken a concubine? The emperor seized the opportunity to probe further. Just as he was about to interrogate, the Marquis, like a fallen being, lamented, Indeed, Your Majesty, I have taken a young and beautiful concubine, and it is my infatuation that has led to this extravagant error. What is the name of your concubine? The emperor watched him with a discerning eye. Her name is Xiang Rui, I believe. One does not need to delve too deeply into the background of a concubine upon her entrance. The Marquis cautiously glanced at the Emperor. Noticing the Emperor's lack of anger, he exhaled in relief. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Are you aware of this Xiangrui's father? Did she not lose her father at an early age? Not at all. I have summoned her father for you to see. Lord Chiao. The Marquis, perplexed, murmured softly. What is Lord Chiao doing here, receiving reprimands alongside me? Recalling the scolding he had just received from the 18th princess. His chest heaved, nearly causing him to faint again. Zhao De, already known for his miserly demeanor, could hardly endure the Emperor's scorn. Cough, cough, Your Majesty, my sins do not warrant death. Zhao De pleaded for mercy. He realized the 18th princess was indeed a formidable entity and that she was the one orchestrating this predicament.
Now,
he must ensure the Emperor perceives him as devoid of ulterior motives, for his survival depended on it. Zhao De lowered his head, narrowing his eyes with a glint of malice. Your Majesty? The Marquis lifted his gaze, his innocent eyes seeking the Emperor's. The Emperor pointed at Zhao De. This man is your relative by marriage. That Xiangru is the child born of Lord Zhao's concubine. Zhao De collapsed to the ground in shock. He thought the 18th princess's rebuke was already an act of treason. Little did he know, the 18th princess possessed an even greater power. She had managed to uncover his secrets within the palace. No, it could not possibly be her doing. Surely, the Emperor had conducted his own investigation.
yes.
It must be so. Had he known, he would have refrained from frequenting that other residence. Regret washed over Zhao De.
What?
The Marquis, startled, jumped to his feet. He saw the Emperor's gaze fixed upon him and quickly knelt, anxious to explain. Your Majesty, my apologies, I was simply too agitated. May I chastise him? The Marquis sought the Emperor's permission. The Emperor made no objection. After all, he harbored a disdain for Zhao De, a traitor unworthy of concern. Moreover, the 18th princess's accusations were indeed well-founded. He never believed that women should be disregarded or scorned. Every citizen of Dian held significance. Lord Chiao, you shall explain yourself thoroughly. The Marquis said through gritted teeth, narrowing his eyes. Zhao De trembled. My lord, please allow me to clarify. Go on, enlighten me. The Marquis straightened his back defiantly. Zhao De cursed inwardly, wondering why he was compelled to explain himself before the Emperor. What a predicament. Hurry up and speak. Under pressure, Zhao De's mind went blank, and he immediately deflected blame. My lord, Your Majesty, this situation truly has nothing to do with me. It was Xiangrui's mother who sought to ascend the social ladder and contacted you without my knowledge. By the time I learned of it, it was already too late, and I lacked the courage to approach you for familial ties. In that moment, Zhao De was grateful that he had not approached the Marquis for a connection earlier. Is it truly your concubine's fault? The Marquis scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? Would your concubine dare to promise her daughter to me without informing you? Is she not afraid of your wrath should you discover the truth? Zhao De replied, I, too, acted out of compassion for my concubine, whose family lacked talents. I never anticipated that an incident would occur leading us to share a bed, and thus I must take responsibility. I was furious upon hearing the news, but my heart is soft. I have already punished her, but I cannot take a life. Of course, your heart is soft. You are the one who benefits, while I am the one suffering. The Emperor suspects I colluded with you and intends to take action against me. I led a good life. What is wrong with taking a concubine? I have not withheld silver. The Marquis retorted, you may be soft-hearted, but I am ruthless. As soon as I leave the palace, I shall reveal your deeds to the world. He glared at Zhao De with a menacing smile. Zhao De's mind reeled at the thought of such an outcome. His reputation would be ruined, and the daughters he had nurtured would be rendered useless. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my faults. I only heed your commands. I am your loyal servant. Zhao De bowed deeply, hoping to salvage his life by appealing to the Emperor's prior discussions regarding the official newspaper. As long as the Emperor faced opposition from the ministers, he would not immediately seek Zhao De's life. It seems this man not only indulges in discrimination but also knows how to bend and sway. No wonder he has managed to survive into the next dynasty. Such a courageous individual, willing to stoop so low, deserves admiration.
Zhao De's expression froze.
His gaze, hidden beneath his lowered head, was filled with resentment towards the Emperor. However, the 18th princess, despite her formidable nature, was still a mere child. He could not believe that what she said would hold any weight with the Emperor. As his mind raced, he began to formulate a plan. Listening to the 18th princess's complaints, the Emperor felt his mood lighten considerably. He cast a disdainful glance at Zhao De. This man appeared dignified yet was revealed to be a petty individual in private. The Marquis of Huainan seemed bewildered. His eyes darted around, trying to discern who was speaking. Which child dares to threaten me? When we previously discussed the newspaper, you did not express such sentiments. The Emperor remarked lazily, glancing at Zhao De. Zhao De perked up, sensing his opportunity. Your Majesty, I was unaware of my impropriety. But I assure you I shall never act without consideration again. He smiled ingratiatingly. He smiles like a dog begging for a bone. The Emperor chuckled, his gaze fixed on Zhao De's face. Upon noticing the fleeting glimmer of malice in Zhao De's eyes, the Emperor's expression darkened. You harbor intentions against the 18th? Do not forget, she is not merely a child, she is my daughter, a princess of the Yan Dynasty. The very thought that Jiao De could harbor ill will against her was unacceptable. The emperor realized that Jiao De was utterly expendable, unworthy of even being a loyal servant. Narrowing his eyes, he stated, Lord Jiao, your tongue still possesses its value.
Jiao De's spirit lifted.
In that case, if you could help me retrieve the dog bone, I shall forgive you. The Marquis nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Soon, a eunuch named Linen appeared, leading a dog for Jiao De to perform the amusing task of retrieving the bone in front of everyone. Jiao De, wrinkling his nose, ultimately decided to go. Huainan He watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Jiao De, not daring to delay, managed to wrest a bone from the dog's mouth and presented it to the grand hall with a flattering demeanor. He heard Emperor Yunwu's languid voice, Huainan He, I have forgiven Lord Jiao. After all, he has already apologized, has he not? Huainan He silently scoffed, pondering the futility of apologies if they were sufficient. Moreover, Emperor Yunwu was not known for his leniency. Jiao De's heart raced. He understood that his fate rested solely upon the emperor's next utterance. A sense of foreboding washed over Huainan He. The grievances between you and Lord Jiao shall be resolved by you two, he declared. Huainan He opened his mouth to inquire further, but was met by the emperor's emotionless gaze, causing his heart to leap. Your Majesty, this old minister accepts the decree.
He sighed.
Jiao De, filled with joy, hurriedly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Once he realized he had been spared, a wave of relief flooded through him. Lord Jiao, please wait in the ear chamber for a moment. I shall be right there. Huainan He managed to squeeze out these words through clenched teeth.
Thoude, feeling remorseful.
Replied, my lord, I shall wait for you. It is all my fault. In the presence of Emperor Yunwu, he dared not say more. When the eunuch Lin approached to remind him to leave, he offered an awkward smile and hurriedly exited. Once Jiao De had departed, Huainan He dramatically knelt on the floor. Your Majesty, spare me. I truly did not know that Xiang Rui was Lord Jiao's concubine. I am not discussing that matter with you. Is there anything else you have not disclosed? I grant you one chance to be honest, if I uncover evidence otherwise. The emperor's voice trailed off with a cold snort. Ultimately, had it not been for Huainan He's previous merits, he would not have shown such leniency. Your Majesty, Huainan He blinked. Must it be stated so plainly? Emperor Yunwu's contemptuous smile caused Huainan He to think better of any further defiance. He quickly began to remove his various ornaments, the jade pendant at his waist, the red coral pendant, the fan adorned with pendants, the large ring on his hand, 6 gold rings, a string of bracelets, and the gold and silver chains around his neck. The emperor's forehead twitched in irritation as he beheld this extravagant display. Huainan He's mind raced with thoughts. Who is this child to speak so disrespectfully before me? How impolite. But I hope this child refrains from critiquing anything else, lest he suffer, as Jiao De has. It was known that aside from his foot fetish, Huainan He relished adorning himself in gold and silver when visiting the palace, which he seldom indulged in at home. Surely, he must have ulterior motives, he mused, feeling a sense of dread. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Huainan He's lament echoed, resembling the mournful wail of a violin. Emperor Yunwu glared at him, admonishing him to cease his futile words and to explain his ostentatious attire. Do you look down upon court robes? Huainan He was taken aback, wondering how he had acquired yet another accusation of disdain for court attire. Your Majesty, I dressed this way intentionally. It was all with good intentions. The emperor, incensed, pointed at his head and reached for a sword nearby, threatening to strike down this insolent figure. Are you still provoking me?
What?
No, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have not finished my explanation. Huainan He's bewildered eyes reflected his genuine distress as he lifted his skirts and fled. Emperor Yunwu swung his sword a few times in pursuit, and in a moment of clumsiness, Huainan He stumbled and fell embarrassingly. Content with this outcome, the emperor sheathed his sword. Huainan He, nursing a chipped tooth, clutched his bleeding mouth and cried, Your Majesty, I have been signaling to you. I possess considerable wealth. Yet you only scold me. Your Majesty, I fear that if I were to present my wealth, you might suspect my loyalty or question the origins of my fortune. What if I am found guilty of deceit? I would face execution. After all my efforts, you only show disdain and refuse to see me. Left with no choice, I resorted to taking concubines and spending my wealth. And my son is an unabashed little tycoon. Yet you seem indifferent to my extravagant lifestyle. Realizing the emperor's growing irritation, Huainan He lamented, I may lack intelligence, but my loyalty is unquestionable. Emperor Yunwu, exasperated, reflected on how he had once respected Huainan He for his past merits, but now felt blind to the foolishness that had emerged. How could I ever be jealous of a minister who is more foolish than I? I have summoned you this year for the first time, and it is because my perspective has been clouded. I have grown accustomed to the cunning, deep-minded officials of the Chiao state, making it difficult to comprehend Huainan He's clumsy attempts at provocation as a display of sincerity. Huainan He, perplexed, wondered why the emperor had suddenly shifted the topic. He had intended to voice his grievances. The emperor, satisfied, thought that if this old fool were to continue discussing previous foolishness, he would surely lose his temper. What about the gold mountain? The Gold Mountain was a mere hill purchased during Huainan Ho's initial promotion, intended for a simple retreat, but unexpectedly yielded a gold mine. Huainan Ho began to cry once more. Your Majesty, I am truly unfortunate. This gold mine is too hot to handle. What a ridiculous complaint, the Emperor thought, stifling a laugh at Huainan Ho's misfortune. Your Majesty, I have been completely honest. Please do not be angry. Huainan Ho, noticing the Emperor's expression, knelt once again, feeling the weight of his foolishness. Emperor Yunwu, unable to bear the sight of this foolishness, could not comprehend how such a once capable warrior had fallen to such a state. Your Majesty, perhaps you could tell me how you plan to deal with this old minister? I cannot endure living in constant fear. For the physician tells me I am too fragile to withstand such fright. Huainan Ho's earnestness was apparent, and the Emperor could only smile at the absurdity of it all. Indeed, it is a matter of the heart being diminutive, where even the silver needle used for acupuncture cannot exceed the size of a pinprick, hence the term small-hearted. The Marquis of Huainan remained blissfully unaware of any underlying issues. The Emperor Yunwu rubbed his temples, finding conversing with him more exhausting than handling a day's worth of state affairs. The gold mine is yielding. From now on, whenever you find yourself idle, assist me in accumulating wealth. The Emperor was no longer inclined to extend courtesies towards him, opting instead to treat him as a mere purse of coins. It was unacceptable for him to be so leisurely while the Emperor toiled year-round without respite. The Marquis of Huainan displayed a troubled expression, which only pleased the Emperor further. What? Are you unwilling? And no, Your Majesty. I shall comply, but please, do not take my head if I err. The Marquis climbed the ladder of favor, noticing the Emperor was not angered. The Emperor's gaze was pensive. He would not take his head, but rather his prized feet. The Marquis clutched his body in despair, overwhelmed with fear. Your Majesty, I pledge my utmost dedication until my last breath. The Marquis of Huainan seemingly values feet over life. This gossip must be recorded.
No.
Little imp, I implore you to keep this under wraps. How much silver would suffice? Enough. You may leave now and attend to your responsibilities. The Emperor gestured dismissively. Out of sight, out of mind for the Emperor, regarding the Marquis. The Marquis left hesitantly, and as soon as he stepped out of the Grand Hall, Eunuch Linen approached him. Eunuch, why are you following me? Eunuch Linen chuckled. My lord, I am here to offer guidance. Please disregard the voice of the 18th princess that you just heard in the hall. What? The Marquis gasped. The little imp is the 18th princess? Eunuch Linen squinted at him. The Marquis quickly covered his mouth, blinking innocently. He yearned to explain that little imp was a term of endearment, uncertain if Eunuch Linen would believe him. She is a little blessed star, Eunuch Linen stated seriously, patting his shoulder. Next time, do not make such mistakes. Yes, yes. Chapter 49. Who is scheming against whom? The Marquis of Huainan exhaled in relief, turning towards the ear chamber with a grave expression, as if preparing for battle. In fact, he was entering a battlefield. Upon entering the ear chamber, a commotion ensued shortly after, culminating in a piercing scream. The patrolling Imperial Guards rushed towards the source of the chaos. A crowd surged into the ear chamber, where a shrill voice rang out. Someone has died. What? Someone has died? Who met with misfortune? The patrolling guards and palace attendants who had hurried overshared this mutual inquiry. Yunwu was carried out, and this question arose in his mind as well. Who has met with misfortune? Upon hearing the commotion, the Emperor Yunwu sighed with resignation and turned back towards the palace, instructing Eunuch Linen to gather information.
Yes.
Eunuch Linen cast a discreet glance at Yunwu, aware that the Emperor had intentionally orchestrated this due to his concern for the little princess. After all, they both understood the gravity of the situation. Soon after, it was revealed that Zhao De had perished. He had been embroiled in a conflict with the Marquis of Huainan, who had inadvertently struck Zhao De with a vase, resulting in the latter's untimely demise. The Marquis was swiftly escorted away by guards to the Court of Judicial Review. Cases arising within the palace typically fell under the jurisdiction of the Office of Justice, but the Emperor's direct intervention, assigning it to the Court of Judicial Review, signified a commitment to impartiality. On the day the Marquis was taken away, the women of the Zhao family stormed the Court of Judicial Review, leveraging the Emperor's insistence on fairness, believing he would not shield the Marquis. Are the women of the Zhao family still outside? The Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, Zhang Chiao, inquired impatiently of his subordinate. Yes, they are still here. The women of the Zhao family claim that Zhao De's death was unjust and demand that you provide them with justice. Justice? Zhang Xiao scoffed. Zhao De died within the palace. Who can ascertain the circumstances? As he spoke, Zhang Xiao fell silent, becoming wary. My lord. The Marquis of Huainan claims it was an accident, yet he refuses to disclose the details. What of the investigators sent to the palace? The evidence suggests that a quarrel ensued prior to the vase being used as a weapon, leading to the fatality. However, the crux of the matter lies in whether the Marquis acted with intent, his subordinate replied solemnly. Zhang Xiao rolled his eyes. Isn't that stating the obvious? The Emperor is truly putting me in a difficult position. No matter how I handle this, I will offend someone. Wait, who among the Zhao family holds a higher position? His subordinate replied honestly, there are no outstanding young talents in the Zhao family, but during Zhao De's lifetime, he maintained good relations with several censors. including Lord He Sui of the Censorate and Lord Fong, the deputy minister. My lord, should we offend the Zhao family, these censors may refuse to endorse your impeachment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao conceived a plan. Continue arranging for someone to demand that the Marquis clarify the situation. I shall pay a visit to Lord He. Zhang Xiao refrained from visiting Lord Fong, who held a higher office, considering that He Sui was a protege of the esteemed Chiao Guesher, making his allegiance clear. When he arrived to pay his respects, He Sui welcomed him upon hearing his name. Lord Jiang, what brings you here today? Lord He, I am in dire need of assistance. You are surely aware of the case involving the Marquis of Huainan and Lord Jiao. I truly do not know how to navigate this predicament and have come to seek your counsel. He Sui's eyes flickered momentarily. What advice could I possibly offer? This case involves the Marquis's household, and ultimately, it rests on the Emperor's favor. What do you mean, Lord He? He Sui stated confidently. The Marquis has always enjoyed a favorable relationship with the Emperor. It was merely an accident. He will likely be required to provide compensation. After all, the Marquis is not lacking in silver. In that case, what is there for Lord Jiang to hesitate about? Zhang Xiao immediately grasped the hint, realizing that this was a game of wits between the two prominent figures. It would be wise to refrain from entangling himself. Better to maintain appearances. That evening, the Marquis was interrogated and subsequently released the following morning, ordered to compensate the Zhao family with 20,000 taels of silver. On that day, He Sui quietly visited Chiao Guesher. My lord, I have followed your instructions and subtly indicated to Zhang Xiao to release the Marquis. He Sui said, relishing in his success. Upon hearing this, Chiao Guesher felt a sense of unease. So easily? He Sui assumed his words implied doubt regarding his capabilities, hastily assuring him, my lord. Zhang Xiao has been sitting on the sidelines for many years, known for his moderation. To put it nicely, he is moderate. To put it bluntly, he judges cases based on the prevailing sentiment. His compliance this time is simply because he perceives that it neither offends us nor the Emperor, achieving a twofold benefit. Chiao Guesher frowned and shook his head. No, I am not speaking of Zhang Xiao. I am referring to the Emperor. He Sui was perplexed. But, my lord, to outsiders, does it not appear that we are merely accommodating the Emperor's wishes? Even if he suspects he would not act against the Marquis when he can still protect him. Even if he deduces that we intend to impeach Zhang Xiao after the outcome is revealed, forcing the Emperor to yield in matters of official reports, he would only seek to resolve the situation later. After all, one cannot sacrifice the Marquis for the sake of official reports. Chiao Guesher felt an inexplicable anxiety in his heart, sensing that the situation could not be so simple. Observing He Sui, who spoke with such confidence, he narrowed his eyes and patted his shoulder. You are my disciple. The court rests on your shoulders. Rest assured, master, I shall ensure the Emperor is rendered speechless. The following day, the case of the Marquis of Huainan has been adjudicated. After the Zhao family received their compensation, they hurriedly set about bribing numerous individuals to disseminate rumors throughout the capital. They claimed that the Marquis had caused the death of Lord Jiao without facing any consequences, merely compensating the family with silver, thus abusing his power. When the Marquis received word of this, he reacted much like an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Son, come here. What is it, father? The young nobleman, Yunwu, scampered over. Help your old man distribute this newspaper. A newspaper? What is that? Yunwu inquired, perplexed. The Marquis casually placed a stack into his arms. Take these out to sell. 20 coins each. Then gather your friends and read the contents aloud amidst the bustling crowds. Upon hearing about selling, Yunwu repeatedly shook his head. Father, I can't do it. The stories written here the Marquis understood how to manipulate his foolish son. Yunwu's eyes suddenly lit up as he picked up a sheet and began to read it to himself. The newspaper's sections were distinctly organized. If someone from the 21st century were present, they would recognize the familiar layout. At the top of the front page were the bold words, Dian Daily.
Wow.
This is quite fascinating, Yunwu mused, observing the text. But why is the print so small? It lacks grandeur. The Marquis rolled his eyes. Is your way of thinking the same as mine? Writing in large letters would take up an entire page for a single word. You wouldn't see anything. Father, please don't interrupt my reading. Here is a headline discussing the grievances between the Marquis of Huainan and Lord Jiao. Wait. How did your affairs end up in here? This airing the family as dirty laundry? The Marquis wore a sorrowful expression.
No.
I seek riches, not shame. It's not your concern. I'm the one losing the family's honor, not you. Yunwu fell silent, unsure how to retort. His peripheral vision caught a small segment in the corner of the newspaper that read, At home, my mother helped me marry a fierce woman. Seeking advice on how to protect my private funds? Haha, this is rather amusing. In ancient times, entertainment was scarce, especially in Dian. Even though Yunwu was a young noble, he couldn't compete with the modern world's entertainment. A newspaper was akin to a forum, brimming with bizarre news that piqued his interest. Father, I'll truly go sell it. If you're not ashamed, I will certainly promote it widely. The Marquis waved his hand wearily. Go ahead, you don't need to print it. The bookstore in the eastern part of the city has transformed into a newspaper printing spot. Just go there to collect the papers. Since you're prepared. I won't hold back. Yunwu, eager to witness his father's antics, dashed out to sell the newspapers. As a young heir, He had no other skills but to amplify gossip, which he did effortlessly. Soon, newspapers were flying throughout the capital, selling for merely 20 copper coins. And many were eager to purchase them. In the palace, it was the hour for morning court. Emperor Yunwu sat comfortably on the dragon throne, listening to his ministers as they discussed trivial matters. Just as he began to tire of waiting, Sui finally stood to speak. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report concerning the impeachment of Chief Justice Jiang. Zhang Xiao? The mere mention of his name startled Jiang awake. He shot a glare at Sui, nearly bursting with anger. I helped you out of goodwill, and now, Darren, you've turned on me. Is this not a breach of ethics? Sui ignored him completely. With the Emperor's permission, he stated earnestly, I wish to impeach Lord Jiang for abusing his power. In the case involving the two young masters who forcibly took a common girl, he misused his authority and let them go, leading to the victim's demise. Furthermore, in late March, concerning the wealthy merchants who seized fertile land, he accepted bribes and lightly punished them, granting the land to the merchants. Just yesterday, he released the Marquis of Huainan, disregarding the Zhao family's wish to reject the compensation, and instead forced a settlement, abusing his position. Zhang Xiao's forehead was soon drenched in cold sweat. The emperor remained silent for a while. Zhang Xiao, in a panic, knelt down. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have prepared all the evidence. The voices of Sui and Zhang Xiao rang out simultaneously. Zhang Xiao's face turned pale as the evidence presented by Sui firmly incriminated him. At that moment, Zhang Xiao realized that he had long been targeted by Chao Guesher and Sui, for they could not have so easily produced evidence without prior preparation. His face turned ashen. The emperor nodded, glancing at Chao Guesher. Lord Zhou, as the Minister of Justice, please review this evidence. Zhou Zhenguang had not anticipated being called upon by the emperor at that moment. After a brief hesitation, he stepped forward. Ultimately, his position did not allow for dissent against the emperor. Aligning with Emperor Yunwu was the prudent choice, even if it seemed the emperor intended for him to confront Chao Sifu. Yes, Zhou Zhenguang agreed, conducting the inquiry. With both physical evidence and witnesses, Zhang Xiao's case was resolved swiftly. Zhou Zhenguang turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, I have concluded the inquiry. Lord Jiang has indeed committed these offenses. However, regarding the case of the Marquis of Huainan, it appears that Lord Jiang hastily ruled without fully investigating the matter. This case should, by rights, be re-examined. Then let the Ministry of Justice handle it. Both cases shall be processed together. The emperor gestured toward Zhang Xiao, indicating that his fate would also be determined by the ministry according to the law. Zhou Zhenguang, wishing to avoid entanglement, could only acquiesce. Yes, Your Majesty. Chao Guesher found the emperor's actions peculiar. Why had the emperor so readily pronounced Zhang Xiao guilty? Wasn't he this merely sending the Marquis back to prison? How could he leverage the Marquis's case to gain an advantage over the emperor? He understood the significance of control over the official newspaper. With the official newspaper, whoever held it held the power of public opinion. Chao Guesher had climbed to his current position through the support of scholars, enjoying the benefits of popularity, and understood the value of public sentiment. Now, the emperor sought that power for himself. If he granted it, his own position would be jeopardized. Your Majesty, I oppose handing the Marquis of Huainan's case to the Ministry of Justice. Since it occurred within the palace, it would be most reasonable to assign it to the Shenxisi. Zhou Zhenguang shot a glance at Chao Guesher, perceiving the challenge in his gaze. He furrowed his brow, astonished that Chao Guesher would contest him on this matter. Did he suspect Zhou Zhenguang of partiality? Emperor Yunwu regarded Chao Guesher with indifference. Chao Aiqing, my word is final. Chao Guesher felt a surge of frustration. The emperor's statement effectively extinguished any rationale he had for persuading the emperor to reconsider. Yes, Your Majesty, I was overly concerned. Chao Guesher immediately withdrew, redirecting his focus toward the position of Chief Justice. He had his own candidate but would not reveal it at this juncture. Your Majesty, I must report a matter concerning the second prince's visit to Chongshan Temple for self-reflection. You cannot permit him to act in such a manner, as a royal. It would be a laughingstock if it were to spread. Xiao Guiqing stepped forward to address the issue. Emperor Yunwu, incensed, declared, if the second son dares to act so recklessly, I shall grant his wish. Your Majesty, you must not. At this, Chao Guesher could no longer contain himself and knelt down. As he did so immediately following, half of the court officials knelt down. The Emperor Yunwu was infuriated. Previously, he perceived Chao Guesher as a power-hungry individual, amassing a multitude of officials in his favor while supporting the second prince, thus creating an imbalance in the court. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that the true threat was not from the other princes, but from him, the emperor himself. Do you all believe that the second prince's act of renunciation can be excused? The emperor found the situation ludicrous. Although he had no intention of punishing the second prince initially, the latter's actions had already served as a form of punishment. Yet, the urgency displayed by Chao Guesher was particularly irksome. Chao Guesher spoke with conviction. Your Majesty, the second prince's renunciation is a gesture of sincere prayer for your well-being, not an affront to the royal family's dignity. The other officials bowed their heads in agreement, urging restraint. The emperor scoffed and exchanged glances with Xiao Guiqing. Your Majesty, Xiao Guiqing interjected calmly, the second prince's actions lack due consideration. One's body and hair are gifts from their parents. If his intentions are genuine, he should first seek your counsel and consult the astrologers before proceeding. This is not merely a matter of royal disgrace, but also a deviation from ancestral customs. Chiao narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him quietly. However, your majesty, I can comprehend your anger. After all, he is a disobedient child. Yet, you must afford the second prince an opportunity. The emperor retorted with a huff. Am I not his father? Have I not given him enough chances? Yet, it was evident that the second prince acted out of reverence for the emperor. Perhaps it would be prudent to hear his explanation. What explanation could he possibly provide that would not incite my wrath? The emperor's words signified a retreat. Xiao Guiqing then pivoted his gaze towards Chiao. The latter understood the implications immediately. Indeed, the next moment, Xiao Guiqing scrutinized him intently. Thus, if we promote in the newspapers that the second prince made this sacrifice for your blessing, the populace will believe it, and it shall not tarnish the royal reputation. It is far better than allowing the rumors to spread unchecked. Chiao, what do you think? Chiao instantly grasped the underlying negotiation. Xiao Guiqing and the emperor were offering a trade, the establishment of the newspaper in exchange for leniency towards the second prince. He opened his mouth to respond but found the words escaping him. I believe the matter of the newspaper has both advantages and disadvantages. It requires further deliberation. Thus, the morning court ended in a rather anticlimactic fashion. Upon exiting the court, the emperor summoned Yunchen. Go. Summon Yunchen to the palace to explain himself. At that moment, Chiao, still within the palace, was unable to remain seated after hearing this news. He rushed to find Yunchen. Just as he exited the palace and boarded his carriage, the driver handed him a piece of paper. What is this?
Do not bother me with it.
The driver, eager to please, replied, My lord, this is a newspaper that has suddenly emerged in the capital today, detailing the matter regarding the Marquis of Huainan. I dared to bring it to you. The driver swiftly crumpled the paper, fearing to delay and incite Chiao ire. A newspaper?
Gao Gushi had that abli.
Throwing open the carriage curtain, fixing his gaze on the driver with urgency. Give it to me. The driver, taken aback, trembled as he handed over the crumpled paper. Ignoring his expletives, Chiao hastily unfolded the newspaper, and at first glance, he saw the headline. It boldly proclaimed the scandal involving Zhao De and the Marquis of Huainan. Zhao De had married off an outside woman to the Marquis as a concubine, pocketing 30,000 taels of silver, and had brazenly denied any connection in front of the emperor. The ensuing conflict had led to an incident, but the newspaper did not elaborate on the details, merely indicating that the authorities were still investigating, and it noted that the Marquis had been taken to the court but was released on bail that morning. Chiao immediately sensed something amiss. The bias was glaringly evident. Zhao De's misdeeds could no longer be concealed. The emergence of such a newspaper meant that in the future, should anyone commit a transgression, evidence could easily be disseminated through this medium. Damn it, Chiao muttered under his breath. Who published this newspaper? He had not anticipated that the emperor and others would act so swiftly. The newspaper was already in circulation while the emperor and Xiao Guiqing remained in the palace, seemingly oblivious. Had he been informed, he would have never permitted such a publication. It was the young Marquis and his associates who orchestrated it, the driver cautiously added. Fearing repercussions, Chiao initial intention to find Yunzhen dissipated with the appearance of the newspaper. Now, it would be futile. He could not halt its release. Indeed, this incident echoed the second prince's earlier warning. The Emperor Yunwu, upon realizing he had been poisoned with information, had deliberately allowed the Marquis of Huainan to release the paper early to force his hand. Chiao frustration deepened. Ultimately, his concern lay more with the second prince than with anyone else. Had it been any other prince, he would have had little time to act. Disembarking from the carriage, he hurried into the inner palace to the One Yuan pavilion, where the ministers were deliberating state affairs. Meanwhile, the emperor, while reviewing documents, inquired of Yunchen what transpired in the temple. Yunchen, with his bald head reflecting the emperor's gaze, remained composed. I am unaware of what you require of me, father. The emperor, taken aback by the clarity in his son's eyes, scrutinized him for a moment longer, causing Yunchen to feel a twinge of anxiety. With a sharp gaze, the emperor remarked, Chiao has many people under his command. You must ensure they are kept in check. If you require assistance, I shall provide it. Yunchen slightly parted his lips. What is the matter? Father, my uncle has committed a wrongdoing, and my cousin has harmed young Master Xiao. I am willing to assist. But I must ask, can we ensure that, in the end, according to the law, they are dealt with without exterminating their lineage? Typically, should Chiao be apprehended, his entire family would face dire consequences. The emperor frowned. Second prince, have you become soft-hearted due to your Buddhist studies? Have you turned indecisive? I shall handle this matter. You need not concern yourself. Chapter 52. A sincere individual. Yunchen defended the innocent. Father, I do not believe all members of the Chiao family are blameless. However, some younger members have committed no grave offenses. They have enjoyed the luxurious life provided by their uncle, and should they lose his protection, their lives will plummet. If they have not erred, it seems excessively cruel for them to suffer due to their elder's misdeeds. In truth, these younger individuals had no control over their uncle's actions. Your perspective as the second prince is indeed distinctive in our dynasty. After all, under the feudal system, One person's misdeeds can implicate the entire family as a warning to officials against recklessness. Yet, according to modern legal principles, it is indeed unjust for the innocent to suffer due to the transgressions of their elders. In my view, in a society like ours, those who dare to continue plotting treason clearly possess a gambling mentality. Such gamblers should be left to their own devices. Is it reasonable to expect a gambler to have a conscience? That is utterly improbable. The true fear lies in the uncertainty of consequences. The unknown is what terrifies the most. Indeed, though youthful, the 18-year-old spoke with remarkable insight. The emperor stroked his chin, observing Yun Qin. As for legal matters, I cannot simply change them at will. The emperor's frustration was palpable. Although he held the title of emperor, the court was no longer solely under his command. Each day served as a reminder, and this realization incensed him. Isn't father regarded as a tyrant in later histories? Shouldn't he act like King Yu of Zhou, indulging in frivolities with the feudal lords? Even if this anecdote is somewhat distorted, one would expect a tyrant to be less amenable.
Indeed.
The reputations of our ancestors have been sullied by later generations. Tyrant? Yun Qin felt a flicker of doubt and regarded his father closely. While it was not impossible for his father to possess tyrannical tendencies, he pondered the implications. Enough, cease to mention this matter. The Emperor of Cloud has never shown leniency towards his enemies. That daughter of the Chiao family in your courtyard must not bear offspring. This is my sole concession. Cloud Chen sighed inwardly, reflecting on the few members of the Chiao family who had never engaged in malicious deeds. Father, my cousin will not be with child, he murmured softly, lips pressed together.
What?
The second prince has indeed married his cousin? Is this not akin to marrying close kin? Pondered the Emperor of Cloud. Cloud Chen saw nothing amiss. Marrying within close kin often results in offspring with genetic disorders, which remain untreatable. The most common afflictions include deformities of the limbs and face. Some may even resemble monsters from head to toe. It is said that in ancient royal courts, concubines who bore such monstrosities were suffocated on the spot, and the concubines themselves met with execution. Ignorance can be deadly. The Emperor of Cloud felt an inexplicable sting from the words. Cloud Chen was astonished, realizing with a twinge of sorrow, even if luck prevails and the child is not deformed, there remains a risk of intellectual disabilities, congenital heart disease, deafness, blindness, schizophrenia, epilepsy, and various hereditary illnesses. It is truly tragic for the child. Yet the adults are the ones at fault. However, in ancient times, it was perhaps forgivable, as people lacked an understanding of biology. But second prince, please do not marry your cousin and bear children. Such an act would be tantamount to incest. No different than marrying one's mother. Cloud Wu was anxious, waving her small hands to capture Cloud Chen's attention. He had long noted her presence, still shaken by the news he just heard. Father, does 18's sister wish to speak? The Emperor scolded. 18 is still too young for such discussions. It was my misunderstanding. Cloud Chen promptly apologized. Cloud Wu had already produced a piece of paper, which the Emperor glimpsed as he picked her up. It indeed bore a warning to Cloud Chen against consanguinity, along with a detailed account of the dangers associated with such unions. The more the Emperor read, the more he comprehended the perils of marrying within close kin. His expression turned serious. Second, come here and take a look. Cloud Chen stepped forward to examine the paper. The first words that caught his eye were 18 sister's concerns for him, which warmed his troubled heart. Thank you, 18 sister, for your care. I have not shared a bed with my cousin. Wow, second prince is quite impressive. He can restrain his desires. Truly remarkable. Cloud Chen's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling embarrassed at 18 sister discussing his private matters. Thankfully, there were few witnesses. Only the Emperor was aware. Father, 18 sister's words must hold truth, Cloud Chen declared, unwavering in his trust of Cloud Wu. She smiled with delight. Second prince has good judgment. I would never deceive you. I vow to be a person of integrity. Cloud Chen could only laugh helplessly. The Emperor cast him a sidelong glance, displeased that he had drawn 18's attention. The Emperor gently cradled Cloud Wu in his arms, patting her softly. I am well aware. Cloud Wu blinked curiously. By the way, I have yet to see the gossip surrounding the second prince's courtyard. Let me take a look. Cloud Chen instinctively tensed. He began, Father, I wish to, no, you shall not. The Emperor interrupted, his eyes warning. He too was curious about what Cloud Chen had hidden from him. Under the Emperor's scrutinizing gaze, Cloud Chen felt increasingly anxious. Observing his expression, the Emperor sensed something was amiss and looked expectantly at Cloud Wu. Having consumed all the gossip, Cloud Wu's expression varied. The Emperor felt a tinge of impatience but restrained himself, patiently waiting for her to speak. Second prince, I never would have guessed. You seem to indulge quite extravagantly. Cloud Chen felt a sheen of sweat form on his brow. You are not one to shy away from the fairer sex. Clearly, you are enamored with the performers. The Emperor's cheeks flushed with anger, his eyes narrowing at Cloud Chen. Cloud Chen pressed his lips together, lowering his head, unwilling to respond. Even in the face of 18's sister's astonishment, he could not reveal his feelings. Otherwise, the Emperor would certainly grow more furious. Second prince. I believe your failure to ascend the throne historically was not solely due to being deceived by Master Yunrun for gold. It may well have been this very inclination. However, it is commendable that you would forsake the throne for your beloved. Isn't that a bit too love-struck? Yet this is not necessarily a bad thing. For if you do not reign, you may spend your life with your beloved, but as emperor, one is bound by duty. Especially when your beloved hails from a family of traitors, confining her within the harem would be immoral. The emperor found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether 18 was referring to Cloud Chen or chastising himself. Yet he had no beloved, and the court remained embroiled in internal strife, making it clear that he was unaffected. The Emperor of Cloud was indeed cold and unfeeling. I perceive this performer to be quite headstrong and resolute. I advise the second prince to remain steadfast, lest your fates intertwine come to an end. I shall refrain from romance. Let me delve into other gossip. Cloud Chen exhaled in relief. The Emperor, upon hearing that there was no significant news, was unconcerned about whom Cloud Chen favored, as he had not prepared to appoint a crown prince. There was no urgency in his tone. Cloud Chen, enough, you may depart. Reluctantly, Cloud Chen replied, Father, I believe the dangers of consanguineous marriage presented by 18's sister merit further examination. Do you not think it should be proclaimed to the world? The Emperor instantly discerned Cloud Chen's intent to delay, probing for his stance on the matter. I shall not speak. This matter shall be arranged by me. You may leave. Cloud Chen moved his lips, ultimately refraining from defying his father openly. Yes, I shall take my leave. Once Cloud Chen exited, the Emperor summoned the eunuch Linen to notify the national master. Seeing her father silent for a time before returning to state affairs, Cloud Wu yawned and fell back asleep. Sleep during infancy is indeed blissful. As she slumbered soundly, the Emperor noticed immediately and carefully placed her in a nearby cradle, his movements gentle and cautious. Eunuch Linen stood by, offering, Your Majesty, allow me. No need, the Emperor replied, ensuring Cloud Wu remained undisturbed before relaxing. Dragon Yun, take the little princess to the side hall for rest. It is too crowded here, and the conversations may disturb 18's slumber. Nurse Yun approached, effortlessly carrying Cloud Wu's cradle away. Had Cloud Wu been awake, she would have been astonished by how easily Nurse Yun handled the cradle as if it were a mere bowl. If she were to realize, she would discover that the martial prowess of the Great Yan Kingdom far surpassed her expectations, leaving her in awe. Just as Cloud Wu was taken away, Eunuch Linen hurried to the Emperor's side, whispering, Your Majesty, Lord Chiao has exited the Wenyuan Pavilion and has intercepted the second prince. Send someone to keep watch. Yes. Eunuch Linen withdrew. Shortly after, the National Master arrived. Your Majesty, I have yet to complete organizing the simplified characters provided by Princess 18. But I have conveyed the general meaning to Physician Lin. As the National Master entered the hall and noticed Cloud Wu's absence, he began with praise, remarking on the remarkable principles of the medicines, which he had never encountered before. If Physician Lin can comprehend them, it will undoubtedly enhance the practice of medicine. I see. The Emperor of Cloud understood that there was no need for haste. Time was required for Physician Lin to grasp the concepts. Moreover, with the assistance of Dr. Qi outside the palace, his condition could at least be kept under control, which could be considered good news. Emperor Yun tapped his fingers on the table, stating that there was an important matter that required attention. Your Majesty, please speak, the National Master responded earnestly. Here, take a look at this. Emperor Yun handed him a piece of paper. Upon seeing it, the National Master's eyes lit up. He toyed with it for a moment before scrutinizing the contents. Your Majesty, I must admit, I am quite curious about how the 18th princess produced this paper. Although it does not compare to Xian paper, it is far cleaner than hemp paper. If it is easy to manufacture, it would indeed be a delightful event. Perhaps you could inquire with the young princess when you have the chance, the National Master suggested with a bold face. Emperor Yun shot him a glare, saying, Why don't you ask her yourself? You shamelessly keep asking the 18th for things. I could exchange it with my jade whisk, the National Master replied without hesitation. Emperor Yun almost rejected him, but thought it prudent to consult the 18th princess before making a decision. Very well. I shall help you inquire when I have the time. The National Master beamed with joy and began to read the contents of the paper. He had already familiarized himself with many traditional Chinese characters and recognized a good number of simplified ones. As he deciphered the text, a gasp escaped his lips. Your Majesty, it turns out that consanguinity poses so many dangers. As the National Master, did you not know this? Shouldn't this be knowledge possessed by Physician Lin? The National Master feigned innocence, stating, My expertise lies in divination. Emperor Yun replied, Enough. Tomorrow you will attend the morning court and finalize this matter. Henceforth, no consanguineous marriages shall be permitted within the borders of Dian. The National Master understood that the Emperor had made his decision and did not argue further. Accepting the task, he turned to leave. Yun Chun was intercepted by Chao Guesher, which did not surprise him in the slightest. Uncle, what brings you here? Chao Guesher scrutinized him for a moment, a smile plastered on his face. Your Highness, may I ask what the Emperor summoned you for today? Noticing Yun Chen's displeasure, he quickly explained, during the morning court, the Emperor, in league with Prime Minister Xiao, pressured me to agree to the establishment of an official newspaper. If I declined, the Emperor threatened to punish you for your unauthorized ordination. Your Highness, consider this. Chao Guesher's voice was laced with manipulation. The Emperor is inherently greedy. By voluntarily ordaining yourself, you handed him leverage against you. He has repeatedly exploited this situation to threaten us. Why should you harbor any expectations of him? Yun Chen observed Chao Guesher's fervent attempts to sway him and replied, Indeed, uncle, you are right. Chao Guosher's smile broadened, only to be met with Yun Chen's sudden realization. But uncle, when did we ever have expectations of father? From the beginning, it has all been about mutual scheming. Yun Chen silently criticized the situation, recognizing that he was merely bargaining with his father, while Chao Guosher was indeed calculating, speaking nothing but the truth. The smile on Chao Guosher's face faltered as he contemplated Yun Chen's candid observation, momentarily speechless. He began to suspect that Yun Chen was being deliberate, but the young man's expression revealed nothing of the sort. I merely worry that your highness might be misled by the emperor. Chao Guosher forced a smile. Rest assured, I will support you. Hence, I will back the establishment of the newspaper. It was clear that Chao Guosher found himself outmatched by Emperor Yun, and he sensed the emperor's current volatility. He resolved to study the situation more closely and devise strategies to counter the emperor's maneuvers. Uncle, I truly appreciate your support, Yun Chen replied. Understanding your intentions is sufficient. With Yun Chen on his side, Chao Guosher felt a weight lift off his shoulders. After receiving the news and placating Yun Chen, he concocted an excuse to depart. He observed the capital bustling more than usual. Passers-by were engrossed in reading papers as he wandered, perplexed. Suddenly, a young boy shouted from the roadside, newspapers for sale. The untold stories of Duke Huainan and Lord Jiao. Curiosity piqued, Yun Chen instructed, Xiao Lu, go buy a copy. Xiao Lu hurried off to procure one. Upon reading its contents, Yun Chen finally understood why Chao Guosher had so readily acquiesced. His father had effectively issued a decree that would be carried out without consultation. After a brief reflection, he commanded, Xiao Lu, from now on, ensure a copy is delivered to the temple for me each day. Yes, Xiao Lu scratched his head, astonished and curious. Realizing that the seemingly indifferent second prince also had a penchant for gossip, he mused that those from noble families might not always be as they appeared. In truth, Yun Chen was simply utilizing the newspaper to keep abreast of changes within the court, far more convenient than dispatching someone to gather news, especially regarding his father's disposition. Since discovering the 18th princess's unique abilities, he had ceased monitoring his father directly. Previously, he had refrained from doing so out of concern for being ensnared by his brothers. Now, however, he felt liberated from such fears. Reclining in the carriage, he opened a wooden box and began to read a story. The following day, as Yunwu woke from slumber, he overheard a conversation beside him. Your Majesty, are you truly set on this course? The voice of Nurse Yun sounded somewhat strained. Emperor Yun coaxed gently, Long Yun, as my dragon guard, is it not your duty to fulfill the promises made to me? Yun was taken aback. He was filled with curiosity. He wished to glean more information. What was his father's tone? Was he truly conferring with Nurse Yun? It was worth noting that Nurse Yun appeared quite youthful, no more than 20 years of age. She, too, was astonished. Nurse Yun was indeed a dragon guard. Father truly dotes on me. All the people he discreetly arranges are dragon guards. I have always been so likable. It's inevitable. Standing on the platform, Emperor Yun could only manage a wry smile as he instinctively glanced down into his embrace. 18. Have you awakened? Alas, how did father discover this? I still wish to learn more. Father, quickly tell me, what exactly are you and Nurse Yun secretly discussing? Eating gossip? Was it about his relationship with Long Yun? Emperor Yun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Suddenly, he found the presence of 18 in his arms less appealing. Clearing his throat, he glared at Long Yun. Nurse Yun maintained her serious demeanor, yet her words were less than diplomatic. Your Majesty, now that the 18th princess is awake, it would be best not to interfere with the training of the others, primarily to avoid any embarrassment on your part. The last part of her statement remained unspoken. Emperor Yun was puzzled. What did this have to do with 18? No, this is perfect. Since 18 is awake, I shall show her the valor of her father. Emperor Yun had longed for this opportunity. Since ascending to the throne, he had not personally led troops into battle for over a decade. Ever since he heard 18 proclaim that Dian would ultimately be defeated by Dachu, he had felt a deep-seated frustration. Dachu possessed hardly any territory, and its population was sparse. A mere speck in his eyes. Yet, how could such a small entity have shattered the vastness of Dian? Emperor Yun could not accept this, and the desire that had taken root in his heart had blossomed the moment he laid eyes on Yunwu, knowing the future of Dian. Huh? Where is this? So many soldiers. Is father truly going to ride himself? Ride? No. He intended to engage in mounted archery and combat. Emperor Yun placed Yunwu into Long Yun's embrace, saying, Nurse Yun, take good care of 18. Your Majesty, please be mindful of your status, Nurse Yun cautioned. Knowing she could not dissuade him, Emperor Yun waved her off and strode confidently down the platform, mounting his horse. Wow, father's long legs are impressive, and his mounting posture is so dashing. He truly is a cool emperor. Oh, is father going to practice archery? How remarkable. Long Yun wondered aloud. Is this truly impressive? Is mounted archery not the most fundamental skill for martial practitioners? Wow, father has hit the moving target. His archery skills are truly remarkable. Remarkable? He didn't even score a perfect 10, thought Long Yun in silence. It seemed like a display of prowess. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Yunwu realized an interesting fact. Once he was too far from 18, beyond a certain distance, he could no longer hear her thoughts. This brought him both regret and joy. At least this distance could protect 18. If he could hear her from further away, it would invite more ill intentions towards her. Yunwu was unaware that the emperor was concerned for her at this moment. When the emperor returned on horseback, feeling refreshed, it was nearly half an hour later. So, 18, isn't your father impressive? Indeed, very impressive, Yunwu smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. It seemed 18 truly admired her father, her laughter blooming like a flower, which satisfied the emperor. He casually took the cloth handed to him by the eunuch Linen to wipe away his sweat. 18, today I brought you to select your guards. Is this the dark guards mother mentioned before? How can I accept this? I haven't spent a dime, and yet I have my own dark guards. The emperor laughed heartily. This is a gift from your father and mother. Come now, choose with confidence. When you find someone suitable, just point them out to father. The emperor carried Yunwu towards a solitary tent within the encampment, with Linen leading the way. Upon entering, everything was prepared, chairs and benches, luxurious yet understated. As the emperor settled into a chair draped in an entire tiger skin, he exuded an aura of power and danger, yet cradled in his arms was a fair-skinned, exceedingly adorable infant. Yunwu noticed a young lad entering, not much older than 8. I should exchange for a filter with the system, so that only those without hostility towards me can be selected. Yunwu was not naive. She understood that those not chosen would likely face dire consequences. However, if they had never met her, how could they harbor animosity? If hostility arose upon their first meeting, it could only indicate that the individual was not of noble lineage, potentially marking them as future adversaries. If she were to weaken, those who despised her would not let her off easily. Her standards were not particularly low. Those who merely disliked her could be overlooked, suffering only minor discomfort. But those who wished her harm would need to be dealt with decisively. This one will do. The filter?
What is that?
The emperor was intrigued but refrained from questioning. He recognized that 18 possessed numerous items, yet not all could be revealed. He also did not believe that what Yunwu acquired from the so-called system was free. Since it was not free, he felt no inclination to request her to display it. In any case, the safety of 18 was paramount. The emperor kept those children under 10, at a safe distance, just outside the range where he could hear Yunwu's thoughts. He observed as she occasionally tapped her delicate fingers, her exquisite infantile visage radiating charm. Chapter 55. A standstill from mere appearances. One could tell that a future beauty was emerging. This one will not do, at such a young age. He even harbors thoughts of killing me. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Upon receiving this information, eunuch Linen promptly arranged for the 8-year-old to be taken away. This one will do. With a mere flick of her little finger, Yunwu selected around 300 individuals. Father, I'm exhausted. How many more must I select? Yunwu confessed her own disillusionment, feeling rather indifferent towards the bodyguard she was acquiring. This accursed wealth and privilege truly corrupts the soul. Was 18 unhappy? The emperor felt a pang of concern. Do not lift me. Let me continue lying. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle, relieved to know that 18 was not truly upset. With a wave of his hand, he declared that these individuals would henceforth belong to Princess 18.
Linen, please assist in registering them.
Keep the records confidential. Should they be leaked, I shall hold you accountable. Linen responded earnestly, yes, this old servant understands. In truth, I have memorized their appearances. I will not forget them. But what you are doing is for my benefit, father. The emperor, smiling, inquired, 18. Once I have arranged for these 300 to be trained and selected the strongest among them as the leader, I shall present them to you. His intent was to ensure that these guards were trained in loyalty. Follow the soldier training methods I previously provided. Do not be overly cruel. After all, if they were to betray me, I could trace it back to them, so let's not torment them unnecessarily. Yunwu waved her small hand, contemplating how to convey her thoughts to her father. The emperor continued, let us proceed with your suggested training method. I am curious to see what kind of army can be produced. Yunwu ceased her gestures, returning a smile. Father truly understands me. This is wonderful. Father is the best in the world. The emperor chuckled, who said that emperors do not enjoy flattery. Such sentiments were merely set aside for the sake of court stability. Although being an emperor often came with constraints, the emperor of Yunwu still aspired to fulfill his role well. As long as he could witness a prosperous era, he would be content. The emperor carried Yunwu to the carriage, where he found Linen quietly reprimanding a palace attendant. What happened? The emperor asked sternly. Poor horse. It must be in pain. If only it had iron hooves, we wouldn't have to worry about wear or injury to its hooves. However, this is the emperor's private training ground. How could a soldier be so careless as to leave a sharp blade on the grass unnoticed? If someone else had come, wouldn't they have been injured? The emperor's expression darkened. Investigate who left the blade here. Linen, seeing the emperor's anger, immediately turned to address the matter with a serious and fierce demeanor. Meanwhile, the emperor was not worried that Linen would be unable to uncover the culprit. He subtly remarked, this horse must be treated well. It is my prize steed. Yes, replied a nearby attendant, nodding cautiously while arranging for a military physician to tend to the horse. The emperor held Yunwu a bit further away. Yunwu, however, was curious, hoping that her father's steed would not be ruined. Iron hooves would be beneficial for both horse and rider. Iron hooves? The emperor found this intriguing. It seemed to be something applicable to military horses, perhaps enhancing their strength. The emperor contemplated this and, in the next moment, felt a silver note appear in his hand. 18. Do you have a way to resolve this? I will offer you silver in exchange. The emperor had initially taken what 18 provided during their visit to the Feng Tian Hall, focusing solely on his delight, never considering where those items came from or what cost was involved. Over time, he had come to understand much of it. Whenever 18 mentioned acquiring something from the system, it indicated that there was a price to pay. The items that 18 had not mentioned were likely her own possessions from her space. The emperor was unaware of what this space entailed. He only knew it was a divine artifact belonging to 18. Wow, father is actually offering silver? 100 taels? Isn't that too much for just a design for iron hose? I hardly need that much. When I first printed it at the library, it only cost me 16. 100 taels can be exchanged for a staggering 100,000 coins. In this light, it seems that Wang Huainan has spent 30,000 taels for a concubine, amounting to an extravagant 3 million in dowry. No wonder Zhao is eager for a daughter. Selling one could yield 30 million. And 10 would be a staggering 300 million, truly a pathway to wealth. Even capitalists would admire such a venture. 16 coins? Could it be merely 16 won? How incredibly inexpensive, an utter waste of resources. The emperor of Yunwu increasingly felt that the world of 18 was far more advanced than his own Daqing. He promptly placed a banknote of 100 taels into Yunwu's hands. 18. This is a banknote from the imperial treasury. You may collect it when you grow up. Keep it for now, and if it proves insufficient, I shall supplement it. The emperor felt somewhat embarrassed, as he, being the sovereign, had no silver on him. Linen had already departed. Surely, he could not borrow from the eunuch beside him. That would be too shameful. Father, this is excessive. You might as well call it my private allowance, 18 replied. Just give me 16 won. I'll manage. When the time comes, simply return the original. Yunwu contemplated, tucking the banknote into her space. She then found herself with extra silver. There are too many copper coins. They're quite heavy. I shall not take them. The emperor chuckled at the sight of the coins in his hands. 18. You are still treating your father as a stranger. The remaining silver is a gift from me to you as a token of our reunion. However, should you engage in transactions with others in the future, do not be foolish. If they offer, accept it, for it will not be to their detriment. The emperor was merely cautioning her in advance. The national teacher had been observing 18 for quite some time and possessed many fine treasures. If he were to give some to 18, it would surely please him. Unbeknownst to Yunwu, her father was quite protective. Upon hearing his words, she joyfully accepted. Since it is a gift from father, I shall not refuse. Yet, I do not wish for you to incur losses, for wealth must be acquired through just means. Allow me to present you with a gift. A gift? Although the emperor wished to remark that 100 taels was hardly significant and felt no remorse in giving it to 18, upon hearing the word gift, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Chapter 56. Curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued by the items 18 possessed, not out of a desire to claim them, but purely from curiosity. 18 extended her tiny hand to grasp the emperor's robe, making cooing sounds. Father, go to the shadows. I shall give you a solar-powered drone that can hover in place and observe the training conditions in the camp. The emperor was taken aback.
Solar-powered.
A drone? What manner of device was this? His curiosity piqued. He followed 18's request into his private tent. After entering, he waved his hand, sending all attendants away. 18 moved her hands, and on the table appeared a complete set of drones. Before the emperor could fully comprehend, a piece of paper fluttered down, bearing instructions for the drone's operation. Father, do take a look. I shall rest for a moment. 18 reclined contentedly beside him. Let me check on the progress of eunuch linen. The emperor paused, gently patting her swaddled form. Sleep, my dear. Father shall remain nearby. Noticing 18's eyes had closed, he understood she was fatigued and chose not to disturb her. Instead, he picked up the white drone, marveling at its metallic sheen, which reflected his own visage. He was astonished and contemplative, delving into thoughts about the technological craftsmanship behind it. The emperor examined the drone, suppressing the urge to dismantle it, and patiently turned to the instructions. He quickly grasped the operation and attempted to activate the drone. Upon the illumination of its lights, he was startled. Yet he restrained his curiosity and continued to follow the manual. My emperor, eunuch linen has arrived, came a voice. The emperor instinctively replied, come in. But upon seeing eunuch linen, he hastily added, no, do not enter, leave. Eunuch linen was bewildered. Should he enter or retreat? My emperor, the investigation has yielded results, he said, hesitating at the tent's entrance, fearing that a misstep might lead to dire consequences. The emperor was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. I have matters to attend to. Wait outside. Feeling wronged, eunuch linen exited, his mind troubled by the importance of the information he had uncovered. What could be more pressing than apprehending a spy? Once outside, he leaned against the tent, straining to hear the happenings within. What are you doing? Queried General Wu Quan, who approached after hearing the news and expecting punishment. Seeing eunuch linen's furtive demeanor, he instinctively inquired. Startled, eunuch linen shot him a glare and hissed, "Shoo, do not speak. Is the emperor inside? Could something be amiss?" I must check, Wu Quan declared, pushing past eunuch linen to enter. Stay put and wait with us, Eunuch Linen insisted. The emperor's attention remained fixated on the drone. By now, he was controlling it with the remote, watching in awe as the metallic device truly soared into the air. No, it was not merely metallic, but composed of a similar material. How could it achieve flight? This question lingered in the emperor's mind, yet before he could ponder further, the device's screen displayed images of its flight path. How remarkable! The emperor exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he beheld the live feed. No wonder 18 claimed it could observe the entire camp from a stationary position. I must put this to the test, he called out. Linen, you mama, come in. You mama, carry 18 and follow me. The emperor, holding the drone with fervor, rushed out, leaving Eunuch Linen and you mama to hastily follow. As the formalities hung on the tip of their tongues, they witnessed the emperor rush past like a gust of wind. What is happening with the emperor?
Wu Quan bundarat.
Catching sight of Eunuch Linen in a similar haste, without hesitation, Wu Quan decided to pursue, eager to uncover the secrets hidden from him. The emperor stood atop a platform, maneuvering the drone, his gaze locked onto the screen. Once more, he witnessed the surveillance footage, his astonishment unwavering. My emperor, Eunuch Linen panted, catching up without a hint of breathlessness. What is this? The emperor squinted with pride, whispering, this is a gift from the little princess. A splendid contraption, do observe. Eunuch Linen felt a twinge of envy. Why must I lack such a thoughtful daughter? He lamented. The emperor chuckled with delight, casting a sidelong glance at Eunuch Linen.
Ah.
Linen, do not covet what is not yours. Your Majesty, may I have a turn? Eunuch Linen inquired, attempting to be diplomatic. The emperor swiftly caught on to his ulterior motive, realizing Linen was merely seeking a consolation prize. My emperor, do you think my envy is feigned? Eunuch Linen sighed. The emperor, reveling in his amusement at Linen's dismay, waved his hand in a mock display of generosity. Very well, you may play for a short while. Eunuch Linen hurriedly took control, his movements cautious as though he feared damaging the precious device. The Cloud Martial Emperor, having studied in silence, immediately took command beside him, exuding an air of triumph as if everything were under his control. To be frank, it appeared rather irritating to Yunwu. Observing the two engaged in playful antics reminiscent of children, Yunwu felt a twinge of embarrassment. I have met His Majesty. Wu Quan rushed over to pay his respects. But the Cloud Martial Emperor had no time to acknowledge him. Wu Quan dared not raise his head. He could only hear the lively banter between them, his curiosity gnawing at him like a cat on the prowl. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over caution. When he finally heard the Cloud Martial Emperor grant him permission to rise, he sprang to his feet and stood beside the Grand Eunuch of Linen. He knew he had no standing next to the emperor, yet felt assured in this position. Wu Quan, taller than the Grand Eunuch, swiftly peered over him to glimpse the scene displayed on the screen, undoubtedly the training of soldiers below. He even spotted one soldier, slacking off. Wu Quan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Your Majesty, this device is remarkable. It could greatly aid in training. The Cloud Martial Emperor merely flicked his little finger towards the Grand Eunuch, resulting in Wu Quan receiving a reprimand. Such a valuable tool, and you wish to possess it? Who wouldn't? Wu Quan, nursing a lump on his head, prepared to explain innocently. Suddenly, the Cloud Martial Emperor furrowed his brow, an unusual look of alarm crossing his face. Chapter 57. A fortuitous encounter. Oh, it must be a poor signal reception. Despite being the latest model, costing around 70 to 80,000, with a transmitter and receiver installed, it still has limitations on range. At most, it operates within 100 meters. To be honest, the effect is rather lackluster, especially since Dian lacks satellite signals at this time, rendering many functionalities unusable. This drone can only serve as a means for the Emperor to unwind, allowing him to survey the territory he has conquered from above, which would surely bring him joy. Upon hearing this explanation, the Cloud Martial Emperor relaxed, though disappointment soon followed. The Grand Eunuch of Linen quickly said, Your Majesty, I shall retrieve it. The Cloud Martial Emperor smiled and replied, I am pleased with this gift. Thank you, 18. He reached out to ruffle 18's cheek. Wu Quan, at that moment, dared not move. However, I have heard that Lu Ban was quite extraordinary, a renowned inventor. If he had descendants in this era, they might gaze upon this mediocre drone and transform it into something usable, at least for delivering messages effectively. The Cloud Martial Emperor's eyes sparkled, clearly having formulated a plan in his mind. I see that your brother, the Western Emperor, enjoys reading. Perhaps he could develop this further. Wu Quan thought to himself, My family, I have encountered a ghost. Who understands this?
Panic.
Seeking help online, he cautiously glanced at the Cloud Martial Emperor, only to meet the beaming smile of Yunwu, who had poked her head out. Startled. Who is this person? Upon hearing Yunwu's voice, the Cloud Martial Emperor reluctantly shifted his attention to Wu Quan. What are you up to? He asked coldly. Wu Quan knelt down. Your Majesty, I come to plead for forgiveness. He made a decisive confession, believing it more dignified than admitting his fear of ghosts. Although a man, he too feared spirits. Wu Quan. That name seems somewhat unfamiliar. Investigate it. Wu Quan's gaze began to wander again, this time fixating on Yunwu. The Cloud Martial Emperor lightly coughed, prompting a palace attendant to bring a chair. Yunwu glanced at it, marveling at its opulence. How enviable, my father. The Grand Eunuch of Linen, then spoke gravely, "Your Majesty, I have inquired," and this device was dropped by a soldier, named Li Hai. He joined the Imperial Guard after causing a fatal altercation in his hometown. Yet he did not disclose this to those who introduced him. Nevertheless, due to his commendable skills and willingness to take medication, he was accepted. Wu Quan interjected, "Your Majesty, it is my fault. I failed to conduct a thorough inquiry, leading to this oversight. I have questioned other soldiers and learned that Li Hai posed no significant issues during his first month. However, after being strictly monitored for his poor habits, he secretly cursed the sergeant. Typically, one must submit a reflective essay when reprimanded. Gradually, everyone else improved. It seems Li Hai was more rebellious and clever. Had it not been for this unexpected discovery of a hidden blade, I would remain unaware of his intentions to escape." Wu Quan felt a sense of dread as he admitted his mistakes. The Cloud Martial Emperor regarded him with an indifferent gaze, adhering to protocol for punishment. "You shall be suspended, required to write a self-reflection of 20,000 words and carry a burden of 50 kilometers. Completing this task would be akin to enduring torture." Yet, Wu Quan did not flinch, demonstrating that a general must maintain strict self-discipline to command respect. "Ah, Wu Quan, I have found something. It appears this Wu Quan has a sister named Wu Zhen. Recently, a joyous occasion has arisen with someone seeking her hand in marriage. It is said to be a prominent family, the Qin family? Let me investigate." Wu Quan was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at the Cloud Martial Emperor, receiving a warning glare in return. The Emperor's dark eyes revealed no emotion. Wu Quan quickly lowered his head, deterred from gazing any longer. Yet he understood the Emperor's silent warning. Indeed, it was not a ghost but Princess 18. The revelation startled him. However, how did Princess 18 know about his family? Was it the Emperor who mentioned it? Did the Emperor care for him? The Qin family has been located. It is the Duke of Dinggua's residence. This Duke of Dinggua intends for his eldest son to marry a girl from an ordinary family? Yunwu exclaimed in surprise. Although modern society often disregards familial status, many still value compatibility in social standing. It seems odd for the Duke of Dinggua to seek General Wu Quan's sister, especially since he is merely perceived as a merchant to the outside world. Only the Emperor knows he holds the rank of a third-grade general and is a trusted confidant. Thus, why would the Duke of the State seek the daughter of a mere merchant, considering the Wu family only qualifies as a moderately well-off household? Indeed, the Cloud Martial Emperor fell silent, sensing something amiss. The more Wu Quan listened, the more he felt that Princess 18 did not seem to be aware of this news beforehand. Furthermore, his sister was not engaged. Surely, Princess 18 was not fabricating tales? The Cloud Martial Emperor perked up his ears to listen. Wu Quan, oblivious to the unfolding situation, was keen to observe how Princess 18 would weave her narrative. The Duke of Dinggua's eldest grandson, Chiao, sought the guidance of Master Yunruin's disciple, Master Huashan, to consult an oracle for a woman of strong fate. Ultimately, they identified General Wu Quan's sister, Wu Xiao. It is said that the Qin family's knowledge of Wu Xiao's birth date was due to a matchmaking banquet held at Chongshan Temple. The Qin family provided funds to Master Huashan, deliberately publicizing the event, attracting numerous young women to pray and seek divination. Thus, Wu Xiao's birth date fell into Master Huashan's hands. Tomorrow marks the engagement day. Wu Quan was utterly horrified. A woman of strong fate? Wouldn't that mean sending his sister to her doom? He had forgotten his disbelief in Princess 18's words, now consumed by thoughts of his sister's potential peril. Wu Quan nearly faltered to his knees, casting a pleading glance at the Grand Eunuch of Linen. The Grand Eunuch urged him to remain calm. This talk of a woman of strong fate is merely a human construct. Yunwu was engrossed in the unfolding drama, oblivious to how others shared her sentiment. Chapter 58. Are you here for the gossip? Guaranteed authentic, this gossip was tantalizingly nerve-wracking. Merely a construct? The Cloud Martial Emperor narrowed his eyes, his thoughts occupied by Huashan and Yunrun and their recent endeavors. To characterize their deceit and manipulation as mere trifles would be an understatement. It is quite remarkable that they insist on confronting him once more, deviating from the well-trodden path. The Emperor Yunwu let out a cold chuckle. It is indeed the case that trouble has arisen within the Duke of Dinggua's residence. Qin Jiao's stepmother has deliberately plotted against him, and all those whom Qin Jiao was previously betrothed to were, in fact, her machinations leading to their demise. Were it not for the presence of the venerable matriarch of the Qin family, it is likely that Qin Jiao's own life would be in peril. If I were a family member of those three young ladies, I would demand compensation from the Qin family. What is the Duke of Dinggua matter? Can he take lives at will? Indeed, even I cannot kill indiscriminately. It seems the people of the Duke of Dinggua's household have grown too accustomed to their comfortable lives, beginning to disregard the law. Speaking of which families were those three young ladies from who were previously betrothed to Qin Jiao? There was the daughter of Jiang Sifu from the pro-peace faction, the daughter of Zhao Qianshan, the Minister of Justice, and the daughter of Han Chuntian from the Zhongshu province. The Emperor Yunwu's mind wandered as he pondered their existence. At that moment, a soldier approached at a brisk pace, standing before the assembly and saluting. He reported that the Emperor Yunwu immediately acknowledged the changes among the soldiers, noting their improved adherence to regulations. At least they no longer possessed the arrogance of being lofty yet fragile. The Emperor Yunwu, in a fit of anger, departed. taking Yunwu with him. Wu Quan stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do next. Isn't it obvious? Wu Quan rolled his eyes, having grown accustomed to the familiarity with Duke Linen. All right, let us be off, Duke Linen waved dismissively, hastening to catch up with Emperor Yunwu. Once Wu Quan and the others left, his expression grew serious. He never indulged in frivolity in front of his subordinates. Implement the punishments, Wu Quan commanded before mounting his horse and departing. The servants at the entrance were taken aback. Where are the young lady and the matriarch? Wu Quan dismounted and strode inside. He was soon led to the courtyard by the servants. Observing the quilts drying in the yard, he wore a solemn expression, unable to suppress his astonishment. Could it be? Could it be that the words of the 18th princess, a mere infant, are true? Wu Quan hastened into the room. Elder brother, what are you doing? Eldest, what is the matter? Upon seeing the questioning expressions of the two women in the household, Wu Quan closed the door behind him. Mother, has my younger sister been betrothed? Has she been promised to the heir of the Duke of Dingwa? Wu Quan fixed his gaze on the two of them, inquiring. Madame Wu chuckled. Eldest, where did you hear that? Your younger sister and I are still discussing whom to invite for the occasion. Upon hearing this, Wu Quan understood that the matter was indeed true. I will not consent to this marriage, Wu Quan declared decisively. I can support you, as an unmarried lady, which is far better than sending you to your demise. Reflecting on the Emperor's reaction today and Duke Linen's words of caution, he surmised that while this news should not be publicly proclaimed, it need not be deliberately concealed either. Wu Xiao laughed. Elder brother, are you referring to the rumors about the Qin young master bringing misfortune to his wives? I have heard the other party's explanation. But Master Huashan has calculated that our fates appear unfavorable. However, if we unite, we can counterbalance one another and lead a normal existence. Wu Quan rolled his eyes. What if the notion of bringing misfortune is entirely false, and those three fiancés perished due to foul play? Observing the bewildered and shocked expressions of the two women in his household, he briefly explained the situation and concluded, in any case, the Emperor has decreed that you shall not marry. Oh, then I shall not marry, for it is merely a betrothal, Wu Xiao replied. Having been raised under the shadow of imperial authority, how could she dare oppose it? Madame Wu felt similarly. She adhered to the belief that one should follow their husband in marriage and their son in widowhood. Then, since you have spoken so, I shall go to the Duke of Dingwa's residence to cancel the betrothal. I too believe the Qin family status is too elevated. Were it not for Master Huashan's endorsement and the knowledge of your close ties to the Emperor, I would not have dared to agree to this union. Wu Quan was reminded, Mother, has anyone inquired about me? He had been secretly trained as a guard for the Emperor. The individuals in his unit were selected for their reputable backgrounds, and they were not permitted to leave until their training yielded results. This demonstrated the Emperor's unwavering commitment to secrecy. If any information were to leak from him, even self-termination would not salvage the situation. Indeed, neighbors have inquired. But your sister and I have only disclosed that you are assisting the Emperor in his endeavors, Madame Wu assured him repeatedly. Wu Xiao echoed. Yes, elder brother. We would never dare to speak of it. That would jeopardize your position. Well, as long as it is not spoken of, I suppose I was overthinking, Wu Quan mused, understanding the personalities of his mother and sister. Mother, please go to the Duke of Dingwa's residence today to announce the cancellation of the betrothal. We will arrange for my sister to feign illness. The coordinated efforts of both parties ensured that the news reached the ears of the venerable matriarch of the Qin family that very evening. How can this be? The matriarch was initially engaged in conversation with her granddaughter, Qin Jiao, advising her not to let outsiders sow discord or look down upon the origins of her future husband. To have a wife who does not disdain marrying at this time is a blessing. Suddenly, she was struck by the news. The matriarch grasped Qin Jiao's hand tightly. Jiao, you are not yet betrothed, hence the illness of the Wu family's young lady may merely be an excuse for withdrawal. This matter has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? The matriarch's voice was resolute. Grandmother, what if she is genuinely ill? Qin Jiao's voice was soft, her gaze unfocused. The matriarch's tone remained firm. Then you must wait and inquire personally. Do not be swayed by speculation.
Yes.
Taking a deep breath, Qin Jiao regained her composure. In the palace, Emperor Yunwu sat in the elevated seat while Yunwu reclined on the dragon throne, fast asleep. Standing below was Fu Rui, the commander of the East City Military Command. Chapter 59, Frustration and the two parties embroiled in conflict. Chen Jiming, a fifth-rank official from the Ministry of Revenue, knelt, his expression one of deep vexation. Wang Honghu, a victim from a recent incident, knelt before the emperor, not daring to lift his head. Though Wang Honghu was a merchant of dubious reputation, in the presence of the emperor, he remained subservient. Wang Honghu had sustained injuries due to a collision with Chen Jiming's carriage, following a dispute between their respective servants. Curiosity arose among passers-by. Afterward, Chen Jiming escorted Wang Honghu to seek medical attention. Upon examination, it was confirmed that Wang Honghu had indeed sustained injuries from being struck by a carriage, including a sprained ankle and facial bruises, with potential debilitating injuries to his lower body. Fu Rui's voice wavered momentarily as he recounted this. Wang Honghu's complexion turned pale, his expression a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. However, Chen Jiming's servant insisted he had seen no one in the alley, claiming he was merely driving his carriage normally. The matter escalated to the East City Military Command, where an inquiry was conducted. Ultimately, Chen Jiming compensated Wang Honghu for his medical expenses. However, this morning, news of the incident was published in the newspaper, detailing the grievances between the two parties and the court's ruling. Upon learning of this, Chen Jiming, believing he had already compensated Wang, felt it unjust to be ridiculed in the press. Upon investigation, he discovered that it was Wang Honghu who had submitted the article to the newspaper, which was approved for publication by the young lord of the Huanan Marquette, Yunwu, resulting in its appearance in today's news. Fu Rui wore an expression of amusement as he observed the unfolding drama. Subsequently, Chen Jiming confronted Wang Honghu, leading to a public brawl.
Now,
Chen Jiming maintained he had not seen Wang Honghu before the collision, while Wang Honghu regarded himself as the victim, noting that even in light of his injuries, Chen Jiming had shown no remorse, merely losing face while abusing his authority. After listening, Emperor Yunwu's gaze fell upon Chen Jiming and Wang Honghu, narrowing his eyes as if to ascertain who was standing behind them. What appeared to be a trivial matter was, in fact, a deliberate trap set for him, as he well understood with his astute mind. The incident occurring immediately after the newspaper's release served as a warning to the powerful that the press could tarnish their reputations, simultaneously challenging his authority. The timing of the event provided ample justification for the abolition of the newspaper. Fu Rui, what does your investigation reveal? Emperor Yunwu inquired in a calm tone, surveying them from his elevated position without a hint of retreat or fear. Fu Rui respectfully replied, Your Majesty, based on the evidence at the scene, it is indeed true that Lord Chen collided with Wang Honghu. I assure you, I am not partial in my judgment. I have brought the case records with me. What is everyone discussing? Yunwu, feeling drowsy, yawned. The warmth and comfort of the Qingjin Hall had lulled him into a languid state. Upon hearing the voice, Emperor Yunwu glanced at the distance, confirming that Chen Jiming and Wang Honghu could not overhear. Thus, he refrained from having anyone remove the young girl. You sure has awakened? He inquired, lifting her and deftly offering her water. Drink some warm water. Thank you, father, Yusher said, eagerly grasping the bottle. Slow down, no need to rush. The three men observed the paternal scene with astonishment, particularly Chen Jiming and Wang Honghu. Fu Rui, however, regarded it with scrutiny. At merely 20 years old, having been born into a prestigious family, his appointment as commander was due to his own merits recognized by Emperor Yunwu. He felt assured he had heard the 18th princess speak. His certainty stemmed from his training in martial arts, which granted him keen senses, making mishearing impossible. Observing the emperor's demeanor and the recent rumors, the discussions among court officials about the 18th princess's fortuitous reputation and the emperor's favoritism towards her were widespread, both matters being undeniable, though the underlying reasons remained a mystery. Having attended to Yusher, Emperor Yunwu turned his attention back to the court. The incident had occurred in the evening, prior to a shift change, and given the time of day, it should not have been misinterpreted. It is said, he remarked softly. Chen Jiming, hearing this, anxiously knelt forward, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I swear, I did not lie. My servant would not dare speak falsely. We truly did not see it coming. Who would have thought two carriages would collide? Chen Jiming felt both wronged and anxious. The thought of facing the emperor with the possibility of being at fault overwhelmed him. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret and self-doubt. Was it truly his conversation with the servant that had led to this oversight? The emperor mused. This case feels familiar, is it not the blind spot incident? A blind spot? Emperor Yunwu pondered this unfamiliar term, to ascertain whether it was indeed a visual blind spot or if the carriage driver intentionally overlooked the situation leading to the accident. A simple experiment could clarify this, Yusher suggested nonchalantly. The emperor, intrigued, glanced at Fu Rui, who seemed to be deep in thought. Very well. I shall assign Fu Rui to re-examine this case. Once the results are in, we shall explain it in the newspaper. At that time, the truth of innocence or slander will be made clear. Chen Jiming stood up, his expression dazed, caught between relief and lingering uncertainty. He recalled that he had entered the palace intending to persuade the emperor against the newspaper's existence. How had he come to feel grateful that the emperor had not punished him? Yet he had lost the initiative. The words he wished to speak remained unvoiced, as he dared not offend Emperor Yunwu. Fu Rui, you shall manage the situation until further notice, the emperor commanded, eliciting varied expressions from Chen Jiming and Wang Honghu. Fu Rui, clearly interested in the 18th princess, had no intention of allowing any harm to come to the two involved. Gentlemen, please follow me, he stated coolly. Chen Jiming dared not leave in a huff before the emperor, casting a frustrated glance at Fu Rui. Fu Rui raised an eyebrow, drawing Chen Jiming's ire further. Had it not been for Fu Rui's connection to the emperor, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Wang Honghu remained silent throughout. Once the three departed, the emperor inquired, Yusher, what is your perspective on this case? Can you assist your father? Chapter 60. A different Jiang Sifu Yusher had long since grown accustomed to her father recognizing her innate intelligence and ability to communicate. Their interactions bore no traces of a language barrier typical between infants and adults. Simply put, her father understood her. Father, it's simple. Did I not gift you a drone yesterday? You can use that to simulate the experiment. Just adjust the height and angle to mimic the position of the carriage driver at the time. The view from the drone will reflect what the carriage driver saw. Ordinary people have blind spots. From the outside, it may appear there is someone ahead, but from the driver's perspective, they may genuinely not see anyone. This case thus hinges on whether the fault lies in intentional actions, or if it was accidental. The former is deliberate, the latter unintentional. Yusher produced a sheet of paper detailing the experimental procedure. Emperor Yunwu smiled broadly. As always, my dear Yusher, you are so considerate and clever, aiding your father. Linen, go fetch the fruit recently presented by the merchants for Yusher to see, he commanded. Linen, beaming, hurried off. Moments later, he returned with a jade platter, prominently displaying loquats. Is this not a loquat? A tribute, indeed. Father has suffered, Yusher remarked. Emperor Yunwu raised an eyebrow. Suffered? What do you mean? This loquat is clearly unripe. Picked too soon, and then ripened artificially. The merchants have shown no sincerity. Loquat trees can be grown in the north, although the fruit is not as sweet as that from the south. Greenhouses can cultivate them, so I find it hard to believe the merchants lack fresh loquats. Perhaps it is better to seek fresh produce myself, rather than rely on others. Yusher mused internally, producing a handful of ripe loquats in her small hands, extending them to Emperor Yunwu. The emperor was profoundly moved. Who says a ruler's life is one of mere indulgence? Thank you, Yusher. He quickly accepted them, gently wiping her tiny hands with a handkerchief. Father, do try them. If they are delicious, we shall save some for mother. Emperor Yunwu chuckled, taking a loquat. Yusher, I shall taste it. Do not shed tears if it displeases me. Quickly eat. I have plenty of fruit. Yusher, with her chubby little head held high, insisted earnestly. The emperor, curious about the flavor, peeled the skin and took a bite, while Linen watched intently. As he chewed, the emperor spat out 2 pits. Linen, take these. Linen, looking at the pits in his palm, questioned, Your Majesty, are you leaving me just these 2 pits? The emperor gave him a perplexed look. I intended for you to plant them. I can still reward you with 1 loquat. The grand eunuch of Linen wore a broad smile. And the old servant knew that the emperor must have something delightful in store, surely enough for him to partake. Here, take these. The emperor Yunwu handed a platter of tributes to the grand eunuch of Linen. The latter, momentarily at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, found himself the subject of jest. Ha ha ha, the grand eunuch of Linen is truly unfortunate, being teased by his majesty. This is too funny. Hearing such remarks, the grand eunuch chuckled, his gaze upon Yunwu filled with the affection an elder has for a younger. Your majesty, regardless, I shall indulge in what the little princess has offered. The emperor Yunwu raised an eyebrow. I have but a few, and I shall not part with them. Moreover, what the 18 offers is far tastier than these tributes. The old servant was skeptical, yet emboldened enough to joke with the emperor. Observing the merry demeanor of Yunwu, he slyly suggested, unless I have the chance to try for myself. The emperor's lips twitched. I knew you wouldn't be so easily deceived. Very well, indulge yourself. It is undoubtedly the finest. It may not be the best, but it should certainly surpass the tributes, Yunwu modestly replied. Ah, lo and behold. Loquats are being sold in the marketplace. Do they possess medicinal value? Not too pricey either. One can procure a pound for merely a few hundred. Let us buy some for His Majesty to try. He has been ailing for quite some time, and surely his body has endured considerable damage. The label states its effects are mild and quite suitable. Let us purchase some. Yunwu eagerly procured several pounds of loquats from the system space. When they appeared, both the emperor and the grand eunuch were prepared, unperturbed by the sudden manifestation. The grand eunuch tenderly peeled the loquats for the emperor, saving the skins to dry for potential medicinal research by physician Lin. Upon tasting the loquats, the emperor felt a marked improvement in his well-being, a soothing warmth enveloping him. A sensation only he could discern due to his inner strength. Although the medicinal effects were subtle, it was indeed a fine product. The emperor exchanged a glance with the grand eunuch, and soon Yunwu found herself in possession of a string of jade pearls. 18. These pearls are salvaged from EC. Take them and enjoy. Father is truly generous. Without hesitation, she accepted them, knowing she could exchange them for items within the system without necessarily requiring silver. Linen, summon Jiang Sifu to an audience. Also, inform Fu Rui to arrange for an experiment by evening, ensuring no outsiders are present. The emperor's intentions were clear. He aimed to exclude any external observers, making a statement that he was not to be trifled with. Before departing, Linen also received loquats from Yunwu, leaving with a smile. The emperor, in a display of magnanimity, immediately allocated half of his share to be sent to concubine Lin, reinforcing her standing within the court. As Yunwu and the emperor began to yawn, Jiang Sifu, Jiang Ju,
arrived.
Old minister pays his respects to your majesty. Jiang Ju knelt properly to pay his respects, but as he rose, he stumbled, falling to the ground with a thud, drawing the emperor's narrowed gaze. Jiang Iching, what misdeed have you committed to warrant such a grand gesture? Jiang Ju, feeling the embarrassment, merely replied, Your Majesty, I lost my footing. I beg your pardon. Jiang Sifu, the one notorious for his poetry, the source of countless verses recited by posterity? Haha, I am familiar with him. It is said many of his acrostics are veiled insults. I have heard that Jiang Sifu, Jiang Ju, once penned a poem titled Not As Good, born from irritation at a classmate. The most amusing part is that the very classmate who was scorned by Jiang Ju was utterly captivated by his literary prowess. Chapter 61. The Great Poet Later. At a literary gathering, this poem was often recited in praise of Jiang. I hear this poem has gained quite the fame.
Ha!
I wonder if that is indeed true. I am eager to hear more. The emperor raised an eyebrow, stifling a chuckle as he observed the elderly figure before him. Jiang, for the first time in his life, was being laughed at by a child, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Jiang, have you been inspired to write poetry of late? Jiang's expression stiffened. Your Majesty, the verses I create are mere fabrications. They hardly deserve the title of poetry.
Oh.
If you have no time for poetry, what have you been occupied with at home? Well, I've been recuperating, Jiang replied, stroking his beard. At my age, I recently took a tumble, and my limbs have been less agile, so I must remain at home, unable to alleviate your burdens, Your Majesty. The emperor snorted at this. Thinking Jiang was nearing retirement, neglecting the political strife of the court, leaving himself vulnerable and repeatedly at the mercy of Chiao's manipulations. Had it not been for the 18, the emperor's expression soured, contemplating the dire consequences that could have ensued. Not at all. Jiang is simply indulging in gossip. The newspaper has become his favorite pastime. Yunwu's voice cut in unexpectedly, invigorating the emperor's interest as he cast a knowing glance at Jiang, who felt a pang of discomfort. Jiang is quite the trendsetter, falling off his soft couch while laughing at gossip shared by a servant.
Oh, is that so?
The emperor squinted at him, and Jiang shivered, realizing the predicament he was in. Jiang is privy to gossip ranging from the palace to the petty affairs of his youngest son. Fully aware that his youngest concubine is ambitious, seeking to bed the eldest son, yet he does nothing but spectate, watching the misfortunes of his two sons unfold. The Jiang brothers are indeed unfortunate. They still perceive their father as a stern figure. Little do they know if they found out their father indulges in gossip about women, it would surely lead them to question their existence. Jiang's face was a portrait of despair as the emperor struggled to contain his laughter. He had been unaware of Jiang's peculiar hobby. Your Majesty. Jiang's ears turned crimson as he awkwardly inquired. May I ask why Your Majesty has summoned this old minister? The emperor regarded him with a smile, yet Jiang felt a sense of foreboding and embarrassment, as though he were the subject of ridicule. Thankfully, he was accustomed to maintaining a fade, or else he would have wished to vanish into the ground. There is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you, Jiang. What are your thoughts on the establishment of a newspaper? Upon hearing the topic, Jiang felt a headache coming on. Was this not a call to choose sides? At his age, he yearned for tranquility. Jiang? The emperor elongated the last syllable. With a resigned sigh, Jiang stepped forward to bow. Your Majesty, may I inquire why you are so insistent on establishing a newspaper? While it may prevent unruly behavior among court officials, it will also impose restrictions upon Your Majesty. I have nothing to hide. Thus, I fear not having my private matters published. Jiang was momentarily speechless. However, Your Majesty, can you guarantee that you will not act foolishly in your later years? Once the newspaper is established, you may not be able to control what information is disseminated. Of course, Your Majesty can currently exert control over the newspaper. But in doing so, it is likely that the officials will not acquiesce. As time passes, a sense of trepidation envelopes everyone. It is only a matter of time before the tension in their minds snaps. At that moment, who knows what actions these court officials may take? The elder statesman firmly believes that a healthy court is one that inspires aspiration rather than rebellion. Indeed, others concur. Lord Jiang is truly a great poet. His level of awareness is unparalleled. There are both virtuous and nefarious officials among the courtiers. We must not disappoint the good nor allow the wicked to prevail. Awareness? Emperor Yunwu recalls the concept of a harmonious society mentioned in the discussions of the 18, a notion of relative fairness and justice. He has pondered this before, but it is clearly not the right time for such changes. Rest assured, my concern lies with the nation and its people, not with engaging in personal vendettas. His official reports have always served the populace, not any individual or faction. Yes, indeed, such reports must not fall into private hands. Otherwise, they would become a tool of tyranny rather than aid to the people. Jiang's heart is astonished by the child's perspective, which mirrors his own, even showing foresight. He longs to converse further, but upon seeing the emperor's cherished demeanor, he realizes his desire is unattainable. Your Majesty, if that is truly your sentiment, I would be willing to assist. Jiang resolves to take action. So Lord Jiang has fallen out of favor with the emperor? No wonder historical records indicate that after the fall of the nation, Lord Jiang took his life atop the city walls. He also left behind that astonishing poem, Where's the Ruler Amid Ruins and Rivers? Was it a misunderstanding between sovereign and subject? Alas! If the Great Yan had not fallen so swiftly, perhaps Lord Jiang would not have penned such an immortal verse. But if the cost of creating a timeless masterpiece was the destruction of the nation and family, surely Lord Jiang would not have desired such a poem.
What?
The fall of the nation and family? He has never written where is the ruler amid ruins and rivers. Thus, the Great Yan has not yet perished. Jiang breathes a sigh of relief, only to hear Emperor Yunwu's somber voice. Perhaps you are unaware, but before determining that the 18 are harbingers of fortune, the national master had divined a portent. A calamity looms over the Great Yan. If it cannot be surmounted, the nation will crumble. Time is of the essence. The emperor sighs deeply. Indeed, time is fleeting. The end of October approaches, leaving us but 5 months until the nation's demise. Jiang's heart skips a beat. The nation's demise in October? Nonsense. How could the Great Yan possibly fall? He refuses to believe it. Is he really contemplating suicide atop the city walls? Such an end does not frighten him, but he cannot accept the notion of national collapse. The Great Yan, with only 3 emperors and a history of 60 to 70 years, is his life. Jiang's expression becomes distant. Lord Jiang? The emperor inquires, concerned for his well-being. Though this old rascal had injured his arm from a fall while eavesdropping, the emperor cannot help but show care for the elder statesman. Chapter 62, a thoughtful reflection after all. Receiving news of a nation's fall is difficult for anyone to accept. Jiang raises his head, tears streaming down his face. Your Majesty, the Great Yan cannot perish. The emperor's expression darkens. I am well aware of this. Very well, you may take your leave and rest, he says. Fearing that Jiang might faint, Jiang stands, wiping his tears with his sleeve. No, Your Majesty, I was merely startled by the news. I can endure. The emperor breathes a sigh of relief, not wanting the elder to collapse in the hall of governance, leaving him at a loss for explanation. So, is this the reason behind your desire to establish official reports? Truly, you are a perceptive elder. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang steadies his emotions to discuss serious matters. Indeed. The emperor nods, fixing his gaze upon Jiang. You are aware that due to the influence of Chao Sifu, there is a tendency to favor scholars over military men in the court. The scholars who are elevated are largely students of Chao Sifu. Once this faction solidifies, the future of the court will undoubtedly change, and I need not elaborate further for you to understand. Jiang furrows his brow. Your Majesty, is Chao stirring trouble? He cannot fathom how such a large nation like the Great Yan could find itself in peril within mere months. It must be due to internal strife and external threats. Might I inquire why you wish to retire? The emperor counters. Jiang glances at Yunwu, hesitating, but thinking of the Great Yan's fate. He grits his teeth and speaks his heart. I fear that my achievements may overshadow the ruler, and I believe the current atmosphere in the court is rather unsatisfactory. I am old. My excessive involvement only obstructs the younger generation. They are still young, and only by stepping aside can I allow them the opportunity to rise. This is an unspoken rule in the court. The emperor raises an eyebrow upon hearing this, smiling with a hint of authority. Since when has the court had unspoken rules? It seems there are always some parasites affecting matters. His tone carries a hint of menace, causing Yunwu to instinctively shrink his neck. Jiang hesitates, casting a glance at the emperor. Your Majesty, I've said my piece. Please do not take offense. My father would never be angered. With me here, I will know if anyone harbors ulterior motives, the young voice assures. Once I learn of them, I will inform my father. You all must refrain from wrongdoing. After all, living well is a blessing. Tears flow down Jiang's face. As an old man, he values life even more. At last, someone understands him. Oh, how fortunate. He no longer fears being suspected by the emperor. Heaven, you have not sent a harbinger of fortune to the people. Instead, you have granted me one. The emperor chuckles, finding comfort in the words of the 18. Indeed, with the assistance of the 18, there is little to fear. Moreover, he is not without allies. Lord Jiang, I harbor no anger. You may continue to assist in the court. If you have any questions regarding the reports, feel free to consult with Lord Chiao. As you command. Jiang indeed has many inquiries for Lord Chiao. That old rascal had not shared any information with him. It was clear he had long been aware of the peculiarities surrounding the 18th princess and had collaborated with Emperor Yunwu for quite some time. No wonder he has been so active in court recently. Just as Jiang is about to seek out a colleague to discuss matters, the emperor calls him back. Lord Jiang, I summoned you today not solely to discuss this matter, but also to mend relations with my former subordinate. The emperor appears in good spirits. Your Majesty, please proceed. Jiang responds, looking more spirited. Regarding your granddaughter, who was initially betrothed to the grandson of Duke Dinghua, I have conducted an investigation. She did not perish from misfortune but was instead the victim of foul play. What? Jiang's expression becomes dazed, clearly shocked by this revelation. How could it be? He had personally summoned a physician to examine her. Jiang steps back, deeply shaken. He cannot bear to think that his granddaughter was schemed against right under his nose. Emperor Yunwu, having learned the news from Yunwu, promptly arranged for an investigation. The emperor dispatched the Dragon Guard. A case involving a duke's household would be easily managed. Soon after, the emperor summoned 2 other victimized families, Zhao Qianshan, a minister of the Ministry of Justice, and Han Chuntian, a military advisor from the Secretariat. As Zhao Qianshan entered the Hall of Governance, having learned the truth from Emperor Yunwu and Yunwu, his first reaction was disbelief. Your Majesty, I wish to see the witnesses, personally. Zhao Qianshan's character can be described as stubbornly obstinate. He will not easily change his mind unless he verifies matters himself. The temperament of such a person is most suited for the role of a police chief. Regardless of whether one is the son of an official or the brother-in-law of an official's wife, all should be imprisoned without exception, for as long as deemed necessary, without fear of offending anyone. With such a person in charge, can there still be concerns about public safety in the capital? The police bureau? Could it be the Jingzhou Yin? The Emperor Yunwu listened with rapt attention. Zhao Qianshan, however, was perplexed. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his daughter's tragic death. Although he was curious about Yunwu, his thoughts were elsewhere. Meanwhile, Han Chuntian occasionally cast furtive glances at Yunwu, his eyes glinting with scheming intentions. The emperor felt no trepidation. As an emperor, he had no qualms about wrongfully accusing a consort, particularly a female one. Zhao Qianshan was eager to leave, but did not dare show it in the emperor's presence. Han Chuntian smirked internally. Compared to this case, he was far more intrigued by the rumors surrounding Yunwu, the rumored 18th princess, who was said to be a lucky star. Your Majesty, my daughter met a dreadful fate. I implore you to seek justice for me, Han Chuntian lamented. I found my daughter's death suspicious. How could a healthy person fall to their demise while visiting a shrine? His words dripped with feigned sorrow as he expressed gratitude for the emperor's help in resolving the case, pledging to heed his teachings in the future. Zhao Qianshan and Jiang exchanged glances, perceiving the cunning in Han's words. At such a moment, to show loyalty to the emperor seemed like an attempt to dig a pit for them. Just moments ago, Zhao Qianshan had questioned the authenticity of the evidence provided by Emperor Yunwu. Realizing the trap, Zhao Qianshan suddenly knelt, silent, stubborn yet inarticulate. He had spent 20 years as a minor official despite his remarkable case-solving skills in the Ministry of Justice. Is this what we call a power struggle in plain sight? Indeed, it is true that honest individuals find it difficult to rise through the ranks, they mused, observing Han Chuntian's skillful flattery. Han Chuntian's expression stiffened, yet joy quickly overcame him as he finally grasped the secret of the 18th princess. As his mind raced with calculations, Zhao Qianshan frowned, remaining silent, while Jiang perked up, intrigued. However, much of what he says is false, he noted. Unaware of the looming danger, Han Chuntian was already contemplating how to negotiate with Lord Chiao. He understood that this information was unknown to Lord Chiao, otherwise he would not have come to see him secretly after being summoned by the emperor. Han Chuntian had long felt stifled in his position overseeing the capital's affairs, and it was enough for him that the cunning Chiao Guesher had come to seek his counsel, lowering himself in deference. The one who was previously betrothed to Qin Jiao was not Han Chuntian's daughter, but rather his niece, an orphan who came to seek refuge with him. Unfortunately, he squandered her inheritance, knowing well the Qin family's infamous reputation for bringing misfortune upon their wives, yet he was easily swayed by a banquet hosted by Duke Qin. Even afterwards, he assisted Duke Ding in covering up the incidents surrounding Han's niece, who had been implicated in the unfortunate events. The truth was that this very Han Chuntian had orchestrated the demise of Han's maid to eliminate any witnesses. How could she have known? He pondered. Could the 18th princess possess the ability to read minds? No, that is impossible. Trying to regain composure, Han Chuntian reassured himself that without evidence, even if the emperor were aware of the situation, he could not be held accountable. The key is that this Han Chuntian has recently been in contact with Lord Chiao. He thought, birds of a feather flock together. Hearing the final remark, Han Chuntian grew anxious. Previously, he had been aligned with Emperor Yunwu and was well aware of the discord between the emperor and Chiao Sifu. His clandestine dealings with Lord Chiao had inevitably crossed a line. With a sharp gaze, Emperor Yunwu's expression darkened. The quick-witted eunuch Linen rushed forward to silence Han Chuntian. Your Majesty, Han Darin is unwell. Allow me to take him for a moment's rest. Han's muffled protests went unheard. Jiang Sifu, having finished his observations, maintained his professional demeanor and suggested, Your Majesty, it appears Han Darin is indeed fatigued. He discreetly nudged Zhao Qianshan, who, though taken aback, managed to stammer an agreement. Han Chuntian, bewildered, thought, what kind of nonsense is this? Linen, smiling, escorted Han away for questioning. His involvement in a death rendered him a criminal, regardless of his status, particularly with Jiang Sifu and Zhao Qianshan covering for the emperor. Enough, the emperor declared. You may leave. I understand your concerns. Just know that I am aware of what transpired today. This was a request for their discretion. After bowing to the emperor, Jiang Sifu and Zhao Qianshan hurried out. Yunwu yawned and, succumbing to fatigue, fell asleep. After meeting with Jiang Darin and Zhao Darin, the evidence was in the hands of Emperor Yunwu's trusted confidant, Liang Ming, the commander of the Imperial Guard. Jiang placed a hand on Liang Ming's shoulder. Brother Liang, how long did it take you to gather this evidence? Jiang Darin, please conduct yourself with decorum, Liang Ming replied, distancing himself. Jiang's lips twitched. Brother Liang, you're being overly formal. We are on the same side now.
Oh.
And let us not forget Zhao Darin. Zhao Qianshan frowned. Jiang Darin, how can you be so cheerful when your granddaughter's name has yet to be cleared?
How can you jest?
Jiang narrowed his eyes in response. If my face appears to smile, does that mean my heart is untroubled? Seeing the two bicker, Liang Ming sighed in exasperation. Rest assured, I will not let the true culprit escape justice. However, he added, Zhao Darin, we must collaborate to ensure the perpetrator pays the price they deserve. Otherwise, do you think I relish ingratiating myself with you? Is this what you call ingratiation? Zhao Qianshan retorted, bewildered. Liang Ming cleared his throat. Gentlemen, we have arrived at the prison. Jiang and Zhao Qianshan exchanged a reconciliatory handshake before entering to interrogate the witnesses regarding the Qin family's case, where the truth began to unfurl before them. As evening fell, After dining with Yunwu and concubine Lin, the emperor carried Yunwu out of the palace to conduct experiments in the eastern part of the city. A maidservant from pure concubine's side noticed the emperor departing with the 18th princess, heading towards the palace exit. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, she whispered to pure concubine, "Madam, there is important news." Pure concubine narrowed her eyes. "What? The emperor has taken the 18th princess out of the palace? How favored she must be." Nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration, she suddenly conceived a clever idea. Go tell the 6th prince that the 18th princess wants him to set off fireworks for her. He should wait at the Donghua gate. But, madam, the 6th prince is already 15 this year. He won't be easily deceived. A nearby matron hesitated. Who would dare set off fireworks at Donghua gate? Chun Fei rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that it was naive to believe she was unaware. Ever since the 18th had been designated as a lucky star by the national master, the group of princes had fallen into a hushed silence. Each one pondered how to curry favor with the 18th. How could the 18th possibly be worthy? The 6th prince, lacking in intellect, was perfectly suited for the task. It was precisely because he was unusual that he would be trusted. The old maid's lips twitched in skepticism. One must admit, while the empress's words seemed preposterous, when applied to the 6th prince, they took on a different light. For this prince's mind was anything but ordinary. Chun Fei intended to utilize this information to strategize for the 3rd prince. Despite their quarrel, she would not foolishly support other princes. As long as the 3rd ascended to the throne, she would still be the empress dowager. The 3rd could never harm her. That would be an act of treason. The other princes, however, were a different matter. The palace maid managed to locate the 6th prince, Yunwu, only to find him playing in the courtyard with mud. Ahem. Your Highness, the maid called out. Yunwu did not even lift his eyelids, stating, "You've stepped on the wall I built." The maid instinctively raised her foot, only to see a patch of collapsed mud beneath her. Her expression turned green with realization. Indeed, her shoes were now dirty. Angrily, she stepped back, only to hear the squelch of mud beneath her feet. Glancing down, she saw her legs covered in muck. "Your Highness, what is this?" she inquired, seething with indignation. "What castle doesn't have a reservoir for extinguishing fires?" Yunwu replied, regarding her with an expression of disbelief at her intelligence. "What castle has a reservoir this large but walls so small?" The maid retorted angrily. "Your Highness, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" "Oh, you figured it out. Given your intellect, I'll kindly inform you that you have a pile of dog feces to your left." The maid, startled, darted to the right, only to collide with a wooden board, nearly smacking her face flat. "Oh, I forgot to mention, there's something on your right too." The maid covered her swollen forehead, fuming. Yunwu straightened his body, brushing off the brocade on his attire. "Are you not going to kneel and pay your respects? Is this what the Empress Dowager taught you?" He raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. The maid, recalling the Empress Dowager's grand scheme, suppressed her anger and begrudgingly offered her greetings. "I pay my respects to the 6th prince." "Little 6, this young lady is greeting you," Yunwu remarked, cradling a small yellow dog that wagged its tail. The maid's face turned green with frustration. She was well aware she had been toyed with by Yunwu. "Ha ha ha, could it be? Are you truly angry?" Yunwu feigned confusion, recalling how she had once used the Empress Dowager to punish him. The maid's expression stiffened, her gaze evasive. "Did you not expect me to hold a grudge? Surprised, are we?" Yunwu chuckled. The maid was nearly beside herself with rage, yet dared not speak out. Her previous bravado, bolstered by her position as a favored maid of the Empress Dowager, had now become a liability. Little did she know that everything had changed with the birth of the 18th princess. The other concubines had faced misfortune, and the emperor no longer visited the chambers of the concubines, but instead spent his time either in his own palace or in the 18th princess's quarters. The harem seemed to have become superfluous. It was no wonder the Empress Dowager was anxious. The maid recalled the instructions given by Chun Fei and, setting aside her ire, quickly stated, "Your Highness, it was my fault before. Please overlook it. Today, I truly have important news to relay. The Empress Dowager wishes to inform you that the 18th princess desires to see fireworks and thus has left the palace with the emperor." Yunwu was taken aback. "Fireworks? To the east gate?" "Indeed, Your Highness. Do you think this will anger the emperor?" The maid, sensing his doubt, quickly produced her prepared justification. "If it were just the emperor, it would be futile. However, the 18th princess is present. Despite her youth, who says a child does not enjoy fireworks. As long as the 18th princess is there, this unforgettable memory will surely delight her, and consequently, the emperor will be pleased." Yunwu patted her shoulder. "Well said." His eyes twinkled with amusement. Indeed. The maid, relieved that he no longer doubted her, felt a sense of ease. Yunwu stroked his chin, then some silver. "And fireworks as well." Without hesitation, the maid provided the funds. Holding the fireworks in hand, Yunwu set off towards the east gate, accompanied by a little eunuch and his yellow dog. The maid watched his retreating figure, chuckling to herself, realizing that Chun Fei's calculations had indeed come to fruition. Meanwhile, Yunwu, having heard of the palace outing, had already gone to bed early and was now wide awake, gazing at the world beyond the palace walls with unblinking eyes. Feeling the imposing height of Emperor Yunwu, she felt as though the world was extraordinary. Upon exiting the palace, Eunuch Lin and suggested, "Your Majesty, shall we change the carriage?" "Riding, riding. I have long envied father for riding a horse," Yunwu exclaimed, waving her small hand at the steed. The horse approached her, snorting and lowering its head in her direction. Eunuch Lin, astonished, remarked, "Your Majesty, the little princess is indeed exceptional. Only you have been able to tame the spirited wind chaser before. Is it called wind chaser? How cool. Once father arranges for the blacksmith to forge iron hooves, you shall have them fitted so you won't feel pain when the hooves wear down." Yunwu, with an innate love for animals, reached out to stroke the lightning bolt on Wind Chaser's head. "Oh, is that you speaking, little Wind Chaser?" "What?" Wind Chaser spoke. Emperor Yunwu was taken aback, bewildered by the extraordinary abilities of his little 18th. Eunuch Lin and cleared his throat, signaling everyone to disperse. Even though these guards were his trusted subordinates, it was prudent to exercise caution. Unbeknownst to them, it would be for their own benefit. Emperor Yunwu mounted the horse, cradling Yunwu with one arm while holding the reins with the other. "Well, Wind Chaser, I like you too. Thank you for carrying me and father." The horse whinnied joyfully. Yunwu fell silent, merely smiling beside him. Emperor Yunwu cared little for the 18th's abilities. He only knew that she made his life easier. Riding swiftly, they soon arrived at the East City, where the residences of nobles and dignitaries sprawled grandly. Even from the outside, they appeared impressively vast. The sky had not yet darkened, and lanterns had not been lit. Fu Rui had already arranged for the streets to be cleared in advance. From a distance, he spotted Emperor Yunwu approaching and rode over. "This humble servant greets your Majesty. Your dismounting is quite graceful. I envy it," Fu Rui remarked, raising an eyebrow but feigning indifference. Emperor Yunwu nodded. "Rise." "Thank you, your Majesty. Is everything arranged?" "It has been prepared. We await your arrival." "Very well. Let us proceed." Emperor Yunwu led Yunwu forward, where they found the same carriage as before, along with another that closely resembled the one belonging to Wang Honghu. One parked in the alley, and the other outside it. Emperor Yunwu took out the drone and began to maneuver it. As it took to the skies, several gasps could be heard. Even Fu Rui's eyes gleamed with fascination. The effectiveness of drones in Dian is rather lackluster, as the signal strength is insufficient, limiting their operation to short distances. Fu Rui could sense a hint of disdain in the voice of the 18th princess as she spoke. He thought to himself, "A well-fed person cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. I harbor no disdain. Bring me a dozen." However, my father is truly intelligent. He learned so quickly. The Emperor Yunwu remarked with a smile, pride evident as he turned to Fu Rui, explaining that this wondrous device allows him to view images on the screen in his hand. Wherever this metallic contraption flies, its surroundings become vividly visible. Fu Rui gazed intently at the drone. "Your Majesty, allow me to conduct an experiment. I shall demonstrate first, then you may follow my lead," the Emperor declared, showcasing his creation with flair. "Very well," Fu Rui replied, unfazed by the Emperor's demeanor, driven solely by his curiosity about the drone. Chapter 65. Gaps in the discourse. Yunwu was handed to Granny Yun, who yawned slightly, displaying disinterest in the drone and directing her gaze toward the ancient architecture of the Western Zhou. The structures, with their exquisite designs and intricate decorations, boasted pavilions and waterside halls, their eaves gracefully arched upward like birds in flight. Yunwu became enraptured. Meanwhile, the Emperor was toying with the drone, maneuvering it in front of a carriage where a rather short coachman was driving. "Let us begin," Fu Rui announced, waving his hand as the carriages moved forward, accompanied by two onlookers, Chen Jiming and Wang Honghu, who occasionally offered corrections. With a command, the two carriages collided with a thunderous noise. "Did you see that, Minister Fu?" Fu Rui's expression turned serious as he observed intently, having not blinked, thus clearly noticing that no carriage was present within the confines. The first carriage to collide produced a resounding crash. "It is invisible," Fu Rui stated gravely. The Emperor appeared unconcerned about this incident, more intrigued by the outcome of the experiment. Generously, he handed the drone to Fu Rui, instructing him to conduct the experiment and provide an account to the two involved parties. "Understood," Fu Rui replied, taking the remote control and rushing to retrieve the drone, fearful of damaging it. "Lin, instruct Fu Rui," the Emperor commanded Lin, and Fu Rui, being astute, learned the operation from Lin and in merely the time it takes for incense to burn, soon skillfully controlling the device. Indeed, the ancients were wise. Their era merely distanced them from the advancements of future generations. "Fortunately, I have a doting father. As long as he is well, I can live as a carefree princess, content to indulge in idleness. With my sincere nature, I would not last long in ancient times. Once again, I express my gratitude to my father and mother." The Emperor chuckled at the 18th princess's humility, pondering whether she was unaware of her own capabilities. However, he mused that those who consider themselves clever often meet a swift demise. Should the 18th wish to live a leisurely life, he would gladly oblige, even if it meant exerting a bit more effort on his part. "Impossible!" Wang Honghu exclaimed, his demeanor one of utter despair as he collapsed to the ground, seemingly helpless and somewhat innocent. In contrast, Chen Jiming, upon witnessing the results of the experiment, leaped in joy. "I told you it would be like this." My assistant, and I truly did not see the carriage emerge from the alley. Now, I can clear my name. His face lit up with relief and satisfaction. Wang Honghu cautiously glanced at the emperor, seeing that he was not focused on them. Chen Jiming, brimming with triumph, remarked, "Isn't that how it should be? Minister Chen, I believe you have misunderstood." Fu Rui raised an eyebrow at this statement. "What do you mean, Minister Fu?" The results of this experiment were conducted under the emperor's direct supervision, utilizing his magnificent device. "Do you intend to deny the truth?" Chen Jiming deliberately raised his voice. The emperor, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters, did not approach but remained aloof, observing the exchange. "Minister Chen, you have misunderstood. My intent is merely to state that the experiment's results can only exonerate you and your assistant of intent." Fu Rui's keen gaze fell upon him. Chen Jiming suddenly realized the implications, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Fu Rui, offering no leniency, calmly stated, however, "The fact remains that your carriage collided with Wang Honghu's, resulting in injury. Hence, you are still culpable, albeit under a different charge with varying consequences. Your Majesty." Fu Rui stepped forward to pay his respects. "The case has been resolved." The emperor nodded in approval. "Minister Chen Wang Honghu, do you acknowledge this?" He inquired from his elevated position. Yunwu, holding Yunwu, had a clear view of the two kneeling before the emperor. Chen Jiming's voice faltered. "Your Majesty, what of the newspaper?" "The newspaper will only reflect the facts," the emperor replied, his tone devoid of fluctuation, his expression indifferent. Chen Jiming visibly relaxed. "Your Majesty, how much silver must I compensate?" "It seems Minister Chen is reluctant to part with silver. He has a hidden agenda," someone mused. "How intriguing," another remarked. "No wonder Minister Chen appears so stingy with compensation. It turns out he has taken in his late brother's family to care for his nephews and nieces. Unfortunately, he remains oblivious to the fact that he is merely a scapegoat. These nephews and nieces, far from grateful, engage in comparisons with his biological children, leading to resentment among his own offspring. This Minister Chen is indeed peculiar, neglecting his kin to cater to his selfish interests. Consequently, his children harbor disdain for their cousins, resulting in discord, yet Chen insists it is the fault of his own children. This is not how one should support family. It only exacerbates the conflict. Father, you must not act this way. One must support both reason and kin." The protective emperor, feeling the urge to respond, suppressed his thoughts before Yunwu. His gaze settled on Chen Jiming, contemplating that, given the turmoil in his household, he could hardly afford to seek further troubles with him. The emperor felt a sense of satisfaction but maintained an impassive facade. "I have delivered justice on your behalf. Do you now expect me to cover your compensation as well?" "I would not dare." Chen Jiming trembled, kneeling in fear, refraining from further inquiries. Upon noticing the emperor's attention had shifted away from him, he hurriedly retreated to a corner, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Wang Honghu," he addressed cautiously. "I am here," he replied. "How did you come to seek publication in the official newspaper?" the emperor inquired, his voice low and contemplative. Although it appeared that Zheng Yu was managing the newspaper, the content was primarily authored by Chief Minister Chiao and others. Young Lord Zheng Yu was merely responsible for marketing, having offended many individuals and ultimately aligning with the emperor's interests. However, the Duke of Huainan was an ally of the emperor, and both parties were well aware of their mutual understanding. Wang Honghu's hands, resting on the ground as he knelt, curled slightly. Since acquiring the melon-eating system, Yunwu had developed a penchant for observing others, and she found this scene quite intriguing. Chapter 66. The Old Six. Having located the newspaper vendor, Wang Honghu proactively inquired about submitting an article. "I truly did not expect young Lord Zheng to agree to publish it," he confessed, trembling with trepidation. "Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I shall not allow matters to escalate this way again." "This individual seems rather suspicious," the emperor mused, narrowing his eyes at Wang Honghu. "When have I ever judged you for seeking publication?" The emperor's voice took on a foreboding tone, leaving Wang Honghu to ponder the implications of his words. The newspaper indeed allows private postings, provided that the parties involved ensure the accuracy of the information. Should any deception occur, penalties will inevitably follow. The gaze of Emperor Yunwu was cold and piercing. "Surely, you do not believe that this punishment is directed solely at you?" "I would not dare to think so." Wang Honghu trembled, clearly intimidated by the emperor. Some individuals are prone to self-deception. Wang Honghu could not help but wonder if the emperor had uncovered something. Why else would he utter such ambiguous words? "I have finally discovered the truth." Wang Honghu was merely attempting to deceive the emperor. This incident was a conspiracy with the wife of Zheng Shirong. Zheng Shirong? As the name reached Emperor Yunwu's ears, it evoked thoughts of the Xie family army at Xiu Pass. If the Xie family army were to remain intact, the Great Chu would never breach Xiu Pass, thus granting the Great Yan additional time to avoid the disgrace of being attacked at the capital. Therefore, he was determined to uncover the truth lurking within the capital. Wang Honghu's youngest daughter married Zheng's brother as a concubine, and substantial silver was sent to Zheng's maternal family, the Guo family. Wang Honghu sought to leverage his connection with the Guo family, yet he was not content. Emperor Yunwu scoffed internally. It would be strange for him to feel content. The Zheng family hailed from a third-rank general's household, while the Guo family was merely a sixth-rank minor official, utterly inconspicuous within the capital. Initially, He had positioned 2 deputy generals within the Xie family army to safeguard the borders and maintain a balance within the court. Zheng Shirong had once been his man, while Wang An was thrust upon him by court officials. Thus, it appeared on the surface as if Zheng Shirong and Wang An, 2 military officials, were monitoring the Xie family army to prevent them from growing too powerful. Who could have foreseen that while the Xie family army did not expand, these 2 would transform his well-functioning military into what it would later become? With each passing thought, Emperor Yunwu's expression darkened further, and his gaze towards Wang Honghu turned frigid. This time, Wang Honghu, while hastily transporting a cart, collided with another, sparking an epiphany regarding the existence of a visual blind spot. He approached Zheng's wife, conspiring to orchestrate this event. As for the choice of Minister Chen, it was a meticulous selection, ensuring the heights of both the coachman and the cart aligned. They were fortunate, indeed, to have found such an instigator. I suspect Zheng's wife has already gone to Lady Chiao to claim credit. Excellent. It was evident that Zheng Shirong had been bribed by Chiao Guisher. No wonder the 3rd prince ascended the throne. With the incident at Ziyu Pass, it was clear that Chiao Guisher, dissatisfied with the 2nd prince's lack of elevation, had decided to act recklessly. Emperor Yunwu, very well. Such self-inflicted misfortune cannot be tolerated. Wang Honghu suddenly felt a chill envelop him, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Your Majesty, he stammered. Emperor Yunwu did not spare him a glance. Fu Rui, here, Your Majesty. Fu Rui stepped forward. Take this man away for a secret interrogation. I grant you until nightfall to conclude your investigation. Should I not hear your findings at the morning court, your position shall be forfeited. Emperor Yunwu's voice trailed off ominously as he turned and swept away. The astonishment on Fu Rui's face contrasted sharply with Wang Honghu's terror. Yes,
Fu Rui replied emphatically.
Wang Honghu collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Fu Rui observed this and, recognizing the situation, treated Wang Honghu as one would a lifeless dog. The already injured Wang Honghu let out a momentary whimper before being silenced. Meanwhile, Eunuch Linen retrieved the drone, cherishing it as he hurried to catch up with Emperor Yunwu's entourage. At this juncture, Emperor Yunwu deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Yunwu to feel more at ease. As they approached the Donghua Gate, a loud bang startled Yunwu from her slumber. Instinctively, she looked up to see faint fireworks illuminating the sky. Who was setting off fireworks? She had known about the fireworks beforehand, yet she did not expect it to manifest in this manner. Unfortunately, while the Great Yan anticipated fireworks, they were unprepared for explosives. Explosives? Emperor Yunwu's attention was seized by the reckless display of fireworks, his anger rising. Before he could speak, Liang Ming promptly led the Imperial Guard towards the source of the fireworks. In the blink of an eye, the 6th prince was apprehended, still shouting defiantly. If it weren't for this prince wanting to see 18th sister, you would never have caught me. 6th brother? The 6th prince, Emperor Yunwu thought, his patience wearing thin. What are you doing? Father, the pure consort sent someone to inform me that 18th sister enjoys watching fireworks. Therefore, you accompanied 18th sister out of the palace, allowing me to bring her fireworks. For me? Yunwu expressed disbelief. The pure consort told you this, and you just came? Of course not. Yun Yao scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I simply did not trust the pure consort's words. One must test it to see if 18th sister truly likes them. You came for such a ridiculous reason? Emperor Yunwu's expression remained impassive. Humph, you possess audacity. Father, the pure consort is using me as a pawn. Is that not even bolder? Yun Yao countered, genuinely perplexed. I was merely acting on the pure consort's behalf. If you hold this against me, does that not imply favoritism? Emperor Yunwu's face darkened with anger. Ha ha ha. 6th brother is truly 6. How does he manage to utter such shameless words with those innocent eyes? He is indeed deserving of a beating. Emperor Yunwu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 6th prince is indeed deserving of punishment. You are quite adept at exploiting loopholes. Neither of you should think you can escape unscathed. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes and accept my punishment, Yun Yao replied, nodding. As long as you recognize your error, Emperor Yunwu narrowed his eyes. Though it was clear that he did not fully comprehend his son. Father, if I make 18th sister happy, does that count as merit? Yun Yao stroked his chin, pondering whether this would offset his transgressions. Oh, I am truly clever, deserving of being 18th sister's elder brother. Observing Yun Yao's smug demeanor, Emperor Yunwu raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap. Speak respectfully. Yun Yao pouted. Father, I am merely stating the truth. Look, 18th sister is smiling. Emperor Yunwu glanced down, only to see Yunwu with her eyes closed. No, I am not smiling. I cannot allow you, old 6, to win. Chapter 67. Is it lack of knowledge or skill? Yun Yao reached out, manipulating the corners of Yunwu's mouth to form 2 feigned smiles. Father, please observe. 18th sister is smiling. You possess a modicum of cleverness. Why not adorn my face with a smile hat?
Osmail hot?
Yun Yao mused. Though I am unsure what it is, 18th sister's suggestion sounds utterly unreliable. Yet unreliability is precisely what I cherish. Father, I wish. No, you shall not, Emperor Yunwu interrupted, shoving him away. Quickly, Liang Ming, take this boy away and have him whipped at the entrance of the prince's residence. The softer his cries, the harsher the punishment. Yes, Your Majesty, Liang Ming replied, standing before Yunyao. Yunyao cast a lingering glance at Emperor Yunwu. Father, since the last time I was punished was quite some time ago. Sigh, you have never shown me any affection. What a load of nonsense. Yunwu found herself in fits of laughter. Father, I finally understand why you disciplined sixth brother. He is simply too amusing. However, sixth brother does not harbor ill intentions. Father Emperor, please do not punish him. Yunwu gently poked at Yunwu Emperor. The Emperor sighed. 18. Do you believe that he is merely pretending? Sixth brother is pretending? That clever lad, as soon as others began to rise, he would whimper and crawl along. Once he could walk, he started to climb trees. In the prince's residence, no prince had escaped his antics. Though he appeared miserable, his garments were undoubtedly padded with cotton. I cannot ascertain whether he intends to play a trick on you. 18. At this point, Yunwu Emperor's expression darkened slightly as he pointed at the half-burnt firework. Look, this boy's fireworks are far from simple. Curious. Father Emperor, please let the fireworks finish. Is sixth brother truly this clever? Surely, before his demise in history, he must have felt a sense of injustice. Upon hearing the phrase before his demise, Yunwu Emperor sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his sons. He waved to Eunuch Linen. Go ahead. 18 wants to see. Eunuch Linen hesitated. But, Your Highness, are we not concerned? The things Sixth Prince has prepared may not be very healthy. More curious now. Yunwu's curiosity was piqued as he playfully tapped Yunwu Emperor's chest. With Father Emperor here, I have no fear. Yunwu Emperor was left pondering whether to be touched by 18's reliance or to contemplate how to soothe her. Go ahead. With the Emperor's command, Eunuch Linen sighed and proceeded. He approached the fireworks, igniting the half-extinguished fuse that Liang Ming had put out. A few sizzling sounds followed, and Yunwu watched the sparks extinguish. Boom. Fireworks exploded in the sky, dazzling to the point of being unbearable to gaze upon. As she beheld the large, soaring shapes in the sky, Yunwu was rendered speechless. Yunwu Emperor looked down with concern. It was over. 18 was terrified. Sixth brother indeed was up to no good. Cough cough, I am actually fine. In truth, Sixth brother's ability to create such a spectacle explains Father Emperor's assessment of him. Indeed, he is quite the talent. He is indispensable among laborers. Yunwu secretly competed with Yunyao. Only then did Yunwu Emperor and Eunuch Linen relax. The two exchanged glances, feeling they could no longer allow sixth brother to frighten 18. Who knew what trouble this child might conjure next? 18 was not angry this time. It was a testament to her magnanimity. With repeated occurrences, one would inevitably grow displeased. While both were openly biased, just when everyone thought the fireworks had concluded, unexpectedly, a more splendid display erupted in the sky. How is there more? Yunwu Emperor frowned in displeasure. At that moment, a eunuch rushed over, kneeling before the Emperor. Your Majesty, I have just apprehended a young eunuch, little Liuzi, whom Sixth Prince had arranged at a distance. He claimed to have been instructed by Sixth Prince to ignite the second batch of fireworks, which were specially prepared for Princess 18. Sixth brother can be this generous? Yunwu Emperor questioned the eunuch, and who are the earlier fireworks for? The eunuch's face stiffened, hesitating to speak, subtly seeking Eunuch Linen's assistance. You should answer, Yunwu Emperor said impatiently. The eunuch knelt down, confessing. The little eunuch stated that they were meant for your Majesty. Humph. Yunwu Emperor sneered, realizing he had been too lenient with Sixth brother. Pfft. Yunwu laughed aloud. No wonder Sixth brother is called Old Six. His personality is quite infuriating. Even Father Emperor is bullied by him. To survive until now, Father Emperor's temperament is indeed commendable. Yunwu Emperor shook his head helplessly. He was influenced by their blood relation. Otherwise, Sixth brother would face consequences. By the way, Sixth brother is actually quite impressive. He can transform ordinary fireworks into unique shapes. One could say he is exceptionally talented. Since Sixth brother is so adept, rather than staying in the palace to trick our own, why not send him out to trick others? Trick others? Yunwu Emperor stroked his chin, suddenly invigorated. He waited for Yunwu to finish watching the fireworks before leading her to the Zikin Hall. Upon entering, he unfurled a map of Dian, holding Yunwu in one arm while searching for locations with the other. This time, Father Emperor will avenge you after Sixth brother's mischief against 18. Yunwu awoke from her drowsiness. She had intended to inquire about Sixth brother's preferences and abilities the next day to see if there was anything she could exploit. Naturally, considering Sixth brother was not primarily targeting her, she could afford to be gentle. Yet she felt that Sixth brother was deliberately playing tricks on her. A method that made her feel both grateful and reluctant to hold him accountable, truly painful. What is Sixth brother skilled at? Yunwu handed a piece of paper to Yunwu Emperor, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. The Emperor, gazed upon by her, felt his heart soften. After being teased by the detested Sixth brother, his previously exasperated mood transformed into one of delight. Linen, Yunwu Emperor called, appearing somewhat unreliable as he beckoned Eunuch Linen. What does Sixth brother usually do? In which of the 6 arts does he excel? Eunuch Linen's expression was nuanced. Your Majesty, Princess, Sixth Prince has shown remarkable prowess in pottery. In the realm of the 6 arts, he barely qualifies? After all, pottery requires precise measurements. Not to mention that Sixth Prince's favorite pastime is molding clay into various palace shapes. Pottery? Yunwu Emperor frowned. How lacking in scholarly pursuits. Thank you for the gifts, dear ones. I will present the next chapter soon. Therefore, there is no need to hoard the text. It should be available in the coming days. Chapter 68. Is he really playing tricks on me? He instantly felt that sixth brother deserved a good scolding. In these tumultuous times, he should learn to ride and shoot. Pottery? I wonder what sixth brother has created. I am eager to see. Had anyone else made such a remark, Yunwu Emperor would have dismissed it entirely, even pretending not to hear. As the emperor, he was preoccupied with state affairs and had little time to concern himself with the trivial requests of the children in the harem. Initially, he held this sentiment towards Yunwu. He could bestow numerous rewards but lacked time for companionship. Yet who would have thought that 18, a mere toddler, would assist him so much? Even as an emperor, his heart was not as cold as iron. Moreover, truth be told, he was currently benefiting from 18's presence. Thanks to her reminders, he could now rest 3 to 4 hours each day without the burden of endless administrative duties or the need to decipher people's hearts. People's hearts are difficult to gauge. Now, he finally felt a sense of relief. 18, do you wish to see your sixth brother in action? Yunwu Emperor asked playfully. Yunwu waved her small hand eagerly. I absolutely want to. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that sixth brother had a knack for manipulation. She must witness his misfortune. Very well, Yunwu Emperor declared. In high spirits, Linen, lead the way. Today, I shall not review any memorials. A day off. Yes, eunuch Linen replied, feeling exasperated. He noted Yunwu Emperor's increasing indulgence towards Princess 18 but kept silent, knowing the current state was quite satisfactory. The three swiftly made their way to the prince's residence. Before they could approach, they heard a piercing scream. Ouch! What a dreadful sound. Sixth brother cannot truly be in peril, can he? Yunwu Emperor held Yunwu close. Navigating through the lengthy palace corridors, one soon encounters a palace gate, where a swaying figure hangs. To the uninitiated, it might be mistaken for a ghost. The sound of desperate cries emanates from this very figure. Is the sixth prince injured? The Cloud Martial Emperor gently patted her frail back. Fear not, everything is well. Your sixth brother is merely feigning. In the next moment, she found herself within the palace of the sixth prince, Yunwu, who stood with his back to her, facing outward at the entrance. It was evident that his feet barely touched the ground, and the bindings above were rather loose. To make matters worse, the whip wielded by the captain of the Imperial Guards, Liang Ming, never even grazed Yunwu. Yet he was calling out in a manner that left his face flushed and drenched in sweat. Yunwu, watching the spectacle, mused, indeed. My sixth brother is quite the dramatist. Oh, how naive I was to worry for him, she thought, grappling with the realization that having a mischievous brother brought both pain and joy. Grand Eunuch Lin stifled a laugh nearby, unable to contain himself at the farcical performance put on by Yunwu. Even the Cloud Martial Emperor nearly succumbed to laughter. Observing their struggle to maintain composure, Yunwu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She certainly did not wish for her sixth brother's act to be interrupted by her laughter. Thus, she covered her mouth to stifle any sound and averted her gaze from Yunwu to avoid succumbing to mirth, instead focusing on his courtyard. Why is there so much dirt in my sixth brother's courtyard? She inquired. Your Majesty, little princess, the sixth prince's creations are all housed in the study over here. Lin replied softly. The Cloud Martial Emperor nodded and, carrying Yunwu, entered the study. Upon seeing the interior, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Is this sixth prince dissatisfied with my palace, intending to construct a thatched hut himself? Inside the room lay a collection of earthen models of palace walls. The different colors of the clay rendered the entire model unappealing. Ah! Yunwu exclaimed upon seeing these creations. Indeed, my sixth brother possesses remarkable talent. His gifts extend beyond pottery to architecture. Architecture? Wasn't that the domain of artisans? The Cloud Martial Emperor pondered. Yet the enthusiasm in the voice of 18 suggested a level of expertise. It would be a waste of talent for the sixth prince to remain idle in the palace. Although I've only attended a public lecture, I remember the master's teachings on architecture. This model, though appearing to be crafted from mud, must ensure that the clay dries without cracking and that the entire structure remains intact, incorporating principles of mechanics and architecture. Given my sixth brother's prowess, he should be dispatched to the northwest to construct fortifications. The rapid demise of the Great Yan was not solely due to the disarray among Xie family's forces, but also the turmoil within Baoning Prefecture. Located in the far northwest, the populace there had risen in rebellion. Initially, the insurgents lacked momentum, but following the incident at Xiu Pass, they seized control of the station troops at the northwest borders and declared themselves kings. Rumor has it that had the northwest fortifications been properly maintained over the years, the insurgents would not have breached them so swiftly. Insurgents, kings, rebels. The Cloud Martial Emperor recognized that someone was profiting from the chaos. The northwest fortifications must be repaired. It was essential to remember that nomadic tribes beyond the borders were eyeing them covetously. He knew without a doubt that once the insurgents seized military power in the northwest, they would not rest easy. Yet the station troops numbered in the tens of thousands. How could they be so easily overrun by a mere few thousand insurgents? Was it merely due to the dilapidated state of the walls? The Cloud Martial Emperor yearned to inquire further. He exchanged a glance with Linen, who cleared his throat and remarked, "Your Majesty, it appears the sixth prince is nearing 16. It is time for him to establish his own residence. Given his passion for crafting palaces, why not allow him to do so? If he can manage it well, it would indicate his aptness for the task. In that case, sending him to the northwest to repair the walls would alleviate your burdens." Hearing Lin and finally steer the conversation towards the northwest, the Cloud Martial Emperor seized the moment. "Indeed, the fortifications in the northwest require restoration. Fortunately, I recently confiscated a substantial amount of silver from the estate of Yunwu. While it may not suffice for a complete fortification, it is certainly adequate for wall repairs. I had not considered who to assign for this task. I believe the sixth prince and the eldest prince would be quite suitable. Upon review, the eldest prince is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. As long as the emperor does not harbor any reservations about him, he would serve as an exemplary warrior." "A warrior? An auxiliary?" The Cloud Martial Emperor was somewhat perplexed, but instinctively felt it was a compliment to the eldest. The eldest prince, having fought at the borders, would undoubtedly instill fear in many foreign tribes. To speak candidly, the ultimate downfall of the Great Yan stemmed from a lack of talented generals. For instance, the Xie family, known for their loyalty, fell into disarray after a single incident, rendering their forces leaderless. The trust in General Xie was built upon his proven strength. I believe that as long as there is strength, minor conflicts may arise, but our collective aim must be to stabilize internally before addressing external threats. Our shared objective is to combat the Great Chiao and the nomadic tribes. One can only hope that with a formidable general present, there will be a chance to avert catastrophe. Regrettably, the emperor passed away too early in history. It is said he once led his troops into battle during his youth. The Cloud Martial Emperor fell silent, reminiscing about the spirited days of his past on the battlefield. "The eldest, the sixth," he murmured. "Indeed, they are both exceptional talents." At this juncture, Lin refrained from offering any opinions. Matters of royal appointments were of utmost importance to the emperor and not something he could interject upon. In the end, Yunwu departed with a smaller palace model crafted by Yunyao, this time made of porcelain, which Yunyao had personally fired, complete with a paw print from a dog. As she held it, she couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. In contrast to Yunwu's leisurely demeanor, the atmosphere in the Hanyuan Palace was fraught with anxiety. She bit her lip, inquiring if anyone had come looking for her from the emperor's side. Consort Chun had anticipated that something might occur with the sixth prince, yet the eunuch she had stationed by his side was now unreachable. Were it not for this, she wouldn't have spent a restless night, fraught with worry. "Madam, there are no updates." Upon hearing this, Consort Chun could not muster any joy. The emperor still held no affection for Consort Lin, yet he cherished 18 deeply. Moreover, 18 possessed a unique fate. Consort Chun could hardly dismiss her concerns. As long as 18 was present, who among the concubines would dare to undermine her? Consort Chun endured until late into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. At dawn, a decree arrived at her palace. "Madam, the emperor has commanded that you seem rather restless of late. For the next 6 months, you are to be confined and copy Buddhist scriptures. Until the appointed time, no one may enter to see you. As for those within Hanyuan Palace, they were all loyal to the madam. They would remain. However, for visits to the imperial kitchen or similar places, arrangements would be made by the old servant to send someone in her stead." Self-cultivation? Consort Chun was on the verge of madness. Her typically gentle visage now appeared exceedingly grim, resembling that of a vengeful spirit. "Linen, have I committed some grave error?" Consort Chun questioned, her voice laced with indignation. Linen raised an eyebrow. "Last night, after the sixth prince was whipped, he revealed that it was your arrangements that incited him. Even the fireworks were supplied by you. The palace only permits exceptions for fireworks. You would not be unaware of this, would you?" Consort Chun forced a smile, attempting to appear more appealing. Yet she found it impossible. Ultimately, she resorted to despair. "Eunuch, do you possess any evidence?" The pure concubine elongated her voice. "As you are aware, the sixth prince has always been unreliable. My maid merely mentioned that the 18th princess would enjoy fireworks when she grew up, but she never implied that they should be set off now, especially while still in the palace. As for the fireworks you mentioned, they were requested by the sixth prince himself. I did not provide an excessive amount. Can this truly be grounds for punishment? 6 months of house arrest?" The word 6 months were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth. By the time she is released, who knows what the 18th princess will have convinced the emperor of? If not for the little princess revealing the pure concubine's true nature, eunuch Linen would have been easily deceived by her innocent facade. It is no wonder the emperor once favored the pure concubine. The palace is rife with deception. It takes exceptional fortitude to avoid being misled in such an environment. Eunuch Linen clapped his hands, and immediately guards appeared, dragging a palace maid forward. "Your Highness, this is the witness, and there is also physical evidence. Do you wish to see more?" Since the Cloud Martial Emperor gained the ability to hear the thoughts of others, he directed most of the dragon guards to focus on gathering evidence and witnesses, completely bypassing the previous lengthy investigation process. They could determine who was problematic and investigate accordingly with pinpoint accuracy. The pure concubine stood frozen in place, recognizing the maid being dragged forward as the very one she had assigned to the sixth prince. "Perhaps the princess is unaware," Eunuch Linen remarked intentionally. This maid never had the opportunity to accompany the sixth prince. He cleverly left her at the prince's residence. The failure of the pure concubine was certainly terrifying, but the success of that rebellious sixth prince was even more infuriating. The pure concubine felt blood rise to her throat, ultimately resigning herself to the outcome of her house arrest. The third prince was already en route to Baoning Prefecture with grain supplies. If he rode swiftly, he would arrive soon and would naturally not concern himself with the pure concubine. Regarding her family, the Zhou family, she could not shake off the bitterness of her father's reprimands from their last encounter. After painstakingly arranging for someone to send a message, Zhou Zongguang had no time to assist her, all because of a shocking event that unfolded in the morning court. Your Majesty, I accuse Duke Qin of condoning his wife in the murder of the late minister's granddaughter. At the onset of the morning court, Jiang stood up and declared this resoundingly, like a clap of thunder that reverberated among the officials. As Yunwu reclined on the dragon throne, initially bored, she instantly perked up upon hearing this revelation. Zhao Qianshan followed suit, his face aflame with anger. Your Majesty, I too wish to accuse Duke Qin of his wife's actions, which led to the tragic death of the niece of Lord Han Chuntian, who fell from a cliff. The succession of accusations targeted the Duke of Qin, a figure of long-standing respect within the aristocracy. The court officials instinctively glanced at Duke Qin himself. Even the scheming Chiao found his plans disrupted by this turn of events. He frowned in displeasure, but quickly relaxed, seizing the opportunity to ponder any potential flaws in his own plans. Duke Qin's expression shifted subtly upon hearing the accusations. He hastily approached and knelt. Your Majesty, I am unaware of the matters these three lords are accusing me of. Since Duke Qin is oblivious, let Jiang Qin clarify. Otherwise, how am I to know what you are being accused of? The Cloud Martial Emperor replied, noticeably relaxed. Jiang Sifa stepped forward, speaking with righteous indignation. Your Majesty, ever since my granddaughter's incident, I have sensed something amiss. However, I lacked evidence, initially believing her misfortune was merely fate's cruelty. Yet over the years, the Duke of Qin's family arranged 2 marriages for his eldest grandson, both of which ended in disaster.
Now,
the old minister could no longer dismiss the notion of a conspiracy. Therefore, he enlisted the help of his inept little grandson to investigate. 3 years later, he finally gathered sufficient evidence to prove that his granddaughter did not perish from mere illness. Rather, she had been poisoned. Your Majesty, both the witnesses and the evidence are here, awaiting summons. Duke Qin's heart sank. The news felt ominous. He had not anticipated that Jiang would gather such complete evidence. As a veteran official of 2 reigns, Jiang claims of injustice could potentially sway the emperor to support him. Your Majesty, I truly knew nothing of this matter. Duke Qin declared, deciding to take a stance. He fell to his knees. If it is indeed the doing of my wife, I will act justly against her. The Cloud Martial Emperor scoffed internally. Acting justly? Am I bringing domestic matters into the court for you to feign righteousness? A mere stepmother, no matter how formidable, cannot extend her influence into the court's affairs. What I seek is a complete transformation of the Duke's household as standing. The Emperor's fist tightened. Although he was aware of the grim fates that befell deposed rulers, he had not expected the true aggressors against Dian to be the Dian people themselves. Duke Qin, there is no need for such haste. What if Jiang Qin and the others lack sufficient evidence? The Cloud Martial Emperor's anger only masked his face more inscrutably. Attempting to evade accountability with righteous proclamations?
dream on.
Duke Qin's countenance turned rigid. Zhao Qianshan could no longer contain himself. Filled with righteous indignation, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, I possess irrefutable evidence. I implore you to adjudicate this matter in court, lest the Duke deny any association after the fact. The Cloud Martial Emperor nearly applauded. Zhao Qianshan, you are commendable. Duke Qin's face flushed crimson. Instinctively, he opened his mouth to explain, but the Cloud Martial Emperor interrupted. In that case, let this be entrusted to Zhou Zongguang, Luo Sheng, and Tang Simu for a tribunal. Zhou Zongguang, called by name, was taken aback. Though he was the Minister of Justice, he assumed the Emperor might overlook him given his anger towards the pure concubine. Yes, I accept the command, Zhou Zongguang replied, followed by the other 2 affirming as well. Are there any other matters, my lords? We must ascend the tribunal, and thus cannot remain in the morning court. After the court session concludes, we can conduct the tribunal in the Wenyuan Pavilion or another suitable location. Chao Guoshi observed closely. The emperor's firm support for this matter indicated that he likely knew the truth. Duke Qin was bound to face dire consequences. Originally, he planned to leverage the cases of Chen Jiming and Wang Honghu to seize the initiative in the official gazette. Instead, the narrative was now entirely at the emperor's discretion. He sensed that it was best to remain silent at this juncture. As the court session concluded, the ministers departed, casting a glance at Duke Qin, whose embarrassment was palpable. And no one dared to greet him. The Duke's estate, a lineage over a century old, possessed deeper roots than most officials. In ordinary circumstances, Duke Qin was typically the recipient of everyone's praise, yet he found himself in such a dismal predicament today. The emperor approached the Duke of Qin, instinctively wishing to plead for mercy. Stop, commanded the emperor. You are the subject of this case, and I must maintain a distance from you. What if I were to hear the innermost thoughts of your heart? Such a calamity. It is best to keep a distance from you. The astute Grand Eunuch Lin stepped forward, smiling amiably as he addressed the Duke. Your Grace, please. The Duke of Qin shot a glare at Linen, viewing him as a sycophantic servant, yet he dared not voice his thoughts in the presence of the Emperor. Your Majesty, the old minister shall proceed. With a flourish of his sleeve, the Duke was escorted away by the Imperial Guards. Emperor Yunwu, cradling the clouds, wore a smile as he said, Come, my dear. I shall take you to witness a splendid spectacle. In the side chamber adjacent to Wenyuan Pavilion, a makeshift court had been established. Zhou Tsongguang and his companions exchanged polite refusals until Zhou took the central seat, both he and Tang Simu holding the rank of second class. One as the Minister of Justice, the other as an imperial censor. However, Tang Simu, being younger and hailing from a prestigious family, chose to remain discreet. With a casual demeanor, Emperor Yunwu stepped behind a screen, his fingers gesturing. You shall judge this case, as if I were not present. With this decree, Zhou Tsongguang and his companions were left with no choice but to proceed with the case. Jiang Sifu was the first to step forward, presenting a document. My granddaughter has been buried for over 3 years. Her remains cannot be moved. However, I have found witnesses and evidence. This handkerchief was used when my granddaughter coughed up blood. Here are the physicians who attended her, along with a servant who was by her side. Jiang Ju presented the evidence, recounting the events of the past. Years ago, after my granddaughter became engaged to the Duke of Qin's eldest son, she attended 3 banquets. At one of these gatherings, she met the Duke's youngest daughter, Qin Rui, who gifted her 3 items, all containing the poison of the oleander plant. The cause of my granddaughter's demise was indeed this poison, which, over the years, eroded her health until she could no longer endure. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Qin instantly recognized the flaw in the accusation. I have my doubts. Are you suggesting that I would use my title to threaten the 3 esteemed officials? Jiang Ju retorted sharply. Unlike the Duke, I am merely a grieving elder of an innocent victim. The Duke found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the usually obsequious Jiang Sifu could indeed be quite scathing. He looked around, hoping for assistance, but none offered to intervene. Zhao Qianshan glared at him with fiery contempt. I have my doubts. The Duke gritted his teeth, rephrasing his statement. Jiang Ju laughed, though his eyes betrayed no hint of amusement. How does the esteemed official determine that this is not merely an accident? The tension in the room was palpable, with only Emperor Yunwu and the standing Grand Eunuch Lin unaware of the unspoken thoughts of the clouds. This was a deliberate arrangement by the Emperor. He wished to shield the young girl from exposure amidst a crowd of onlookers. If exposure were to occur, it would be under his control, as her father, capable of safeguarding her amidst the court's intrigues. Is it enough for you to cast aside your involvement with a mere expression of doubt? Jiang Ju scoffed. Recognizing the Duke's cunning, Zhou Tsongguang, observing the scene, felt a headache coming on. He suspected it was not merely an accident, but required further investigation. Bring forth the witnesses. I shall interrogate you. What do you have to say? Jiang Ju ceased his verbal sparring and immediately adopted a cooperative demeanor. Zhou Tsongguang, taken aback by this sudden change, noted that this man had once been his instructor. However, the arrival of the witnesses propelled the proceedings forward. You are the maidservant of Qin Rui? Where were the 3 pieces of jewelry purchased by your mistress, and were there any irregularities? The maid knelt, causing the Duke's complexion to drain of color. He had already surmised the involvement of his second wife, yet he had not anticipated the maid's swift confession. There must be a reason behind this. Present the evidence. As a former Minister of Justice, Zhou Tsongguang understood that a smooth process did not imply the truth was false. On the contrary, it suggested someone wished for the truth to be unveiled. After a thorough inquiry, they located the craftsman who had forged the jewelry. The craftsman, trembling, confessed, I deserve to die. Zhou Tsongguang regarded him with a stoic expression. According to the law, assisting in the acquisition of poison equates to being an accomplice. Thus, you shall be tried as such. The craftsman collapsed in despair. This man, is he not He Guang? I did not mistake him, another remarked. He is a descendant of the renowned artisan, Gong Shuban.
Gong Shuban?
The illustrious inventor? Emperor Yunwu scrutinized the craftsman, astonished that a descendant of such a master had fallen to such a fate. Though He Guang is not innocent, he is indeed talented. His cleverness has led to a thriving counterfeit jewelry business. Many wealthy families in the capital sought his wares, with poisons concealed within the ornaments. A reality that surpassed even fictional tales. Indeed, reality serves as a rich source of inspiration. Should such a man perish, it would resolve one issue. Yet it would also offend numerous powerful families who would fear their own secrets might be unveiled. They might band together to oppose the emperor. I must caution the emperor that this man must not die. Not only should he survive, but he should also remain a laborer for life, aiding the court and the people in generating wealth. This is what we call the recycling of resources. Those affluent families possess more riches than they can spend. With the treasuries so depleted, it is time to mass-produce these ornaments to earn silver for disaster relief. This arrangement benefits both parties, a mutually advantageous endeavor. As these thoughts occupied Yunwu's mind, he received a note from the clouds, which he swiftly perused. It did not implore him to spare He Guang but rather conveyed the substantial cost required to save the populace of a province. The Arabic numerals were somewhat perplexing to the emperor, yet he understood the total written in traditional characters. The sum exceeded what he had anticipated. A misunderstanding stemming from Yunwu's calculations based on modern poverty alleviation standards, while the emperor's perspective revolved around addressing basic needs. Despite the miscommunication, it did not deter Yunwu's resolve. Indeed, if He Guang were to perish, it would merely simplify matters for the wealthy families who had accumulated their fortunes over generations. As emperor, he had no justification to confiscate their assets without cause. If there were conspiracies afoot, he would instead engage in open schemes to acquire their wealth. With thoughts of the riches he could amass, Yunwu felt a surge of contentment, even regarding He Guang with newfound patience. He gestured subtly and Lin Yin, receiving the signal, nodded and withdrew. As for Zhao Qianshan's daughter, her demise was attributed to drowning, akin to the circumstances surrounding Han Chuantian's niece, who had fallen from a cliff. Both incidents were orchestrated by maidservants who had been bribed, resulting in tragic accidents. The two corrupted maidservants had each taken their own lives at the time. Yet, their actions left behind traces. The dragon guards took swift action, and the court officials had not anticipated that Emperor Yunwu would deploy them for such a commonplace investigation. He showed no fear of the potential leaks regarding assassination plots against him, willing to risk his own safety for the sake of others' cases. Only Emperor Yunwu could undertake such a bold endeavor. Madam Qin, do you acknowledge these 3 cases? Zhou Zongguang was well aware of the irrefutable evidence. Harboring no doubts regarding Tao Yan, Madam Qin, who was none other than Tao Yan, wore a face of despair, admitting her culpability. The Duke of Qin's gaze flickered momentarily. In the next instant, he transformed into a theatrical figure, as if struck by lightning, his countenance darkening with rage as he struck Madam Qin, leaving her face askew. How dare you commit such an act? Do you realize you have taken 3 lives, not merely the lives of insignificant creatures? Why did the cats and dogs provoke you? Is their existence less worthy than yours, you hypocritical noble? Yunwu's head rolled back in exasperation. The emperor, lowering his gaze, witnessed this scene unfold. A stifled cough escaped him, struggling to suppress laughter at Yunwu's expressive eye rolls. The Duke of Qin, caught mid-performance, jolted at the emperor's unexpected cough. Squinting, he turned to look at Tao Yan, who, perceiving the signal, maintained her haughty demeanor. Sir Zhou, I confess my sins. May I request to see my child before my imprisonment? The Duke of Qin, recognizing her ploy to divert attention, felt an urge to strike her again, cursing her foolishness. Yet he seemed to realize something about his eldest son, whom he had always overlooked. Mother, why have you come? No sooner had the Duke spoken than a slap echoed across the room, followed by another. The elder matriarch of the Qin family had struck him squarely, making his expression symmetrical. The Duke's eyes flashed with indignation, yet before he could utter a word, the matriarch delivered 2 more slaps to Madam Qin's face, ensuring symmetry once more. Tao Yan, why have you done this? Do you feel satisfaction in tarnishing Jiao's name with the stigma of a wife-killer? Madam Qin, perhaps aware of her impending doom, raised her head, malice gleaming in her eyes. What does it matter? I will ensure he is expelled from the Qin family. Had it not been for your persistent support of Qin Jiao, he would have perished long ago. Why did I do this?
You should understand best.
I should have been the legitimate wife of the Duke. Yet you insisted he marry your niece, usurping my rightful place. It would be a light punishment to see her perish. You killed my mother? Qin Jiao suddenly interjected, her eyes reddening as they bore into Madam Qin. With a faint smile, Madam Qin replied, I have lived longer and in greater comfort than she. Even if I die now, I find fulfillment. However, you, regrettably, were poisoned by me last night. Qin Jiao staggered back, as if struck by lightning. Is it truly so tragic? Indeed, it aligns perfectly with the persona of a malevolent woman, she retorted. Are you serious? The elder matriarch nearly trembled into unconsciousness, having devoted the latter half of her life to her grandson's well-being, believing that if the eldest son did not intervene, calamity would surely ensue. Though young, he possessed a kind heart, he could never commit heinous acts. Yet all was ruined by Tao Yan, the malevolent woman. Ha ha ha. Not only will Qin Jiao be without heirs, but you, Duke, shall also be without heirs, Tao Yan said with a gentle tone, smiling at the Duke of Qin. His complexion paled, instinctively glancing behind the screen. The Duke coughed up blood and fainted. Chaos erupted in the Western Zhou court, with doctors rushing forth. The emperor frowned, displeased that a case of such significance was interrupted. His goals remained unfulfilled. He is merely pretending. His acupoint was stimulated, the emperor observed, sitting upright in his chair. Once order was restored, he spoke in a low voice. It seems the Duke values his health more than the lives of the deceased. After all, he has a son. The news of his extinction must be quite a blow. The officials of the Western Zhou fell silent. I fear the Duke may suffer greatly from this ordeal, his health may deteriorate. Thus, let the Duke retire. I decree that the Duke's eldest son, a gentleman of virtue, shall be granted the title of heir. The Duke of Qin could not remain prostrate. He feigned awakening, only to hear, Your Majesty, this cannot be. Tears streamed down his face as he concealed the murderous glint in his eyes. An old minister cannot allow the Qin family to die out. Qin Jiao, immersed in her emotions, knelt as the emperor spoke. She remained silent by the side. At that moment, the elder matriarch suddenly knelt, expressing gratitude for the emperor's grace. I, along with Chiao, shall uphold the honor of the Marquisate. Mother. The Duke could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming in disbelief as he stared at the elder matriarch, not anticipating her would undermine him. It was evident that the matriarch understood the victim deserved some compensation. The emperor's words seemed to genuinely support the Qin family. The elder matriarch, with a bitter smile, recognized her only option was to yield to the emperor's will. Tao Yan, who had been smiling moments ago, could no longer find joy. Your Majesty, this is unjust, she cried, disregarding decorum in her madness. The trio of Zhou Zongguang remained mere embellishments in this unfolding drama. Indeed, this was a well-orchestrated performance by the emperor. However, they were astonished that Tao Yan dared to shout at the emperor when her life was in jeopardy. Did she not fear annihilation? Madam Qin, you are correct. It is indeed unjust, the emperor replied earnestly. Tao Yan bowed her head, pleading, Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I beg you, for the late Duke's sake, to spare the Qin family's legacy. How is it that you, who have caused the deaths of 3 individuals, expect to exchange one life for another, allowing your offspring to inherit titles and continue living? Your daughter is also complicit, is she not? Clearly, you favor sons over daughters. Regrettably, your son is equally vile. The emperor remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. If I do not grant the late Duke some measure of respect, do you believe Qin Muji would still stand here today? As his words hung in the air, a cadre of imperial guards burst in, encircling the Duke of Qin. Father, is the emperor angry? Has he realized the Duke is no good? I must investigate. Yunwu, distracted by the unfolding drama, observed the Duke kneeling in confusion. Your Majesty, what does this mean? The emperor's smile did not reach his eyes. You have concealed the map to the royal treasure within your state.
Ah?
The emperor is aware of the Duke's extensive knowledge of the royal family? The emperor paused, struck by the Duke's misfortune, as it had been mistakenly sold as ordinary paper by his unfortunate son. The Duke of Qin was stunned, while Zhou Zongguang and the other officials gasped in disbelief, realizing they should not be present, but rather beneath the carriage. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Someone has framed me. The Duke protested. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Ask Madame Qin if you do not believe me. The Duke instinctively glared at Madame Qin, whose face was swollen and bruised, rendering her unrecognizable and somewhat grotesque. The Duke frowned slightly. Madame Qin cast a glance at him, offering a reassuring look. The Duke sighed in relief. The Duke merely rescued a woman within the estate. The Duke's eyes widened, not expecting her to mention a concubine in such a critical moment. Madame Qin was resolute. Your Majesty, do not dismiss this concubine lightly. Though she is labeled as such, her father is a man of the underworld, knowledgeable in tomb raiding. The Duke's eyes were ablaze with fury. The Emperor, initially feigning ignorance, was taken aback by the revelation. His emotions were tumultuous. Indeed, my ministers have hidden many things from me. The Emperor Yunwu regarded the Duke of Qin with a bemused smile, as if to say, Come now, continue your performance. I am eager to witness the absurd justifications you can conjure to persuade others. The Duke of Qin's face was a canvas of humiliation, betrayed by his own woman, a blow to his pride that left him utterly disoriented. He glared at the Lady Qin in disbelief, questioning her motives. Do you think that by dragging me down, your son can ascend to power? Lady Qin, with a sincerity that belied her intentions, addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, a dying person speaks truthfully. Is this proverb correctly applied? Your reluctance to face death is quite evident. Then do enlighten me. Your words may not necessarily sway me, the Emperor mused nonchalantly. What I say can withstand your scrutiny, for Lu Yinxiang's father was a notorious grave robber, Lady Qin asserted. With each revelation, the Duke's frustration grew, his desire to silence her mounting. Why was Tao Yan still entangled in this mess? Chapter 73. Betrayal. Why should I arrange for an investigation? She gasped, her voice tinged with a hint of madness. Since it is you, Lady Qin, who claims this, the evidence should be presented by you. The Emperor smirked, tossing the statement into the air. Lady Qin paused, her expression momentarily stunned, while the Duke seethed with barely contained rage. It became evident to him that both the Emperor and the scheming Tao Yan seemed intent on his downfall. Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused, the Duke pleaded, kneeling in desperation. This wicked woman has caused the deaths of countless innocents. She deserves execution. Her last desperate act is merely to drag others into her downfall. The Duke's claim holds some truth. Indeed, Lady Qin appears to be grasping at straws, her actions driven by a misguided romantic obsession. Her motives in targeting Qin Jiao were not solely to elevate her son. Otherwise, she would not allow her daughter to take matters into her own hands. Her concern for her son was merely a guise to secure her standing within the Duke's household. Ultimately, all her machinations aimed to win the Duke's favor and establish dominance over the matriarch of the Qin family, thereby gaining influence and power. Alas, one must question whether all men have perished, as her schemes seem solely motivated by a desire for one man. Countless malicious motives exist, yet only true love leads to mutual ruin. Lord Zhou, it appears that new charges have emerged against this Duke Qin. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Zhou Zongguang observed, suspecting the Emperor's intentions. Did he not notice the deadly glint in the Duke's eyes? Although there was a pure consort, No, a confined pure consort. Within the palace, the Zhou family was merely a rising power. In the past, he had been reluctant to cross swords with a family of such depth and heritage. At that moment of hesitation, the matriarch of the Qin family suddenly stood forward. Your Majesty, there is no need for further investigation. I can testify. She cast a penetrating glance at Lady Qin. My son may lack in many areas, but he possesses a keen understanding of the arcane. The background of his concubine aligns perfectly with what Tao Yan has disclosed. I know even more. The Duke of Qin felt a surge of fear. His own mother was well aware of his secrets. He struggled to articulate a response. Seeing the unfolding drama, Zhou Zongguang could no longer bear to watch, especially as the situation grew ever more peculiar. He cleared his throat and declared, Duke Qin, let there be silence in this court. The Duke's countenance turned a shade of green. The matriarch did not acknowledge him. Instead, she knelt with conviction, stating, the evidence I have is secured within our estate, requiring only your Majesty's retrieval. The Emperor observed this exchange in silence. Zhou Zongguang hesitated, glancing toward the other two parties present. Upon hearing the matriarch's words, the Duke of Qin fell into utter despair. Mother, how could you betray me like this? He shouted, filled with a sense of betrayal. Should he be branded with the accusation of attempting to pilfer the royal treasure? His fate rested entirely in the Emperor's hands. Bring forth the evidence, Zhou Zongguang commanded, casting a dubious glance at the matriarch. However, seeing no immediate reaction from the Emperor, he gritted his teeth and issued the order. At once, evidence arrived swiftly, revealing the Duke's repeated schemes against the royal treasury and his correspondence with Lu Su, the grave robber, complete with letters and even a map of the treasure's location. As Zhou Zongguang laid eyes upon the document, his hand trembled, and in the next moment, he pressed the map down, slick with cold sweat, presenting it to the Emperor without daring to meet his gaze. After perusing the evidence, the Emperor chuckled coldly and rose to his feet. Since the evidence is irrefutable, let us conclude this matter. With a decisive blow, the Emperor's gaze towards the Duke was as cold as death itself. The Duke's spirit waned, contemplating his next move. After a brief consultation among Zhou Zongguang, Luo Sheng, and Tang Simu, it was determined that both Lady Qin and the Duke of Qin would face execution. As they exited the palace, Jiang Sifu and Zhao Qianshan expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the Emperor, having finally avenged their kin. Initially, they had anticipated only Lady Qin's punishment, but the Duke's fatal miscalculations led to a surprising execution. Their spirits soared with elation. Jiang Sifu and Zhao Qianshan walked side by side.
Chiao.
You should now understand the meaning of a decisive strike. What did Jiang do? Zhao Qianshan retorted. Do you think the matriarch of the Qin family only learned of this today? Jiang Sifu's mind raced. I serve the Emperor. It would be a miracle for you to comprehend. He squinted, adding, just know that the Emperor has aided you this time. Gratitude is in order. Zhao Qianshan regarded him seriously, but what if the Emperor errs? The Emperor's heart lies firmly with the realm and its subjects, Jiang replied, his tone unwavering. Zhao Qianshan studied him intently, a struggle evident in his eyes. Within the palace, both the Duke of Qin and Lady Qin were confined to the Ministry of Justice, awaiting execution in 3 days' time. In front of the Hall of Diligent Government, the matriarch of the Qin family and Qin Jiao stood present. I have met with the Emperor. Commoners pay their respects to your Majesty, Qin Jiao said, appearing dazed from the overwhelming news of the day. Please rise, lady, the Emperor replied, smiling at her. You have proven to be quite decisive. I had already arranged for evidence of the Duke's correspondence with the Great Chu to be presented. The matriarch's decisiveness did not go unnoticed. While the Emperor investigated Lady Qin, he was equally vigilant concerning the Duke. His dragon guards had intercepted the Duke's communications with the Great Chu, but unfortunately, the Duke had been cautious enough to incinerate the letters before any evidence could be secured. Yet, the matriarch remained oblivious to this fact. With her expression shifting from apprehension to despair, she knelt and implored, Your Majesty, I dared to hope to preserve the lives of the innocents in my family and prevent further mistakes. The Emperor smirked coldly. The matriarch must ensure that her kin are kept in line, for who can say if the Duke is the only one at fault? The matriarch's face blanched. She was not naive. The Emperor's words could not be taken at face value, yet they implied that her family was under scrutiny, a sword hanging over their heads. Uncertain of when it might fall, Your Majesty, the matriarch cried, her voice trembling. What does your Majesty wish of me? Such statements from you are peculiar, for it is your son who has committed treason. Heed my words, or face the consequences. Is it truly this severe? The Emperor of Cloud Martial erupted in anger, shattering the teacup beside him. The sharp sound startled the 2 men at his side, nearly provoking a scream. Grand Eunuch Lin watched anxiously from nearby. Initially, upon learning this news, the Emperor too had been consumed by rage. After all, the treasonous charge was the most detested sin among all emperors. Moreover, too many officials had been harboring secrets lately, leading him to fear that one day, the Emperor would unleash his fury. At this moment, he couldn't help but ponder. No wonder the 18th princess predicted the eventual downfall of the Great Yan. Even a family of such high rank as the Duke of a nation had turned traitorous, acting as spies for foreign powers. If the Great Yan were to survive, it would be a miracle bestowed by the heavens. Perhaps it was indeed divine favor that brought forth the 18th princess. Observing the Emperor of Cloud Martial, whose anger was palpable, Grand Eunuch Lin sighed inwardly and stepped forward, presenting a platter of fruit. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Do not waste your ire on those unworthy. His words carried a subtle implication as he offered the bright red fruit. Your Majesty, partake of this fruit to soothe your spirit. Upon seeing the luscious strawberries, the Emperor's curiosity momentarily overshadowed his anger. He was torn between indignation and intrigue. Nevertheless, the fruit was a gift from the 18th, a token of her affection for her father. Gradually, the Emperor's mood lightened. Though there were traitorous fools betraying him, he still had the support of his beloved daughter. He resolved to turn their lives upside down. When an emperor is enraged, 100,000 may fall. Although the Emperor of Cloud Martial did not take such extreme measures, his wrath nonetheless affected the officials. He recognized that these officials were motivated by power and wealth, and thus decided to strike at their riches first. After tasting a succulent strawberry, he felt a fleeting joy reminiscent of the 18th princess's belief that good food could elevate one's spirits. Madam Qin, he addressed the elderly matron, I can grant you another chance. Her eyes brightened at the prospect. She had prepared herself to plead for the safety of her clan, and the Emperor's willingness to listen was a rare opportunity. Your Majesty, please continue, she responded, eager to comply. Her attitude, albeit strained, somewhat appeased the Emperor. After resolving the matters concerning the Qin family, the Emperor felt utterly fatigued. He had initially planned to meet the first prince and the sixth prince in the Hall of Diligence, but fatigue overwhelmed him, prompting him to head to the Yichuan Palace instead. I shall just take a look, he declared, striding over to the small bed where Yunwu lay, his cherubic face devoid of worry. The Emperor couldn't help but relax in her presence. It was only with the 18th that he could experience such a semblance of peace. Others believed the 18th was merely favored, unaware that she was, in fact, his savior. The Emperor gazed at her for a while, reaffirming his ambition to cultivate an era of prosperity. He vowed that the purity of the 18th's spirit must never fade. She deserved to bask in unparalleled glory and receive the adoration and support of all. Your Majesty, I have prepared some nourishing soup for you, Lin Fei softly inquired. Noticing the Emperor's glance, would you care for a sip? The Emperor declined, I am not hungry. In truth, he would need to take his medicine shortly. Lin Fei, recognizing this, chose not to press further, maintaining their unspoken understanding. She retreated to the side hall, leaving the main chamber for the Emperor. Grand Eunuch Lin approached, presenting several capsules and a bowl of medicinal soup. The Emperor glanced at them before consuming them in one swift motion. Is Dr. Lin in the Yichuan Palace? He inquired. Indeed came the reply. Has he developed the antidote? Almost, Lin replied. Dr. Qi in the capital is currently testing the antidote on the ailing patients. It would be impractical for the Emperor to test it himself in a feudal dynasty. Bring Dr. Lin in, and summon the first Prince Yunzhen and the sixth prince to see me.
Yes.
When the first Prince Yunzhen and Yunyao arrived, Yunyao limped slightly, occasionally rubbing his wrist. Upon entering Yichuan Palace, he paused, sensing an unusual atmosphere. As he stepped inside, he heard Dr. Lin's voice, Your Majesty, your health is compromised. You must not allow your anger to fester. If you do not take proper care of yourself, I will be powerless to assist. Yunzhen was taken aback. Dr. Lin, what ails our father? Yun Yao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the Emperor, who reclined on the soft couch. Is the Emperor poisoned? Do the two princes not know? Dr. Lin asked, astonished. Yunzhen gasped, does father have an antidote? It is the work of concubine Xian, which cannot be resolved temporarily, Dr. Lin said, scratching his nose. Entirely oblivious to the Emperor's schemes. Father, if it is concubine Xian, I may have a solution, Yun Yao said, stroking his chin with a cunning smile. What solution? Yun Yao continued, I have heard whispers of concubine Xian's actions, but at that time, my relationship with father was neither close nor distant. For my own protection, I chose to remain silent. Now I am no longer afraid. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's forehead throbbed with anger. Truly, you are my beloved eldest son. Ahem. I fear my time is short. However, the future of the Great Yan must be entrusted to the 18th princess. Grand Eunuch Lin, who had just woken Yunwu, and the dutiful Dr. Lin, merely wished to earn their keep without delving into gossip. Really? Yun Yao chuckled. Eldest brother, your laughter makes me want to tease you. Did you know? Thus, the Emperor declared, I have decided that you 15 brothers shall henceforth support the 18th princess. Whatever you wish to pursue, as long as she consents.
I shall allow.
Yunzhen interjected. Father, your health can still be salvaged. Eldest, do you imply that you do not wish to heed the 18th's counsel? The Emperor raised an eyebrow, questioning. Yunzhen stammered, Father, I harbor no such intentions. Eldest brother, are you not going to clarify? You know such statements can lead to misunderstandings. Speak plainly about your thoughts, another brother urged. With me here, I shall ensure father does not misconstrue your words. Alas, eldest brother, your emotional intelligence is woefully inadequate. Such a person cannot be an emperor, who would desire an antiquated ruler. Yet an antiquated general is acceptable. What is your perspective? The Emperor inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yunzhen finally managed to articulate, I wish to guard the borders. You desire military command? The emperor's tone turned dangerous. I believe father should prioritize reforming the military system. All generals should rotate every few years, preventing them from cultivating their own power. Ensuring soldiers serve the people and protect the realm. The soldier's mindset should be nurtured from a young age, allowing them to report injustices, preventing a single rotten apple from spoiling the entire force. The military ought to be governed with integrity. Father could also assume a role within the military, Yunjin added. Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes lit up. However, Yunjin appeared somewhat dazed. Father, I do not seek military command. I merely wish to fight on the battlefield. Very well, then write a declaration renouncing your claim to the throne, and I shall permit you to go to the borders. The emperor's light-hearted words stirred Yunjin's heart. Without hesitation, he replied, I am willing. His voice brimmed with eagerness, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then write it, Yunyao urged. The emperor gestured for Grand Eunuch Lin to bring forth the ink and brush. Yunjin swiftly penned the declaration, presenting it to the emperor in a matter of moments. The speed was so remarkable that the emperor felt as though today's scheme had been in vain, intended to gauge his son's loyalty, only to discover that the eldest truly had no such intentions. Just like the doubts surrounding the Xia army, it is often those who are most suspicious of loyal subjects who exhibit the greatest fidelity. You will guard the northwest, the Cloud Emperor declared decisively. Cloud Zhen immediately accepted the command, his expression filled with excitement. Father and eldest brother are truly at odds with one another. The so-called agreement is fraught with loopholes. I wonder if it is their tacit understanding, a mutual concession that complements one another. Cloud Emperor and Cloud Jin, let us not expose this awkward truth. After all, the bond between them as father and son is somewhat tenuous. Yet, does the eldest truly not mind this promise he has crafted? Is the father emperor merely seeking a pretext to send him away? The two exchanged a subtle glance. Thanks to Yunwu's playful banter, neither father nor son allowed this matter to drive a wedge between them. Sixth, the Cloud Emperor turned to Cloud Yao. What do you desire? Father, I wish to construct the greatest city in the realm. Cloud Yao proclaimed unabashedly. The Cloud Emperor's expression remained indifferent. Oh, is that so? Then you shall accompany your eldest brother to the northwest. The border city gates are dilapidated, and it is an opportune moment for you to showcase your skills. Cloud Yao pouted. I shall not go. The Cloud Emperor, feeling a headache coming on, insisted. I command you. If you refuse, you will assist me in the imperial estate, crafting ceramics. But I have no silver to work with, Cloud Yao cunningly replied. Father, you must support me. The Cloud Emperor scrutinized him, raising an eyebrow. And how shall I support you? Grant me a token, so that upon my arrival in the northwest, I may be treated as if I were you. Furthermore, I require your permission to act in your name. Who knows whether you might tarnish my reputation? Cloud Yao opened his mouth in silence. Father, are you not a tyrant? What reputation remains? The Cloud Emperor's face darkened. Indeed, he had raised a rebellious son. Quickly depart. Enough, you may leave. Eldest, keep an eye on the sixth. If he dares to act recklessly, you shall assist me in disciplining him. The northwest is temporarily entrusted to you both. Do not let me down. Cloud Zhen responded with righteous resolve. Father, your son accepts the command. Cloud Yao rolled his eyes. Father, you are sending us to toil and hardship. Who does not know that the northwest is the poorest region? You ought to provide me with a salary. Very well. Come here, the Cloud Emperor beckoned.
Cloud Yao,
though wary, was ultimately driven by curiosity. As he approached, the Cloud Emperor threw a document at him, which prominently displayed a renunciation of the throne. Father, you are not bequeathing the throne to third brother, are you? Cloud Yao spoke candidly, a survival tactic he had mastered within the palace. Do you take my words as mere whispers in the wind? My empire is to be given to the 18th. Your third brother signed first. No way. Father, please do not think this. I cannot do it. With my naive character, I cannot even perceive others' schemes. How can I assume the role of emperor? I would be devoured until nothing remains. I beg for your mercy, father. Cloud Yao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Suddenly, he changed his mind. Father, it would be wonderful for 18th sister. I am not envious of the other brothers, but I truly respect 18th sister. Ugh, sixth brother is going to betray me. Yunwu screamed internally. Cloud Yao dug at his ears. Father, have you noticed who is screaming? My ears are in pain. Yunwu fell silent. Could it be that when I scold sixth brother in my heart, he can sense it? The Cloud Emperor unsheathed the long sword that the palace attendants had been instructed to carry. I believe there's a problem with your hearing, do you not agree? The Cloud Emperor pointed the massive sword at him. Cloud Yao twitched at the corners of his mouth, ultimately relenting. Father, please do not be angry. I do indeed have an issue with my ears. Humph, sign your name. Now be gone. Cloud Yao sighed in regret. Father, I will miss you. Prepare your belongings and depart without delay. Do not wait until evening, the Cloud Emperor said quietly. To the disdained Cloud Yao, take care of yourself. As he spoke, he removed the jade pendant from his waist. Father, I wish to gift the warm jade I have worn since childhood to 18th sister. Cloud Zhen sought the Cloud Emperor's approval. I want it. Eldest brother, you must also pay attention to safety. If anything arises, send word. I will find you weapons. Cloud Zhen's eyes curved with delight. The Cloud Emperor felt a twinge of jealousy, but ultimately handed the jade pendant to Yunwu, who began to fiddle with it. That evening, after the Cloud Emperor organized the military structure for Cloud Jun and Cloud Yao, the two brothers set out for the northwest with their luggage. It was then that Cloud Jun realized that the Cloud Emperor's primary intention in sending him was to reform the military, a laborious task. Yet he felt invigorated. This news only reached the court officials the following morning. During the morning assembly, the royalist faction led by Chancellor Chiao and Assistant Minister Jiang confronted the civil officials led by Minister Chiao. The first confrontation arose regarding the appointments of the eldest and sixth princes. Although the northwest was a neglected and impoverished region, Minister Chiao was opposed to the sight of various princes being appointed, as it would diminish the competitiveness of the second prince. Moreover, if several princes were to wield military authority, they might unite and threaten the capital. Chapter 76. Minister Chao's suitability. He recalled that the person who dispensed medicine to him had mentioned that even if the Cloud Emperor consumed only half, it would affect his longevity. If he grew angrier, his lifespan would be further shortened. Contemplating this, Minister Chiao exclaimed, "Your Majesty." This old minister believes it unwise for the eldest prince to command the military forces of the northwest, especially given that there are over 100,000 troops stationed there. There is no precedent in Dian for a minor prince to command such a vast army. Chancellor Chiao retorted sharply, "Is it not permissible to create a precedent? Must the first person to step forward be followed by the second, only taking a step backward? Whom does Minister Chiao propose instead? Should we not prioritize the establishment of the official reporting system?" Chancellor Chiao shifted the focus. Minister Chiao hesitated, realizing he could not afford to relinquish either matter, as both were unfavorable to him. "Your Majesty," the Cloud Emperor spoke coolly. "Minister Chiao, whom do you recommend to oversee the current military affairs in the northwest?" Minister Chiao was uncertain of the emperor's intention. This old minister believes it necessary to select carefully from the military generals. "I believe there is no need for selection. I designate you, Minister Chiao, to go to the northwest." It has never been said that civil officials cannot perform the duties of military officials within the military camp. Those generals are illiterate and lack understanding of strategy. At this time, we require a strategist. I find Minister Chiao to be suitable. Minister Chao's complexion turned a shade of green. If he were truly sent to the northwest as a military strategist, he would be a figure of nominal authority, living under the command of those ruffians and distanced from the court. His ability to wield public opinion would be severely diminished. Minister Chiao feigned innocence. "Your Majesty, this old minister only has the court's best interests at heart. Even if you do not wish to hear it, you must not act recklessly." Minister Chiao felt a deep discomfort. If this were to reach the common folk, they might perceive the emperor's actions as mere folly. The Cloud Emperor scoffed. "I am quite curious about what transpired with the second prince." The Cloud Emperor struck decisively. "Ha ha ha, Father Emperor is formidable, defeating magic with magic. This Minister Chiao is truly wicked, always attempting to sully the emperor's name. Has he not considered that his own household is rife with troubles, bringing such disgrace upon himself? I wonder why the Father Emperor has not taken action against Minister Chiao." The Cloud Emperor mused. Minister Chiao was not as simple as he appeared. His influence permeated various departments. To act against Minister Chiao too hastily could lead to significant turmoil and paralysis within the internal affairs of Dian. He needed to gradually deal with Minister Chiao, ensuring the resolution of this prominent figure. The officials present were gradually replaced. Chao Guosher's expression shifted upon hearing the words of Emperor Yunwu. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the fleeting hatred in Xiao Guiqing's eyes. It dawned on Chao Guosher that Xiao Guiqing must be aware of the incident involving his only son and the second prince. However, he was uncertain whether they possessed any evidence. Maintaining his composure, Chao Guosher spoke. Emperor Yunwu let out a faint scoff and casually changed the subject, stating that today's court meeting would discuss the establishment of the Official Report Bureau, implying that the matter regarding the first and sixth princes had been settled. The officials in the court turned their gazes towards Chao Guosher, with many beginning to speculate that the second young master of the Chiao family had indeed committed an offense. They believed that Lord Chiao had been grasped by the emperor's hand, and in light of this, they might find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. The debates about the Official Report Bureau escalated, prompting Emperor Yunwu to express his annoyance and to move the discussions to the Wenyuan Pavilion. He instructed Liang Ming to keep a close watch. As he considered the vacant positions of the military advisor in the Ministry of Personnel and the chief of the Dali Temple, he recalled previous words from Yunwu. He summoned Gonggong Linen to bring in Zhao Qianshan and Lu Jiaxiu. Upon Lu Jiaxiu's arrival, he was informed by Emperor Yunwu that Zhao Qianshan would be transferred from the Ministry of Justice to the Dali Temple, and he was not surprised at all. The emperor was known for his unilateral decision-making. "Your Majesty, I understand," Lu Jiaxiu replied obediently, without offering any resistance. Zhao Qianshan, still a bit dazed, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I only know how to adjudicate cases." He suddenly recalled a baby's voice he had heard earlier, which seemed to have mentioned this very matter. Could it be that the emperor was taking advice from a child? As he opened his mouth to offer counsel, he heard the baby's voice again. Although Lord Zhao is rather principled, he is excessively strict with his children, resulting in a lack of closeness from a young age. However, the troubles surrounding Miss Zhao are not solely due to Lord Zhao's negligence. It is also because his wife has always favored sons over daughters. initially agreeing to the marriage with the Qin family under the impression that a daughter marrying into a prominent family could bolster her son's prospects. Moreover, to benefit her son, she actively introduced her daughter's cousins to Zhao Xiaoya. Yet, that cousin of hers is not a virtuous person. With a singular focus on capturing Zhao Gongzi's attention, she disparages him to gain control over him. If she were to enter the Zhao household, peace within would surely be disrupted. In light of Lord Zhao's willingness to serve the emperor, I shall kindly offer him a word of caution. What does this mean? Zhao Qianshan was filled with confusion. Emperor Yunwu had grown accustomed to the occasional cryptic remarks from the 18 princesses, but he could still grasp some meaning through context. I only require Lord Zhao to adjudicate cases according to the established protocols, Emperor Yunwu asserted emphatically. Zhao Qianshan was taken aback, but soon realized the implication in the emperor's gaze. The emperor intended to bring order to the capital. He opened his mouth but ultimately did not decline.
Yes.
Zhao Qianshan left the palace, and Gonggong Linen handed him a note detailing matters concerning his son, daughter-in-law, and his wife's cousin. Zhao Qianshan was astonished and swiftly turned to Gonggong Linen, who smiled and said, Lord Zhao, Princess 18 is a celestial blessing, bringing forth bountiful harvests. Zhao Qianshan recalled the incident. Initially, he had not witnessed it firsthand and thought it merely a rumor, but the reality was entirely different from his assumptions. The most improbable scenario had turned out to be true. I understand, he said, clutching the note and quickly leaving the palace to find his eldest son. After a brief conversation, he was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that his son was indeed in a troubling emotional state. That evening, Zhao Qianshan, upon investigating the evidence, apprehended his daughter-in-law's cousin and decisively sent her away. Later, in his study, he burned the note provided by Gonggong Linen and inscribed a single word on the paper before him. Reason. The Great Yan was on the brink of change. Zhao Qianshan finally comprehended the significance behind Jiang Sifa's profound words to him earlier. This old rascal had concealed the truth from him, knowing well that he was oblivious and failing to offer a warning. Fortunately, he believed he had not performed too poorly in front of the emperor.
Oh.
Not just the emperor, but also Princess 18. She was indeed the blessing of Great Yan. At that moment, the very blessing felt a bit perturbed, having been awakened for the third time, clamoring for an official appointment, and yet they cannot get to the point? Are they merely a bunch of useless individuals? It seems they are deliberately trying to irritate father. Yunwu was filled with frustration, swiftly selecting several examination papers in the system and paying for their printing. She opened her eyes to see her father seated at the head of the table, surrounded by Chiao Guesher and other officials. The distance made it difficult for her to discern their expressions, and the table obscured her view. Yunwu reached out to slip several examination papers into Emperor Yunwu's hands. Upon sensing the movement from his daughter, Emperor Yunwu looked down and saw the familiar papers, initially thinking Princess 18 wished to communicate with him. However, upon closer inspection, he realized they were examination papers filled with peculiar questions, numerous options, and even fill-in-the-blank sections. These could reveal a person's character. It was imperative that the officials of the report bureau be principled and dedicated to serving the people. 18. You have truly alleviated many of my troubles, Emperor Yunwu said, kissing her forehead. Yunwu's round eyes reflected her helplessness as she yawned widely in front of the emperor. Realizing that she had been disturbed, Emperor Yunwu's expression turned serious. If you have not yet finished arguing, go outside to continue. From now on, anyone who speaks loudly in the Qingting Hall will be punished by cleaning the streets of the capital. Chao Guesher, Xiao Guiqing, and Jiang Ju exchanged glances, noting the emperor's change in demeanor. As they observed trays of pastries being brought in, Emperor Yunwu appeared to be enjoying himself. Xiao Guiqing sighed, while Jiang Ju, without needing to think, understood the reason behind it. He felt content with his current life, remaining unfazed. Chao Guesher managed to smile and remarked, Your Majesty truly dotes on Princess 18. The former eldest princess never received such treatment. I wonder if, growing up in such pampering, Princess 18 will become as ungovernable as the eldest princess. Jiang Ju, hearing Chao Guesher speak ill of Princess 18, internally sighed at his audacity, though he maintained a serious demeanor, stroking his beard and saying, Lord Chiao makes a valid point. What do you believe we should do, Lord Chiao? Xiao Guiqing refrained from intervening, observing Jiang Ju's scheming intentions. Chao Guesher, maintaining his composure, replied, I am not in a position to manage royal affairs. However, with this report emerging, any future matters concerning the royal family will undoubtedly be published, and I believe it would be prudent to advise His Majesty. Oh, then Lord Chiao, you should proceed. I shall accompany you, Jiang Ju said earnestly. Chao Guesher narrowed his eyes, a hint of skepticism present. Is Lord Jiang serious? Deceiving is for puppies. Chao Guesher replied, his lips twitching. There's no need to be so childish. However, I am indeed curious to explore this matter. If all scandals within the royal family are to be published, I will have ample opportunities to leverage the report in the future. Chao Guesher began by presenting his suggestion. Your Majesty, I believe that news about the royal family should also be published in the newspapers. Very well, I agree, replied the emperor. Chao Guesher was momentarily taken aback. Was that all it took for the emperor to acquiesce? His emotions were complex. The emperor stated firmly, what I desire is peace for the common people. Chao Guesher thought. Am I not also seeking stability? As he pondered the emperor's unexpected compliance, the emperor turned to Jiang and said, Jiang Sifu, I believe we can issue an examination paper allowing the civil and military officials, as well as the candidates awaiting appointment, to voluntarily participate. Their selections will be based on their results. As for the content of the examination, it shall be decided by the three of you, once you have agreed.
Present it to me for review.
Hearing this, Chiao felt optimistic about the prospects. However, that very day, the emperor forbade the three from leaving the palace, even skipping the morning court session. Consequently, news regarding the official newspaper's hiring practices spread widely, igniting hope among many despondent scholars. Several minor officials, who previously sat idly in their posts, grew increasingly intrigued by the official newspaper bureau, having heard that it operated independently from other offices, directly under the cabinet and the emperor's management, essentially akin to being close aides of the sovereign. Could it be that it will surpass the Hamlin Academy in the future? Some speculated. Yet, there were naysayers as well. Do you dare to join the official newspaper bureau? Are you not afraid of being beaten upon leaving your home? The recent plethora of news in the official papers, ranging from political matters to the gossip of prominent families, had not gone unnoticed. I have yet to digest the gossip surrounding Marquis Huainan and Lord Jiao, one remarked. And now this news about cousins being unable to marry has prompted relatives to visit daily for inquiries. Is it true that cousins cannot wed? Someone asked. Why not believe it? Children born of cousins often face a multitude of issues, came the retort. You may not know, but in affluent families, many children perish immediately after birth. But you are unaware. This news was divined by the national master and the 18th princess together. Another chimed in. Is that so? It is written in the official papers after all. If you doubt it, you can inquire with friends and family. Past marriages between cousins were overlooked, but any future unions will violate the law and lead to imprisonment. The national master was skilled at deception, especially in an era devoid of chemistry. At the mere mention of strange phenomena, the previously animated discourse among the populace fell silent, fearful of incurring divine wrath. As this information spread, and the newspapers reached other provinces, the authority of the press was unexpectedly solidified. Chapter 78. The madness fueled by the national master as strange omens in the imperial palace, the emperor suddenly received alarming news. What did you say? The Duke of Qin has escaped? The emperor erupted in fury, rising abruptly and slapping his palm. Where has he gone? Liang Ming, visibly distressed, replied, he has not vanished. But he was taken by men from the Great Chu. The emperor stood tall, incredulous. Men from Great Chu dare to commit such acts in the capital? He was astonished. It seemed that a mere provocation could unearth such a significant issue. Liang Ming explained, Your Majesty, those Great Chu men are quite skilled. They must be specially trained shadow guards. This is why I did not bring a large entourage to pursue them immediately, to avoid alarming the enemy. Should they harm the populace, it would be dire. Shadow guards? Then they must be swift, the emperor mused. Where are they now? With a distance of just over 100 kilometers. Pursuing them on horseback would require an entire day. If the enemy hastened their pace, they would certainly not be caught. Moreover, due to the unexpected nature of the incident, there was insufficient time to relay the news far and wide, and merely tracking them would demand considerable manpower and resources. The farther from the capital, the scarcer the local resources became. The emperor quickly grasped this reality and proceeded to exit hastily. Prepare the horses. I shall personally pursue them. Liang Ming and eunuch Linen were taken aback and hurried to catch up. Your Majesty, that is unwise. The emperor brushed aside eunuch Linen's hand, declaring, If I allow a traitor to escape, I shall be deemed a coward. He commanded that the pursuers administer a sedative to delay the enemy for a day. The emperor's presence was imposing. Furthermore, let Wu Quan wait outside the palace. It is time for him to assess the soldiers' training. Eunuch Linen could not dissuade the emperor and hurriedly instructed Nurse Yun to bring the 18th princess. Your Majesty, the 18th princess is here. Eunuch Linen sought to remind the emperor of the child's safety as she was most secure by his side. Since she was young and prone to frequent slumber, she usually spent more time with the emperor than with Consort Lin. Given past experiences, the emperor was wary. However, the next moment, the child piped up, Father, let us go out and chase the bad people. The emperor immediately smiled. You want to go too, don't you? The 18th princess nodded eagerly, her cherubic face radiating cuteness. The emperor chuckled. Very well, we shall go together. He dismissed the palanquin, finding it too slow. He entrusted the palace guards to Liang Ming, taking with him eunuch Linen, Nurse Yun, and a small entourage as they stealthily exited the palace. Upon reaching the palace gates, they found Wu Quan awaiting them with a regiment of well-organized soldiers lined up on the main road. Quite impressive. They appear well-trained. Eunuch Linen and Nurse Yun, although previously aware of the military's transformation, were taken aback by the sight. Witnessing the formerly lackadaisical troops now transformed into a disciplined force instilled a sense of growing strength within the realm of Dian. The emperor, mounted on horseback and surveying the soldiers, felt a surge of pride. This time, he also brought along a drone, which he entrusted to Wu Quan. Let us set off. With the emperor's command, the troops fell silent, their footsteps echoing in unison. He rode ahead, cradling the 18th princess, as the procession made its way beyond the capital. Meanwhile, Chiao was confined within the Wenyuan pavilion, engrossed in drafting examination questions, utterly unaware that the emperor had already left the palace.
Wow.
The area beyond the capital is so vast, exclaimed the child. What a pity it is so desolate. Indeed, Dian is quite sparsely populated, she observed. In contrast to the billions in the modern world, the population of Dian was merely in the millions, rendering it almost barren. Upon exiting the capital, they found themselves on a relatively smooth road, leading to the endless wilderness of the West Zhou region. The 18th princess, pondering, suddenly proposed, "Father, let us drive to Yunzhou." Drive? The emperor was perplexed but remained calm, maintaining their pace. Soon after, the 18th princess handed him a piece of paper, and upon reading it, the emperor became intrigued by the concept of a vehicle. He raised his hand and commanded a halt. Upon Wu Quan's order, the soldiers halted in unison. The emperor announced, "Set up camp here." Wu Quan was taken aback, wondering why they had stopped so soon, having only traveled for just over an hour. Wu Quan's confusion was soon clarified as the emperor led him around a bend, revealing an unfamiliar metallic structure on the road. "What is this? Where did it come from?" Wu Quan was utterly astonished. The expressions of Lord Linen and Granny Yun toward Yunwu were markedly different. Yunwu let out a yawn, lazily nestled in the embrace of the emperor. It was merely an ordinary freight vehicle, capable of transporting everyone and their horses. In fact, at this time, the Imperial Guard's horses were fitted with iron shoes, increasing their speed considerably. Little did they know, there was something even more astonishing than the iron-shod steeds. The emperor, feeling curious, declared, "I shall give it a try," his enthusiasm palpable. However, everyone protested vehemently. "Your Majesty, allow this old servant to go first." Lord Linen insisted. "We cannot risk the emperor's safety with the unknown." Reluctantly, the emperor acquiesced. Following Yunwu's guidance, Lord Linen climbed onto the vehicle, ignited the engine, and with a loud roar, the freight vehicle jolted forward before halting again. The commotion attracted the soldiers who were setting up camp nearby. Moments later, soldiers surrounded the vehicle, their expressions a mix of curiosity and awe.
Ha!
"I knew no one could resist a vehicle," the emperor remarked, discreetly patting the head of his horse, chasing wind, while maintaining a distance from the crowd. Despite the soldiers being his own, he was accustomed to the myriad eyes observing him. "I wonder if anyone can learn to drive," he mused, only to be met with a swift rebuttal from Yunwu, who noted the risks involved. Just then, the freight vehicle, having paused momentarily, suddenly lurched forward again. "It truly moves. Look at this massive metal box. How does it operate?" Someone exclaimed. "Are you foolish? It has wheels. It must be a type of carriage." "A horse-drawn carriage is called a cart, so this must be an automobile," Wu Quan observed, dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, what exactly is this vehicle?" The emperor hesitated. Could he admit he was equally perplexed? According to the normal course of history, foreign lands have already invented the first automobile by this time. However, it would take over a century for it to reach Dian. The mention of foreign lands piqued both the emperor's and Wu Quan's interest. "I can drive now," Lord Linen exclaimed excitedly, popping his head out of the window. The emperor's expression darkened. "Get down. I wish to try." His curiosity was insatiable. After extinguishing the engine, Lord Linen hurried down and helped the emperor into the driver's seat. Yunwu was taken along, seated in the vehicle and observing the armored soldiers outside with a surreal sense of time and space. "Why is it so slow?" the emperor grumbled. "Step on the metal plate on the right," instructed Lord Linen. The emperor pressed down forcefully, causing the vehicle to surge forward. "Dangerous driving." "Father, stop." Yunwu cried out in alarm. "Your Majesty, halt." Lord Linen echoed, but the emperor stubbornly refused to acknowledge his misstep. He eased his foot off the pedal, abruptly halting the freight vehicle, nearly sending Lord Linen flying. Meanwhile, Wu Quan and the others watched in disbelief as dust swirled around them. "Your Majesty, protect the emperor," Wu Quan shouted, swiftly mounting his steed to pursue. The soldiers swiftly followed suit, demonstrating their commendable stamina as they sprinted for a kilometer without losing breath. When Wu Quan finally caught sight of the metal box at a distance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, upon reaching it, he discovered Lord Linen nursing a large bump on his forehead, while the emperor wore an awkward grin. Yunwu's teasing observations reached the emperor's ears. "Father, perhaps you should execute Lord Linen for this embarrassment. That would be quite torturous." Lord Linen could only smile ruefully. The emperor rubbed his nose, avoiding Yunwu's gaze, mortified that his folly was witnessed by so many. Thus, he relinquished the driving duties to Lord Linen and entrusted Wu Quan with the task. True to his martial prowess, Wu Quan mastered driving the vehicle in no time at all. As the hour grew late, the emperor did not linger for their curiosity about the freight vehicle. However, it was inappropriate for him to ride in such a vehicle alone. To preserve his dignity and poise as emperor, Yunwu produced an electric tricycle. "Father, here is your personal vehicle." The emperor and Lord Linen had grown accustomed to such transformations. Half an hour later, Lord Linen adeptly maneuvered the tricycle, ferrying the emperor onward. "Your Majesty, this vehicle is truly convenient. It requires no oxen or horses," he remarked. "Indeed, without the need for animal power, we can indulge in meat instead. However, this tricycle runs on solar energy," Yunwu noted. The freight vehicle, on the other hand, will run out of fuel. As a thought struck her, she conjured a piece of paper and handed it to the emperor. You might consider seeking talented individuals adept in mathematics and engineering to explore the construction of automobiles. She had abandoned any plans to purchase such knowledge from the system, deeming it too costly and counterproductive. Yes, I understand, the emperor replied. As the automobile sped along without the need for brakes, they arrived at the borders of Yunwu within 2 hours. In a sparsely populated area, the vehicle came to a stop, while the tricycle remained for the emperor. It was not beneath an emperor to utilize a tricycle, rather, it would draw attention effectively. The study of the freight vehicle and the modification of existing transportation in Dian would prove invaluable. Your Majesty, that group is at the Fulai Inn within the city, Wu Quan reported after gathering intelligence. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Are all their men present? Not a single one is missing. Remember, if they cannot be captured alive, dead will suffice. This statement revealed the emperor's deep resentment toward Duke Qin. Understood, Wu Quan affirmed, leading a specially trained group of soldiers to apprehend the culprits. Could there be any complications? Let me check if Duke Qin has any vulnerabilities, Yunwu mused, only to be taken aback moments later. What? Duke Qin actually killed Lady Qin himself? But they seemed so deeply in love. It appears that only Lady Qin was truly infatuated. Duke Qin was merely feigning affection. Duke Qin has secretly sent his children to Dachu. What? He has sent his children to Dachu? This signaled a firm intention to betray the nation. The emperor's rage turned to amusement. Lord Linen instinctively glanced at the emperor. Your Majesty, shall we pursue? How could we not chase after him? After enjoying a life of luxury in Dian for decades, he still wishes to sell out his country? Let him dream. Yunwu yawned and drifted off to sleep. When she awoke again, it was already dark, and she found herself nestled in the emperor's embrace. From her vantage point, she could see Duke Qin kneeling on the ground, blood oozing from his wounds. The emperor has personally come to capture me, Duke Qin grinned, relishing the irony of his fate. The emperor looked down upon him, declaring, I have treated you well. The title of Duke in the state of Qin is already among the highest ranks. What more could the Duke of Qin desire? The Cloud Martial Emperor appeared genuinely perplexed, his voice brimming with incredulity. In the past, I remarked that those unruly youths frolicking in the imperial garden were all quite troublesome. How is it that only your youngest son met his demise? Furthermore, did you not claim he passed away due to illness? Were it not for the uncertainty regarding the number of spies the other party had embedded within Great Yan, there would be no need for him to squander breath conversing with such a scoundrel. Wait, the Duke of Qin's youngest son is named Qin Yunhai, correct? I investigated, and it appears he did not take his own life, but was rather poisoned by another. Chapter 80. Timid and old murdered? The Cloud Martial Emperor was somewhat taken aback, though not entirely surprised. Contemplating something, his expression darkened. The Duke of Qin, initially agitated, upon hearing this revelation, was first engulfed in confusion, followed swiftly by rage. What? The truth he had always believed, that his youngest son was driven to death by the emperor, was merely a fabrication? He refused to accept it. Surely, he must have misheard. It must be some trick orchestrated by the Cloud Martial Emperor. Qin Yunhai was slain by the shadowy figure Chutsong. This Chutsong is formidable. He was trained as a shadow operative in Great Chu, akin to our own dark guards. Crucially, this individual is a royal prince. However, the emperor of Great Chu has fathered over 100 children. Is it true that in ancient times, the competition for offspring was so intense? The Cloud Martial Emperor rubbed his nose, feeling that this was not a favorable topic. Yet he had never heard of the emperor of Great Chu siring such a multitude of heirs, likely due to their secretive methods of concealing and training them as shadow operatives. The Cloud Martial Emperor was taken aback by the ruthlessness of the Great Chu Emperor. Chutsong is the 39th son of the Great Chu Emperor, yet ranks among the top 3 in the shadows. The astonishing fact is that this shadow operative is entirely unaware of his royal lineage. No wonder he is so obedient. He was raised in such a manner. How unfortunate for him. The Cloud Martial Emperor narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He glanced at the Duke of Qin, who was now in a state of frenzy. With a cold gaze, he addressed the Duke of Qin. I grant you an opportunity for atonement. Inform me of how many individuals you have implicated in Great Yan. If you provide a clear account, I may spare your family. This includes your children who have already fled. The Duke of Qin suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Your Majesty, it is too late for such inquiries. He appeared to laugh, yet it was a laugh more akin to a cry. The Cloud Martial Emperor frowned in displeasure as the Duke of Qin spoke deliberately. When you captured this old minister, Chutsong managed to escape. He possesses a signal flare. Once deployed, anyone aware of it will immediately destroy all correspondence with Great Chu. Without evidence, Your Majesty, even if you wish to punish them, you will require justification. You may not even be able to locate all the individuals involved. The Cloud Martial Emperor was momentarily speechless, suddenly rising to his feet. He regarded the Duke of Qin as one would a lifeless corpse. Resolve him. Since he is of no further use, there is no need for superfluous words. Yet, in his final moments, the Duke of Qin was still unwilling to accept his fate. Perhaps the early demise of his youngest son had sown deep resentment within him towards Great Yan. Yet, each incident fundamentally revealed his selfish nature. Your Majesty, I can assist in locating individuals, provided you grant me a chance at life. The Duke of Qin eagerly implored. Witnessing his desperate demeanor, the Cloud Martial Emperor chuckled. Now you feel regret? Now you are anxious? Now you wish to plead for mercy? Alas, it is too late. The Cloud Martial Emperor squinted. He was inherently a cold and ruthless sovereign. When an emperor is enraged, the Duke of Qin's head was soon severed. The executioner was the matron Yun. Prior to her action, the Cloud Martial Emperor covered the eyes of Yunwu. Yunwu had never witnessed such a scene of murder. In modern times, even the bloodiest scenes on television are censored. However, Yunwu was preparing to acclimate to such occurrences. She struggled to free her small hands from the Cloud Martial Emperor's grasp. After a moment's hesitation, he contemplated preserving Yunwu's innocence, ensuring she would never witness such brutality. Yet he also had to consider her own desires. With a sigh, he released his hold. Yunwu's bright, dark eyes beheld the sight of a headless corpse being dragged away by soldiers, its garments stained with blood. The vivid red liquid, though shocking, did not elicit overwhelming disgust from her. Your Majesty, all has been dealt with. In less than half an hour, the efficiency surpassed that of the current Imperial Guard. The Cloud Martial Emperor tapped his fingers upon the table. What of the news regarding Chiao? Has it been found? My subordinates have failed, Wu Quan replied dejectedly, his head hung low. The entire operation had proceeded smoothly until they overlooked one individual who managed to evade their defenses.
Ah.
General Wu, Chiao is quite formidable. It is unsurprising that you could not apprehend him. Wu Quan perked up, feeling somewhat defiant. If I recall correctly, Chiao will become the second emperor of Great Chu. To be precise, he will be the second emperor of Great Chu after unifying the realm. Wu Quan gasped in astonishment. He had encountered a future emperor? The thought of being bested by such an individual stirred within him a sense of indignation. However, would the emperor be angered? After all, the downfall of Great Yan was hardly favorable news. Wu Quan cast a furtive glance at the Cloud Martial Emperor, who remained composed. Knowing his own inadequacies, he resolved to exert greater effort in dispatching more individuals to observe. He could only await the evening to signal. However, I believe he will refrain from deploying the signal. That would be far too conspicuous. I wager he will contact another informant within Great Yan. You shall go forth and spread the word of my arrival in Yunzhou, commanded the Cloud Martial Emperor. Your Majesty, that is unwise. The eunuch Linen, alarmed at the prospect of the emperor exposing himself to danger, turned pale. His already swollen forehead throbbed painfully. He beseeched Yunwu with a pleading gaze. Yunwu, having not yet succumbed to sleep, stifled a yawn at the emperor's words, jolted awake by the gravity of his statement. No wonder father passed away early. Such audacity, risking himself in perilous ventures. As the saying goes, one should know when to be timid. The timid survive to old age. The eunuch Linen nodded gravely. Bearing the burden of a head now swollen, accompanying an emperor who feared nothing, he felt his heart nearly give out. For a moment, he cast a resentful glance at the Cloud Martial Emperor. Wu Quan rubbed his nose. The Cloud Martial Emperor shot a glare at the two, prompting them to straighten up immediately, no longer daring to mock. Yet, with Yunwu, the Cloud Martial Emperor never wielded his imperial authority to intimidate. I suspect Chiao possesses considerable prowess. Should we allow him to escape, it may lead to dire consequences. Linen and Wu Quan exchanged knowing glances. They were aware that Chiao was destined to become the emperor of Great Chu, indicating he undoubtedly possessed capabilities. After all, how else could he rise above the competition of over 100 siblings of the current Chuang? He was indeed a formidable adversary. The timing was opportune. The Cloud Martial Emperor narrowed his eyes. He was still young and might act impulsively to assassinate me, the emperor. With the Dragon Guards and you, Wu Quan, in the vicinity of the imperial city of Great Yan, the Cloud Martial Emperor's voice boomed, interrogating Wu Quan, who was filled with shame and anger. Your Majesty, I shall complete the task without fail. Chapter 81. The wisdom of ancients. The Cloud Martial Emperor finally felt satisfied. Depart and make arrangements.
Yes.
Linen, extend an invitation to the governor of Yunzhou. The Cloud Martial Emperor had evidently prepared for this, responding optimally to the information provided by Yunwu. Yunwu, languidly nestled in his embrace, drifted back to sleep, offering no rebuttal. The emperor, having ruled for many years, undoubtedly possesses far greater experience than I do. I shall refrain from attempting to outsmart him. Instead, I will seek out additional gossip regarding Chiao to provide my father with some useful intelligence. After all, my father represents a significant pillar of support. Should he encounter any troubles, my leisurely existence would be severely disrupted. A slight smile graced the lips of Emperor Yunwu as he appreciated Yunwu's concern for him. The banquet was scheduled for the evening, and during the day, Yunwu indulged in a restful slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered that her father had carried her to the banquet. Everyone was seated on the ground, with a table before them laden with an array of delicacies. With a milk bottle in her mouth, she was cradled in the emperor's large hand, her curious eyes darting between the officials present. The governor of Yunzhou rose to bow respectfully, his face adorned with a mixture of trepidation and politeness. I humbly beg your forgiveness, your Majesty, for my tardiness in receiving you. His demeanor was one of utmost caution. The emperor looked down at him, remarking, If you had learned of my arrival before I informed you, I would have cause to doubt your loyalty. The governor, trembling, insisted I dare not. My loyalty to your majesty is unwavering. Indeed, I find the ancient people remarkably astute, Yunwu mused. Had it not been for my father, I would have certainly fallen victim to their schemes. Thoughts of scheming against the emperor sparked a fierce expression on Yunwu's face. Unless they wish to confront my wrath. This governor of Yunzhou, Zhang Tong'an, is it not? She pondered. He is quite renowned in history. I wonder if he bears the same name. This man was a notable power broker of the Great Chu dynasty, whose daughter had even married into the emperor's harem. However, it seemed she had been deposed from her position as empress, though the reasons for her downfall remain obscure. His daughter was indeed wed to Chu Tsang, an emperor and a power broker. How ironic, as they all rose to prominence on the ashes of the Great Yan's downfall. While he was indifferent to their status as submissive subjects, a connection to the Great Chu from the very beginning would be tantamount to treason. The emperor's heart swelled with anger, though his countenance remained composed. Hearing your words, Zhang Daren, eases my mind. Today, I have come to Yunzhou merely to enjoy a leisurely outing with the 18th princess and to appreciate the local culture. Zhang Tong'an bowed deeply, promising, I shall ensure your visit is met with the utmost hospitality. Hospitality is unnecessary, the emperor replied, lifting his cup to take a sip. Zhang Tong'an stood silently beside him. Until he heard, I have heard that you have a daughter skilled in music. Might I have the pleasure of witnessing her talent? Your majesty still finds time to admire a beauty? Yunwu thought, perplexed. But I am also curious about what the future Empress Jiang might look like. The emperor patted her back gently, a familiar signal indicating that she should remain at ease. With wide, curious eyes, Yunwu wondered what would unfold next. This was certainly more entertaining than life within the palace walls. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong'an's expression shifted. Your majesty, my daughter, he began, but was cut off as he hastily knelt. I dare not presume. Rest assured, I bear no interest in the youth, the emperor replied, his tone a blend of amusement and warning. Zhang Tong'an bowed his head, hastily responding, I shall fetch her at once. However, he hesitated, adding, Your majesty, my daughter's face bears a natural scar. It may be unseemly. That is of no concern, the emperor replied. In that case, you may proceed to bring forth your daughter. Strange, for history bears no mention of Empress Jiang possessing a birthmark, Yunwu thought, intrigued. Soon, a young woman entered, clad in a pink skirt, a veil obscuring her features. From a distance, a scar was faintly visible beneath the veil. As she approached, she averted her gaze from the emperor, bowing respectfully. This humble girl greets your majesty and the 18th princess. Long live the emperor. Yunwu found her voice melodious. Ah, so this is Empress Jiang, she mused. Her figure is indeed admirable, excluding the scar, her appearance is commendable. However, she thought, I must investigate further. The emperor cast a casual glance at the young woman, then commanded, stand upright. The young woman complied, taking her place at the prepared area to perform. As she settled by the guzheng, she began to play. The emperor's gaze seemed focused on her, yet his true attention lay upon Zhang Tong'an. This young lady appears to be deceiving the emperor, he thought darkly. Deception. The emperor's eyes darkened. This girl indeed bears the surname Jiang, but she is the daughter of Zhang Tong'an's brother. His own daughter is not present, though I have heard she is quite beautiful. Was this not the case? The Grand Eunuch Linen inquired curiously. The emperor, containing his fury, maintained an impassive expression. The truth is otherwise. The true Jiang girl, Zhang Ruai, has long been involved with Chu Tsang. How intriguing. It is evident that Zhang Tong'an has harbored ulterior motives. This is the governor of Yunzhou, the nearest to the capital. It is no wonder why the Great Yan fell so swiftly. As the young lady concluded her performance, the emperor turned to Zhang Tong'an, commenting, Your daughter has been raised well, Zhang Daren. Today I am in good spirits. I wonder if she is betrothed? Zhang Tong'an's expression subtly shifted. He lowered his head, concealing his countenance from the emperor's view. Your majesty, my daughter is already betrothed to her cousin. The Grand Eunuch's expression turned nuanced, and even Wu Quan regarded him with pity. In the next moment, the emperor's voice resonated ominously. Zhang Daren has not perused the capital's official gazette? Zhang Tong'an, earnest, replied, I have read it daily. Oh, if that is the case, then why are you unaware that the newspaper states such unions are prohibited? The emperor's cold laughter echoed, revealing his disdain for Zhang Tong'an's blatant falsehood. The fire of anger within him dissipated somewhat, for he believed that Zhang Tong'an's guilt had already been established. He need not waste further emotion on such a traitor. Zhang Tong'an's face paled, realizing he may have overlooked something. Very well, this engagement is hereby annulled. Today, I bestow a marriage to the young lady Zhang Ruai. Zhang Tong'an's lips quivered as he lay prostrate, silent. The atmosphere thickened with tension. The emperor faced Zhang Tong'an, who, in that moment, lowered his gaze and submitted. Yes, I shall comply. Wu Quan, acknowledging the command, approached Zhang Tong'an, smirking, Congratulations, Zhang Daren. Indeed, I understand, Zhang Tong'an replied, his voice betraying no emotion. Were it not for Wu Quan's insights about this man, he might have been deceived. As he turned toward the young lady Zhang, just as Wu Quan brushed past Zhang Tong'an, a sudden movement occurred. Zhang Tong'an leapt up, drawing a dagger from his sleeve, launching an attack toward Wu Quan. Protect his majesty. Wu Quan, with an instinctive awareness, reacted swiftly. You possess martial skills. Wu Quan's expression shifted dramatically. At this moment, Zhang Tong'an maintained his honest demeanor, while General Wu's skills took the official by surprise. Zhang Tong'an was indeed astonished. He had previously conducted an investigation and discovered that the leader of the Imperial Guard beside the Cloud Martial Emperor was not Wu Quan, whose abilities were rather mediocre and certainly not his match. However, facing Wu Quan's techniques now left him feeling perplexed and bewildered, struggling to defend himself adequately. Meanwhile, the Cloud Martial Emperor sat immovably in his chair, holding the dumbfounded Yunwu, who was staring at the unfolding scene. Is this assassination? Goodness. Did everyone in ancient times practice martial arts? Such a thought was implausible. The Cloud Martial Emperor even doubted when Zhang Tong'an had learned martial arts. He narrowed his eyes, discerning from this incident the capabilities of Chu Tsang, who had compelled Zhang Tong'an to act recklessly. Did he believe he could take his life this time? Before the Cloud Martial Emperor stood several members of the Imperial Guard. Just as everyone was on high alert, Zhang Tong'an was subdued, without any further resistance. Wu Quan immediately apprehended him. Your Majesty, Zhang Tong'an has been captured. What a pity. The Cloud Martial Emperor's expression darkened. He had no real concern for Zhang Tong'an, a mere official of Dian. He needed only a flimsy excuse to have him imprisoned. His true target was Chu Tsang. Indeed, the latter never made an appearance. No wonder he became a formidable ruler in later times. He possessed his own formidable skills. Bring him forth and silence him, commanded the Cloud Martial Emperor. Wu Quan complied without delay. Zhang Tong'an, his countenance ashen, clearly resigned to his fate, contemplated suicide after his failed assassination attempt. However, Wu Quan noticed his intent and promptly restrained him. Zhang Tong'an knelt, glaring at the Cloud Martial Emperor with a mixture of fury and despair. The Cloud Martial Emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I am curious. Why would you attempt to harm me? Let me guess. Is it because you are a subject of Great Chu, acting as a spy in Dian? This remark from father is indeed somewhat provocative. Although Zhang Tong'an is not a native of Great Chu, his rise to the position of governor was indeed due to Chu Tsang's influence. It turns out that Chu Tsang was Zhang Tong'an's adopted son. Furthermore, Chu Tsang and Zhang Ruai grew up as childhood friends, which explains his later ascendance to the role of empress. To be an empress? Zhang Tong'an's eyes brightened slightly. It seemed his gamble had not been in vain. Indeed, aligning with Great Chu provided the opportunity for advancement. Alas, in the end, Zhang Ruai was still deposed. Zhang Tong'an's expression stiffened, barely containing his emotions. His eyes widened, agitated, as if he wished to voice his thoughts. Wu Quan subtly obstructed Zhang Tong'an's view. From Yunwu's perspective, she could only catch a glimpse of his figure. Regarding Zhang Tong'an, his appointment as governor was also due to the financial support from Chu Tsang. Zhang Tong'an's gaze flickered. Initially, while serving as a county magistrate, he refrained from corruption and presented gifts to higher officials, which enabled him to ascend to the position of governor in merely a decade. The wealth that Chu Tsang amassed was not his own. In fact, it was earned by Zhang Ruai.
What?
Could it be that Chu Tsang was living off a woman? However, given Chu Tsang's martial prowess, it is understandable that he had little time to earn money. Understandable? The Cloud Martial Emperor scoffed. The wealth he utilized was certainly employed to intimidate the court officials, never considering extorting it from his concubines. No wonder he could ultimately dispose of an empress. The Cloud Martial Emperor took pride in asserting that he had performed this task better than Chu Tsang. Upon hearing this revelation, Zhang Tong'an felt as though struck by lightning. Had he known the money was earned by his own daughter, he would never have chosen to align with Great Chu for the sake of his future and finances. After all, colluding with foreign powers warranted the annihilation of one's entire family. Zhang Tong'an was filled with regret and resentment. His daughter had concealed this from him. He struggled to believe it, searching for evidence, yet the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. And he found himself harboring resentment toward Chu Tsang and his daughter. At that moment, Yunwu sensed danger. The system suddenly prompted her to activate the protective shield automatically. She resolutely declined.
No.
The system's protective shield cost 100 taels of silver per minute. Such an expense, even for a wealthy individual, was not worth the waste. Instead, Yunwu purchased a basic protective shield within the system space for 100 taels, which could guard against cold weapons for a total of 10 uses, each lasting a day. This was far more cost-effective. While Yunwu calmly selected her protective shield, Eunuch Linen shielded the Cloud Martial Emperor and Yunwu from a sudden onslaught of assassins. Eunuch Linen wielded a long sword, deftly evading incoming arrows. Yunwu activated her rain shield, which was transparent and colorless. Wu Quan, holding Zhang Tong'an, moved alongside the Cloud Martial Emperor and the group, stepping into the courtyard, where they observed the fierce battle taking place on the eaves.
Wow.
They truly possess the skill to fight on rooftops. Such legendary lightness of foot. I wonder if I could learn it. Yunwu watched in awe and envy. The Cloud Martial Emperor smiled wryly. 18. Hold onto your father's robe tightly. Do not let go. If you enjoy martial arts, I shall arrange for Wu Quan to teach you in the future. Chapter 83. Has he fled? Yunwu clapped her hands joyfully. Although the Cloud Martial Emperor made such a promise, he held Yunwu firmly in his embrace. Your Majesty, be cautious, Eunuch Linen warned solemnly. In the West Zhou, Many cloaked figures had already perished, their bodies tumbling down from the rooftops with a thunderous crash. Observing the scene strewn with corpses, Yunwu felt a profound sense of reality in her ancient surroundings. Eunuch Linen swiftly dispatched the attacking assassins with a few precise strikes, leaving only the Imperial Guard and a tall figure clad in black opposite the Cloud Martial Emperor, gripping a bloodied sword and glaring intensely at him. That man is Chiao. At last he had emerged. The Cloud Martial Emperor narrowed his eyes. So, you are Chiao? The black-clad figure paused, his voice hoarse. Today either you perish, or I do. The Cloud Martial Emperor chuckled. What right do you have to utter such words to me? Your men have all fallen. The Cloud Martial Emperor's Imperial Guards had also suffered injuries, but Wu Quan had already arranged for the wounded to be escorted away, executing the task with such efficiency that the assassins had no opportunity to strike back. This swift rescue operation disrupted the assassins' plans. Chiao remained fixated on the Cloud Martial Emperor, inquiring whether the renowned Emperor of Dian would have the opportunity to exchange martial arts techniques with him.
No.
The Cloud Martial Emperor would be foolish to engage him in a duel. Chiao, your prompt refusal lacks a certain boldness. The next moment, the Cloud Martial Emperor commanded, Wu Quan, you all may proceed. The Cloud Martial Emperor observed as Chiao was besieged. The future Emperor of Great Shu faces such dire straits. Future? He was merely an enemy plotting against Dian. The Cloud Martial Emperor narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He moved his fingers and soon, hidden dragon guards advanced. In the blink of an eye, the situation that had initially favored the assassins shifted in favor of Dian. Chiao found himself overwhelmed, sustaining multiple injuries. At that moment, a young woman suddenly rushed forth. Your Majesty, do not engage. The Cloud Martial Emperor regarded the girl before him with an inscrutable expression. Her beauty surpassed that of the veiled Miss Jiang from before. Zhang Tong'an emitted a soft whimper, his gaze fixated upon the woman. I am willing to be your consort, provided you spare Brother Chu and my father. The identity of the visitor was instantly revealed. It was none other than Zhang Ruoi. Is Zhang Ruoi truly like this? Yunwu's eyes widened in curiosity as she observed her. The Emperor of Yunwu smirked coldly, inclined to take decisive action. Zhang Ruoi appeared momentarily dazed. Your Majesty, you do not intend to intimidate a commoner merely because you have taken an interest in her, do you? Impudent. Grandfather Linen bellowed. What audacity to tarnish the Emperor's reputation. Zhang Tong'an attempted to assassinate the Emperor. Such a treasonous crime cannot be dismissed by your mere words. Zhang Ruoi knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, that is utterly impossible. I assure you he would not. The Emperor, losing patience, waved his hand dismissively. Wu Quan promptly stepped forward, silencing her. After all, we are all destined for death. Your Majesty, how shall we proceed? Grandfather Linen inquired softly, once Wu Quan had taken her away. I ponder whether he truly brought so few men with him. Grandfather Linen instinctively replied, Your Majesty, even if there are others, they cannot pose a threat to you, especially since Chiao is already imprisoned. But tell me, has he managed to relay any information? Yunwu's expression grew grave. Grandfather Linen hesitated. He could neither guarantee nor deny such a possibility. Should Chiao have disseminated information, it would complicate their efforts to identify any spies. After a brief contemplation, the Emperor regained his composure. All schemes and stratagems are futile in the face of absolute martial power. Let us proceed to interrogate Chiao. Without hesitation, the Emperor set forth, leaving Yunwu under the care of Granny Yun. After an hour spent in the dungeons, Wu Quan rushed in with alarming news. Your Majesty, Chiao and Zhang Ruoi have vanished. The Emperor turned, visibly displeased, and asked in a suppressed tone, What did you say? I had arranged for men to watch over the cell, but in the blink of an eye, those two soldiers turned and they were gone. As if they had vanished into thin air. Vanished into thin air. The Emperor murmured, pondering the implications. He ordered Wu Quan to deal with Zhang Tong'an first. Your Majesty, shall we not continue the interrogation? Wu Quan was taken aback. They had retained the three because they believed the current information was insufficient. More questioning might reveal the majority of the spies. If their numbers were few, they would not pose a significant threat. No need to keep them alive. Execute them, the Emperor stated sternly. Without further discussion, he turned abruptly, drawing his sword to personally handle Zhang Tong'an in the cell, along with others from the Jiang family, whom he chose not to dispose of immediately. That evening, Emperor Yi changed into a blood-stained garment after resting in the outer chamber. By dawn, there was still no sign of the two. This time, Yunwu ordered Wu Quan to prepare the rickshaw. Compared to the previous excitement, the atmosphere among them was noticeably somber. Yunwu had slept soundly, having checked the consumption of the rain cover she had purchased, discovering only a third had been used. This was a relief, allowing her to continue utilizing it. Thus, her spirits were quite high. Father, Grandfather Linen, Granny Yun, what troubles you? Are you unhappy? Yunwu conjured strawberries as if by magic, presenting them to the Emperor. Observing the quantity, the Emperor understood it was meant for sharing. Unfazed, he passed the strawberries to Grandfather Linen and the others. Thank you, 18th Princess, they all replied with smiles. Yunwu beamed joyfully, unable to consume strawberries, instead cradling her milk bottle and sipping slowly. Your Majesty, This roster contains names obtained from the interrogation of Chu Tsong's 3 companions. They are likely spies left by De Chu and De Yen. Regrettably, we allowed Chu Tsong and Jiang Ruai to escape. What? Chu Tsong and Empress Jiang have fled? Yunwu pouted, suddenly feeling her milk less appealing. How could they possibly escape? With Father S character, he would never let them go. If they have escaped, does that not endanger both my and Father S lives? Chapter 84. A collision of fate. Though I possess the system mall, the items therein are exorbitantly priced. I cannot rely solely on the system. What if the system were to vanish? I cannot depend on it for a lifetime. Initially, Yunwu had merely expressed her sentiments upon arriving in this historical era. However, with the trust placed in her by Emperor Yunwu and the realization of her father's dedication to life and country, she found herself unwilling to merely play a game that could end in demise. Perhaps she could truly aid her father in safeguarding De Yen, allowing its citizens to live in happiness. This realization imbued her with a surge of ambition, unrelated to the emperor. Granny Yin voiced a candid observation. The rapid disappearance of Chu Tsong and Jiang Ruai from the cell may suggest they possess abilities akin to the 18th princess. Might De Chu also have extraordinary figures? Granny Yin speculated.
Oh.
Vanishing from a cell? Could it be someone possesses spatial capabilities? Perhaps they hail from another world like I do? Yunwu expressed her intrigue, waving her small hands and gazing intently at Granny Yin. The 18th princess shared her curiosity, pondering the possibility. Granny Yin reminded them both, while the emperor regarded the 18th princess. Yunwu, with wide, inquisitive eyes, understood this matter required investigation. After some thought, she produced a sheet of paper. Generally speaking, if someone can enter a person's space and vanish locally, they would typically reappear in the same vicinity. Upon reading this, the emperor's expression shifted. Wu Quan, stop.
What?
Stop. The emperor commanded. Wu Quan, thoroughly enjoying the rickshaw ride, found it far more comfortable than riding a horse, feeling no jostling and expending minimal effort. Most importantly, he didn't have to prepare fodder. They could simply depart. Your Majesty, this rickshaw is truly remarkable. You should try it. Try it indeed. Grandfather Linen smacked him on the head. The emperor commands you to halt. Oh, I see. Stopping now, Wu Quan stammered, awkwardly applying the brakes. The emperor, disinterested in their banter, summoned a team leader. Yes, Your Majesty, what is it? Wu Quan was still puzzled. Grandfather Linen explained. The 18th princess suggests the 2 may still be in the cell. We simply failed to perceive them due to a visual anomaly.
How could that be?
Wu Quan scratched his head, perplexed. He distinctly recalled having searched the cell thoroughly, and if someone were that large, it would be impossible for them to remain unseen. Am I seeing ghosts? Seeing ghosts indeed. Why can't you consider that they may possess special abilities unlike the 18th princess? Grandfather Linen rolled his eyes. Wu Quan bristled at this.
How can that be?
The 18th princess is the most unique. It is impossible for just anyone to appear like her. That is sheer fantasy. Yunwu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh, am I that remarkable without my knowledge? Do not boast. It will only lead to your embarrassment later. Such advice held merit. The eunuchs of Linen chuckled. The 18th princess was the most formidable in our hearts. The Cloud Martial Emperor was in high spirits. Were it not for the conscience of his subordinates, he would not have permitted them to remain by his side. Enough boasting. Capturing Chu Tsong and his companions is of utmost importance. With a single command from the Cloud Martial Emperor, Wu Quan promptly asserted, recalling that a few soldiers among them were particularly adept at gathering intelligence. Let us assign these individuals to investigate, he decisively instructed. But, Your Majesty, this process will take considerable time, Wu Quan remarked, gesturing with his fingers. Indeed, Father should provide them with public funds and handsome salaries. After all, they risk their lives for their earnings. Rest assured, Father, once you leverage the heir of Gongshaben to establish a jewelry shop, the wealth will flow in. The Cloud Martial Emperor mused, scratching his nose. Was he truly so stingy in the eyes of the 18th princess? Not only could he profit from the jewelry shop, but he could also seize the assets of families like the Zhangs. The riches acquired from such confiscations had already been discreetly dispatched. Linen, bring him the silver notes. The Cloud Martial Emperor instructed, his expression darkening. The eunuch Linen promptly handed Wu Quan 200 taels of silver notes in the presence of the Cloud Martial Emperor.
Ah.
Thank you, Your Majesty, Wu Quan exclaimed, leaping from the 3-wheeled cart to select personnel for tracking. Following the Emperor's directives, Linen took control of the cart, which soon left a cloud of dust in its wake. Wu Quan sighed, acknowledging that he had embarrassed the Emperor before the 18th princess and could only accept this punishment. As they journeyed partway, the convoy halted. Yunyan stifled a yawn, and Wu Quan's expression grew somber. Your Majesty, several soldiers are severely injured. Their wounds are swollen and red, and they are in a state of high fever.
It does not bode well.
Upon hearing this, the Cloud Martial Emperor fell silent, recalling his past as a general and understanding the pain of losing soldiers. The bonds among these warriors were profound, explaining Wu Quan's plea for assistance. Your Majesty. But the 3-wheeled cart is the imperial conveyance, Wu Quan protested. What does it matter? It is merely a gift from the 18th to me. Moreover, she supports its use. Yunyan nodded in agreement. Many soldiers on the battlefield had succumbed to infections from minor wounds, which, if improperly treated, could become fatal regardless of the remedies applied. Even the finest ointments could only delay the inevitable. Inflammation? If I am not mistaken, in ancient times, wound infections were akin to terminal illnesses. This solution was only discovered in modern times, derived from the cultivation of penicillin, he noted, and it is remarkably effective against infections. However, penicillin can provoke allergic reactions and is suitable for most patients. Wu Quan's eyes gleamed with insight, nearly prompting him to inquire of the 18th princess. But he managed to maintain his composure at the last moment. Your Majesty, the Cloud Martial Emperor's gaze deepened. Let us first set up camp here.
Yes.
Wu Quan replied eagerly, casting a grateful glance at Yunwu before departing. After Wu Quan left, the Cloud Martial Emperor hesitated, contemplating how to broach the subject with the 18th princess. Father, look here. It mentions the extraction of penicillin, but it requires special vessels. We will need to find artisans to craft them. Glass is somewhat akin to glaze. It can also be extracted from garlic, which possesses antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, though it differs somewhat from what we cultivate ourselves. I have some ready-made penicillin that can be injected into the soldiers, Yunwu added, producing several items from her possession. The Cloud Martial Emperor was deeply moved. Yunwu playfully slapped him on the chest. Father, do not linger in sentiment. Hasten to save the soldiers. Lives are at stake. No wonder there are fewer of you here. You seem to regard lives as mere trifles. The Cloud Martial Emperor, touched yet bemused, realized that sacrificing soldiers he had invested so much in was indeed wasteful. Clearing his throat, the Cloud Martial Emperor commanded, Linen, go administer the medicine to the soldiers. Yes. Linen responded promptly, curious about the medicine's effects. Under Yunwu's guidance, he quickly learned how to use the syringe, puffing out his chest as he approached the wounded soldiers lying on stretchers. Wu Quan had been waiting nearby and rushed over upon seeing Linen. Eunuch, how did it go? I have the medicine, Linen replied proudly. Wu Quan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the unfamiliar items, suppressing his curiosity as he pulled Linen closer. Hurry. Linen stumbled forward, finding himself face to face with a feeble soldier. The soldier smiled at him. Eunuch, are you alright? Take care of yourself first. Observing the youthfulness of the soldier softened Linen's heart. To be candid, he had not anticipated the 18th princess's deep regard for life, as such a notion was considered na-ve within the palace. Yet, given the 18th princess's capabilities, it was understandable. He too could not bear to witness these young soldiers perish. Linen's voice turned serious. This medicine is provided by the Emperor and the 18th princess. Do you understand? It is from the Emperor and the little princess? The soldier chuckled lightly. How wonderful. It seems I shall live again. Why, you are awfully confident, Linen replied. Indeed. Had General Wu not arrived, I would have been on the verge of starving to death. The soldier continued. General Wu told us it was the Emperor and the 18th princess who saved us, yet we are to serve the common people. But were we not saved by the Emperor and the 18th princess? The soldier appeared confused, and it was only at this moment that he dared to voice his doubts. Linen, testing for allergic reactions, replied, You are one of the common people. In the future, if you have family, they too will be under the protection of the Emperor and the 18th princess. By safeguarding the Emperor and the 18th princess, you are protecting the common people and your own family. You are all magnificent. Linen concluded his statement with Yunwu's words, feeling somewhat awkward in his tone. The soldier did not notice, only hearing the term magnificent. Magnificent? They were merely ordinary soldiers, yet somehow they were associated with greatness? All right, I have administered the medicine. Rest now. Linen promptly moved on to the next soldier. Before long, 7 or 8 soldiers had been injected with penicillin, and fortunately, none experienced allergic reactions. After an hour had passed, they observed that the soldiers' conditions began to improve. The army doctor approached to take their pulses, astonished. General Wu, these soldiers' infections are indeed not as severe as we feared. Where did the medicine come from? He inquired. It is quite miraculous. This illness was deemed terminal. Who said that? It was merely that the Emperor and the 18th princess had not yet found a capable physician, Wu Quan replied, cautioning them to keep this knowledge to themselves. He then turned and hastened to report the situation to the Cloud Martial Emperor. Your Majesty, the soldiers are truly recovering. We should ensure they carry garlic with them in the future. With a clap of his hands, the Cloud Martial Emperor affirmed. Indeed, garlic can also serve as a remedy. Unperturbed by Wu Quan's foolishness, he acknowledged that since the soldiers' conditions had stabilized, the convoy should continue its journey. Let us preserve them well. The Emperor of Cloud Martial was relentless in his reminders. The Grand Eunuch of Linen nodded in acknowledgement. After they departed, he personally instructed one of his disciples. Ensure this small cart is cleaned thoroughly and have the most discreet maidservant come assist. Understood, Master, replied Xiao Songzi, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, Master. I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. Xiao Songzi sought out a maidservant with whom he was friendly, and together they tidied the 3-wheeled cart. The maidservant, curious, asked, Xiao Songzi, what is this? It resembles a cart frame. Indeed, it is a cart frame, Xiao Songzi replied mysteriously. This is a treasure of the Emperor. Therefore, Xiao Yun, do be meticulous and ensure the task is completed well. Do not let any word of it slip. Understood, I shall remain silent, Xiao Yun replied obediently. Ultimately, the three-wheeled cart was polished to a gleaming sheen, the labels clearly visible. If Yunwu were to see it, he might even question whether it was his own cart. So pristine was its condition. The two palace servants completed their task and left the room. Before departing, Xiao Songzi locked the door. Your Highness, Xiao Yun has arrived. Inside the palace, pure concubine appeared somewhat less spirited than before. The days of her confinement had not been easy. Furthermore, she had heard that both the Grand Prince and the Sixth Prince had gained the Emperor's favor, with the Emperor even granting military authority to the Grand Prince. Upon receiving this news, pure concubine grew anxious. Has she arrived? Speak quickly. Has anything peculiar occurred with the Emperor? Xiao Yun stood humbly at the foot of her presence. It was merely a cart. What is there to discuss? Pure concubine expressed her disappointment. Xiao Yun hesitated before adding, the maidservant has never seen such a cart. It is quite extraordinary. In what way is it extraordinary? Pure concubine's interest piqued. The cart has a wheel at the front, and the wheel is not wooden. It appears to be fashioned from some kind of leather. Most importantly, Xiao Songzi cautioned, it is of great significance, and should not be mishandled. Chapter 86. Engaging in deeds? Locked away. Pure concubine felt a surge of interest. If you speak of it this way, I find myself intrigued. You must go and steal that cart. Xiao Yun was taken aback, kneeling on the ground. Your Highness, the iron cart is quite large. I cannot possibly remove it. Observing Xiao Yun's pleading demeanor, pure concubine rolled her eyes in frustration. Enough of that. Cease your kowtowing. I know you are ineffectual, but I didn't realize you were this inept. Keep your watch. And inform me of any news regarding the 18. Yes, Your Highness, Xiao Yun replied as she withdrew. Pure concubine instructed a nearby maidservant, keep an eye on the Emperor. If by 3 days hence there is still no word about that cart, let the people of Jingpin spread the news quietly within the palace.
Yes.
The cart was meticulously cleaned by Lin Concubine. Indeed, today the 18 appears quite fair and lovely. Yunwu felt a bit shy. Mother, you still look beautiful today. The two women exchanged compliments. Lin Concubine dressed her in a new outfit, ensuring it was a short skirt to prevent any accidents. Has the 18 been enjoying herself lately? If anyone approaches you during court, do not be frightened. First, let Yunjiao hold you and take you to your father. Lin Concubine reiterated her instructions. Your uncle has sent word that he will arrive in the capital in a few days. Would you like to meet him, uncle? The one whose family was implicated due to mother-s affairs? I have never met him, so I do not know if he is a good man. I have encountered too many actors of late. It has truly opened my eyes. Lin Concubine chuckled. However, it is beneficial for the 18 to see such individuals early on, so she can avoid being deceived in the future. That night, Yunwu fell into a comfortable sleep, her little feet resting upon the cushion, her long eyelashes thick and lush. Lin Concubine sat nearby, pulling the quilt over her. She did not sleep beside her, primarily because the Emperor of Cloud Marshal had no matters to attend to that night. He would certainly come if the 18 was present. Sure enough, that evening Lin Concubine awaited the Emperor's arrival. The Emperor beheld her with a pleasant demeanor, saying, Tomorrow, I shall take you for a ride. A ride? Lin Concubine did not comprehend. The Emperor, preoccupied with his many duties, did not elaborate. Finding himself exhausted and quickly succumbing to slumber, leaving Lin Concubine alone amidst a whirlwind of speculation, curiosity, and concern. Before departing, the Emperor remarked to Lin Concubine, who was adjusting his attire, You need not worry. Lin Concubine opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from asking. She had earned the Emperor's favor through the 18th's filial piety, thus receiving his incidental care. She maintained her composure, ensuring that the Emperor would not harbor disdain for her, thereby safeguarding the 18 from any entanglements. Within the diligent governance hall, the Emperor reviewed the topics presented by Minister Chiao and others. He remained contemplative, realizing that everyone was earnest in their pursuit, unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. The primary theme of Xiao Guiqing's piece was how to verify the authenticity of news and whether the powerful might dismiss it, or if personal gains might alter its truthfulness. Such inquiries warranted attention. However, it seemed that anyone would conceal their true thoughts. Jiang Ju's examples were particularly enlightening, prompting the assembly to draft proposals. Those with ulterior motives would demonstrate mediocrity in their writings, and such individuals would inevitably be dismissed. As for Chao Guisher, his submissions were even more intriguing. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was subtly indicating what actions the government offices ought to take. It was easy for cunning individuals to become corrupt, which explained why Chao Guisher's associates could influence the atmosphere within the court. For instance, engaging leaders often involved banquets. New officials, burdened by substantial debts, could be coerced into corruption when pressured. Alternatively, they might deliberately alienate others within the offices, creating factions that would hinder the advancement of newcomers, leading to a gradual alignment of these officials with Chao Guisher. The Emperor observed the topics submitted with a smile. However, the 18th examination papers indeed contained relevant content, not to benefit Chao Guisher's people, but rather to strategically eliminate them. My esteemed ministers, your topics are commendable. The Emperor affirmed with a nod. To ensure the integrity of the examination, I request that you remain within the palace until its conclusion. Xiao Guiqing responded. That is as it should be. Chao Guisher had no grounds to refute. As the three were about to leave, Jiang stayed behind, with curiosity in his eyes. Jiang Ju remained, while Chao Guisher, observing Xiao Guiqing's decisive departure, followed suit. Once outside the Great Hall, Chao Guisher approached Xiao Guiqing. Sir Xiao, are you not curious why the Emperor retained Jiang Darren today? Chao Guisher inquired, elongating his tone. Xiao Guiqing cast a cold glance at him. Am I on familiar terms with you? Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed, not uttering a word in Chao Guisher's presence. With Jiang Ju absent, Chao Guisher felt emboldened to voice his thoughts. His suspicions deepened. Could it be that Xiao Guiqing genuinely knew that his second son had harmed his own? Was it not just the Emperor who was aware? Yet, even if he knew, what of it? Without evidence, he could not confront him. Otherwise, he would have settled the score long ago. Thus, Chao Guisher dismissed his concern regarding Xiao Guiqing's demeanor. Jiang Ju remained, initially believing the Emperor had matters to discuss. However, it turned out that he was simply asked to reorganize the examination papers. Is this how the Emperor regards me? As mere labor? He pondered. Even a mule deserves a rest, does it not? I have been toiling for 3 days. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Linen will assist you. Besides, everything is prepared. You merely need to copy it over. Jiang Ju cast a curious glance at the ailing Grand Eunuch Linen, his eyes glinting with intrigue. However, in the days that followed, the Emperor was to grant him a respite. The Emperor of Yunwu hastily departed. Jiang Ju reached out and grasped Linen by the neck. What business do you have with the Emperor? You've even knocked your head. The Grand Eunuch, alarmed, replied, nothing at all. Yet he maintained his composure. Half an hour later, Jiang Ju witnessed the Emperor of Yunwu riding a tricycle with concubine Lin in the imperial palace, arriving right before the hall. The Grand Eunuch Linen's loyalty shattered into 108 pieces. Initially, Jiang Ju was captivated by the several sets of examination papers presented by the Emperor and found them rather simplistic. Ironically, their simplicity allowed for the extraction of valuable information from the answers. Chapter 87. Elder Uncle, Halt. Jiang Ju was engrossed in his observations, only to be drawn out by the commotion caused by the palace attendants. He rushed to the entrance of the grand hall, his eyes widening in astonishment. What was happening? Was the Emperor riding a bicycle? The Grand Eunuch Linen remained utterly unfazed. Jiang Ju found himself questioning reality. Wasn't a carriage supposed to be drawn by horses? Riding a bicycle? What sort of bicycle? A tricycle, Linen replied with utmost seriousness. What is a tricycle? Jiang Ju, sensing that Linen was jesting, playfully slapped his head. Indeed, familiarity breeds contempt. Jiang Ju, no less, had grown so comfortable that he could act so casually. Upon learning the reason behind the matter, his eyes sparkled with excitement. And he immediately pulled Grand Eunuch Linen towards the Emperor of Yunwu. Come, let us see. Unexpectedly, another individual appeared, the Western Prince. He emerged when the Emperor of Yunwu halted the tricycle in the imperial garden. I have come to greet your majesty. The Emperor, upon seeing him, felt rather pleased. What brings you here? I heard that father has acquired something extraordinary, so I came to take a look. The Emperor raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to be the first. It is not as extraordinary as you think. It has long existed across the seas. Would you like to learn? Feel free to write it. The Emperor was exceedingly generous. Your 18th sister claims you are clever. Let us see if you can devise something similar. This request astonished concubine Lin, who had just disembarked from the tricycle. She tidied her hair and reached for the cloud mist from Nurse Yun. Indeed, the Western Prince is quite intelligent. It would be a waste to have him study literature. If one wishes to reform, one must delve into the sciences. Let those who excel in the arts handle the humanities, allowing everyone to thrive. Yun Shun gazed softly at the cloud mist, knowing that his elder brother and sixth brother could pursue their passions, all thanks to their 18th sister. Without her, their father would likely not have acknowledged their interests, nor would he have believed they held no treacherous intentions. Thank you, 18th sister. Yun Shun smiled at the cloud mist. No need for thanks, Western Prince, she replied. Concubine Lin felt a twinge of worry, surprised that the cloud mist was so kind to all her brothers. She could only hope that these princes would remember the goodness of their imperial sister. At that moment, Grand Eunuch Linen and Jiang Ju arrived. The Emperor of Yunwu immediately waved. Linen, come over here and teach the Western Prince how to ride. Certainly, your majesty. Linen was eager, even displaying a friendly demeanor towards the Western Prince. Before he could comprehend, the Western Prince was whisked away by Linen on the tricycle, with Jiang Ju trailing behind. Linen seems fearful of Jiang Sifu. I wonder what Lord Jiang has done. What if the Western Prince truly manages to innovate the tricycle? If that happens, I shall be the first to reserve one for mother. The Emperor of Yunwu was displeased. Father should have one too. Yet, the Emperor's mood lightened. That very night, the Western Prince was summoned by the Emperor of Yunwu and assigned to study the sciences, with materials provided by the cloud mist. The following morning, as the cloud mist awoke, she found concubine Lin perusing a booklet. 18th sister, you are awake? The cloud mist rubbed her eyes. Mother, she called out in a soft voice. Concubine Lin approached and lifted her up. Nurse Yun brought warm water to wash her face. 18th, your Western brother has sent numerous gifts. Come and see if there is anything you fancy. Concubine Lin carried the cloud mist over to a carved yellow pear wood table. laden with jewelry, some charming, some exquisite, and even some pink pearls. Wow, your Western brother is so generous. This is far too much. The cloud mist exclaimed joyfully. You could exchange this for a great deal of gold and silver. Concubine Lin chuckled, playfully poking her nose. My dear, one simply wishes to enjoy the pleasure of discarding a piece of jewelry for each one they acquire. Had it been anyone else, Concubine Lin would have chastised them for their extravagance. However, for the cloud mist, she felt such a life was well suited for her daughter. Very well, keep them. Mother knows you can handle it. Just keep them outside. I worry they may get lost. Upon hearing this, the cloud mist glanced at the Western Zhou. Noting there were no outsiders, only Concubine Lin and Nurse Yun. She promptly began to collect the jewelry without hesitation. Concubine Lin observed her swift actions with astonishment, but, as usual, refrained from questioning further. After a light breakfast, Rui hurried in, her voice brimming with joy. Your Highness, the eldest son has come to visit from outside the palace. The cloud mist peered outside curiously. Elder uncle? Concubine Lin quickly instructed Rui, take your brother to the guest quarters, let the other attendants serve tea, and then withdraw. I shall bring the 18th over shortly. Understood. Rui conveyed the message to Lu Dong. Lu Dong, clad in a deep blue brocade robe, exuded an elegant demeanor. Truly a fine young man. Eldest son, the princess will be here shortly. Please have some tea in the meantime. Rui noticed a hint of embarrassment on Lu Dong's face. Lu Dong leaned in, lowering his voice. Rui, has my niece and little grandniece been well treated in the palace? Rest assured, eldest son. Ever since the 18th princess became a fortuitous star, the emperor has lavished his favor upon her. Even the princess has become the most well-treated in the palace, Rui said, her smile radiant with pride. Lu Dong's expression bore skepticism. Really? More valuable than gold, Rui replied with a shy smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Had the cloud mist been present, she would have sensed the brewing intrigue. Lu Dong, however, remained oblivious to any peculiarity. Then I can rest easy. Come with me. Eldest son, Rui said, wishing time would slow down, though she knew this was but a wish. After escorting Lu Dong to the guest quarters, Rui followed Concubine Lin's instructions to deliver tea and pastries before retreating with the other attendants. Lu Dong looked around the room with curiosity when, at that moment, Concubine Lin entered, cradling the cloud mist in one arm and a plate of strawberries in the other. Brother, in the Great Yan, imperial consorts could meet with relatives, provided they had the emperor's permission, without the need for a screen. Such opportunities were rare and typically required special authorization from the emperor. Sister, Lu Dong exclaimed joyfully, rising to greet her. But the cloud mist's words brought him to a halt in confusion. Elder uncle? Halt, do not approach. Not only Lu Dong was perplexed, even Concubine Lin wore a puzzled expression. Sister, is this truly my little grandniece? Lu Dong thought he must have misheard, and did not dwell on it. He smiled as he approached, toy in hand, cheerfully saying, Today, I have brought a few gifts, along with those from father and mother, but they must first be inspected. Once the imperial guards have checked, they will be delivered. Elder uncle, if you come any closer, the poison on you will transfer to both me and mother. Chapter 88. A loss of 200,000 taels. Instinctively, she took a step back, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Dong. Lu Dong ran his fingers through his hair, his expression a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. His sister, Lin Fei, signaled him with her eyes. Although Lu Dong remained bewildered, he refrained from voicing his doubts in front of the child. Uncle is so silly, looking so dazed. How can he manage a business when he is so inconsistent? Wait a moment. Lu Dong could now confirm from the way she addressed him and her tone that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. However, little niece. The term inconsistent carries a negative connotation. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle as she took a seat opposite Lu Dong, cradling Yunwu. Uncle, have you offended someone? It's one thing to have toxic dust on your clothes, but why are you poisoned as well? What? Poisoned? Lu Dong scoffed, ready to refute her. But then he met Lin Fei's worried gaze. Could it be that his sister actually believed the words of the little niece? This was even stranger than hearing the child's thoughts. Brother, did you rush back from home upon receiving news? Lin Fei asked, hoping to steer the conversation towards her brother's situation. Knowing Yunwu's curious disposition, she was certain the child would inquire further. Lin Fei truly understood her daughter well. Uncle, didn't he come from home? He came from Rongzhou. Rongzhou? Isn't that a region quite close to Dongbei's Great Chu? The climate there is harsh, and the land is sparsely populated. Only in the cities is there a considerable populace suitable for business. What could her brother possibly be doing there? If her memory served her right, the family had no business dealings in Rongzhou. Lu Dong, the little niece, actually knows of your whereabouts? He had initially intended to ask Lin Fei whether she had informed the child, but the inquisitive look on Lin Fei's face made it clear that she was unaware of what the child knew. No, I came from Rongzhou. There were some minor issues with the business back home. I heard the wool products in Rongzhou are quite good. There are many wealthy merchants in Hezhou, and quality blankets are in high demand. What issues did the family business face? Lin Fei inquired, catching on to the crucial point and becoming anxious. Lu Dong instinctively smiled. It's nothing, just a small problem that has already been resolved. Uncle's heart is truly broad. Such issues would be significant for others. It's just that his fiancée, Yi, has taken a liking to another man.
What?
Lin Fei was furious upon hearing this. If her memory served her correctly, her brother's fiancée, Yi, was the daughter of the Hezhou magistrate, a young lady 2 years her junior. After missing the selection, she was betrothed to her brother once she entered the palace. They had maintained a connection in their childhood. Her brother, being 2 years older than herself, and 3 years older than Wang Qian, had yet to marry even after all these years. Was it possible that the fault lay not with her brother? She had often admonished her brother not to hold back the girl. Wang Qian does not like uncle. The one who truly likes him is actually Wang Qian's sister, Wang Yu. Wang's family seeks to ascend socially. Thus, Mr. Wang contacted the magistrate, hoping to marry his eldest daughter to the elderly magistrate as a concubine. When Wang Yu learned of this, Yunwu was astonished at the unfolding drama. Lin Fei felt her heart race. What had Wang Yu done? She had a nagging sense that it was somehow connected to her. Lu Dong was equally bewildered. He had no knowledge of these matters. Though Wang Qian had indeed expressed her disinterest in him, he glanced at his sister, only to find Lin Fei wearing an expectant expression. Lu Dong thought, all right, my sister has also eavesdropped on the little niece's thoughts. Is this really appropriate? Unable to resist, he looked at Yunwu, whose cherubic face melted his heart. It turns out that the lady-in-waiting beside the empress is actually Wang Yu. What? The two were taken aback, exchanging glances. Lin Fei remembered that Ru Yi had approached her before she entered the palace. At the time, she had perceived Ru Yi as a young woman who, despite her youth, was capable and wise. Given that she had sent away her maid who had grown up alongside her to marry, she indeed needed a capable maid to replace her. After learning that Ru Yi had been raised by an old matron in the city and was well-versed in palace etiquette, Lin Fei had felt somewhat tempted. Ultimately, her decision was influenced by the fact that Ru Yi had once saved her from harm, sustaining an injury in the process, and had a bond with her through a contract. After entering the palace, they had supported each other to reach their current positions. Wang Yu is an illegitimate daughter of the Wang family who faked her own death to escape marriage. It turns out she has been beside the empress all these years. As for Wang Qian, she has never liked uncle. It was merely because he was the best option available to her at the time. Later, she encountered the son of the magistrate at a temple while making offerings. They developed a relationship, and following that, Wang Qian wished to break off the engagement. The method of breaking off the engagement was simple. First, she slandered Uncle's business dealings, insisting on marrying him only after he became a successful scholar. She conspired with the magistrate's son to sabotage Uncle's business. Uncle was cheated out of about 100,000 taels. The shop's funds became insufficient. At this time, Wang Qian came to borrow money from Uncle, with the condition being that he must initiate the break-off. Uncle brought up the matter with the family, nearly facing severe repercussions from his maternal grandfather. Severely injured, and after compensating 100,000 taels, an agreement was reached between the magistrate and his maternal grandfather. Not long after, news spread that Wang Qian had become engaged to the magistrate's son. Shortly thereafter, Uncle sought out his maternal grandmother, taking with him the last of the family as silver, and left for Rongzhou. Alas, this series of events resulted in a loss of 200,000 taels. Uncle's plight is truly tragic. As the saying goes, one can deceive my feelings but not my silver. Lin Fei felt a pang of displeasure. Regardless of circumstances, her brother was still a talented young man who had never wronged Wang Qian. How could a woman, once engaged, wish to marry another and ensnare her fiancé's family? This was not merely selfishness. It was sheer greed. Brother, speak honestly, Lin Fei said, her expression darkening as she pressed Lu Dong for the truth. She no longer cared about Ru Yi. To speak irresponsibly, if she had never criticized Ru Yi, it indicated that Ru Yi had done nothing to betray her. Now, her mind was consumed with dissatisfaction towards Wang Qian. Lu Dong fell silent, as he was utterly unaware that matters had unfolded in such a manner. In reality, upon discovering Wang Qian's engagement to the magistrate's son, he had harbored no suspicions. However, when he organized a merchant convoy and realized that he had to sell properties to gather funds, and then saw Wang Qian and the magistrate's son, Sun Wensheng, together, he sensed something was amiss. After some inquiries, he found that the property had indeed become Sun Wensheng's. Chapter 89. A bit sour, he felt a sense of foreboding and chose not to pursue the matter further. As the disparity between his family and the Sun family was too great, delving deeper would not yield favorable outcomes. He decided to venture to Rongzhou, spending a full 6 months there. Upon receiving a letter from his parents, informing him that his sister wished to meet him in the capital, and that he had a little niece, Lu Dong promptly brought goods to the capital, hoping to make a profit. Little did he know that upon arriving, he would hear that his little niece had become a fortunate star, favored by the emperor. He worried that the emperor might seek to exploit his little niece for some ulterior motive. Now, it seemed that his little niece was fine, while he had been thoroughly deceived by others, nearly dragging his family into trouble. Lu Dong, disheartened, lowered his head. Sister, here as how things are. He briefly recounted the events, which aligned closely with what Yunwu had said. How could a woman be like this? Truly, one must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of misfortune to encounter her. No, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Lin Fei spoke with conviction. Her collaboration with the emperor and financial contributions had evidently improved his demeanor towards her. Given her current standing within the palace, the governor's family dared not confront her. Dear sister, please do not be upset. Your elder brother has his own grievances to consider, Lu Dong said, anxious not to implicate his sister further. As for Wang Qian, he felt it unseemly to quarrel with a woman, thus he resolved to settle accounts with Sun Wensheng instead. Yet, Lu Dong hesitated. Wang Qian had recently sent him a letter, apologizing and seemingly wishing to reconcile. He felt a tinge of embarrassment speaking of it. Brother, you wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? Lin Fei inquired, her heart racing with concern. Lu Dong's cheeks flushed, whether from anger or urgency. He could not tell.
Sister, how could that be?
I have always regarded her as a sister, devoid of romantic inclinations. I simply hadn't decided on how to handle the situation. Besides, her letter lacked sincerity. May I see the letter? Lin Fei asked. Lu Dong hastily retrieved it from his clothing. As Lin Fei reached out to take it, he warned, Mother, do not touch it. Just then, the envelope slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The poison powder on Uncle's person originated from this envelope. This letter is indeed from Wang Qian, but the poison was sprinkled by Sun Wensheng. If you believe Wang Qian was unaware, you are gravely mistaken. Lu Dong's expression darkened. He had already suspected both Wang Qian and Sun Wensheng of malevolence, but he had not anticipated their cruelty to the extent of threatening his life. I am determined to uncover their motives, Yunwu thought defiantly. Lu Dong, too, was intrigued. He never perceived himself as indebted to them. Ultimately, he was the victim. Lin Fei, however, was resolute, convinced that regardless of the reasons, she would take action against both individuals. So it is because I am favored in the palace that there are those who wish to undermine Mother's growing influence. They target her relatives in an attempt to diminish her power. Sun Wensheng and Wang Qian are merely pawns in someone else's game. Who could be so fearful? I shall ascertain who pulls the strings. Yunwu's frustration surged, prompting her to conduct a swift inquiry into the matter.
Yezahua?
He is the royal merchant of Daiyan. How amusing. He is the same man who once presented unripe loquats to father. She had always suspected him of lacking respect for the emperor, and now it seemed he was merely a charlatan. Yi Zhaohua's rise is shrouded in mystery, and he carries the weight of numerous lives lost. If he wishes to maintain favor with the emperor, he cannot allow uncle to rise. Ha! Does he think I would stand idly by while my uncle is wronged? Yunwu grasped Lin Fei's sleeve, expressing her distress. Lin Fei, moved by her sister's concern, rose to her feet. Brother, please remain seated. I shall take care of 18 and feed her. Lin Fei exited the room with Yunwu in her arms. Lu Dong, left alone, felt a tumult of emotions. He paced restlessly, wishing to shed his garments in frustration, but being in the palace, he dared not act impulsively. The implications of the poison and the betrayal weighed heavily on him. After reading the note, Lin Fei stroked Yunwu's head. Mother will handle this, rest assured. Lin Fei felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter, burdened with adult concerns at such a tender age. I trust Mother, Yunwu yawned. Please ensure Uncle is treated. Dr. Lin will surely remedy his condition. Lin Fei called for a maidservant to summon Dr. Lin. In the Imperial Medical Office, Dr. Lin, now the most esteemed physician, was held in high regard by his peers. Upon learning of Lin Fei's request, he promptly locked away his research on the Western medicine Yunwu had provided and departed. His chambers were secluded, with guards patrolling regularly, which piqued the curiosity of other physicians who speculated about his activities. Dr. Lin, where are you off to? A colleague inquired with a broad smile. The Empress Dowager is unwell. I am to check her pulse, Dr. Lin replied, fully aware of their ulterior motives. He was not concerned about anyone invading his privacy. Should anyone dare, the emperor would swiftly deal with them. His chambers served merely as bait, a clever trap. Dr. Lin relished his newfound favor. Oh, are you so unreserved? His colleague's envy was palpable. After exchanging pleasantries, he made his way to the inner palace. I am honored to meet you, Your Highness. Lin Fei raised her hand. Dr. Lin, please do not stand on ceremony. I require your assistance in examining my brother's condition. Your Highness's brother? Why, that is 18's uncle. Dr. Lin readily agreed. Naturally, he would care for the kin of the beloved 18 princess. Dr. Lin approached Lu Dong and began to take his pulse. As he did, he detected something amiss. Young Master Lu, have you been feeling fatigued, nauseous, and coughing? Your health seems diminished. Yes, indeed, Lu Dong nodded. Dr. Lin stated. These are symptoms of discomfort due to environmental factors, but the root cause lies in the uncleanliness of your clothing. It has been contaminated with a powder derived from the white leaf plant, easily ingested when blown about by the wind. If ingested, your condition will gradually worsen until you find yourself bedridden and beyond help. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Lin Fei responded angrily. Dr. Lin sensed a deeper story behind her words, but was interrupted as Lin Fei requested, please take a look at this letter. Reluctantly, he accepted the letter and examined the powder akin to paper scraps on his fingers. Is this not the powder from the white leaf plant? Typically, it appears as a yellow powder. This must have been tampered with, likely mixed with wall powder. In an instant, he discerned the trickery involved. noting that some cosmetics contain wall powder as well. Your Highness, it would be wise to avoid such cosmetics. Lin Fei nodded. Thank you for your warning. Is there a remedy to cure my brother? However, young Master Lu must refrain from further contact with the white leaf powder. There have been grave incidents in the past due to accidental ingestion. Dr. Lin pointed at Lu Dong as attire. Please remember to wash your garments thoroughly after leaving the palace. If possible, it would be prudent to procure new clothing altogether. Lu Dong expressed his gratitude. Do not mention it. It is my duty. Dr. Lin prepared a prescription. Your Highness, may I also check on Princess 18's well-being? Thank you, Dr. Lin. Lin Fei did not decline, knowing 18 had a good rapport with him. She instructed a maidservant to guide Dr. Lin to 18. In a cheerful mood, Dr. Lin sought out Yunwu. Upon seeing him, she rolled her eyes in the embrace of her nurse. Why is Dr. Lin here again? I do not wish to take any medicine. Though he faced her disdain, Dr. Lin maintained a bright smile. Princess 18. I have been researching these medicines and have some queries I wish to discuss. Dr. Lin sought out Yunwu to inquire about certain pharmacological knowledge that eluded him. Yunwu, lacking medical expertise herself, was left bewildered by his questions. How would I know the principles of Western medicine? She exclaimed. Dr. Lin, undeterred, articulated his thoughts. The extracts in question were derived from various herbs and vegetables. To simplify, it involved isolating the medicinal properties capable of curing ailments, forming them into pills for consumption. Given the potency of these properties, their efficacy against specific ailments was commendable. However, Dr. Lin believed this approach to be somewhat crude. While it might cure the illness, it did not cultivate a vital energy within the body, potentially leading to adverse side effects. He reflected on the slow-acting nature of traditional Chinese medicine, which, if consumed excessively, could leave toxic residues. If only the advantages of both methods could be harmonized, perhaps one could eliminate any risk of after-effects post-treatment. You make a valid point, Dr. Lin, Yunwu encouraged, clapping her hands in support. You should delve deeper into this research. Bolstered by her affirmation, Dr. Lin's confidence soared, especially since the 18th princess had nodded in agreement, signifying that his ideas were not without merit. Yunwu felt a twinge of unease. If Dr. Lin's research bore no fruit, the consequences could be dire. By the way, princess, I heard from His Majesty that penicillin is utilized for treating infected wounds, correct? I am quite intrigued by it. Alas, with the Emperor's poison still not completely neutralized, I find myself overwhelmed. I was wondering if I might enlist some assistance. Dr. Lin, somewhat bashful, scratched his head. Your Highness, this medicine originates from you. I ought to seek your approval first. If you are amenable, a smile would suffice. If not, a frown will do. Dr. Lin silently commended his own cleverness. Dr. Lin, you are quite audacious to place your faith in the words of a mere child, Yunwu remarked, skepticism creeping into her voice. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she voiced her thoughts, the lives of Dr. Lin and others began to shift, particularly in light of the attitude of Emperor Yunwu. To them, Yunwu, the 18th princess, had become a figure of unique significance. What physicians are part of the Imperial Medical Bureau? Dr. Lin pondered aloud, counting on his fingers. I have already selected a few candidates, Yu Ji, Huang Yong, Lu Xuanxian, Li Daolin, and El Qingguang, all reputable individuals within the bureau. Aside from Li Daolin, the rest seem commendable. They bear no scandals and their families are not tainted by bloodshed, Yunwu noted. But as for Li Daolin, his grievances against you have been festering for a long time.
Li Daolin?
My brother Li? Dr. Lin was taken aback. Their relationship had always been cordial, having entered the Imperial Medical Bureau together, and their families were intertwined through marriage. How could he harbor resentment? Their interactions had seemed amicable.
Doctor.
Lin hesitated to voice his thoughts, yet he stated, Li Daolin is my relative by marriage, and our medical skills are derived from the same lineage. We often exchange knowledge. I wish to support him, as he would surely be loyal to the Emperor. Yunwu observed his growing enthusiasm, her emotions complicated. Dr. Lin, I had no idea you were so naive. It makes me worry if you can adequately care for father. Dr. Lin was momentarily taken aback, almost faltering in his performance. Were it not for your lack of animosity towards me, I would hesitate to remind you, she continued. Li Daolin's skills surely do not surpass yours.
Doctor.
Lin felt a swell of pride at the compliment. But he is riddled with jealousy. His friendship with you is merely a reflection of your talents. Most importantly, he is duplicitous, as evidenced by your daughter, who married into the Li family. After bearing a daughter for young Master Li, she was cruelly accused of severing his lineage. The lady of the Li family even urged your daughter to adopt a child born to a concubine. After repeated suggestions, your daughter was genuinely swayed. I wager that if your daughter were to proceed with such a course of action, the Li family would no longer have any claim to her. She would even have to expend her own resources to support another's child. After all, if it were a genuine agreement, how could a concubine have already conceived a child? Chapter 91. Turning against one another, alas, the status of women remains too low. Your daughter cannot even entertain the thought of divorce. Moreover, Li Daolin, witnessing your favor with the Emperor, has already sought employment with the Chiao family.
What?
Dr. Lin felt a surge of anger, his spirit diminishing upon seeing Yunwu shake her head. 18th Princess, I appreciate your concern. I understand now, and shall report this to His Majesty. Your health requires merely a 2-month dietary regimen for restoration. I will take my leave. With a heavy heart, Dr. Lin departed. Granny Yun, having overheard the conversation, wasted no time in informing Emperor Yunwu. Upon noticing Dr. Lin's request for leave, the emperor's expression darkened. Do not speak of your family's trivial matters before the 18th princess again. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my error. Dr. Lin, feeling dispirited, could not shake off the weight of the revelation. A brother he had always regarded with affection had proven to be a fraud, conspiring with his family against his daughter. He felt as though everything he had previously believed was a facade. He inquired about Lu Dong's condition. Is there any serious ailment? He's young and robust. Having inhaled only a small amount of toxic powder, he will be fine once the medication is completed. He can continue to serve you, Your Majesty, Dr. Lin affirmed.
Doctor.
Lin promptly accepted his orders, casually divulging his plans for leave to his colleagues. Not long after, Li Daolin approached him. Brother Li, why have you taken leave? Were you not attending to Lady Lin in the palace? Did you not fulfill your duties? Perhaps influenced by the 18th princess's words, Dr. Lin now viewed Li Daolin through a critical lens. The last remark struck him as inappropriate. No, the lady is quite amiable, Dr. Lin instinctively replied.
Li Daolin nodda.
That is fortunate. It is rare to find such a gentle temperament in the palace. Dr. Lin failed to detect any malice in his words, instinctively agreeing while maintaining eye contact. Lady Lin is well, however, her brother, who visited the palace, is unwell. Brother Li, I must implore you to keep this confidential. I will not disclose it. Li Daolin's eyes gleamed momentarily. Lady Lin's brother is not merely ill, he has been poisoned. It remains unclear who seeks his demise. Enough of this. I must take my leave. Dr. Lin hastily retreated from the palace. Upon hearing this news, Li Daolin's eyes flickered with a thought he did not voice. During the midday break, he exited the palace. He wandered around the western part of the city, stopping for lunch at an inn. In a quaint courtyard on the west side, a young man received a letter from a servant, his expression shifting subtly, though he maintained his composure as he proceeded to the back courtyard. Qianqian, trouble has arisen. Sun Wenqing's voice interrupted Wang Qianqian, who was applying her makeup inside. Brother Sun, what is the matter? She inquired, rising to greet him. Sun Wenqing dismissed the servants and pulled her into the room, lowering his voice. Qianqian. Today Lu Dong entered the palace, but who would have thought that Lady Lin summoned Dr. Lin to examine him? He has already discovered he has been poisoned. Wang Qianqian was taken aback by this revelation. How is that possible? He had not realized it for so long. How could he discover it upon entering the palace? Sun Wenqing wore a frown, yet his eyes glimmered with calculation. Ah, you are unaware. The newspapers have already reported that the National Master divined that the 18th princess is a harbinger of fortune. Furthermore, there is the grain bestowed by heaven. The court has cultivated the grain, and the relief supplies from Baoning Prefecture are on their way. Is this not a good thing? Wang Qian, however, did not wish for the court to suffer misfortune, as it would not benefit her in any way. Sun Wenqing's gaze sparkled with intrigue. The crux of the matter lay in the 18th princess being a fortuitous star, along with the sudden appearance of the grain. Regardless of whether the grain was genuine or not, with the 18th princess present, Consort Lin would be favored. Was it not entirely reasonable for Consort Lin to summon the imperial physician upon noticing Lu Dong's illness? Wang Qian sighed, astonished that Consort Lin possessed such fortune.
What?
Do you regret it? Regret is futile now. We have already harmed Lu Dong. If he discovers the truth, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Therefore, there is but one course of action. We must induce Lu Dong to err. In that case, even if the emperor dotes upon the 18th princess, he cannot recklessly rely on Lu Dong. If Lu Dong is not highly regarded, our safety is somewhat assured. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's heart tightened. Are you suggesting we proceed as before? Qianqian, this time we are counting on you, Sun Wenqing stated. Wang Qian felt conflicted. She did not wish to be too ruthless. Nor did she desire Lu Dong's life. Yet, seeing Sun Wenqing's demeanor, it seemed inevitable. She, too, sought a better life. One must look after oneself, otherwise, calamity may befall. Resolute, Wang Qian declared, Brother Sun, rest assured, I shall cooperate. Sun Wenqing, upon hearing this, smiled in satisfaction and pulled her closer, sweet-talking her for a while. Meanwhile, Lu Dong was advised by Consort Lin to first detoxify before leaving the palace. Once his health improved, he would assist her in expanding her business. With the support of Emperor Yunwu, Lu Dong felt no fear of offending anyone as his enterprise grew. Upon exiting the palace, his spirits were quite buoyant. Yes, young master. As the carriage passed through an alley, it was abruptly halted. Young master, ahead is Miss Wang. Lu Dong momentarily failed to comprehend. Who? Miss Wang Qian, old Lu repeated. Lu Dong furrowed his brows, recalling the mischief Wang Qian had caused. It was fortunate he had not sought vengeance, yet here she was, arriving uninvited. He peered through the carriage curtain and saw Wang Qian, delicate and weeping, a handkerchief in hand. Proceed, Lu Dong commanded coldly. Old Lu, upon hearing this, cracked the whip, and the carriage surged forward. He had been confident that Lu Dong would feel pity for Wang Qian, but instead, she appeared as though she had emerged from a beggar's den. Wang Qian's eyes blazed with anger. Inside the carriage, Lu Dong caught sight of her and burst into laughter. Old Lu, astonished, remarked, "Young master, why treat Miss Wang this way? You once held her in such high regard." Chapter 92. The Emperor's rampage. Lu Dong's expression was one of distaste, as if he had swallowed a fly. "In the past, I was blind," he retorted. "Young master, it is never too late for enlightenment." Old Lu sighed. "Had I known you would change after meeting the princess, I would have advised madam sooner." Lu Dong interjected, "No. Old Lu, must you criticize me further?" He had been deceived, but at least his body no longer ached so painfully. At that moment, Wang Qian sought him out again. Lu Dong personally approached the side door and ushered Wang Qian inside. This action naturally drew Old Lu's disapproval and disdain. Lu Dong felt a torrent of emotions. He wished to avoid Wang Qian, yet his sister had a point. One must capture evidence in the act. Thus, he was compelled to act. Meanwhile, Emperor Yunwu was in the palace, receiving reports from Longwei regarding Chiao. Yunwu had dozed on the dragon throne since early morning, just waking with a yawn. "Your Majesty." Chiao and Jiang Ruai indeed appeared in Yuzhou City shortly after the incident. However, they purchased a supply of grain and departed on horseback with their belongings. "My subordinates arrived too late." Longwei bowed his head, bracing for reprimand. It seemed, indeed, that matters were somewhat related to the 18th princess's speculations. If Great Chu had also acquired capable individuals, the situation would become troublesome. Emperor Yunwu murmured to himself, continuing to assign people to track down Chiao's whereabouts. "Let me see if there are any scandals regarding Chiao and Zhang Ruoi." The emperor's voice paused. What officials in Yuzhou might have exhibited unusual activity? He sought to ascertain which officials had ties to Great Chu. Eunuch Linen promptly brought forth the records for the emperor's review. Upon inspecting the names, some officials were unfamiliar to him, yet others were quite recognizable. Zhang Peixian? If my memory serves me right, he was the top scholar of the third year of Hongwu, demoted to Yuzhou, and has risen from county magistrate to his current position as deputy judge. Has he, too, allied with Great Chu? The incredulity in the emperor's voice was palpable. Zhang Peixian? This individual should not belong to Great Chu. Historical records indicate he perished for his country during the fall of Dian. Emperor Yunwu rubbed his temples, realizing that there was always someone stirring up trouble, leading to his misjudgments. I have found it. Zhang Peixian has a profound admiration for jade carving and has secretly sold many renowned sculptures. It appears he is none other than the illustrious Master Nanzhou. Master Nanzhou? The emperor had heard of him. He glanced at Eunuch Linen, who quickly understood and withdrew, returning shortly with a jade carving. Upon closer inspection, a name was indeed inscribed in a subtle location. It read Nanzhou. Yunwu had just been conversing with Emperor Yunwu when he noticed the carving being presented and curiously began to examine it. Fearing she might drop it due to her delicate grip, he supported her hand. Indeed, this is truly a work by Master Nanzhou. It is exquisite, with a translucent rosy hue. No wonder someone would deliberately shatter a piece of jade in front of Lord Jiang. Sleepless for 10 consecutive nights, he produced a renowned series of 12 zodiac carvings. Yet, just after completing these zodiac carvings, he was reported for embezzling jade. The zodiac carvings serve as evidence. Emperor Yunwu frowned, pondering that Zhang Peixian would not have taken the jade without reason. Could he truly be so obsessed with his craft? At this moment, if Zhang Peixian claims the zodiac was purchased, it would imply he has embezzled contraband. However, if he asserts he carved it himself, he would be guilty of the offense of officials engaging in commerce. Regardless of the scenario, Zhang Peixian finds himself cornered. Having inquired about news from his friends in the capital, he discovered that the atmosphere in the county office was even worse. He would have to send silver upward to resolve this issue. Upon learning that Jiang Tong'an wished for him to be an informant for Great Chu, his initial reaction was to lodge a complaint. Unexpectedly, before his complaint could even reach Yuzhou, it was intercepted, and worse still, his family suffered injuries. Ultimately, Zhang Peixian feigned submission, becoming an informant while secretly monitoring Great Chu's movements. Emperor Yunwu's emotions were complex as he absorbed this information. He could not help but ponder, had the imperial court not descended into such corruption under Chiao Guisher's influence, would Zhang Peixian not have found it easy to lodge a complaint? Naturally, Great Chu would not have had so many opportunities to infiltrate the Dian court. All of this was a consequence of his own indulgence. The emperor's heart hardened. He had lost patience with Chiao Guisher. Contact Zhang Peixian and deliver my personal letter. Emperor Yunwu resolved to utilize Zhang Peixian as a reverse informant. This man was talented and possessed integrity. He could be of great use. Understood. The Emperor Yunwu penned a letter, instructing the Dragon Guard to dispatch it. In the Grand Hall, only Yunwu and the cloud of mist remained. 18. Do you see these individuals? Are they spies for the Great Chu? Have they had any dealings with Chu Tsang? Though Yunwu harbored some trepidation regarding Chu Tsang's presence, he was not fearful. As an emperor, he understood well the correlation between a nation's strength and the emperor's capabilities, as well as the stability of the court. As long as he remained alive and maintained control over Dian, Chu Tsang's ambitions of annexing Dian might not come to fruition. Thus, he felt an urgent need to inquire about these crucial matters with Yunwu. I shall take a look, Yunwu said, finishing his perusal of the names on the roster. His plump fingers traced the list. This one is, that one is not, this one is not, but he is no virtuous official. having engaged in corruption and oppression, allowing his kin to commit misdeeds. Yunwu's finger indicated that approximately 13 officials were implicated. Among them, 7 were spies for the Great Chiao, and 5 were criminals in their own right. Yunwu observed the 7 spies, noting their varied ranks. A sardonic smile crept across his face as he issued a command to the Dragon Guard to eliminate these individuals. He was no longer inclined to wait. The vacancies could easily be filled with some capable scholars who had yet to be appointed to official posts. Lin An, summon Lu Jiaxiu, he commanded.
Yes.
Lu Jiaxiu hurried into the palace, having had no time to rest before he was met with the emperor's request, leaving him momentarily silent. Your Majesty, the number of officials involved is quite substantial. I fear I cannot surpass Lord Jiang this time. Working within the Ministry of Personnel poses challenges, as Jiang Xiaohua controls at least half of the officials there. With him suppressing the appointment roster, I can only wait. Then, do not bypass him. Go speak with Jiang Xiaohua. This is my directive, Yunwu stated bluntly. Lu Jiaxiu felt a sense of chaos within the emperor's actions. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts and merely cast a hesitant glance at Yunwu. The emperor waved him off, instructing him to prepare an appointment roster. There were numerous scholars yet to be assigned official positions, requiring Lu Jiaxiu to investigate who among them would be suitable for promotion. Reluctantly, Lu Jiaxiu exited the palace to conduct his inquiries. Despite being isolated by several officials in the ministry, he was swamped with work, and what was deemed isolation lost its effectiveness. Conversely, many officials, who had previously observed from the sidelines, approached Lu Jiaxiu to pledge their allegiance. He utilized these individuals, aware of their grievances against Chao Guoshi, explaining their prolonged inactivity. The peculiarities within the yamen were already common knowledge. Everyone was aware that the emperor was in a contest with Chao Guoshi. When Chao Guoshi was summoned to the Hall of Governance, he pondered the reason for the emperor's summons. Yunwu tossed a roster at him. These officials are students of Minister Chiao, are they not? He remarked, his tone icy. Chao Guoshi stepped forward and, upon examining the names, displayed a perfectly measured expression of confusion. Your Majesty, these officials are indeed students of the old ministers. Does Minister Chiao know of any close relations these officials may have with the Great Chiao? Yunwu's gaze bore into him. Chao Guoshi's pupils widened.
How could that be?
Your Majesty, these are officials of Dian. They cannot be ignorant of the severe crime of colluding with foreign powers. Alas, they truly seem unaware. Yunwu's voice was low and contemplative. I too was taken aback by this revelation. His gaze remained fixed on Chao Guoshi. Could it be that Minister Chiao condones these individuals' associations with the Great Chiao? Though we may differ in political views, does this not concern the Great Chiao? Must you continue to permit such actions? Yunwu's words seemed to imply a retreat. Deep down, Chao Guoshi found it hard to believe. Your Majesty, do you possess any evidence?
Lin An. Yes.
The eunuch promptly presented the evidence to Chao Guoshi. These were scarce pieces of information gathered by the Dragon Guard. Most of the spies had already destroyed the evidence, a feat accomplished by Chu Tsang. However, despite the destruction of some evidence, Yunwu was already aware of the identities involved. Resolving this matter was merely a question of time. For now, he needed to undermine Chao Guoshi's influence. Chao Guoshi examined the evidence, his complexion paling instantly. He quickly knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I am at fault for not noticing the influence these individuals had. Yet he remained perplexed, questioning how such officials could collectively betray Dian. Even if they allied with the Great Chiao, they would merely retain their current positions, contending with the original officials of the Great Chiao. None of it seemed logical. Chao Guoshi's doubts served as a means of self-exoneration. He needed to assert his innocence before the emperor. In truth, he aspired to become the prime minister, but had no intention of betraying Dian. I have arranged for you to inquire, Minister Chiao. The question is whether you are willing to cooperate. This was the purpose of Yunwu's summons. Chao Guoshi, upon reflection, replied, Your Majesty, there are still 2 days until the official examination concludes. I cannot leave the palace, especially since it is my students who are implicated. Yunwu regarded Chao Guoshi with disappointment. So you imply that this matter is unrelated to you? Your Majesty, I truly dare not entangle myself in this issue. I beseech your forgiveness for my timidity. Very well, as you wish. Yunwu cast a penetrating gaze before dismissing him. As Chao Guoshi departed, a sense of unease settled within him. His apprehension manifested on the 3rd day, the day the examination results were announced.
My lord, it has arrived.
The number of official reports was considerable. Even the ladies of the inner court found amusement in reading them, making them quite marketable. He immediately noticed the startling news on that day's report. In a single night, dozens of officials perished suddenly. His brow furrowed. Such news captivated not just him, but the entire populace of the capital. This type of incident was exceedingly rare. Chao Guoshi hastily scanned the report, which was lengthy and written in small print. It took him a quarter of an hour to finish reading. Upon completion, his complexion turned ghostly pale. The emperor had branded these officials as spies for the Great Chiao. Moreover, the report stated that these officials were assassinated after their identities were exposed. This alone was alarming, but the report further accused them of treason, accompanied by local citizen interviews included in the text. Chao Guoshi perceived Yunwu's actions as a provocation against the Great Chiao. Should they mobilize their forces, a war might ensue, and Dian could find itself at a disadvantage, especially given its recent natural disasters. Most concerning to him, however, was the report's assertion that these individuals were his students. This revelation cast a pall over Chiao Guesher's countenance. Any official who read the report would understand that he, Chiao Guesher, had abandoned his own students. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he neglected his personal grooming and rushed to his study, penning letters to stabilize the officials beneath him. He was not anxious about their compliance, for they too bore some level of guilt. Chiao Guesher keenly recognized that today's report was not an assault on the Great Chu but rather an attempt to diminish his influence. Perhaps it was this acute awareness that had facilitated his successful ascent in the court. Having completed his correspondence with the officials, Chiao Guesher's attention shifted to the second prince, Yun Chun. That day, after finishing his morning routine, he discreetly made his way to Chongshan Temple. The capital was bustling with excitement regarding the Great Chu spies. The populace was in shock. Given the evidence presented in the official reports, no one doubted its authenticity. The common people remain unperturbed, for the newspaper concludes that the Great Yan fears not the Great Chu, as there are formidable forces within the court. Should the Great Chu provoke, they may come forth. The contents of this official report surely reflect the emperor's sentiments, whispered the citizens. Indeed, while we are mere commoners, we must acknowledge that the highest authority in Great Yan is the emperor. But is our military truly so powerful? It remains uncertain, however. The report states that a grand military parade will be held in the capital in a month, where a selection of citizens will be invited to witness, though its veracity is questionable. Regardless, I hope for the might of Great Yan's forces. Otherwise, if Great Yan were to falter, our lives as commoners would become exceedingly difficult. Indeed, you may not realize that when the previous dynasty fell, the enemy soldiers were most merciful, merely pillaging silver and valuables. Yet, more often than not, they resorted to slaughter, fire, and plunder, leaving lives hanging by a thread. Thus, it is better that Great Yan possesses a strong military. Ah, indeed. The newspaper also encourages everyone to leave comments. Brother, would you care to express your thoughts? What should I write? Perhaps to show support for Great Yan?
Certainly.
Your Majesty, this is rather absurd. In the Hall of Diligence, Zhao Guiqing and Jiang stood at the lower end, observing the Cloud Martial Emperor as he assisted the 18th princess with her feeding bottle while indulging in strawberries, a vein on his forehead twitching slightly. My loyal ministers, are you concerned that the Great Chu might heed my provocations and mobilize their forces against us? The Cloud Martial Emperor scoffed. If they possessed such capability, they would not have to resort to sending so many spies into our Great Yan. Can you not discern their intentions? Zhao Guiqing certainly understood. The internal instability of Great Chu was apparent. Should they truly attack Great Yan, their resolve would likely falter swiftly. Furthermore, with no unrest within Great Yan, an assault at this juncture would incur significant losses. The old minister was not worried about an immediate attack from Great Chu. However, Zhao Guiqing furrowed his brow, expressing concern that Great Yan might seize this opportunity to create chaos, particularly in Baoning Prefecture. Should rebellion arise there, it could incite unrest across the region. Thus, I had already informed the third prince a week ago to exert all efforts to quell any insurrection in Baoning Prefecture. Moreover, I have instructed the couriers to expedite the delivery of the newspaper to Baoning Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guiqing felt a slight sense of relief. Your Majesty, can the third prince truly stabilize the situation there? The Cloud Martial Emperor was taken aback. Zhao Guiqing, being closer, had overheard. His heart sank. Fortunately, the eldest prince arrived just in time to rescue him. Had I known of the dangers facing the third prince on this venture, I would have provided him with some means of self-defense. Self-defense? The Cloud Martial Emperor dismissed the thought, believing that the 18th's means of protection would require monetary investment. Such an expense seemed unnecessary, especially with so many accompanying the third prince. His lack of capability was evident. The emperor resolved not to let the third prince depend on the 18th. After all, the current situation could not be disrupted. Did the third prince aspire to the throne? He might as well wish for the moon. The eldest prince's martial prowess is indeed formidable, even surpassing that of General Wu whom I previously encountered. So impressive? The Cloud Martial Emperor fell silent, realizing he had not been sufficiently attentive to the eldest prince, unaware of his exceptional martial talent. The eldest prince saved the third prince, only for the latter to be led astray by the sixth prince regarding a lucrative bead order. The third prince invited the eldest prince to remain in Baoning Prefecture to help maintain order and apprehend the rebels. The eldest prince was reluctant, preferring to guard the northwest. Meanwhile, the sixth prince managed to entice the third prince into another profitable beat order, suggesting he employ the art of deception to win over the famished and desperate citizens as his subordinates. The art of deception? Both the Cloud Martial Emperor and Zhao Guiqing were intrigued. Upon hearing the term deceive, they understood it was unlikely to be a prudent strategy, and thoughts of the sixth prince's nature crossed their minds. They fell into silence. Ha! Though the sixth prince's methods may be untrustworthy, they prove effective. The citizens, hearing of the chance to train under the imperial envoy for an additional pound of grain, have been remarkably industrious. Strangely enough, this strategy appears quite effective. Currently, all the disaster-stricken citizens in Baoning Prefecture are being gathered and have ceased their erratic movements, focusing instead on cultivating beets in a designated area. This news greatly relieved the Cloud Martial Emperor. Although he had his sources for gathering information, the 18th's speed was unmatched. I trust the third prince possesses the capability to stabilize Bounding Prefecture. The emperor's words were resolute, tinged with a hint of pride. Xiao Guiqing and Jiang exchanged glances, as though suggesting that one without offspring could not truly comprehend the situation. Nonetheless, the third prince's capabilities were indeed commendable. Xiao Guiqing stroked his beard. Your Majesty, since there are no issues on the third prince's front, we must ensure the safety of Xiu Pass, which lies closest to Great Chu. Should we arrange for someone to welcome the forces? This would serve to honor the Xie family troops. The Cloud Martial Emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. What say you, Minister Jiang? Jiang, nearly dozing off, observed the Cloud Martial Emperor's expression before responding. I believe that as we are currently confronting Great Chu, Great Yan cannot afford to have any news of internal discord leak out. Therefore, I suggest we receive General Xie according to customary standards. This would not only appease the Xie family's troops, but also prevent the court and Great Chu from gathering excessive information. Had it been the previous Cloud Martial Emperor, he would have been reluctant to fully rely on the Xie family troops without complete control over the civil officials. He sought to dominate military power to counterbalance the civil faction's growth. Now, however, he need not worry. Such treatment, devoid of the need to speculate on his minister's loyalty, was indeed a refreshing relief. The Cloud Martial Emperor smiled slightly. Let us proceed as you advise, Minister Jiang. Jiang felt a surge of happiness. He had long believed that the emperor's suspicion towards the Xie family troops was a troubling trend, yet at that time, he was powerless to intervene. Who would have thought that the Cloud Martial Emperor would willingly change his stance now? General Xie has quite the romantic fortune. The Cloud Martial Emperor listened with a good-natured air. However, General Xie's romantic fortune comes at a cost. This young lady was sent by the wife of Lord Xie the Third. Lord Xie the Third initially fought alongside General Xie. In his attempt to save General Xie, he sacrificed himself. Particularly, General Xie's wife relishes showcasing her husband's affection. Such tensions escalate, and Lord Xie's wife secretly harbors resentment, feeling that her brother within the same clan enjoys a different fate. Thus, she arranged for a young lady to approach General Xie. The Cloud Martial Emperor frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Such familial chaos among his ministers was troubling. Unbeknownst to Lord Xie's wife, she is merely being used. The art of seduction employed in this instance was designed specifically to entice men. This young lady, more skilled than General Xie's wife, was attentive and crafty. In the Great Yan, where taking concubines is permissible, General Xie accepted her. Little did he realize that should he continue down this path, he would surely meet a grim fate at her hands. How perplexing. The Cloud Martial Emperor fell into a contemplative silence. Such schemes of allure, while well known to the hearts of the court's martial officials, were not something one could always guard against, especially not from a cherished companion. Should General Xie meet his demise in such a way, it would be a source of disappointment. Nonetheless, the most pressing matter remained to rescue the individual in question. Subsequent punishments could be deliberated later. One must not allow General Xie's personal affairs to undermine the foundation of the nation. The Cloud Martial Emperor picked up his brush to compose a letter. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave to attend to other matters. Xiao Guiqing, seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, clasped his hands and said, Very well, you may leave. Concerned about the time, he allowed Wu Quan to take the tricycle. The reason for not using a truck was simply that every drop of fuel consumed was one less in reserve. Both the Cloud Martial Emperor and Wu Quan were reluctant to use the truck for this reason. Meanwhile, a group of individuals had already been assigned to study the construction of the truck. In the unseen corners, a multitude of Great Yan people were engaged in the pursuit of more advanced knowledge. At this moment, Yunwu took advantage of the fact that only the emperor was present in the Hall of Diligent Governance to relay news about General Xie. Thank you, 18. The information you provided was timely and greatly aided the emperor. As was customary, the Cloud Martial Emperor rewarded Yunwu, instructing the courtier Linen to allow her to select treasures from the imperial treasury. Yunwu gazed at the treasury filled with gold and jewels, swallowing hard. Father is certainly not impoverished, she mused. There are so many treasures, even more than mine. Linen thought to himself that the emperor had far more treasures than those presented by the 18th princess. The items she had brought forth were evidently more advanced and valuable, far surpassing the worth of the entire treasury as gold and jewels to the Great Yan. However, Yunwu was not greedy. She spotted a long string of pearls, took them, and did not desire anything else. Such a sensible child at such a young age. No wonder the emperor dotes on you, Linen remarked as he closed the treasury and accompanied Yunwu, who was being held by the nurse Yuni, out. Of course. I am not a greedy child, Yunwu replied with a proud giggle. Linen then said, 18 princess, there is actually another way for you to earn silver. Intrigued, Yunwu turned her gaze toward him. Linen smiled and explained, previously, the state master came to inquire if the emperor would accept you as his disciple. It is said that the state master possesses profound skills in the art of divination, renowned throughout the court. Being his disciple would enhance your reputation, and you could also inherit the state master's treasures. He has quite a penchant for hoarding, possessing many fine items. How many? Yunwu asked, counting on her fingers in excitement. Linen, perceptive as he was, understood her intent. At least as many as the emperor has, he replied. Yunwu's heart raced. not merely at the prospect of inheriting treasures, but primarily at the thought of practicing the arcane arts. After all, who among modern folks does not harbor a dream of transcending into immortality? Given that she had traversed time to the ancient world, the emergence of such mystical practices was hardly surprising. Of course, if one could not cultivate, divination would suffice, as it too is a skill, and as the saying goes, proficiency in various arts is never a hindrance. I am very interested in divination, Yunwu exclaimed, her joy evident. Linen cautioned, however, this matter requires you to speak with the emperor directly. We must arrange for someone to protect you. In the Zhang Peixian residence in Yunzhou, upon entering his study, he immediately sensed something amiss and instinctively glanced at the open window. Who goes there? Zhang Peixian asked, his expression wary. Master Zhang. Long Shi-san brings forth the emperor's secret decree. A man clad in black appeared in the room. At the mention of the emperor, Zhang Peixian's pupils constricted. The emperor? A secret decree? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily knelt. This humble subject obeys the command. Anxious thoughts flooded his mind. He feared the emperor had uncovered his misdeeds, prompting the dragon guards to intervene. As he pondered how to explain himself, he realized he had no evidence to support his case. The heavens were conspiring against him. Trembling, Zhang Peixian accepted the confidential letter, his expression shifting from worry to a radiant smile as he read it. The emperor trusts me? He believes I am acting out of necessity? Tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed by the emperor's understanding of his predicament. Long Shi-san, observing Jiang's tearful demeanor, took a step back in mild distaste. Master Zhang, are you aware of what the emperor expects you to do next? Zhang Peixian, beaming, replied, from this moment forth, I am the emperor's man. His bashfulness elicited a sense of discomfort. Since you understand, I shall take my leave. You only need to continue your duties as before. Wait, brother. How does the emperor truly grasp my plight? Zhang Peixian inquired hastily. Long Shi-san warned, that is not for you to question. Brother, please do not misunderstand. I am not prying into the emperor's matters or the Dragon Guard's protocols. I merely wish to assist my colleagues who find themselves in similar circumstances. Zhang Peixian sighed, lamenting that many were also coerced into dire situations. However, if the emperor were to extend a helping hand, none would wish to betray the Great Yan. Sadly, they had previously lacked the means to approach the emperor and even less certainty that he would trust their words. As Zhang Peixian spoke, his heart ached with sorrow. Long Shi-san hesitated briefly before stating, write down the names of those you consider innocent. Yes, of course, Jiang replied, quickly writing down a list of officials he believed were unjustly accused, even annotating those he was uncertain about. Once Long Shi-san departed with the list, Zhang Peixian gazed at the pitch-black sky, his expression turning grave. He understood he was gambling on the emperor's ability to uncover the truth. As the night passed, Zhang Peixian awoke to news that several officials in Yunzhou had met with strange deaths, including one he believed to be a spy from Dechu. Jiang was taken aback. Upon receiving the newspaper from the capital, rather than feeling fear, he was filled with exhilaration. This is wonderful. I am finally saved. Chapter 96, Appraisal of the Concubine, however. Upon stepping out of his residence, he displayed a somewhat grim demeanor, exhibiting unease towards the other officials. Your Majesty, my brother encountered such matters. Concubine Lin reported softly to the Cloud Martial Emperor as she served him food. Deep down, she felt uncertain. I am already aware of this matter. 18 has reported it long ago, the Cloud Martial Emperor replied casually as he devoured his meal, disregarding the etiquette of limiting himself to 3 bites per dish. Do not worry. I shall arrange for an investigation into this matter. Your Majesty, I feel it is too much trouble for you. I suggest I conduct the investigation myself. Concubine Lin hesitated to burden the Emperor, who already had numerous state affairs to manage. The Emperor glanced at her, and she felt a flutter of anxiety. He then smiled and said, that is acceptable, as long as the evidence is solid, and there are no reservations. His words were a form of support for her. Grateful. Concubine Lin bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. With the Emperor's affirmation, she wasted no time and summoned Wang Qian to the palace. Upon hearing the name, Rui, the maid, paused in surprise. Miss, I understand. Rui turned to leave, but Concubine Lin called her back. Rui, she said, fixing her gaze on her. I still do not know your real name. Would you care to share it with me? Rui, momentarily lost in thought at the mention of Wang Qian, felt a sudden jolt at the inquiry. Perhaps due to her closeness with Concubine Lin, she inadvertently revealed her emotions. Lin discerned the signs on Rui's face and sighed internally, reflecting on their years of camaraderie, her tone softening. If you do not wish to disclose it, then let it be. I shall pretend to be unaware. After all, Rui's willingness to risk herself indicated her desire to forge her own path. Compared to being a concubine to an elderly man, she at least possessed a future. As for her own emotional issues, they are not something others can meddle in. Rui moved her lips, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. Your Highness, there is no need to worry too much. Although I am aware of certain matters concerning you, they remain your private affairs. All you need to do is maintain your true self and refrain from causing me trouble. We can continue to interact as we always have. Lin Fei's tolerance had its limits. She would not condone betrayal from those around her. Rui clearly understood, showing only slight surprise before kneeling before Lin Fei. Your Highness. I am grateful. I shall always be loyal to you. Lin Fei sighed helplessly. She did not dwell excessively on the matter, shifting the conversation to Wang Qian. You may be unaware of why I wish to see Wang Qian. Rui stood quietly by, listening attentively. Wang Qian is not a virtuous person, Lin Fei disclosed candidly, recounting how Wang Qian had conspired with Sun Wensheng against Lu Dong. Rui's fists clenched in anger.
How dare she?
Concern for Lu Dong surged within her. Yet she suppressed the urge to voice her worries. Lin Fei, however, offered an explanation. Fortunately, my elder brother was lucky enough to enter the palace in time and was examined. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Rui exhaled in relief. But Lin Fei's tone shifted. Wang Qian, undeterred, has followed us to the capital and is now attempting to contact my brother repeatedly. Rui's fists tightened once more. I can no longer tolerate this. Lin Fei narrowed her eyes. Rui, go and arrange for Wang Qian to be brought into the palace. Understood. Rui departed without hesitation to carry out the task. Yunwu, upon hearing that Wang Qian was to enter the palace that afternoon, could not suppress her curiosity about the audacious woman. She resolved to stay awake to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Fei, exasperated, moved a small bed into the room for her to rest on, positioning it at least 3 meters away from where she sat. Wang Qian was summoned to the palace, quickly becoming dazzled by its opulence as she stepped into Yichuan Palace. The lavish decorations, exquisite floral arrangements, and Lin Fei adorned in gold and silver made her eyes glimmer with envy and jealousy. I have met your highness, Wang Qian said, entering and bowing respectfully. Yunwu turned her gaze towards the voice, observing a young woman in a pale green dress, frail and seemingly as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. Her countenance conveyed a feeble demeanor, ostensibly greeting the empress, but surreptitiously taking in the grandeur around her. Yunwu gasped, isn't that the innocent flower? Lin Fei, puzzled, chose not to question further at that moment and directed her attention to Wang Qian. Miss Wang, it has been a while. You remain unchanged. Your highness flatters me, but you have transformed significantly, clearly thriving in the palace. Now Lu Dage and the others need not worry about you, Wang Qian replied, twisting her handkerchief with a faint smile. Miss Wang, have you married? What brings you to the capital? Lin Fei sipped her tea, seemingly forgetting that Wang Qian was still standing. Wang Qian offered a weak smile. Your highness, I am sorry to Lu Dage. When Lu Dage faced difficulties in business, he insisted on not implicating me. I wanted to offer my support, but he rejected my help, insisting on breaking off our engagement to spare me any trouble. I was heartbroken. Yet soon after, my father hastily arranged another engagement for me with the son of Governor Sunday. Lin Fei scoffed inwardly, amused by Wang Qian's predicament. I wonder if Lord Wang is aware of how you have deceived him. Nonetheless, both father and daughter seem to be of a similar ilk, entangled in their own schemes. Have you truly married or not? Lin Fei pressed, unaffected by Wang Qian's vague response. Wang Qian's expression faltered, her fa-ade cracking.
Ha ha ha.
Look at her struggle to maintain her act. Does she think the empress is unsympathetic? One cannot help but wonder how Wang Qian believes this man will be swayed by her feigned vulnerability. Lin Fei mused, recalling the truth of 18th's words. I have married. Your highness, Wang Qian stated, wiping her tears with the handkerchief. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. So, you do not wish to wed Sun Wensheng? I dare not presume. But I feel indebted to Lu Dage, Wang Qian replied ambiguously. If that is the case, then I shall inform Sun Wensheng that I grant you permission to divorce him, and you may marry my brother instead. Wang Qian's expression stiffened. What? Lin Fei observed her silence, arching an eyebrow. Do you doubt the validity of my words? Rest assured, I shall seek the emperor's favor to grant you a decree. Lin Fei continued, sensing Wang Qian's distress morph into a grimace. I cannot trouble your highness to concern yourself with my affairs, Wang Qian replied, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Ah, such a lovely little flower, Lin Fei remarked. Since you do not wish to burden me, you are already a married woman. Why are you seeking my brother? Lin Fei's voice suddenly turned sharp. Wang Qian trembled, her face paling. She gazed at Lin Fei with an innocent expression, on the verge of tears. Your highness, I merely wish to check on Lu Dage's well-being. I meant no disrespect. Lin Fei scoffed. What a lack of decorum. She slammed her teacup onto the table. The Wang family's principles are quite amusing. Perhaps I should help you publicize them. Wang Qian's cheeks flushed. Your highness, I realize my mistake. She awkwardly knelt down. I only cared for Lu Dage. If your highness is displeased, feel free to express your discontent. But my heart for Lu Dage is true. How convincingly you perform, Lin Fei mused. If I were to hold this against you, wouldn't that embarrass my brother? Wang Qian weakly shook her head. I would not dare. Lu Dage would never act recklessly. There is no need for your highness to worry. Were it not for my knowledge of your true nature, your performance would be flawless. You are truly a gifted actress, Lin Fei thought. Indeed, I trust my brother completely. As for you, I find you distasteful, she concluded. Lin Fei's words nearly shattered Wang Qian's composure. She almost wrung her handkerchief in despair. Wang Qian, I did not summon you to reminisce. I am fully aware of your actions. Either you surrender your life here, or... Lin Fei cut to the chase, no longer willing to waste time on trivialities. Wang Qian's expression shifted dramatically, clearly unprepared for Lin Fei's knowledge. Panic set in, causing her to tremble. Lin Fei fixed her gaze on Wang Qian. The latter's tears fell like pearls. Your Highness, I was forced into the situation. Wang Qian rushed forward, clutching Lin Fei's leg. Your Highness, spare me. I hold no ill intentions toward Lu Dage. All of this was forced upon me by young Master Sun. Lin Fei felt a surge of discomfort and raised her hand, striking Wang Qian sharply. Instantly, her cheek reddened and swelled. Wang Qian fell to the ground. Disbelief etched on her face as she cradled her cheek in shock. Get away from me, Lin Fei commanded without reservation. If I lacked evidence, would I have sought you out? Bring her out and make her kneel. Only when she confesses shall she speak again to me. Wang Qian opened her mouth to argue. Your Highness, I truly am innocent. Silence her, Lin Fei commanded. Immediately, a palace maid stepped forward, dragging Wang Qian to the courtyard and stuffing a cloth into her mouth. With a loud thud, Wang Qian was forced to kneel, causing Yunwu to wince at the sight, feeling a pang in her own knees. Lin Fei watched the scene with an impassive expression, sneering, these people have never suffered, hence they think everyone else is kind. I have no intention of being a good person. Just because I remain calm does not mean I am easy to bully. Mother is right. I am quite curious as to why Wang Qian is so audacious, completely unafraid of provoking Mother. This is illogical. If I were an ordinary person, I would surely tremble in the presence of the consort. Thus, Wang Qian must still regard Mother as the young lady from her family. TSK. She truly believes Mother is a soft persimmon. Do not be angry, Mother. Have some candy. Yunwu produced a large white rabbit milk candy and offered it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it in her hand, curiously sniffing it, inhaling the rich scent of milk. What a delightful treat. It's candy, a little sweetness can uplift one's spirits. Lin Fei, touched, carefully unwrapped it and tasted a piece. Instantly, a wave of rich, creamy flavor enveloped her palate. Smiling, Lin Fei nodded at Yunwu, indicating it was quite delicious. Shall I send some to your father? Noticing Yunwu merely smiled, she explained. Now, Mother has gained favor with your father because of you. Therefore, I wish to maintain a good relationship with him, so we need not worry about anyone bullying us in the future. Yunwu nodded, handing over more milk candy to Lin Fei, who promptly sent it to the emperor. At this moment, the emperor was grading examination papers alongside Prime Minister Chiao and several other officials. A considerable number of candidates, including unappointed scholars, were present, totaling over 1,000. Each paper required ample time to evaluate. Your Majesty, a delivery from the Empress, Eunuch Lin announced softly, holding a jade plate laden with the unwrapped milk candies. The Emperor's eyes brightened at the sight. He looked at Eunuch Lin, his gaze inquiring if it was from Yunwu. Eunuch Lin nodded, beaming with delight. Without hesitation, the Emperor reached for a piece. Linen, share some with Prime Minister Chiao and the others. Raising his voice intentionally, the Emperor caught the attention of Xiao Guiqing. Jiang, reacting the quickest, stood up and swiftly approached Eunuch Lin. Your Majesty, I shall not be polite. Jiang exclaimed, grabbing a candy and popping it into his mouth. He savored it before quickly pocketing a few more. Eunuch Lin, and caught off guard, was unable to react in time. Lord Jiang, there were not many to begin with. You've taken them all. Eunuch Lin and lamented. Xiao Guiqing approached with a scowl, extending his hand towards Jiang. I brought this for my grandchildren. How dare you compete with a child for sweets? Other adults looked on, puzzled by the commotion over what seemed to be mere candy. Chapter 98. A hot potato without hesitation. Xiao Guiqing took the last piece, leaving the others bewildered. Some felt uneasy, but dared not speak up for fear of offending their superiors. Are you livestock? Eating so rapidly. The Emperor rolled his eyes. Xiao Guiqing quietly remarked. Your Majesty, you are referring to Lord Jiang. Your Majesty, is there any more? I would like a bit more, Jiang pressed. The Emperor, recognizing his greedy nature, replied. Very well, you may exchange one piece for a silver coin.
Ah.
Jiang turned away. Your Majesty, I am poor. This is sufficient. You truly are stingy. Xiao Guiqing scolded him. Jiang, defiantly raising his chin, replied, you continue on. I shall take my leave for a stroll. The Emperor stood and slipped away. Jiang muttered to himself, next time, I shall take more. Even cattle do not work without respite. He quietly finished speaking, popping another milk candy into his mouth. Xiao Guiqing turned sharply to him. Weren't you saving those for your grandchildren? They are old enough. They should show respect to their elders, he replied, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the Emperor, having skipped work, sought out Yunwu. Upon entering Yichuan Palace, he spotted a woman kneeling in the courtyard. Your Majesty, the palace maids greeted, hastily kneeling. The Emperor raised his hand, signaling them to rise. Where is the princess? In the room speaking with the Empress. The Emperor nodded, understanding. As Wang Qian, her head spinning from kneeling, heard the maids, her eyes brightened. She caught a glimpse of a bright yellow figure approaching and felt herself falter, collapsing beside the Emperor. Bold. Eunuch Lin and shouted. The Empress has punished her to kneel. Your Majesty, I have erred. It has nothing to do with the Empress, Wang Qian weakly protested. The Emperor regarded her with a bemused expression. Wang Qian, Daughter of Wang Qingfu from Hezhou? Surprised, Wang Qian could hardly believe the emperor knew her. Yes, that is indeed me.
Ah.
The emperor turned and walked towards the main hall, as if nothing had occurred. Wang Qian was left in stunned silence, not expecting such a brief exchange. Lin Fei, who had come to greet the emperor at the entrance, observed her reaction. I pay my respects to your majesty. No need for formalities, the emperor replied. Continuing into the hall, Lin Fei followed. 18. Why are you not asleep? The emperor picked up Yunwu. The milk candy you gave me earlier was delightful. Is father truly here to thank me? Lin Fei thought as well. I believe this milk candy could be produced once the sugar beets are harvested and sold in various provinces. It would surely be a success. Lin Fei immediately chimed in. I shall arrange for someone to research it. No need. I will have the kitchen staff investigate. Lin Fei, hearing this, chose not to press further. Understood. By the way, how do you intend to handle Wang Qian outside? Lin Fei hesitated. Does your majesty have any thoughts? I merely believe that many are watching your palace. It would be wise to deal with this girl promptly, lest she linger. The emperor, finding satisfaction in the prospect of punishment, continued, these individuals show no remorse. Therefore, let them all be executed. Lin Fei, taken aback, had seen the emperor's ruthlessness before, but his casual tone unsettled her. Your majesty, I understand. Naturally. Lin Fei wished to honor the emperor's wishes. After the emperor had taken Yunwu away, Lin Fei ordered that Wang Qian be given an infusion of white leaf grass, akin to the poison administered to Lu Dong previously. Lin Fei allowed Wang Qian 3 days. Meanwhile, Sun Wensheng grew anxious awaiting her return and sought out Li Daolin. To his surprise, he found himself walking into a trap. Just as he prepared to present the silver he had brought, a loud crash echoed, and the door burst open. Lord Li, someone has reported that you accepted bribes. Fu Rui entered with soldiers in tow. Li Daolin's smile froze. The silver he had just touched felt like a hot potato, slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Fu Rui entered the room, his face a mask of indifference. He approached and picked up the silver from the plate, glancing at it before waving his hand dismissively. Bring Lord Li and this individual to the prison for a brief stay. My lord, you have misunderstood, Li Daolin stammered. I have not accepted the silver. I was about to refuse it. Lord Li, any discussions can take place in the prison, Fu Rui retorted. Sun Wensheng was taken aback by the unfolding events, recalling that such incidents had never occurred during his previous visits to the capital. My lord, it is truly a misunderstanding, he said, attempting to placate Fu Rui, who he feared might turn hostile. Fu Rui waved his hand again. Take them away. He showed no hesitation in sending them to the Dali Temple. At the Dali Temple, Zhao Qianshan received the news with a dark expression and approached Fu Rui for a handover. Fu Lord, what is the meaning of this?
Fu Rui answered nonchalantly.
I received a report alleging that someone was bribing Dr. Li, so I led a team into his residence and caught him in the act. I would trouble you, Lord Zhao, to conduct a thorough interrogation. Zhao Qianshan furrowed his brow but accepted the case nonetheless. He felt no fear. With the emperor's backing, he could assert his authority, even in the capital. The prospect of pursuing the truth without regard for the identities of those involved brought him joy. For it was a true exercise of justice, unlike past instances where he had known the guilty yet had to release them due to their influential connections. Very well, Zhao Qianshan said, departing with his men. Fu Rui turned to leave, but one of his subordinates cautioned, My lord, will this not offend many? Remember, we are the emperor's men. Indecisiveness is the greatest taboo in officialdom, Fu Rui warned. The soldiers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, without daring to speak further. Just as Fu Rui exited the Dali Temple, a young servant approached him. Fu Lord, my master requests your presence. Fu Rui regarded him with curiosity. Who is your master? It is Zhao Qi, Lord Zhao, the servant replied. Fu Rui recognized the individual as a right vice minister of the 3rd rank. Very well, he said, and followed the servant to the nearby Ingchun building, where he was led to a private room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, Fu Rui saw Zhao Qi raising a cup in greeting, his face adorned with a smile. Fu Rui approached and took a seat. I have come to see Lord Zhao. May I inquire as to the reason for your summons? Noticing that Fu Rui had neither tea nor wine, Zhao Qi's gaze lowered slightly.
Fu Lord.
I have just heard that you apprehended Dr. Li?
Indeed, Fu Rui affirmed decisively.
Zhao Qi smiled. What crime has Dr. Li committed? Accepting bribes, Fu Rui replied, scrutinizing him. Are you concerned for Dr. Li? Seeking to intercede on his behalf? Not quite. Zhao Qi shook his head. I happen to know the young man who visited Dr. Li's residence. Perhaps you are unaware, but he is the eldest son of Governor Sun of Hezhou, who holds considerable influence in the capital.
Oh, who is he?
Fu Rui inquired. Zhao Qi, accustomed to the subtlety of court interactions, hesitated. To speak frankly, the Sun family has the powerful merchant Yi Chaohua backing them. The Yi family possesses immense wealth. Why risk offending them over such a trivial matter, don't you think? Fu Rui regarded him closely. So, Lord Zhao, you too have been summoned by Yi Chaohua as an intermediary? I did not imply that, Zhao Qi replied, avoiding leaving any incriminating evidence. Fu Rui stood up. Understood. I shall take my leave. He turned and departed. After his exit, A middle-aged man emerged from the adjacent room and approached Zhao Qi, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Zhao, for your assistance. Anytime, Zhao Qi replied, narrowing his eyes as Yi Chaohua promptly handed him a prepared bundle of silver notes. Zhao Qi refrained from taking it himself, instructing his attendant instead, wary of Fu Rui reappearing unexpectedly. The following morning, news of Fu Rui's actions spread quickly. During the morning court session, Zhao Qi criticized Lu Jiaxiu for his irregularities, asserting that appointments made without due process were invalid, including those of Zhang Peixian and others. This drew the support of several officials present. These officials used the dismissal of the court to pressure Emperor Yunwu. Just as the emperor announced the end of the session, Zhao Qi found himself imprisoned. Lord Zhao, please. Zhao Qianshan said. What do you intend to do, Zhao Qianshan? Zhao Qi seethed, gritting his teeth. I am here with integrity and fear no interrogation. Since you fear nothing, I would ask Lord Zhao to cooperate, Zhao Qianshan replied, eyeing him skeptically. Zhao Qi fell silent, realizing the implication. With this demeanor, how can one be sure you will not coerce a confession? Zhao Qianshan rolled his eyes and, in front of the assembled officials, remarked, Is your mouth only for slander? If you are innocent, why would I have grounds to wrongfully accuse you? Where were you yesterday? Surely you know? Curious glances were exchanged among the officials. Lord Zhao, where were you yesterday? One asked mockingly. Perhaps he was visiting the brothels? Another jeered. It seems Lord Zhao is living quite the carefree life. Zhao Qi's face turned green with anger. He spun around to confront Zhao Qianshan. Are you doing this on purpose to humiliate me? Why can't I speak if you have committed an embarrassing act? Zhao Qianshan replied impatiently. Enough, Lord Zhao, hurry along. Any matters can be discussed in court. What on earth is happening? A number of officials whispered among themselves, intrigued by Zhao Qi's predicament. Jiang Ju, observing, stroked his beard. Since Zhao Qianshan mentioned the court, it seems there will be a trial. We shall soon see. Jiang Daren's insight garnered laughter from many officials, eager to witness Zhao Qi's downfall, for as a censor, he had made many enemies. His relentless accusations had made him a target for ridicule. Chao Guesher, passing by, frowned. Jiang Daren, why are you participating in this farce? Jiang Ju smiled mischievously. Chao Daren, you seem to imply that we should not be curious about our colleagues' affairs? How cold-hearted you are, Chao Guesher retorted, angered. You and Lord Zhao were once close. How can you now act as if you do not know him? I am merely expressing concern. Is it wrong to care? Jiang Ju replied, rolling his eyes. You are the one who is overly concerned. You are misinterpreting my intentions, Chao Guesher shot back, glaring at Jiang Ju's retreating figure, his expression darkening with contemplation. After leaving the imperial palace, Chao Guesher visited a temple to meet with the second prince, Yunchen. After his departure, the news swiftly reached Emperor Yunwu. As he perused the message, cradling a cloud in his arm, he prepared to visit the Dali temple for gossip, eager to witness the misfortune of the Chiao faction. Chao Guesher, your ambition knows no bounds, conspiring with the second prince to seize the throne. I sit here, allowing him to conspire. Indeed, Yunwu Emperor, upon receiving some news from the gossiping system, felt a surge of anger. His second brother was being ridiculed, and this official from the Chiao state was excessively fierce, disregarding even the princes and grandsons. The Yunwu Emperor's ire intensified. His son could be scolded by himself. But how could he permit a subject to insult a prince? Did he aspire to become a regent? In a fit of rage, Yunwu Emperor tore up the letter and turned to instruct the dragon guards to contact Yunchen, assuring him not to worry and simply to cooperate. In the temple, Yunchen observed the duel of magical powers between both sides and chose not to intervene. Second prince, once you ascend the throne, this monk must certainly craft a golden statue for the Buddha, Master Yunrun exclaimed passionately. Yunchen, pausing with the prayer beads in his hand, gazed at this individual whose mind was solely occupied with the Buddha, oblivious to the suffering of all beings. Chapter 100. Directly inflicting punishment, he spoke softly, Master Yunrun, I would appreciate your cooperation with my uncle. Rest assured, Your Highness, this monk shall perform diligently. Embracing Yunwu, they swiftly arrived at the prison of the Dali temple. Inside the cell, Zhao Qi was confined alone. Zhao Qianshan, holding the case files, sat before him, interrogating Zhao Qi, while an assistant recorded the proceedings. The arrival of Yunwu Emperor did not disturb those within. The guards at the Emperor's signal remained silent. Zhao Qi, where did you go yesterday? Zhao Qi, filled with fury, retorted, I went to Zihua Tower yesterday. Is there a problem? The court has not prohibited officials from entering. Indeed, it has not prohibited, and I have not made any remarks. There is no need for you to be anxious, Lord Zhao. Zhao Qianshan continued his questioning, unperturbed. Zhao Qi's face turned ashen, perceiving Zhao Qianshan's inquiries as deliberate humiliation. Lord Zhao, you spent the entire night at Zihua Tower. How much silver did you spend? 10 taels, Zhao Qi replied coldly. Incorrect. Zhao Qianshan frowned. Lord Zhao, if you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to resort to torture. What did you say? Zhao Qi stared at him in disbelief, as if Zhao Qianshan had uttered something unthinkable. He had never considered that Zhao Qianshan might have a list to torture him. After all, he was a third-rank official. Should he escape confinement, he could certainly seek revenge on Zhao Qianshan, inflicting severe consequences upon him. Lord Zhao, please cooperate. Zhao Qianshan insisted, standing up, his expression grim, a ruler now in his hand. How accommodating of you, Lord Zhao Qianshan. Where have you seen a questioned official so audacious? Father, you have been too lenient. Typically, those being interrogated possess genuine guilt. It is one thing to be guilty without feeling remorse, but it is another to believe one should not be questioned. No wonder so many officials dare to betray Dian, thought Yunwu Emperor, his eyes darkening. He believed he had been too lenient. History branded him a tyrant, yet it seemed the great Chu had defamed him. Very well. If he did not genuinely assume the role of a tyrant, it would be an affront to those traitors. Eunuch Lin stood by, silently mourning for Zhao Qi.
Indeed.
The next moment, Yunwu spoke. I hear people dread the dark room. Let us confine him properly. Furthermore, no access to water or restroom. The methods of interrogation are indeed torturous. They must be reserved for the wicked. Father must set clear regulations. Yunwu Emperor formulated a plan in his mind. Glancing at Eunuch Lin, the eunuch promptly turned to find a guard, giving him a few instructions. Upon hearing this, the guard entered to speak with Zhao Qianshan. Proceed.
Yes.
Lord Zhao, how much silver did you actually spend last night? 110 taels, Zhao Qi gruffly stated, of which 100 taels were given to a servant for a courtesan named Xiao Xinghua. How many times have you visited Zihua Tower this month? I cannot remember. Zhao Qi, alarmed by the questioning, felt a ringing in his mind. If he were to calculate meticulously, he had indeed spent considerable silver, albeit none in excessive amounts. He had not engaged in reckless spending like those debauched young lords. In the past, officials had never been interrogated about such matters, and since others behaved similarly, he felt no fear. Bring Lord Zhao a cup of tea.
Yes.
An assistant stepped forward to pour tea. Zhao Qi, untroubled by the thought of Zhao Qianshan conspiring against him, calmly sipped. How many times did you visit this month? Perhaps 3 or 4 times. Nonsense. It was clearly 13 times, Yunwu interjected seriously. Yunwu Emperor's lips twitched. His first thought was that as emperor, he had no time to enter the harem. Yet, Zhao Qi managed to indulge 13 times? Eunuch Lin and 13 times? How much silver does that entail? Each visit costs dozens of taels. 13 times must approach 2,000 taels. Over a year, that amounts to tens of thousands. No wonder these officials had the leisure to trouble the emperor. If they did not create disturbances, they would be left waiting for the emperor's reforms, and their comfortable lives would be over. Very well. Zhao Qianshan continued without a change in expression. Let us serve Lord Zhao some tea. Zhao Qi arrogantly sat across, calmly sipping his tea.
Lord Zhao.
What exactly do you intend to interrogate? These trivial matters hold no significance. Zhao Qianshan regarded him. How many times have you met with Yi Chaohua this month?
Ye Shaohua?
The merchant Yi? I have not met him. Zhao Qi felt a wave of relief, believing it to be inconsequential. If it pertained to Yi Chaohua's finances, he had no worries. They had never met in public. As long as Zhao Qianshan could not find evidence, he would be unscathed. Very well, Zhao Qianshan said. Let us serve Lord Zhao some tea. Zhao Qi frowned, seemingly perplexed by his motives. Before long, he exclaimed, I need to use the restroom. Zhao Qianshan smiled at him. I'm afraid, Lord Zhao, you are now a criminal and do not possess the privilege to relieve yourself. What did you say? Zhao Qi reacted sharply, his voice rising in anger. You are doing this on purpose. Zhao Qianshan stood and walked out. Furious, Zhao Qi lunged forward, watching helplessly as Zhao Qianshan departed. The cell door closed once more, and Zhao Qi angrily pounded on the barred door. Zhao Qianshan exited the cell, stopping before Yunwu Emperor. I have seen the Emperor. He glanced at the chubby Yunwu in the Emperor's embrace. I have seen the 18th princess. Yunwu Emperor walked alongside him. What has Zhao Qi done? Based on the testimony I have gathered, he must have received at least 100,000 taels from Yi Chaohua over the year. Yi Chaohua's steady position as the imperial merchant owes much to Lord Zhao's influence. Not merely 100,000. The silver Yi Chaohua provided is significant, not to mention various jewelry and paintings typically gifted. Yi Chaohua is indeed wealthy. His fortune exceeds 300,000 taels. This does not include various shops, gold, and jewels, truly deserving to be called the imperial merchant. Zhao Qianshan, although aware of Yi Chaohua's wealth, had not anticipated it to be so vast. Nearly equivalent to half a year's fiscal revenue. Yunwu Emperor's expression darkened further. Here he was, an impoverished emperor unable to provide aid during disasters, helplessly witnessing the plight of the people while these officials, receiving the court salaries, indulged in pleasure and colluded with these affluent merchants. Humph. I see now that Yi Chaohua's household harbors much filth. His wealth is undoubtedly tainted. That lord struck down his husband, the landlord named Wang Yuan. Such a pathetic demise. Even after death, Yi Chaohua's eldest son arranged for someone to desecrate the corpse. Zhao Qianshan's fists clenched. He was acutely aware of the numerous injustices in this world, yet upon hearing this, he felt an overwhelming anger. Unfortunately, he had yet to obtain evidence of Yi Chaohua's dealings with Zhao Qi. The only way to secure this would be to imprison Yi Chaohua and interrogate him. However, Zhao Qianshan believed that such an action would provide an opportunity for the censors to impeach him for arresting someone without evidence. Zhao Qianshan furrowed his brows in contemplation. The Emperor of Yunwu was fully aware that officials from the Chiao state were closely monitoring him. As the two deliberated whether to bring Yi Chaohua into the prison for questioning, they pondered the potential consequences of such an interrogation and whether it was worth the risk. Yi Chaohua. His meetings with Zhao Qi took place in room A3 of the Yingchun building. The pair had nearly mistaken their rendezvous due to entering the wrong room, which almost exposed the secret of a hidden door within the private rooms of Yingchun. Following that incident, the owner of Yingchun had sent several dishes to the startled guests as a token of gratitude, feigning instability in the walls. Zhao Qianshan's eyes suddenly brightened. The Yingchun building indeed had a hidden door. If this could be verified, it might break the case involving Yi Chaohua and Zhao Qi. In fact, Yi Chaohua was not the only one to receive silver. There was also Jiang Xiaorua, the Minister of Personnel. Jiang Xiaorua was an interesting character. He lacked the nerve to spend lavishly and had merely purchased a courtyard, using gold bricks to build a wall. In that courtyard he kept a mistress, visiting her from time to time under the pretense of admiring his gilded wall. Father, you must not let him escape. This man not only accepted silver from Yi Chaohua, but also from other officials. At least half of the officials in the court had offered him bribes. Jiang was effectively engaged in the trade of official positions, favoring the discreet transfer of silver through his concubines. These officials would pass their bribes to Jiang Xiaorua via his mistress. The Emperor of Yunwu had finally calmed his anger. He understood how the officials of the Chiao state had become connected to this individual, one greedy for power, the other for wealth. Neither was clean. Embracing the wisps of clouds, the Emperor strode forth. Arrest Yi Chaohua, along with his family, and imprison them. As for the womenfolk, they are not permitted to leave the residence until a conclusion is reached. Execute with no mercy. Yes, Zhao Qianshan responded, his voice resonating with determination, revealing the excitement within him. Soon, the personnel from the Dali Temple, accompanied by soldiers from the Xiqing military command, hastened to a wealthy five-gated residence in the south of the city, where they apprehended Yi Chaohua. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Yunwu, dressed in plain attire, exited the Dali Temple alongside Yunwu. Once the Emperor settled into the carriage, Yunwu quickly tugged at his sleeve, revealing a piece of paper detailing the crimes of Zhao Qi, Yi Chaohua, and others. Another paper read, "Let us visit Uncle." The Emperor indulgently permitted Yunwu's whims, harboring his own plans. "Your Majesty, you cannot linger outside the palace for too long," the anxious eunuch Linen cautioned. The 18th princess was unaware of the Emperor's intentions, yet he had an inkling. The Emperor of Yunwu, growing impatient, replied, "I am aware." Eunuch Linen sighed in resignation. The old servant took the reins, guiding the carriage, with another trailing behind, carrying the imperial guards. Accompanying Eunuch Linen was Liang Ming. As the carriage passed through the bustling market, Xie Qiong emerged from a weapon shop with a friend. Spotting the familiar carriage, his eyes lit up, and he quickly informed his companion, "I have matters to attend to," before hastily departing. "Weren't we just discussing dining at Zhuangyuan Tower? Why are you leaving?" Qi Yuan queried, somewhat exasperated. Xie Qiong waved his hand and ran off, not daring to stay too close. Unbeknownst to him, even at a distance, he was noticed by the Emperor's hidden guards, who relayed the information to the Emperor. After reading the note, the Emperor clutched it tightly, turning it to dust that scattered within the carriage. He remained silent as the carriage arrived at Lu Dong's courtyard. Lu Dong had been seeking business opportunities outside, focused on expanding his ventures since meeting Lin Fei. His current plans included a pastry shop, a jewelry store, a clothing boutique, and an ice house. Having encountered the Emperor and the 18th princess, Lu Dong saw the Emperor holding his niece, admiring the flowers in the courtyard, and hurriedly knelt before him. Yunwu leaned forward to peek at Lu Dong, playfully winking at him. Lu Dong dared not raise his head, thus he remained oblivious to the gesture. "Rise," commanded the Emperor, turning to look at him. "How is your health?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My health has improved significantly, and I am fully capable of serving you," Lu Dong declared with conviction. Observing the fervor in his eyes, the Emperor smiled. "What plans do you have?" Lu Dong, invigorated by the inquiry, replied, "Your Majesty, I heard from the Empress that summer is approaching, and the capital will be bustling. While affluent households have ice cellars, some favored servants may not. You may not be aware, but favored servants often possess considerable wealth. Additionally, there are medium-sized merchants and students arriving in the capital for examinations. These individuals are well off, and their money is easily earned. Each year, ice houses in the capital see great sales, often running low on stock. From what I learned from the Empress, nitrate can be used to produce ice, making an ice house a highly profitable venture with minimal costs. Furthermore, the Empress mentioned selling fruit juice as ice drinks, which require sugar. According to my inquiries, once the sugar beets in Baoning Prefecture mature in July or August, we can arrange for a merchant convoy to purchase them, thus also facilitating grain transport to Baoning. No, uncle, you are mistaken. The sugar extracted from sugar beets is as pure as snow, far superior to the coarse sugar available in the market. This white sugar is to be sold at a high price to the affluent households. The price of coarse sugar will not drop this year but will undoubtedly decline next year, so do not hoard too much sugar. Additionally, Baoning's white sugar can only be exchanged for grain, not purchased with silver. You may stockpile some grain. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. This aligned with his prior instructions before the departure of his third son. Baoning was currently lacking in grain, not silver. Lu Dong felt exhilarated upon hearing his niece's insights. Not only did he find her guidance on earning money intriguing, but he was also captivated by her beauty, an exquisite blend of the emperor's striking features and his sister's fair complexion. Despite his admiration, he dared not approach her too closely. For the emperor, an ardent protector of his daughter, would surely glare at him. As for the jewelry and clothing shops, they were familiar ventures from his family's prior experience. Easily managed. Selling garments reflective of the trends in Jiang should establish a unique presence in the capital. Selling cosmetics is the most lucrative with minimal costs. Cosmetics? Lu Dong pondered. This likely referred to rouge and powder. He had some ideas but lacked access to the necessary formulas, as the renowned cosmetic shops in the capital were well guarded in their trade secrets. Ordinary rouge and powder cannot compete. I happen to possess numerous recipes for crafting cosmetics. In truth, these items can be sold indiscriminately, for the rouge and powder of ancient times differ vastly from contemporary cosmetics. The distinctions between liquid and cream versus dry are notable. There will always be customers eager to purchase. I recall a time when unscrupulous business tactics prevailed, where one would slander the materials used by others, claiming they would hasten aging, or assert that competitors employed spoiled flowers. As the saying goes, a rumor can be spread with a mere tongue, while dispelling it requires a great deal of effort. Little do they know. The true purveyors of such rumors are often the ones with problematic products. Lu Dong listened, his eyes widening with enlightenment. He contemplated that he need not resort to such underhanded methods to deceive others. Instead, he could exploit his rival's weaknesses. After all, his targets were those unscrupulous merchants. And he felt no twinge of guilt. If he had made up his mind, he would boldly proceed. The Emperor Yunwu supported him, saying, "Since you have resolved this, act with confidence." Lu Dong nodded promptly, assuring the emperor that he would meticulously maintain the accounts, leaving no opportunity for trouble. "Very well, your enthusiasm is commendable," remarked Emperor Yunwu, who did not insist that Lu Dong undertake this task, but rather did so out of respect for the 18th princess. Moreover, having someone from within the circle was more fitting. Clearly, Lu Dong was quite suitable for the role. "Your Majesty, will you stay for lunch?" Lu Dong asked with great enthusiasm. "I have brought some sand fruits from Rongzhou for the 18th princess. I regretted not being able to bring them into the palace before. Have you forgotten?" "It is best for the 18th not to consume fruits just yet," replied Emperor Yunwu with a hint of melancholy. Lu Dong gasped.
"Ah?
"The 18th princess seems to be over half a year old now, doesn't she?" he said, scratching his head. Emperor Yunwu chuckled. "Indeed, the 18th. Your uncle says you have gained some weight." This remark struck hard. "Uncle, you risk my ire with such comments. I am still an infant. How could I be fat? I have merely been drinking more milk lately. I am still growing." Lu Dong felt a surge of frustration, nearly pulling out his hair, eager to explain. "Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. I believe the 18th princess is well cared for, which is a good thing." I understand," said the emperor. "Enough. Prepare for lunch." Lu Dong missed the opportunity to appease the emperor, noticing her pout directed towards him. Emperor Yunwu laughed joyously, while Lu Dong departed, feeling quite pitiful. Yet, upon entering the kitchen, a smile spread across his face. Compared to being the subject of ridicule, the news of the 18th princess being favored by the emperor was far more gratifying. This was monumental news indeed. He must convey it to his parents to alleviate their concerns for his younger sister and niece. At noon, Lu Dong prepared a lamb hot pot, along with roasted lamb skewers he had learned to make from the grasslands. Furthermore, he had recently hired a chef to prepare sweet soup, resulting in a splendid feast. Yunwu watched with glistening eyes, prompting Lu Dong to laugh heartily. "It seems this uncle may not be of much use," Yunwu said in a subdued tone. Lu Dong's laughter ceased abruptly. As they dined, Emperor Yunwu served Lu Dong dishes, with eunuch Linen assisting in the arrangement. Granny Yun cradled Yunwu, feeding her milk. "Thank you, your Majesty," Lu Dong said, filled with trepidation. The meal concluded, albeit under Lu Dong's anxious watch, fearing further displeasure from his niece, who might provoke the emperor's ire. Surprisingly, no incidents occurred at Lu's residence, which was somewhat unexpected for Emperor Yunwu. Just as Lu Dong was about to send them off, a servant rushed in from the entrance, oblivious to the presence of the emperor and Yunwu. "Master, Miss Wang is here again." "Wang Qian?" "Indeed," the servant replied hurriedly. It was only then that he noticed the guests, and he stepped back, frightened to raise his gaze. Lu Dong furrowed his brow. Hadn't she just entered the palace? Why was she seeking him out again? Did she believe him to be an easy target? "Let us meet her," Emperor Yunwu said with a smirk. He found himself intrigued by such brazen audacity. Moreover, the 18th in his arms clamored for gossip. As her father, he felt obliged to fulfill her desire. Lu Dong nodded awkwardly, gesturing for the servant to escort Wang Qian to the guest room. Suddenly, he recalled something as he observed Emperor Yunwu carrying Yunwu into the guest room. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, aware of the emperor's exalted status. Feeling too timid to voice his thoughts, In a moment of inspiration, he instructed a nearby servant to fetch pen and ink. Lu Dong lagged behind, hastily jotting down a note before rushing to catch up with Emperor Yunwu. Your Majesty, Lu Dong respectfully handed over the note. The emperor glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and said, Rest assured I am aware. Maintain your distance from me. What are father and uncle discussing in riddles? Yunwu yawned, not delving deeper. Her curiosity piqued more by Wang Qian. Lu Dong felt reassured. His inquiry was straightforward, primarily concerned that anyone could overhear his niece's thoughts, potentially placing her in danger. Especially with someone as shameless as Wang Qian, should she overhear, she would surely spread the word. Knowing the emperor had a solution brought him comfort. Lu Dong arranged for Emperor Yunwu, eunuch Linen, and others to be seated in the rear room of the guest quarters. Just as he turned to enter the guest room, he noticed commotion outside. A maid was assisting Wang Qian inside, who appeared to be struggling to stand, almost being carried in. What has happened to you? Lu Dong exclaimed, his eyes widening. Wang Qian's eyes glinted with malice as she looked up, tears welling. Lu, I have wronged you. It is only right for the empress to punish me by making me kneel. But I do not wish for my life to be taken. I beg you, Lu, save me. As she lunged towards Lu Dong, he instinctively sidestepped, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud. Lu? Wang Qian's tone, now tinged with irritation, was sharp. Lu Dong frowned. What are you doing? You are a married woman, yet you throw yourself at another man. Wang Qian, unperturbed, sat on the floor, wiping her tears. Lu, I implore you, save me.
What do you mean by that?
Lu Dong asked, wary. Wang Qian, through her tears, replied, Lu, the empress has drugged me in the palace. What nonsense. Lu Dong's heart raced as his suspicions were confirmed. He opened his mouth to deny it. Impossible. My sister would never resort to such foolishness. You must have done something wrong. Lu, have you forgotten our past camaraderie? Wang Qian could not fathom Lu Dong's coldness. Lu Dong, losing patience, demanded, What have you done wrong? Confess now, and I may yet assist you. Do you truly wish to help me? Wang Qian's eyes lit up as she suddenly began to tear at her clothing. What are you doing? Lu Dong jumped back, nearly leaping onto a chair. Oh my... Is Wang Qian truly this brazen? Is she really attempting to frame the uncle before us? She cannot possibly think this would endear her to him, can she? Perhaps she is merely chasing power, having witnessed Sun Wenxing's capture, seeking to attach herself to the uncle in this manner? Ah. Who claims that women in ancient times were always reserved. There were those who were quite spirited as well. Brother Lu, I wish to follow you. Please. Speak to the empress on my behalf and spare my life. Wang Qian's eyes glistened with tears as she implored. Lu Dong, angered, retorted. You slander my sister and seek to tarnish my reputation. Why would I help you? Are you a fool? Wang Qian's voice was soft. Brother Lu, since you refuse to assist me, I must apologize. What do you intend to do? Lu Dong felt a sense of foreboding. Wang Qian bit her lip, her gaze filled with sorrow. Brother Lu, you chose not to save me first. Do not regret it. Suddenly, a maid by Wang Qian's side dashed out. Lu Dong's heart raced. Stop her. A throng of servants surged forward, and at that moment, the maid raised a bamboo tube, igniting a firework that exploded in the sky. Lu Dong's heart lurched. Outside the Lu residence, a large crowd had gathered, consisting of both commoners and scholars. The leading scholar in green robes raised his hand and began pounding on the door of the Lu estate. The doorkeeper, startled by the ruckus, cautiously opened the door, only for it to be violently pushed open, allowing the crowd to flood in. Who are you? What do you want? The doorkeeper stammered, terrified and ignored as he was jostled aside. My sister is being bullied by Lu Dong. Come and support me. Wang Qian's brother, Wang Yu, a scholar in green, declared with righteous fervor. Initially, most of the onlookers were merely curious spectators, drawn by the recent gossip circulating since the newspapers began publishing in the capital. Wang Yu's intentional proclamations only fueled their interest. Stop. You are trespassing. The doorkeeper shouted, unable to contain his anger as he rushed after them. Wang Yu, your brother Lu is abducting my sister. Such shamelessness cannot stand. Wang Yu proclaimed, when a life is at stake, who cares about trespassing? He continued passionately. The crowd, previously hesitant, rallied behind Wang Yu upon hearing the mention of a life at risk. Who are you? My young master would never force a common girl. He is entertaining guests at home. The doorkeeper shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears as the crowd pressed forward. Wang Yu, evidently prepared, headed straight for the guest room without needing guidance. Perhaps it was the nature of gossip that caused them to willfully overlook the truth. Sister. Wang Yu's eyes lit up as he spotted Lu Dong at the guest room's entrance. He rushed forward, raising his fist to strike Lu Dong, who swiftly evaded. What is the meaning of this? Lu Dong demanded, his expression furious. Wang Yu, disappointed at missing his target, steadied himself and began to accuse Lu Dong. Lu Dong, I truly misjudged you. My sister was once betrothed to you, yet you did not cherish her. When you faced trouble, you grew angry and broke off the engagement. Now that my sister is married to another, you seize the opportunity to abduct her. You believe that because you are the brother of Consort An, you can act with impunity? Lu Dong looked at Wang Yu, speechless. Despite their past grievances, Wang Yu had never sought to provoke him. likely due to his fear of offending the powerful Consort An. Now, however, he appeared brazen, perhaps emboldened by some unseen support. What? He is the brother of Consort An? Murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. Yes, it made sense. Such arrogance would likely go unpunished. But now, with newspapers revealing misdeeds, no one could escape scrutiny. Lu Dong chuckled mirthlessly. Wang Yu, your sister was the one who, seeking power, conned me out of 100,000 taels. I bore that in silence. Yet now she runs to my residence, and you dare accuse me of abduction? Is it the king's family that has no shame? Lu Dong felt restrained from striking out. His temper barely contained. Wang Yu, fearing the crowd might turn against him, raised his voice dramatically. You act with such arrogance, and now dare to slander us. Do you think I would come here without support? This man is a recently appointed scholar. Wang Yu gestured towards a middle-aged man beside him, who smiled in return. The man, Song Xing-san, had passed the imperial examinations 8 years prior, yet remained unassigned, indicating his ambition. So you're a scholar. Will you be taking up an official position soon? A curious onlooker inquired. Song Xing-san cleared his throat, replying, It depends on the results. Until then, nothing is certain. However, as a scholar, I am committed to fairness, so there is no need for concern. His words earned him further respect from the crowd. Wang Yu, slightly disdainful of Song Xing-san's cautious demeanor, had chosen him precisely for that trait, and thus refrained from countering. Lu Dong, release my sister. Wang Yu bellowed, feigning deep concern for Wang Qian. Suddenly, Wang Qian's sobs echoed from within. A sister. Wang Yu raced into the room, and Lu Dong made no move to stop him. Accompanied by a few servants, Lu Dong, uninterested in witnessing their melodrama, called out, Everyone, wait here for the two to emerge. There is no space inside, so do not crowd in. Are you afraid of being exposed? Lu Dong glanced at the man who spoke, perplexed. Very well, you may enter. The man, puzzled by Lu Dong's tone, quickly stepped inside, followed by others who exchanged glances before joining him. Song Xing-san, swept along by the crowd, also entered. The small guest room soon overflowed with people. Wang Qian sat at the head of the room, clutching her garments, her hair disheveled, embodying the essence of a wronged maiden. She wept to Wang Yu, Brother, you have finally arrived. I never imagined Brother Lu would be such a person. Lu Dong watched the scene in disbelief. He had not anticipated Wang Qian's transformation. Though she had previously displayed a degree of petulance and ambition, he had not expected her heart to be so treacherous. After scheming for his wealth and now seeking his life, she resorted to tarnishing his reputation when she could not have him. Lu Dong scoffed, Miss Wang. I too did not foresee your true nature. Do not leave just yet. With everyone present, you must clarify matters, for I will not allow you to depart otherwise. Thinking of his niece's earlier words, he added, Although I am a man, I have yet to marry. My reputation holds great importance. I implore everyone to inquire thoroughly and restore my honor. As the crowd regarded Lu Dong with a mix of incredulity, he addressed Song Xing-san, Master Song. I have heard you are the epitome of justice. It would be wise for you to conduct the inquiry. Song Xing-san accepted without hesitation, stepping forward to face Wang Yu. Young Master Wang, you claim that your sister was abducted by young Master Lu. Are there any witnesses?
Yes.
Several friends who accompanied me witnessed it. They were dining with me at the tavern when the news broke, and they rushed over immediately. Wang Yu had come prepared. As he spoke, several young men who had been waiting stepped forward. Indeed, while we were feasting, we heard a servant of young Master Wang hurriedly inform us that his lady had been taken. Given our acquaintance with young Master Wang, we decided to assist. Several others echoed this sentiment. Song Xing nodded. Thank you, gentlemen. Young Master Lu, do you have anything to say? There appears to be a gap in the account. The young gentleman did not witness the abduction directly, but rather heard it from a servant of the Wang family. This statement held merit. Song Xing turned to Wang Yu. Young Master Wang, who else witnessed this incident? Typically, abductions occur in the presence of numerous bystanders. Speak up. Wang Yu pointed to a young servant. The servant stepped forward, head bowed, and said, I saw our young lady just exiting the palace. As she passed by a carriage, she was taken. The speed was so swift that no one noticed. I only realized it as I followed closely behind. Upon hearing this, Song Xing frowned and looked at Lu Dong. Young Master Lu, this means that aside from the Wang family servant, there are no other witnesses. You have devised a clever strategy. Facing Song Xing's reproachful gaze, Lu Dong rolled his eyes. Master Song, is it not possible that I am truly being wronged? If you claim to be wronged, then present your evidence. I have evidence. Lu Dong replied emphatically. However, before speaking further, he glanced at Wang Yu. Brother Wang, do you truly wish to continue this misunderstanding with Wang Qian? Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. His previously hesitant expression suddenly turned resolute. You committed a wrongdoing, yet dare to threaten me, Wang Yu exclaimed angrily. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Very well, Lu Dong retorted with a cold laugh. He cleared his throat and continued, Today, I am hosting guests. They can testify on my behalf. Wang Qian came to see me of her own accord. Out of consideration for the ties between our families, I allowed her in. Yet, upon entering, she pleaded for me to spare her. Driven by a desire to uncover the truth, Song Xing pressed on. Why did she plead for mercy? In truth, Song Xing suspected Lu Dong was jesting. What could a young lady possibly have to plead for? Was it not the case that Lu Dong was bullying her? Because she previously sent me a letter containing a powder called white leaf grass. This powder is toxic, and prolonged exposure can cause symptoms akin to a severe reaction to unfamiliar environments, Lu Dong lamented, his voice filled with indignation. I only discovered this after my sister, who was a consort in the palace, found out and arranged for a physician to examine me. Song Xing's brow furrowed, and his stance wavered slightly as he cast a doubtful glance at Wang Yu.